Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Luffy Recruit Radio Demon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's been a week since Stolas had exchanged his grimoire for the Asmodean crystal with Blitzo, and he was, franking speaking, spiraling into a deep dark depressive hole he questioned the possibility of ever climbing out of. Octavia has been with her mother during this time. He'd thankfully thought to plan it that way in the case things did not result in a happily ever after, which is exactly what had occurred. Looking at things from one side, he did not believe things to be totally hopeless. There had been something to Blitzo when he'd explained that their official deal was concluded, an expression of striking loss. While it had somewhat come as a shock, it had also given Stolas a thimble of hope that the imp would agree to his follow-up offer to try out a legitimate relationship. No strings attached, no business obligations, just a chance to feel what they fully feel and be by one another's side. And he could tell Blitzo had thought about it. But he'd turned it over in his mind, head buzzing with something unknown to Stolas but clearly immensely distressing to Blitzo himself, face falling further and further. Until he outright stumbled away. Running away from Stolas and his palace in an attempt to run from something that was clearly stuck inside himself. The prince had simply watched as his love left him, knowing that no amount of persuasion on his part would be enough. Because he could likely count on one hand the number of times he has been enough. Which left him in his current position in bed, aimlessly staring at the ceiling in a half-drunken stupor. Watching his dramas held no appeal. Food held no appeal, he couldn't remember the last he'd eaten. Based on the way his vision had been wavering upon the start of this drinking session, it had likely been a while, though. With how easily he fell to pieces, is it any wonder Blitzo couldn't trust in him, in his love? What had become a familiar nighttime ritual, however, was interrupted by the crash of something breaking somewhere down the hall from his bedroom suite. Slowly blinking in whatever sort of surprise he could manage at the moment, Stolas stumbled over to open his door a crack. He heard hushed, panicked whispers from the same direction. Whoever could be stupid enough to attempt to rob a Goetia? The thought wasn't even of anger, Stolas was genuinely baffled by the idea. To steal from a hellborn as high-ranking as himself and get caught was a death sentence, so for one to even have the thought to try they would either have to be immensely skilled in breaking and entering, evidently not, or be a sinner so newly fallen they'd been in the ring for less than a week. His mind took a turn to consider the possibility of Blitzo returning, but his horrid mood squashed the useless hope easy enough. Somewhat hesitantly, he quietly made his way to the scene of the crime. As he approached, the hissing stage whispers grew louder and louder. Sorry. Chopper, calm down. It's okay. Just please be quiet. I knew I shouldn't have taken either of you. I could have been in and out no problem. Take responsibility for this. Hey, you're the one that wanted to steal from this highborn mansion and asked us to be your backup. We could be looking for Luffy, right? AHHH. The man of the group shrieked at the sight of Stolas stepping into the living room. The culprit for the crash was evidently some vase he hadn't even realized he'd owned that was in pieces beside a tiny, frightened-looking fuzzy creature. A dear sinner of some sort? The woman that had been badgering the other two in hisses also startled with a yelp. After an awkward moment of elongated silence, all three of the eclectic trio dropped to their knees to bow their heads for forgiveness. We're so sorry, Mr. Demon Lord, sir. Please spare me at least. Cute girls don't deserve to die twice. I don't want to die. Please don't kill us. For goodness sake, shut up, will you? My head cannot take this at the moment. Stolas groaned as his claws rubbed at his eyes, the hangover beginning to set in. While he was in the midst of trying to decide if killing the robbers would better or worsen his headache, there was a tiny gasp from the tiny creature. Dropping his hand to look down at the thing, Stolas's eyes shot open wide when the creature drastically increased in size to be a fair amount below his height and much more muscular than its previous cute physique. Though rather use his changed form to attack, it seemed he was just trying to get a better angle to look over Stolas's person. The changeling held up his hands in an obvious show of non-combativeness. I'm a doctor. What's wrong? Can I take a look at you? Well, this is a tad embarrassing. Forcibly stealing his expression in that way all Goetia are taught to do to keep sheepishness from overtaking it, Stolas replied shortly, there's no issue. Not that it's any of your business, but I've simply had too much to drink tonight. The young changeling's eyes narrowed as he looked over Stolas in his disarrayed robe with a discerning examination. He glanced back up to ask in full professional seriousness, and for how many nights now have you had too much to drink? Shocked once more, the prince couldn't keep himself from averting his glare with a wince. The doctor just continued, matter of fact, when was the last time you had water? The eyes of your kind are a bit different than what I'm used to, but they seem dehydrated. When was the last time you've eaten? Your hand was trembling a little when you raised it just now. Have you been throwing up? Have you been drinking while still taking medication? Nami said no servants or anyone have been in or out of the house for a while. Do you have anyone to check in on you? Stop. Stop asking questions. I don't know, yes but not recently, I don't remember, and no. Are you satisfied? I'll let you all live if you leave now, so will you just go? No, his beak went slack-jawed at the rejection. The changeling who, no less than 3 minutes ago, had been cowering before him now stared at him without falter, refusing to take leave. His companions were also clearly shocked, turning their horrified faces towards him. Ch Chopper. Please, he was gonna let us go. Just leave the scary demon to do what he wants. No, the changeling declared again, shifting back to his smaller form with the stamp of a foot. The tiny creature had to crane his neck to stare up at the much taller owl demon, and he stepped forward with small hooves to push at the very bottom of Stola's leg. After allowing the leg to take a step back, he realized the boy was attempting to lead him to the nearby couch. I'm a doctor, so I help people when they aren't well. Why would I stop just because I'm dead? Usopp, get some water and crackers. Nami, go to the store and get a drink with electrolytes. Doctor's orders. And you, sit down and list all your medication and approximately how much alcohol you've consumed in the last 12 hours. While the other two jumped to attention and ran off in a mix of confusion and exasperation, the deer blinked at Stolas after he'd jumped up to stand on the cushion beside where he'd seated himself. Oh, and who are you? Stolas blinked back slowly, hesitantly responding, Prince Stolas of the Ars Goetia. Huh? Nami had us stealing from demon royalty? Please don't kill me. I believe we are rather past that point. Ignoring the creature's shift back into terror and tilting his head in owlish curiosity, Stolas decided he might as well get some answers of his own. Your form is of a deer, correct? The innocuous question seemed to settle the boy once more. The aforementioned Chopper calmed down to reply, I'm a reindeer. And, you are a sinner, but you were not human in life, correct? Your soul does not quite feel the same as your compatriots. Did you somehow gain human sentience in life? Oh, you can tell? Yeah, I ate the human fruit, so I'm a reindeer who became part human. The mention of such a fruit brought to mind a separate world besides Earth, one Stolas knew of but was less familiar with. With a vague sense of confusion, he then questioned, and then, you became a doctor? Of human or animal medicine? Yeah, and both. Wait a minute, you're supposed to be answering my questions, BSTRD. Stop distracting me. After some henning by the reindeer, Stolas found himself sobering up with careful sips of water and slow-fed plain crackers. He was told not to take his medication until at least half a day from then to give the alcohol some time to properly pass through his system, and had to take a hard stop on the alcohol itself. Perhaps he should have argued more against a strange young reindeer dictating his life, but it's not like the young one was wrong. He was self-aware enough to realize things were getting out of hand. And admittedly, he was quite lonely, and the promise of lively company was a desirable one. And thus, that was how a set of robbers ended up as his newly hired servants and live-in doctor. It turned out the lot of them really had only been in hell for around a week. Along with Chopper monitoring his health, Stolas also became more familiar with the other two stooges, Nami and Usopp. They all claimed to be from the pirate crew of a newly made and deceased pirate king, and upon learning of Stolas's passing knowledge of their world, Usopp was the one to begin spinning seemingly wild tales of the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates, speaking of his experience as a brave warrior of the sea. A mountain in which water travels uphill. Islands full of lava and ice and lightning and sweet treats and bubbling groves. A train that floats atop the waves and the city of canals and shipyards it led to. Islands of ancients and giants. Mermaids who lived on an island at the bottom of the sea. Islands in the sky with seas made of cloud home to winged people. A haunted pirate ship the size of an entire island drifting through eternal fog. A hidden island of legend holding the first pirate king's treasure that lied at the end of the world, discovered by the successor. And the corrupt government that stood atop the world, torn down by the same pirate king, who'd eaten a devil fruit which was thought to be nothing much and awakened the blessing of the divine. Each tale was more unbelievable than the last, and yet, Stolas could recognize the long-nosed man believed them all to be true, fully passionate and boastful with his stretching exaggerations. His adeptness in helping Stolas tend to his demonic plants certainly lent credence to his familiarity with exotic flora. When Stolas decided to use his grimoire to take a closer look at that sea-covered world of theirs, he confirmed the tales were at least partial true. The lands of their Grand Line were just as varied and wild as had been claimed. Society was still in the midst of being reorganized to form a new unified government where no species or people stood atop the rest. The Pirate King, once the title of the most infamous pirating criminal, was now hailed as the one who'd won the freedom of the world. His unofficial tour guides all turned bashfully prideful upon overhearing the state of things, beaming about how Luffy would hate to hear them calling him a hero and Vivi must be doing a good job. Stolas had thought he'd known how the universe was. He'd at least somewhat known of their world, and he knew of all the planets and the stars and Earth and everything else that lied in the vastness of space of multiple planes. And yet, when he heard of these tales, when he traversed to one of the strange islands he'd been told enough just to see it for himself, he came to realize that he hadn't known. Not truly. To learn from books of how things worked at the broader level and take count of all the stars as his duties dictated was not the same as running his fingers through the misty yet buoyant cloud of the seas in the sky. It was not the same as traveling through a jungle of prehistorical times to take delight in creatures long extinct on Earth. It was not same as enduring the chill of a snow-covered land surrounding an abandoned frozen laboratory, only for the threshold to be crossed and to have to endure the sweltering heat of magma not too far from the surface of the barren land. It was not the same as watching seasoned sailors catch the wind in the sail of a small boat, the same fresh, salty wind ruffling his feathers as they went out to sea just to let Stolas try fishing from the open ocean, basking under the warmth of the sun. Knowledge, as he'd come to realize, was not the same as experience. It was not the same as living in the world one knows. While the pirates had to conceal themselves as to not spread tales of the dead rising, Stolas had come to realize he didn't even need a human disguise in this world. The people simply assumed he'd eaten a bird fruit of the owl species. No one knew him as Prince Stolas of the Ars Goetia, with the image and power he was meant to uphold with that title. He was simply Stolas, one strange-looking traveler among many. He found it was quite nice, not having to put on any airs or adhere to the hierarchy he'd seen himself as having a permanent, unchangeable place in. Fate and life and everything else having already been decided upon being born. Each new sight was a wonder. Each short-lived trip was a thrill. He doesn't remember ever feeling this alive, before. Ever feeling this free. Like a bird having flown off the perch and out of his gilded cage. Belatedly, Stolas realized that this might have been the point to having been told those stories. Or at least, the goal in telling them had shifted once they'd learned Stolas had the ability to open portals back to their world. The crafty pirates had enticed him into not only leaving his house, but into journeying to brand new places in a brand new world. He wasn't inclined to hold it against them, however. Not when everything was now so exciting and new in his previously constrained and boring life. Of course, when Octavia had first met the pirates her father had suddenly invited into their home, she was rightfully suspicious of the lot. He tried to reassure her to no avail, before realizing what a lovely family outing it would be to explore some sky islands together. It was the first time they'd gone to that type of location since it was one of the more adventurous trips. And he'd been delighted to see his daughter found the strange scenery to be just as full of wonder as he did. None of that Lulu Land fiasco. The young were always filled with curiosity, even as those on the cusp of adulthood attempted to cover it up to pretend to have everything figured out. The pirates had decidedly caught her interest, but even still, Octavia hesitated to turn to them to ask the many questions she surely had. That was when Nami took her aside for some quote-unquote girl talk. When it wasn't a matter concerning anyone's health, the cat burglar was the one to take charge over the other two. She had a suitable head for all manner of planning excluding the temptations of monetary value, in which case she was much too eager to take big risks for big rewards. After learning of Stolas's ability to traverse into their world, she was quick ask after the island in which the monetary portion of the Pirate King's treasure had been left behind with their deaths. The place had been left in slight disarray from the battles which had taken place, but curiously, there were no signs of any remains, thankfully, as it would have been quite morbid if they'd come upon their own bodies, nor the ship they'd left moored at the bay. Just two simple grave markers despite no graves having been dug, one listing the Straw Hat Pirates and the other the Blackbeard Pirates they'd apparently defeated. The three Straw Hat Pirates present had been spooked by the rearrangements to say the least. Still, though, the treasure was where they'd left it. And so while Usopp had showed Stolas around the area and explained the rather convoluted means in which they found Laugh Tale, what an interesting name for an island, Nami had ordered Chopper to help her collect all the gold, gems, jewelry, or anything else which would maintain its value in hell to bring back with them. He'd never seen her look so money-hungry or ecstatic than that trip, berry signs literally flashing in her eyes, and subsequently noticed that the woman was much nicer to him after having agreed to the scheme. Perhaps that was why she deigned to personally assist Stolas with his affairs. Stolas has no idea as to what she spoke to Octavia about other than perhaps the strained relations she had with her divorced parents, but by the next day, Octavia was comfortably asking Nami about how she charted her maps, to which the navigator happily drew up a copy of the world map she'd completed in life. Seeing all the islands there were to be had even below the sky, Octavia practically ordered Stolas to tell her the next time a trip was being planned. He was so overjoyed he began to weep, much to his little girl's embarrassment. It was his turn to be embarrassed though when the woman cornered him for quote-unquote girl gay guy friend talk. Apparently she'd been sleuthing around enough to learn of the affair he'd been having with an imp, and rightfully seeing the signs of a broken heart, demanded details. After explaining as much as he could without getting into the details of their illicit activities, she seemed to ruminate on the situation before offering some rather intriguing advice. While it's good you want to make sure he has the right to make his own decisions, when people are holding themselves back from something they're scared to want, sometimes you just have to drag them kicking and screaming, in a way. That does not seem to be a sound basis for a relationship. It's not, but I'm not trying to say you should force him or anything. It's just, with a fond look setting her expression, Stolas knew even before she started speaking again that she was thinking of her captain. If Luffy's shown me anything, there are times when people need help realizing they want to take that next step for themselves. It can seem impossible, the entire world could be against you, and he can just make it as easy as taking his hand. It's not quite the same for your situation, but I think that idiot imp might take the chance if he can figure out he can take it. I'm not quite sure I can be the one to show Blitzo such a thing. I can still hardly manage my own life right. There was a part of me which relied on him too much as an escape from the more undesirable circumstances of my life, and I wonder if perhaps that was part of what scared him. To be used and relied on too heavily would be a daunting thing to anyone. But I will consider talking to him again sometime, if the opportunity permits. Wanting to turn away from the more sorrowful matter, a wistful smile came upon Stola's beak as he remarked, "Every time I hear of this monkey D. Luffy, he becomes more and more larger than life. I fear he may not live up to your tales at this rate." "That's impossible. Our captain has to be the most absurd person in all the worlds for how much trouble he gets us in. No matter how high your expectations, he'll go past them one way or another. And that's not always a good thing." Even as Nami huffed in annoyance, she couldn't wipe the grin off her face. The feeling of it helped to lighten Stolas' own mood. His life had shifted drastically. A month in and he'd yet to pick up another bottle, much to the doctor's satisfaction. It seemed as though every time the temptation re-emerged, he'd be distracted away from the thought with another trip. Even when they weren't constantly traveling, the promise of a new miniature adventure waiting around the corner made the mundanity and rigidness of Stolas' position much more bearable. Which is why, of course, his beach of an ex-wife attempted to ruin it. Apparently Stella had picked up from Octavia's mood that Stola's mood had improved recently, and she couldn't have that. Or at least that was his assumption of things. Sensing things were going to take a turn for the worse, Octavia sulked to her room immediately after Stella dropped her off, which Stella never personally attended to unless she wished to harass him, by the way. With the harpy screeching at him to come to the door, Stolas geared himself up for the worst. Only to be caught by the arm. He glanced over and down at Nami, whose face was already full of stubbornness. "Want us to turn her away? Pardon. You can take a break from this mess once in a while, Your Highness. Let us take the load from you this time." Usopp was the one to speak this time, standing directly beside Nami with a reassuring smile. Chopper hopped up and down from his much shorter stature to catch Stolas' eye, chiming, "Overwhelming stress isn't good. We won't always be around to help out, so let us deal with it this time while we can." He really should tell them no, but for some reason, he didn't feel too worried, placing this sort of burden on the pirates who clearly planned to meddle in his business whether he wished for it or not. After he winced at another high-pitched screech, he gave a nod of agreement, and planned to watch things from the sidelines just to make sure none of them were endangered. As it turns out, there was someone under the threat of being endangered, but that person was not any of the Straw Hats. "Excuse me ma'am, but we're Prince Stolas' temp security crew. His Highness is preoccupied at the moment, so we must request that you leave." "Excuse me?" "You're excused, ma'am, the only one to stand directly before the doors," Nami retorted in obtusely false politeness, echoing the story Usopp had declared from his place of relative safety on the balcony above the entryway stairs leading up to the mansion. She smirked at Stella's glaring attempts to cow them. "The prince is too busy for someone of such little importance, so we cannot permit you further onto the premises. Either willing take yourself off the grounds, or you will be moved instead." Stella was gawking in full outrage, beak snapping with her shrieks, "Why I never. Me? Of little importance? You lot are just a bunch of lowly sinners. And you dare order me? A hellborn Goetia demon. I don't care if that empty sking PSS excuse for a prince hired you. One of your kind are never to command me." When she'd taken one step too close to Nami, Stella stumbled as a small explosion forced her back. The snipper had shot it with his slingshot from his place above. Raising her head once more to surely start an even worse tirade, Stella's outrage faltered as her gaze went skyward. She stumbled back down the steps in fear instead of pressing forward. Just as Stolas could mentally question what the hell could be causing such a reaction, he startled at a rumbling thump. With the assistance of a small magical window, Stolas was able to gawk at what it was Stella saw from her perspective. A gigantic creature loomed over the mansion, casting a shadow as it leaned fully over it such that one of its hands was crushing some of the driveway pavement to hold up the rest of the monster's weight. With looming antlers and glowing red eyes shadowed under the brim of a hat, this was undoubtedly another form of the usually small and adorable reindeer doctor. Leave, or you will be forced to leave. And as the icing on a cake, the heavy clouds that had been forming above much too rapidly began to boom with thunder. With the wave of her now extended staff, the navigator guided a bolt of lightning to strike at the step of the stairs, once again forcing Stella to stumble back with a frightened shriek. The Straw Hats ignored the now pouring rain as their navigator spoke once more. "We'll give you 10 seconds. That should be enough time to decide if you want to take your chances." My hair." Stella cried at the utter travesty of her head feathers being frizzled by wayward electricity of the lightning and then further messed by the rain. Clutching her head, she sneered one last time at the pirates before fleeing to the safety of her limousine. "This isn't over, you freakish whelps. Let Stolas enjoy his kept monsters while he can." As the car screeched away at a faster than safe speed, Nami pinched at the bridge of her nose. Of course it was the hair that did it. She can't even pretend to be any less of a vapid beach. Rain clearing up as abruptly as it had began, Stolas absent-mindedly stepped outside. In the same moment Chopper returned to his most frequently used adorable form. Usopp caught the boy as he fell from the sky, then jumped off the balcony to stand next to Nami. The prince found himself as a loss for words, but managed to slowly get out, "Well, this is a bit of a what the F moment. Even knowing your crew had fought many a battle, none of you seemed quite the image of such a force. Until now, that is." "What the F?" Octavia hissed a whisper from a window upstairs, staring with wide eyes at the literally out-of-this-world pirates. Rather than react with offense, they seemed to laugh off the reaction. Usopp boasting, "I know. We're kinda known to be the cowards of the crew. I'm the weakest one too, but I've gotten strong enough to stand beside everyone else. If you're the cowards and on the weaker end, that just makes me even more curious about all the rest." A teasing grin formed on his beak as he allowed the elation of what he'd just witnessed to flow through him. "Though that does explain why you all immediately began pleading for your lives upon being found attempting to rob me. Hey! You're a big scary powerful demon. Of course we'd be scared." Chopper protested from Usopp's arms with what could now only be taken as an accusation of unintentional irony. "While it's true it'd be difficult for any of you to defeat me, at the very least you would have likely been able to flee." "Yeah, well, we probably would have gotten to that if you didn't send Chopper into doctor mode." Nami concluded the matter with her typical striking attitude. "I guess things turned out for the better. Though, who knows where you'd be without us." While the remark had been in jest, Stolas found himself echoing back with a softer smile. "Where would I be, indeed? All good things come to an end one way or another, however." The very next day after that farce, the doorbell had rung to reveal an antique radio speaker had been set upon the doorstep. "Salutations to your highness, Prince Stolas of the Ars Goetia. This is a special localized broadcast brought to you by the Sinner Overlord, the Radio Demon. Perhaps you've heard of me? Regardless, I have a message for the 3 Straw Hat pirates currently under your employ. Your captain is waiting in anticipation for your arrival at the Hazbin Hotel in Pentagram City. I must say, with you lot keeping to the area exclusive to nobility, it might have taken some time before I'd found you. The short but intriguing performance you had the other day helped catch my eye, so to speak." "Al, you found someone again? Such impeccable timing you keep." "Yes, I am currently speaking to your doctor, sniper, and navigator." "Chopper, Usopp, and Nami were all together? That's funny. They're all scaredy cats, haha. Nami, Veggie keeps tellin' me to keep Zoro and Sanji from fightin', but I don't really care, so can you do that when you get here? You're a ton better at it." "Oh yes, please. Anyone that could curb the irritable behavior of those 2 undesirables I welcome with open arms. And perhaps an open stomach as well. Aha! Al sometimes fights with M now too, so it's really fun round here. Shishishi. I would not call that fighting so much as it is me giving them the amount of respect they deserve, absolutely none. Anyway, farewell for now. We haven't even met up yet and he's already giving me a headache. What's wrong with that boy?" Even as she complained, though, Nami's face was lit up in an exasperated sort of fondness. "Luffy. It's really him. Haha. Chopper began to wiggle about in excitement before his face suddenly fell into shocked realization. Wait. What's that BSTRD doing, Callan, us scaredy cats? Even though it's true. Proving the changeling right, Usopp skipped over the joy of hearing from their captain to bite at his nails while stammering, I sent the radio demon, the overlord who's murdered tons of other powerful overlords live on air. And is also a cannibal? Why's Luffy with a guy like him? Do we really have to go to where he lives? Why don't we tell Luffy to meet us at a cafe or something? Wincing at the thought, Nami commented, if he's at the hotel, Luffy probably lives there too. Especially if the radio demon's been arguing with those two idiots. They had Zoro and Sanji there with only Luffy to watch them? They're lucky the building's still standing. Hey guys, what if, the reason why the radio demon was looking for us for Luffy is because... Don't say it. You'll jinx us. Don't speak it into the universe. Chopper yipped a particularly deer-like sound as he slapped his hooves over his mouth, properly warded off of finishing the thought. Though from Stolas' view, the reindeer speaking the possibility of their captain having recruited the overlord wouldn't change the reality of things. Using their banter as an opportunity to steal himself, Stolas put on as much of a smile as he could to chime, I'm glad you all were able to find your captain. I know you have wished to reunite with him and the rest of your crew since you've gotten here. Just let me call Octavia down, and then you can leave post-haste. He was cut off by Nami lightly slapping the back of her hand into his chest, a tap more than anything as she interjected, what are you talking about? You don't have to pretend like you won't miss us. And we don't have to leave immediately. If their hotels lasted this long with the three idiots, it can go one more night. We promised to go stargazing with you and Octavia after all. Shock came over Stolas as his beak dropped open slightly. He tried to parse out, you. I know you dearly miss your friends, though. I wouldn't wish to keep you. A promise is a promise. We gotta go. Chopper exclaimed as he jumped up and down, evidently still brimming with anticipation for the stargazing as he had been previously. Before he could find a response, Usopp jumped up himself to throw an arm around Stola's neck to pull him down into a crouch and level out their heights. The man had apparently recovered from the potential fright of the demon overlord, as he winked and began speaking with conspiratorial mischief laced in his voice, come on Stolas, you don't really think we're gonna just leave and never come back, do you? Once Luffy hears that you've got a ride back to the Grand Line, the three of us will practically have to fight him off to keep him from harassing you. You won't get to see us as often, yeah, but we'll still have our adventures together. You're basically a part-time pirate now. As your friends and the professionals here, we gotta keep showing you the ropes. Truly? Friends? And me, a part-time pirate, eyes going owlishly wide at the thought, he couldn't keep the hopeful delight out of his reply. Course we're friends. It's no lie. Cross my heart and, well, not the last part. And yeah. As a brave warrior of the sea I can tell, you've got a heart meant for adventure. That's what being a pirate's all about. Luffy would just tell you to stop doing things you don't want to do and just head out to sea, but we're a bit more practical than that. Ultra-powerful demonic prince on business days, adventuring pirate on weekends, or maybe every other weekend. I think that should be doable, right? And then when you retire, you'll be fully trained and can set out to sea for good. Oh. That. Most of that sounds wonderful, but I can't do the last part. We Goetia don't actually retire unless we're dead. You will. You can let me take over for you, after all. Stola's neck cricked with a concerning crack as he whipped his head around to see Octavia approaching. Oh Octavia! There's no need. I want to, Dad, his daughter smiled up at him so very softly. Stolas felt tears begin to well in the corners of his eyes. Or well, maybe we can switch off once I'm trained enough in your job? That way I can go too sometimes. I just want you to know that you can rely on me. I'm not a little girl anymore. Now he really was crying in full, tears strkng down his face as he pulled away from Usopp to forcefully bring Octavia into a hug that had her huffing. That's not true, you'll always be my baby girl, sweetheart. Even when you're old and aligning the planets of the solar system. Dad, not in front of the others. After a night of stargazing out in the middle of the universe, Stolas and Octavia bid the strange Straw Hats a farewell the next morn. However, as the three of them waved back while walking out of mansion gates, he knew this goodbye was not an end to the story. If anything, it was only the beginning to another chapter of his life. One that, for once, he looked forward to reading. Alastor will admit that he hadn't anticipated any of the pirates mingling amongst the Goetia of all demons, especially one relatively higher up such as Prince Stolas. Those hellborn were known to be snobbish elitists despite not being at the very top of the ladder where the Morningstars comfortably sat. Though he did vaguely remember hearing something or other about gossip surrounding the prince's divorce and likely affair with an imp, he didn't pay any personal interest in such matters. The only thing of relevance was that, once again, the Straw Hats had made themselves very conspicuous, and that was all he needed for a shade to have located them. The trio arrived the day after he'd sent his message, and after seeing their approach, Alastor gleamed at least part of the reason for the slight delay. They slowly inched forward for the gates, crouched into each other with the same air as young children approaching a particularly haunted house on Halloween. It actually took them an entire 5 minutes to cross the front lawn at the rate they'd gone, shivering with each step taken. Once they'd arrived at the doorstep, they squabbled over who would knock. The long-nosed man had attempted to push forward the reindeer only for the boy to transform into an actual, fully grown reindeer. Strong antlers rammed into Long-Nose together with the woman's push. The weaker of the group had clearly been chosen as the sacrifice. His forehead banging against the door was as good of a knock as any, Alastor supposed. His grin curled mean at the sight of their struggles. "Oh, he likes these three much more than the other two already." Alastor informed Luffy about the arrival, and the captain managed to beat Charlie to the door once more. Stretchy arms pulled the lot of them inside to form a pile on the living room floor, and it seemed that for a moment their spell of fear was broken. They were all ecstatic to see their captain. Most of the hotel residents gathered a good ways back, wary to approach too close considering how the last reunion had turned out. But over time, even they lost some of their tension the longer things went without issue. Even the arrival of Dumb and Dumber didn't provoke too much of a problem, their bickering having been put on hold with the joy of their coming together. "Whoa! Nami! You got your map on your back now. That's so cool. Right? Now I can wear my treasure around too. The 4 blues are kinda squished on the back, but the grand lines stretched all along my arms." The woman started with a beaming smile, moving her hair out of the way and holding out her arms so that Luffy could see her back better. Only for her to snap at the other 2 men when they approached to take a look as well, the look from the cook being concerningly intense. "Hey you two. I heard you've been causing these people trouble. Isn't enough that they've been looking after our troublemaking captain for us? The next time you get too worked up, expect a smack to the head." Nami then glanced at where Charlie was cooing over both the heartfelt reunion as well the particularly cute new arrival who resembled a stuffed animal more than a sinner. "Sorry about them. Thanks for being so lenient with these idiots, Your Highness." While both the bickering duo was of a similar height to Alastor himself, all the new arrivals were shorter to varying degrees. The navigator was about the height of Luffy, and while having been described to be something of a cat burglar, death had made that literal. Her long tangerine orange hair was topped with cat ears that matched her voluminous fluffy cat tail, the rest of her body covered in a lighter orange fuzz with patterns of dark blue on her shoulder that looked similar to a tattoo. There were also similar tattoo marks on her back and the backs of her arms, the aforementioned map that Luffy had pointed out. Her attire of a sleeveless green halter top and jeans left those areas in display. Along with her somewhat ample chest fur. The cook, of course, immediately began falling over himself, sobbing at her disapproval. "I'm so sorry, Nami. I tried my best, really. It's just that this moss head has been unbearable after all this time. I had to go an entire month with only him as poor excuse for company. I've missed basking in your iridescent visage and chest." Yeah, I missed you too Sanji, but not that part of you." Charlie snapped herself out of her gushing over the cute creature to wave away the issue. "Oh, it was no problem. Luffy's been such a great help to us, of course we would welcome his crew here. And Sanji's been so kind to share his meals with us all." And by "no problem," she means the wall, living room, and hallway they broke have already been replaced. "The food is good, though. The only good thing about that guy actually," Vaggie muttered flatly just to set the record straight, arms crossed over her chest. It did little good as the cook began wiggling about with hard eyes at the compliments. "Don't tell me what to do," which the swordsman had to cut himself off at the smack of a staff to the back of all 3 of his heads, delivered just as promised. Clutching at them with one hand each, Zoro growled under his breath with a glare, but evidently had learned enough to keep any commentary to himself this time. "So he can learn, how curious. Luffy, we missed you so much. It's so scary here. Everything's too creepy. Sinners are stabbing each other or getting into shootouts in every other alley. It's been hell trying to get around without any of the others to protect us." "Oh, that was kind of a pun, right? Brook would liked that one." The sniper trailed out of clutching the captain in terror as he mused at his unintentional humor. The man, while taller than the captain, was still a good amount shorter than the swordsman and cook. Usopp's nose had been as noticeably long as Luffy had claimed it to be. And to top it off, his demon form seemed to theme itself around the feature. As a puppet made of brown wood, the resemblance to the famed tale of Pinocchio could not be denied. The Only notable differences being the little green leaf that stuck out of the end of the nose, the curly dark green-black ponytail the puppet kept his hair in, the bandana and unique set of googles atop his head, and the yellow sun-design mask set askew on the back of his head to match the yellow wide-set pants with suspenders that went without a shirt similar to Husk's style. It seemed his torso was mostly flesh of the same tone as the wood, with some panels distributed around the areas where flesh met wood. Is it a thing for pirates to just leave their chests out in the open for stabbing? More than half the present members had them prominently displayed. Smiling at not only Usopp but the other two new arrivals in full boyish charm, Luffy boasted, "What are you talking 'bout? You three plenty strong enough to get around here. You can take most of these demons no problem." The praise was well received. They all fidgeted to differing extents as they pretended to humbly accept Luffy's word while their egos visibly inflated, grins stretching from ear to ear, not too unlike the captain himself. Having stayed in the captain's arms for the whole affair, the bipedal reindeer began nuzzling Luffy's nose in a notably animal-like gesture before moving down to cuddle into the captain's chest like a teddy bear. The creature donned an oversized hat with an X design set between two curved antlers, a tiny body of nifty size with tiny hooves in place of hands and feet, and a small set of pants and vertical striped shirt. With his big wide eyes set above a red button nose, small snout, and fluffy pastel pink fur in a similar shade to candy floss or flower petals, the creature was much too adorable for Alastor's tastes. Meant in more ways than one. However, the reindeer soon spooked when he became eye level with Luffy's chest. "Luffy, you're hurt. Or, you were hurt, technically. I'm glad you found someone to patch you up without me here." Dr. Tony Chopper pulled back to look over the sutured scar in a careful examination, placing both hooves on either side of the X. "It looks like it was a really deep one. Did you need surgery for your lungs or heart or anything else? For it to last like this, it was made by angelic steel, right? The stitching is neat and tight. They did a good job pulling a wound this wide and of this shape back together, but the scarring is going to stay if you keep it like this. Let me finish the healing for you. Look at what I can do now." Jumping out of Luffy's hold, Chopper approached the swordsman in tiny steps that had Charlie squealing in as restrained as manner as she could manage. Before it abrupt cut off in a choke as the reindeer suddenly grew into his big Sasquatch-like form, his fur shifting into dark pink at the change. Placing an enlarged hand on the back of Zoro's heads one after the other, cherry blossoms bloomed under the touch covering where he'd been smacked by Nami. Zoro gave an appreciative hum of slight surprise as the tension of his shoulders relaxed, the pain seemingly alleviated. Chopper shrunk back into a pastel pipsqueak to face his beaming captain with pride, puffing out his tiny chest as well as he could with hooves on his hips. "Lots of people down here can learn or gain abilities related to their strengths and new forms. Along with not needing my rumble ball anymore, I got something new. I can directly heal injuries now in a process that's more restorative than the body healing on its own. It's perfect for a doctor like me. I could cure any illness in life, and now in death, I'll be able to cure any wound. I just gotta keep practicing with it to improve my skill." "That stuffed animal's a doctor?" Husk quietly sighed at Angel's poorly concealed stage whisper. "I mean, he's small and cute, now, but he's gotta just be a sinner like the rest of us. I think that can cure any illness, and that ability of his are the real things to get shocked about here." Husk was correct in his assessment, though wrong in his assumption of the doctor being a human sinner. Even bypassing the apparent feat an animal who'd attained human intelligence had accomplished in life, it was a rare thing indeed when a demon of hell developed magic specialized for healing purposes outside of their general regenerative ability. Alastor can't recall ever having come across a sinner with such a power. Then again, this creature assumedly was meant for heaven and chose hell over paradise to be with his captain, so the doctor wasn't much of a sinner in the first place along with not being human. The only demons that came to mind concerning healing capabilities were Belphegor of the 7 deadly sins and some of their hellborn kind, the Ring of Sloth being where the vast majority of the hellborn medical services resided. In comparison, the medical treatment accessible to sinners was much more pitiful, almost exclusively taking the form of seedy underbelly clinics where one would gamble their luck as to the quality of care and then be charged an exorbitant amount for it should the treatment actually be decent. Though, Alastor had heard through the grapevine that a clinic with a surgeon of proven skill had recently cornered the market on that end of things. Laughing joyously, Luffy chimed, "Shishishi. That's great, Chopper. But it's okay, I like it like this cause it matches Al. He really can't leave this boy alone for more than 5 minutes." Deciding it was about time for his grand entrance anyway, Alastor moved his shadow from where it had been hiding in the corner to watch over the happenings to slink on the floor directly behind the reindeer in the midst of the group. Then, he emerged from the darkness with a flourishing twirl of his mic and wide smile. "Why, thank you for your compliments to my handiwork, good doctor. It's high praise coming from a professional of your accomplishments. I can't be considered more than a witch doctor after all. Haha. The reaction was even more gloriously hilarious than he'd been anticipating. All three of the new arrivals jumped back towards the fireplace with a unified shriek. The puppet, having been on the side closest to the mantel, was accidentally pushed into the fireplace by the navigator in her rush to flee. He saved himself from completely falling into the flames, but the hand he stuck out to catch his fall did not share this fortune. Usopp pulled it back out with another shriek to reveal the wood had caught fire. Violent shaking the appendage in the air in an attempt to blow it out to no luck, the puppet cried, on fire, someone help ahhhhhh. Usopp. Hold on, I've got it. The situation apparently pulling the woman out of her fright, Nami was quick to conjure her staff once more to trace a circle of clouds above Usopp's head. Once the ring was complete, dark clouds filled the center to pour down on not just the hand on fire, but the entirety of the puppet. She only waved her creations away once the flames had fully extinguished, leaving behind a rather depressingly wet crewmate. Someone get a doctor. That's you. Oh, right, the doctor snapping himself out of his panic at Sanji's reminder, he made his way to the still frozen-in-place puppet to shift into his taller form once more to take hold of Usopp's hand, the burn blossoming over with flowers. Nami put it out before it could spread too much, so it should heal quickly. Alastor, after staring at the entire farce without a blink or losing the pleasantry of his smile, had to drawl, wow. A most impressive reaction. I haven't even done anything yet. Ahahaha. There was a second outburst at the reminder of his presence, though of a lesser intensity than the previous disaster. The cowards huddled together, this time ducking behind their captain for protection before setting wary eyes on Alastor. That's the radio demon, right? The reindeer, having shrunk once more to better hide himself, hissed in a whisper. The puppet's harsh whisper was even louder as he spoke into Luffy's ear. Luffy, that demon's bad news, you know that right? You haven't done anything to make him mate us, right? I heard Zoro and Sanji have been picking fights with him even. You guys can handle him, but if he catches one of us alone, we're the ones who'll end up on a platter. Haha. What are you guys getting all scared for? You don't gotta worry about Al like that. Much to their distress, the captain laughed off their terror, leaving the trembling trio to go stand next to Alastor and throw a friendly arm around his shoulders to all too happily say, Alastor's part of the crew now. Isn't that great? Shishishi. No. Usopp fell to his knees in total despair, Chopper in his arms as the two of them cried together in horror. I don't want to be killed and eaten. I'm nothing but sticks now, I promise. It's not worth the indigestion. I don't want to be emergency rations, the reindeer cried in commiseration, before he momentarily snapped out of his sobbing as he realized, wait. If he eats humans, that means I'm safe then, right? Venison is a close second favorite of mine. Chopper fell into hysterical sobs once more. No. I don't want to be emergency rations. On the other end of the spectrum, after her contribution to the resounding cry of horror, the navigator stomped over to the captain. She violently shook the boy by pulling the lapels of his shirt back and forth as she yelled in terrified anger, Luffy, you DMN idiot, out of all the demons around you had to ask this one. I didn't give up seeing Belmar in heaven just to be murdered in my sleep to be cooked and eaten. I actually prefer my meat rare, dearie. See? He's obviously lying to you. He's just waiting to stab us in the back and eat us alive. No he's not, that was the beginning and end of Luffy's comforting. Ignoring the forceful jostling, he immediately moved on to gain a vaguely confused expression and posed, and what are you sayin'? You wouldn't like it in heaven. You know you can't steal from people there, right? Luffy's shaking came to an abrupt halt as the navigator considered that statement. Before she plainly responded, oh, that's right. I wouldn't have lasted up there. It's better I ended up in hell anyway, since I can steal as much as I want here. That's your reasoning? Zoro's exasperated deadpan was appropriately timed. Alastor, meanwhile, began a hearty laugh at the trio's terror at his mere presence and the byplay that had come with it, causing the swordsman to shift his side-eye away from the woman and over towards the radio demon. You better enjoy this while you can, 'cause these guys are the only ones on the crew who'll act like this. Ahahaha, oh, I most certainly will, my good man. I most certainly will. Why, this is even more amusing than all the orphans that came about from the stock market crash of 1929. Absolutely splendid. Right on K, Alastor slunk back down into his shadow such that the cook's kick went through nothing but air. The man cursed, shitty red ears, how dare you scare Miss Nami like that? Notably staring at the still sobbing sniper and doctor, the swordsman snarked, I don't think she's the one to be worried about right now. What was that, Moss Head? It's official, this crew is F-ed. Husk hissed at a wincing angel dust and snickering cherry bomb from the sidelines. It was bad enough with Al and the two beaching dumbass, but with these three? They're pissing themselves just be in the same room as the guy. There ain't no way this pirate crew's functional now if it ever was at all. Angel countered, I mean yeah, but they're the only ones who are actin' how people normally would taw the radio demon. It's the other three idiots that got their screws loose. I know. 'Cause he's the fucking radio demon. That's what I'm sayin', everyone on the kid's crew includin' the kid himself is either too insane to care, or when they are sane, they can't deal with that BSDRD sheet. How the hell is this gonna work? Forget thinking about how they're gonna work. How are we supposed to work out having them all around like this? Vaggie dismissed Husk's point to bring up her own groan of concern. From beside her girlfriend, Charlie winced in wordless agreement. Cherry, meanwhile, posed a more casual observation, you guys already gettin' your panties in a bunch over that? I'm still stuck on how Monkey here somehow managed to snag not one, but two deer guys. And they're on the complete opposite ends of the deer spectrum. Can you imagine that cute little pink flower Dr. Bean, friends with the blood-red man-eaten cannibal murder overlord? I'd bust a gut just thinking about it. Haha. Well, now that you mention it. I'm a reindeer dammit. What the F is the deer spectrum supposed to be? Husk was the one to question, ignoring the aforementioned reindeer's cry of objection. You know, like doe-eyed baby Bambi on one end and eldritch forest watcher and or wendigo creature on the other. They're the perfect examples for it. Seeing a chance to impose his presence, Alastor rematerialized from his shadow directly behind Husk and Angel, startling the two of them when he leaned his head forward in between them to point out, I feel as though I should elucidate one detail that seems to have been lost in translation. You see, when that creature says that he is a reindeer, he means that in a literal sense. No sheet. He's got reindeer demon parts, yeah? Straight up a Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer ripoff. Husk was the one to snark back as though it was obvious. However, after his clarification, Charlie's eyes focused on the doctor before they blew out wide. Oh, wait. Alastor's right. He doesn't have a human soul. He's some kinda animal who became part human. Not the other way around. Alastor finished the conclusion on the princess's behalf. How the hell did a reindeer get in Ta medical school? That's the part you're questioning? Vaggie shot back at Angel's genuine befuddlement. And then, as non sequitur as always, Nifty completely ignored all the current points of interest to instead scurry back into the wall from whence she came, whining in a miffed tone, why there no bad boys on this pirate crew? That should be illegal. They deserve the gallows. Walk the plank. After the three arrivals calmed down upon the radio demon removing himself, they got to settling in. The cook made what Alastor assumed was all their favorites that night, the table featuring an assortment of fresh fruits including tangerines the navigator helped herself to, various seasonal fish the sniper happily gorged on in addition to the usual meat-based dishes, and a more extended array of desserts than usual. It was almost too predictable that the candyfloss-colored creature went starry-eyed at the candyfloss machine Sanji pulled out. When did he even get that contraption? Alastor would think the spread to be rather haphazard, but the chef had proved to be as skilled as expected in his choosing of alternatives and side dishes that somehow turned the meal into something more cohesive. Charlie also got to settling the newcomers into their arrangements. She'd previously given the cook and swordsman multi-room suites with the thought in mind that some of the crew might prefer staying together much like Luffy does, and she'd been right in her assumptions. The doctor set up in Zoro's room while the puppet in Sanji's, while Nami was given a new suite. Notable beside Zoro and Chopper's room rather than the perverts. Though Luffy stuffed them all into one room for the night so that he could have a sleepover with all of them, once again inviting Alastor and being declined. He then cycled through the two boys' rooms and even Nami's room for one night. One would assume illicit intention if not for the idea of it being so laughable in the context of the captain. However, Alastor did note that Luffy did not seem to have blanket permission to stay in the woman's quarters, as she didn't allow the boy to stay over after that initial occurrence. Thus, Luffy returned to his usual cycle of switching between Zoro and Chopper's, Sanji and Usopp's, and Alastor's rooms after the special occasion of the reunion had passed. Things became livelier with the new additions, this time in ways Alastor found favorable. The navigator was quick to snap any of the men into shape, being much more of a direct dictator than the careless captain himself. And the three continued to spook whenever Alastor deigned to grant them his presence. The reindeer outright fainted upon first catching sight of how Alastor took his venison. And even when he wasn't physically present, the sniper always seemed to feel when his shadow was watching and would thus panic over the sensation despite Alastor himself not being around. It was great fun to lie in wait for the perfect moments to induce the terror he so rightly deserved. He'd gotten so accustomed to the captain's and bickering duo's lack of a reaction that having people close in hand to mess with was a renewed breath of fresh air. And in addition, Chopper and especially Usopp seemed inclined to playing with Luffy, giving the boy a non-violent outlet for his rambunctiousness with their various antics that relieved Alastor of some of the more unpleasant intensity of Luffy's clinging. Finally, it seemed that his attempt to alleviate his own burden by conducting such an extensive search for the Straw Hats was beginning to pay its dividends. Still, while provoking fear was a favored pastime of his, Alastor was also aware that on some level Husk's assessment was correct. In the long run it would be a hassle if he was unable to even speak with the trembling trio due to their, mostly, self-inflicted terror. But he was content to let things play out as they will for the meantime, not making any plans as to improving his relations. That is, until one of the trio somehow struck up the courage to approach him first. It was upon the conclusion of a casual but satisfying jazz broadcast not too long after the new additions that Alastor had a surprise guest in his tower. A now familiar set of antlers and hat poked up out of the trapdoor, only to hesitate in obvious fright. "I'm off air now, dear doctor, why isn't that a proper knee slapper, haha. If you've bothered coming all the way up to my abode, you might as well commit to the decision and come inside. I won't bite." Probably. There was a particularly deer-like high-pitched squeak, the antlers visibly trembling for a moment. It seemed that the doctor indeed had come for some greater purpose, however, as the creature forced itself to slowly crawl up into the studio. As soon as the boy's hooves were settled, he rushed to the nearest cover, which in this case was the second chair Alastor never bothered to put away and left abandoned on the other side of the room from his control system. Though the hiding spot was a useless one considering that, rather than have his body behind the chair to peek his eyes out from, the reindeer's body was instead left in plain sight while the eyes were hidden. "I do believe you're supposed to do that the other way around." After another yelp, Chopper switched himself around such that he was partially covered by the chair while he stared like a deer in headlights at Alastor. "There you go. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" Chopper visibly fidgeted in place for a bit, glancing away in obvious nerves. But it wasn't too long before the creature managed to settle himself and look back at the oh-so-frightening radio demon. Sorry. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Radio Demon." With a curious hum, Alastor leaned his cheek into his palm and followed the implicit trail of logic to finish the thought. "I see. For tending to the captain's wounds while you were absent, I presume? Your two lesser-minded crewmates had a similar train of thinking. While I appreciate the gesture, I must admit I was obligated to helping the man, seeing as he'd only gotten injured in defense of myself. Therefore, giving me gratitude for such a thing is somewhat misplaced." "No. Luffy is, I don't know exactly what happened, but knowing Luffy, he would have forced his way into things anyway, right? So him getting hurt wasn't your fault, and it's still good that you helped him." The interjection was unexpected, not quite bold but also not a simple withering, obligatory politeness. As the doctor trailed off in his hesitation, Alastor took the brief respite to give the creature a thorough once-over. You don't seem too concerned as to how the injury actually occurred. Are you truly so confident in your assumptions? For all you know, I'm merely putting on airs and did indeed have some kind of hand in orchestrating the matter." For a moment, the reindeer spooked, ears flashing straight as he retreated further behind the chair. But it wasn't too long before his eyes peeked back out again. "Wait, no. That doesn't make sense. Luffy wouldn't invite you if you were a really bad guy." Alastor had to blink the slight bewilderment out of himself, before clarifying, "While I understand why you would have such a perspective, the stories of me eating overlords and broadcasting the screams of their murders was not an exaggeration in the slightest, dear doctor. If I'm not a really bad guy, I'm not quite sure what sort of scale you're making comparisons to." The reference to his more amusing escapades earned an outright yelp from the reindeer, leading to another hiding session. Only for Chopper to again gather his courage enough to pop his head out and stare at Alastor once again. He truly does have the temperament of a frightened but curious fawn. Well, that sounds really horrible, yeah. Because it is. But still. Luffy has really good instincts for a human. If he felt like you would hurt him or one of our nakama, he wouldn't have asked you to join. And you did help him. That wasn't an easy wound to treat, but you took care of him anyway. That's not a coincidence or accident, that means something. You saved him when I couldn't." While Alastor mentally took note of how casually the reindeer distinguished himself from the humans through that reference to his captain, the bewilderment came back in even greater force upon seeing that, for no apparent reason at all, Chopper began to cry, rubbing large weeping eyes with slight wrists while turning to take cover behind the chair. He didn't even do anything. How has a creature this pathetic and fragile lasted on a seafaring pirate crew for any extended amount of time? Without making a move to approach, Alastor glanced everywhere around the room and back towards the trap door. It would be just his luck if a certain monkey decided to impose his presence in such a compromising circumstance. He made sure to keep his tone carefully level and lackadaisy. Come now, dearling, let's not get over-emotional. I feel that the captain would get rather upset should he misconstrue that I'd brought you to legitimate tears. Whatever could be ailing you to such a degree? It's because you saved Luffy when I couldn't. As you've already attempted to establish, yes. However could that be a distressing thing? Because that's my job. That's the role Luffy trusted me to do. And in the end, I couldn't save any of them because I got too hurt. They all died, and I'm supposed to be the doctor. Alastor was taken aback by the furious cry the creature ended on. Clearly, this issue had been festering for quite some time, the seeds having been sown since the doctor's death. Why the boy had ended up losing his composure while talking to the radio demon of all people rather than doing the sensible thing of confessing to his much more familiar or sympathetic crew or even literally anyone else before he'd gotten to this point was a matter of contention for another day. Since regardless of how the situation had come to align itself, it was clear that in the current moment, this had become his problem to deal with. Unfortunately, if he attempted to abandon Chopper to one of the Straw Hats, they'll surely assume him to be at fault somehow. Therefore, he could do nothing but attempt to react accordingly. It really was tactless to ask such a thing right now, but Alastor just had to question, how old were you, exactly? You seem younger than even the captain. The sobbing went on for a short while longer, before momentarily dying down as Chopper seemed to consider the query. Having a more tangible topic to focus on was apparently beneficial to his mood. Huh? Oh, I guess I was 18? Set out to sea with Luffy and the others after I'd been alive for 15 years or so. If he's so young, it's no wonder he's taking this so hard. Not only the matter of his death, but having to live up to such responsibility. It was a cruel irony to be granted the ability to potentially cure any wound only after having failed to do so in life. Alastor tried his best to plainly state the most likely words of condolence one would give for this sort of case. To hold the power of life in one's hands is a heavy burden, indeed. Whether that be to end it or to preserve it, it matters not. I'm sure the captain knows that whatever your efforts were, you did the best you could. But if I just held back a bit, I should have thought ahead and not pushed myself that far. And if you'd employed such a strategy, your crew would have been down a considerable fighter, isn't that right? He thought back to the looming, dark red form that he'd seen through the shade's eye, the one that had cued him to the trio's location. I saw that much larger transformation of yours that you'd taken at Prince Stolas's manor. If such a monstrous force had been left on the brink of death, you must have been in quite the battle. Well, I was kind of in two fights. There was this really horrible doctor on Blackbeard's crew, but I was able to cure all the diseases he tried to use on me or the others. Then there a really big guy. Way bigger than even my monster point. I helped take him out, but we just finished fighting the world government only a couple days before that. I knew none of their wounds could handle it. I knew my body couldn't. But we had to protect everyone and Luffy's dream. So your efforts were clearly indispensable. You can curse your weakness all you'd like, but such despair won't change events that have already occurred. Trailing off slightly in thought, Alastor decided to speak amusing aloud. The conversation seemed to be helping Chopper calm down, so it was best to keep it up even when the topic was more morbid than politeness would dictate. While I can understand the implicit guilt that would come from a doctor failing to save his patients, you seem to be trivializing your own death quite a bit, are you not? Most would have considered dying at your age to be a tragedy all on its own. I guess, technically I was young, yeah. It's weird for me, though. Most of the herd at my age would have died or been close to their time. My aging is probably closer to a human's than a reindeer's now, so I know I could have lived for longer, but I don't feel like I lost any time. By this point, the crying had stopped. Chopper had placed himself into a less tense position, seated on the floor with his short arms holding his knees to his chest. He was about halfway out from behind the chair and facing the side wall rather than Alastor himself. Despite the uncomfortable lead-up, Alastor found himself rather intrigued as to the creature's perspective of things. It left the impression of a mind distinctly inhuman, but at the same time, paradoxically filled with humanity. But for the others, humans can live for a long time if they take care of their health. They all could have lived for much longer. But Luffy never took care of himself. Even before the end, I was worried what I would do about him. He was always taking risks that damaged his body. If he never did any of those things, if he just stayed on the island he'd grown up on and lived a safe life, maybe he could have lived 5 times the length of time that he had. The inhumanity of a deer-like human and the humanity of a human-like deer, such an interesting inversion the captain had somehow managed to find. It was funny, really. And if he'd chosen to live such a life, he never would have encountered you or any of his motley crew. So wouldn't you say it's for the better that his whims took him onto the path that they had? At that, large fawn-like eyes turned to look at Alastor in muted surprise. From his distance, he smiled down at the boy to say, I realize this is a horribly insensitive thing to state, but I do feel that I must make my opinion on the matter clear. I am rather grateful the captain died when he did. Waiting around any longer to meet him would have been a trial to say the least. So while I understand the entire endeavor was an awful tragedy in the eyes of you and your lot, from my perspective, it ended up being a slide of great luck. Haha. It's rather amusing now that I think of it. That was not the opinion I had when the boy first fell down from the sky right in front of me and began pestering me to join his Hazbin pirate crew, let me tell you. How the times change. I guess I get what you mean, but it's still weird to say that. It is indeed, yes. Oh, while I have your attention, there is another matter concerning you that I was curious about, pointing at the reindeer with a finger rather than his mic which had been left to lean against the side of the panel for the time being. Alastor pondered. Why is it that you stay in this tiny, weaker form of yours when it seems you have many more to choose from? I understand your largest form would be a hassle, but the other two I've witnessed would be perfectly acceptable for indoor use. Oh, it's 'cause this is my brain point, it maximizes my brain size so I think the best in this form. I also noticed after I started traveling with the others that humans tend to like it the best, too. It's annoying the Marines thought I was their pet for so long though. After the brief snap of anger, Chopper looked down at his hooves where his legs were now stretched out before him, before looking back up at Alastor to question, you saw me in my monster point, then? I guess since you're so scary you wouldn't be scared of something like that, huh? With a careless wave, he cheerfully laughed off the very thought of it, ahaha. Of course not. I can handle that transformation of yours perfectly fine. People often see me as something of a monster as well. I even have a similar sort of transformation, though it's simply an enlarged demonic version of myself rather than becoming more bestial as it were. My tastes are rather different than the normal humans. While I can see how it is most would favor your more palatable cuteness, I don't share such sentiment. Personally, I much prefer your monstrous physique. Perhaps some other day you'll have the chance to take it around town, so to speak. I'd like to see that. Really, the boy began fidgeting a bit in excitement, shifting out of the last of his distress. Though his mood seemed to stumble slightly as another thought came to him. Oh. I'm sorry I was scared of you. That wasn't nice of me to judge you based on rumors. How did they arrive at this point in the conversation exactly? Alastor finally allowed his gaze to narrow on the other in displeasure. What nonsense is this? I've already said the rumors are true, and I do in fact like scaring people. I prefer being feared, even. It's entertaining and tends to make an easier time of handling others. Even if that's true, it's also true that it can't always feel good for everyone to be afraid of you. The statement caught his attention, forcibly shifting Alastor out of his previously more judgmental stare. The creature continued without much pause, at least for me, it was very lonely. Neither the herd nor the humans of the village wanted me. It wasn't until I met one of my teachers, Dr. Hiralik, that I first began trusting humans. And it wasn't until I met Luffy that I decided I was okay being a monster, if it meant that I was his monster. From the very beginning, he looked at all the parts of me that everyone except Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hiralik thought were scary and thought they were cool. You were right that, even if the ending wasn't perfect. I'm lucky that I met him. That he went out to sea, found me, and took me with him. It brought to mind Alastor's own first meeting with Luffy. From the very beginning for himself too, whenever he tried frightening the captain through distorting his image or his voice, it was to no avail. Whoa! That's creepy. Cool, and with that, his attempt had been dismissed with ease. It brought to mind the pride he'd felt when Luffy had happily spoken of Alastor fighting on his behalf. Still having not been concerned in the slightest with the radio demons should be concerning murderous rage. It brought to mind how Luffy had had to pester him to the brink to finally earn even a mocking agreement to trust the boy to fight on his behalf. Of how Alastor had refused to trust anyone with even the slightest request for genuine assistance, whether they be the good-natured princess of hell or his own supposedly most trusted overlord ally. Of how easily he'd given up on whatever sort of bridge he had built with that previous overlord ally of his, as soon as the wind seemed to change against his favor. Because if you never truly trust another, you will never be disappointed. You will never be the one unknowingly caught on the poorer end of the deal. And if you intentionally provoke another to fear you, there is no need to concern yourself with how they perceive you. For you will always be the one in control of their image of you. Therefore, if being alone is the best way to protect yourself, it's simply a matter of course. Is it not? But it's been nice basking in that sun, hasn't it? Being amongst that warmth and held in the pull of that gravity. Perhaps, the empty void that had been in the place of that prior could be considered loneliness. Lucky indeed. I suppose I understand some of that sentiment. I also appreciate the fact that the captain is a man who appreciates monsters, after all. Chopper looked at Alastor in careful consideration when, speak of the god, he spooked back onto his hooves with a yelp at the slam of the trap door opening. Hands over his head, Luffy was quick to pull himself up into the studio. There ya are, Chopper. I was lookin' for you when I felt you were up here with Al. What ya guys doin'? LL Luffy. We were merely having a chat, dear Captain, Alastor replied for the both of them, making sure to keep his smile carefully casual as not to belay who their topic of conversation had revolved around. I find this little dearling to be a rather interesting fellow. An intelligent mind, both human and not, it makes for quite the intrigue. If only his preferred physicality wasn't so unappealing. A shame, it is. Closing his eyes with a shining grin, Luffy laughed, haha. I told you you'd like him. It's 'cause you're both mystery deer. I'm a reindeer. I do not believe that is as related to the matter as you are assuming. And you're putting words in my mouth once again. Seemingly already over the deer generalization, Chopper sidestepped closer to Luffy in an extremely suspicious manner. He waved the captain to lean down to whisper without any sort of subtlety into his ear, hoof blocking his snout, Luffy, Alastor's actually pretty nice, isn't he? I'm glad you invited him. I can hear you still. The comment caused the creature to jolt back, taking cover behind the still delighted captain. Luffy, of course, ignored him to gladly agree, he's really nice, yeah. But only if he likes ya. With a high-pitched gasp and hooves flying up to his cheeks, Chopper began to joyfully wiggle in place as he took the bait and ran with it, so he really does like me. Ah, he shouldn't, the BSTRD. I'm nothin' special. Ehehe. I am still right here without having stated any of what is being assumed of me. Even as he withheld a sigh, however, Alastor recognized the lost cause for what it was. Neither of the two would listen to what he had to say about the matter, as Luffy had already decided the truth he believed in. He really should have bitten the bullet and simply abandoned the creature as soon as the tears had begun. If nothing else, though? If anything could be gained from this, perhaps it was the possibility that there might be some of the captain's crew that Alastor would enjoy being in the company of, at the very least. Listen, ma'am, if you expect me to just be able to waltz onto the actual royal family's property, kill a couple folks, and leave all fine and dandy, I think you're really underpaying me. I'm good, but not that good. And if I fail, it'll be your head on a platter, won't it? So let's try to set some more reasonable expectations here. Don't you backtalk me, IMP. But fine. Ugh. It would be horribly inconvenient. I had to face actual consequences for once in my life. The more this Harpy Beach talked, the more he questioned if the loads of cash were actually worth it, like fucking Christ. Just wait outside until they leave or something. You can do that much as least, can't you? Yeah, but the time for the stakeout's gonna cost extra. Does it sound like I care? What's even the point of being rich if I can't pay other people to kill for me? Like seriously, Jesus fucking Christ. You'll get your DMN money, but only after you've killed at least one of those whelps. You understand me, Striker? I want those sinners dead. I hear you loud and clear, ma'am. Even as he agreed to the job, it was times like these Striker wished he had a partner to work with. Not the blue blood FING imp who kept getting in his way, but someone would have been helpful. 2 people to take on the long shifts are better than 1. But it's not like he hasn't done stakeouts by himself. It was a common staple of his line of work. Staking out the princess's hotel until a certain set of sinners were off the premises was different. He'll have to be careful about where his watch-out is to make sure that creepy butt overlord didn't notice, but in theory it should be just like any other job. And as much as he hates the highborn, they pay well. So, a job's a job. Oh, and also, when you get the job done, I want you to leave a note that says, to the imp King Prince Stolas, F.U. With not 1, not 2, but 3 exclamation marks exactly. And then you need to spit on the body, take a picture, and leave it at his door. Got it? A job's a job, but by God does he wish he were unemployed whenever he worked with this woman. If she didn't pay so goddamn much he'd be gone with the wind already. However, because she does pay so goddamn much, and because money is money, he agreed, speaking into the phone, you got it. There'll be an extra service charge for that. Don't care. If you get the chance to kill more than one of them and get it in the same picture, I'll double the pay. Now that's what he liked to hear. It's been a little less than a week since the trembling trio had arrived at the hotel, and the various straw hats were still updating one another as to what they'd been up to before reuniting whenever specific topics came up in casual conversation. On their own part, most of their happenings involved Prince Stolas apparently allowing them access to their living world and the Grand Line, specifically, much to Luffy's excitement. It was clear that, at least eventually, there would be some follow-up with occasionally venturing back to the living. Something he was certain Heaven would majorly disagree with, but of course, that just made the thrill all the more enticing for the captain. Alastor was certain he would be dragged along on these not-so-minor outings at some point, but wasn't too put off by the idea. On the contrary, it'd be quite intriguing to see for himself the areas Luffy has only poorly explained to him before. Though he also doesn't see any of these ventures occurring in the near future, which suits him fine. The topic of invading the land of the living, however, later brought up the discussion of how the swordsman and cook had also made their own murderous ventures, and in the process completely ignored any sort of attempts at concealment. Much to Nami's frustration. The two made a clear attempt to avert the argument by bringing up their assassination of the Red Dog and Alastor's subsequent tiff with the Mutt at Cannibal Town, which was admittedly successful to a certain degree. The navigator along with Usopp and Chopper became rightly terrified upon hearing how Alastor and his friend had brutalized the Mutt. However, it wasn't completely effective, as Nami didn't exactly forget their conversation and just brought up her ire once again at a later point. The diversion tactic that time had been for them to bring up what they'd heard of the captain's battle for Alastor's soul, which was surprisingly much less effective. Apparently, the boy challenging and beating the regional authority in the process of his recruitment was much too predictable of a trend. In the midst of the swordsman's and the navigator's argument, however, the matter of how exactly the two were conducting their living assassinations came up, and Zoro thus, as always, unintentionally stumbled upon the conversation derailment he'd been vying for. "What? You were working with Blitzo that whole time? The hell? Fucking calm down, witch. Yeah. You know the guy or something? Or something, Sanji, do you have his number? Right here, Miss Nami." The navigator switched from shaking Zoro back and forth to pry answers out of the man to snatching the cook's offered phone. The group who happened to be in the lobby at the time consisting of the bickering duo, Usopp, Angel Dust, Cherry Bomb, and Alastor's shadow creeping on the far wall watched as the woman angrily dialed the saved contact and stormed off while beginning her demands. "Blitzo from IMP? This is Sanji's crewmate, Nami, one of the ones who were with Prince Stolas for a while. Yes, that Prince Stolas. Who else is there? See, this is why I'm calling. You're clearly too stupid to fix this, so I'm gonna fix it for you. If you ever want to eat Sanji's cooking again, you'll do exactly what I know. You listen to me. That BSTRD loves you. Stop being a coward and dumbass. No, I'm not FING with you. And if you love him even half much as he loves you, you'll shut up and do what I say. If I can navigate a ship around the entire world without a map, I can navigate this dead-end relationship. You understand me?" The yelling faded away along with the still angry steps down the hall. After a moment of silence, Usopp commented, "Wow. Glad I'm not that guy." "So, Dollface gives girl gay guy friend relationship advice, huh?" Angel asked with a squinted look of genuine consideration, one side of hands resting on his hips. Cherry gave a slightly offended eyebrow raise at that. "I can give you plenty of advice, Angel babe. I think I'm gonna need more ta work with than just Cherry." The swordsman ignored the byplay to scoff, "Guess so. I'm just surprised she cares enough to bother at all." "Oh, that's cause, after a quick glance around, the puppet came in closer to whisper, she doesn't want Princess Charlie or her girlfriend finding out cause she's afraid they'll charge us for rent and all the food Luffy ate, but Prince Stolas let us use his book to go back to Laugh Tale and get her treasure. Since then, she's been helping him out with some stuff to pay him back, though it's not an official thing. He's a really nice guy and we're friends, so I'm glad she's looking out for him. We were gonna sneak Luffy into the Noble District next weekend to introduce them." "For real? So she's absolutely loaded now and still trying to con me into paying off the fake but DMN debt I owed her in life. And of course we're not gonna see a single berry of that. That woman. Don't you dare talk about Miss Nami that way, swords for brains." Later Angel did, in fact, approach the woman. Presumably looking for guidance as to how to initiate an actual relationship with Husk instead of merely staring at the man and hoping that the coward would figure out he was allowed to make a move. Alastor found the matter to be immensely boring, with the only point of interest having been the spider's cry of outrage at hearing Nami charged for her informal service, to which he bartered cherry bombs and his own silence concerning her reclaimed treasure. Much to Nami's displeasure. That was certain to become another argument between her and the 3 Straw Hat men who'd been in the vicinity for that conversation. After their conversation, which Alastor didn't bother listening in on, he did notice that the navigator didn't remain upset with Angel for the con, instead becoming more partial than she had been previously with his underlying flirtatious attitude. So Angel's story must have drawn at least a bit of sympathy from the woman. Regardless, there was some information of value Alastor had gained from his watchful eye over happenings concerning the navigator. The first being that the captain's previous statement of the woman liking money had been a vast understatement. Her greed was so extensive, a fight had nearly broken out when she'd caught Husk cheating in a poker game against her and when Husk hissed back about how the woman herself was also cheating. It had taken Angel Dust excitedly calling out for a cat fight and thus redirecting both participants' ire at his person to avert the potential weather damage to the lobby carpet. The second thing to note was that the woman was one of the more intelligent of the crew along with being the savviest. While the doctor had proven to make for intelligent conversation and had more wisdom than one would assume, he also almost contradictorily possessed a childlike naivety about more worldly matters. Even with Chopper having lost enough of his fear towards Alastor to approach his tower for subsequent conversation, the radio demon still finds it all too simple to joke about having eaten an orphan or two before the other's arrival, allowing the dearling to freak out for a good 20 seconds before clarifying that he had, indeed, been joking. And perhaps one instance of falling for this deceit would have been understandable, but truly, the third time of falling for it is too many. Not that Alastor minded all too much, as he'd yet to lose his amusement for the jest, but still. Therefore, in consideration that there were still some questions Alastor was looking to investigate, he decided that Nami was the most favorable straw hat to question. Salutations, dear navigator. Or perhaps you would prefer to be considered the treasurer. Aha. I do so amuse myself sometimes. The woman gave a particularly cat-like shriek, having been caught off guard by Alastor's sudden presence in the hallway directly behind her. Her ears stood on end as she whipped around to face him. Rather than continue the fearful display, though, Nami switched to crossing her arms. She forced an irritated suspicious out into prominence in a notably attempt to regain ground. Don't do that. I may be in charge of the money, but I'm the navigator through and through. You don't have to call me that instead of my actual name though? What do you want? Finding a striking resemblance in attitude between the two cat-formed sinners on the premise, Alastor found himself commenting, Cats have a tendency towards being testy, don't they? You're really going with that? Oh shush now, no need for that. He allowed his voice to drop into feedback for just the short word, radio dial eyes flashing in time to properly intimidate the other. When Nami promptly dropped her snap of anger to retreat back towards the wall with a quiet eek, Alastor immediately resumed his casual pleasantries. There we go. I'd like to state for the record that I'm not usually one to raise my tone against a lady, but attempting to treat me in a similar fashion to those dunderheads is no good at all. It seems that we'll be working together for some time, so let's try to get along, shall we? More like we'll be working together forever. The word was spoken with a distinctly distressed sort of exasperation, before Nami pulled herself together enough for a cat-eyed glare. If you aren't looking for a fight, don't say things that'll start one. Now what is it already? With a pleasant hum, Alastor went straight to the crux of things. You see, I'd like to inquire as to some background knowledge concerning our dear captain. Specifically in the context of his apparent divinity. I assume you're aware of it? None of you lot bother to speak of it, but whenever I've mentioned him being a god in passing, the statement is accepted without any confusion. Well, outside of the captain himself that is. So as the brightest of the group, I thought you may be the best to ask after. As he expected, the woman gained a pridefully pleased gleam to her expression at the compliment, but it wasn't quite enough. She also predictably gained a slyly cattish smirk as she innocently offered, "Oh, is that so? Well, I guess I may know something about that. But it just wouldn't be good practice to give that kind of info out for free. I have no issues with providing proper compensation. Frankly, people that vied for monetary compensation tended to be the easiest to deal with." Without missing a beat, he manifested the piece he'd acquired previously for this exact purpose, a shining golden chain necklace ending in a brilliantly scarlet, sizable gem pendant. Did you know that in hell, blood diamonds are a literal expression? I thought it might suit your tastes. Nami's eyes were practically sparkling as he held the jewelry out to her. It was snatched away in an instant, the navigator jumping right to tapping and scratching at the diamond to apparently test its validity, before moving on to the gold chain itself. She then quickly deemed it to be of an acceptable quality and stowed away the treasure into the sizable storage of her fur cleavage. When looking back at Alastor this time, Nami's expression had shifted to one noticeably more approachable, though also somewhat sheepish. Like a cat who'd been caught with a canary that was supposed to be off limits. It's great, thanks. You should have started with this. Though, I was kinda playing up how much I really know about that stuff. Robin would be the best to talk to about it once she's here, but I can tell you the basics. It seemed that she feared the possibility of him either retracting his payment should he find her response lacking or of him expressing his disappointment in a more violent manner, so he reassured her that would be sufficient for now. All I have to go off of are my own assumptions, so some concrete information would still be better than none. Nami's face then dropped into one of careful thought as the woman considered how to phrase her explanation. Well, actually, I should start with this. You know about devil fruits, right? Yes, but only vaguely so. I'd heard about them prior to meeting the captain, but only in passing. He stated his rubbery properties were due to one, and then later mentioned descriptors for those of his crew who hold such a power. After prying into some more gossip from sinners of your world, I've also learned that those who eat these fruits are unable to swim. It's mentioned as a common cause of death for those types, and that they seem to be categorized into 3 distinctions that cover animal transformation, elemental fusion, and what has only been described as everything else. That's about right, yeah. So I don't need to explain all of that part then, thankfully. Well, you know how Chopper is a reindeer who ate the human fruit? It's kind of complicated, but essentially we all thought Luffy's devil fruit was one of those everything else types, the paramecia gum fruit that turned his body to rubber. But after he awakened it, which is kind of like unlocking a fruit's full abilities that's really hard to do, it turns out it's technically a mythical zoan that also features paramecia-like properties, the human fruit, model, Nika. Nika used to be known as some kind of sun god who was a warrior of freedom with a rubbery body, so after Luffy actually awakened the power, he kind of transforms into Nika, I guess. Does that make sense? Well, that explained basically everything. He figured the freedom aspect but missed the sun, despite having already made numerous mental comparisons. Can't get them all though. Mind tracing back the line of logic, Alastor found himself giving a non-committal hum, so a human who'd consumed a human fruit modeled after a god. How intriguing. I do believe you failed to give your own knowledge enough credit with that hesitant lead-in, my dear. That was a perfectly plentiful explanation. I'm assuming where your information is lacking, then, is concerning details of the god Nika in question. With a slight nod, Nami confirmed, yeah. We'd actually never heard of that legend before it was explained to us by someone who knew about Nika and saw Luffy in his Gear 5th. Robin was the one who caught most of the info on that since she was the most interested and then tried following it up as well as she could. She's the archaeologist, so anything research or history related is all up her alley. I see. I still find it rather peculiar that a pirate crew would even have an archaeologist, though the captain had mentioned she was needed to find the One Piece, which I'd heard is what Gold Roger's treasure is referred to. May I also inquire as to how a historian is required to find a pirate's hidden stash? If it was an older one that would be understandable, but as far as I could tell the man was in infamy only some 2 decades ago. Oh wow, that's right, you have no idea about all that stuff, do you? At the tensing of his smile and slight narrowing of his gaze, Nami quickly course-corrected, waving her hands at him as she nervously insisted, and no, I don't mean that in a bad way. What you gave me is enough payment for this too. Especially since you should really be told anyway as part of the crew. So anyways, let me tell you about how we got to Laugh Tale, what we found there other than the treasure, and how Luffy deposed the ruler of the world and dismantled the world government. What was that last one? You heard me right the first time. Needless to say, it proved to be a very, very enlightening conversation. Worth every penny of that necklace he'd given her, though his perspective was of one who didn't really care for accumulating wealth outside of having enough to tend to his own comforts. The new information turned in his mind for some time, considerations for new plots brewing along with it. It wasn't too long after their conversation that the navigator declared to the Straw Hats that it was time for a shopping trip, and if they needed to get anything they should do so now while she was available to check the necessity of their purchases as the holder of all their fortune. Luffy just saw it as an opportunity for a group outing, excited to be out and about with even more of his crew on hand. Alastor predicted that he would be invited by Luffy, but had not anticipated that the doctor to come up along with him to additionally extend the invitation. Still, though, he declined the offer much to both their disappointment. He not only had no provisions in need of attaining, but also did not wish to spend any extended amount of time with the 2 undesirables who would also be going. And the sniper and navigator would likely feel more secure with his lack of presence regardless. However, he recognized the wonderful potential for unbridled chaos in this outing, and thus sent his shadow to stalk the pirates. He was not disappointed in the slightest. The affair had begun harmless enough. It seemed that they had been able to get most of their shopping done. The cook perused the food options of hell, Nami browsed through the fashion for pieces that suited her tastes, the puppet investigated the various gadgets of Vox Tech much to Alastor's own displeasure, Chopper bought some sweets, and of course the swordsman just bought more alcohol, though it was a particular sake Husk likely didn't feature at the bar rather than his usual beer. The pirates had the sense to ensure one other member was with Zoro at all times to prevent the man from becoming inexplicably lost again. Alastor hadn't expected the captain to get anything, or if he did it would merely be a turkey leg snack or something along those lines. So he'd been somewhat surprised to see Luffy enter the same shop Usopp had taken interest in. However, rather than come out with any sort of shiny new device, he instead procured a rather retro-looking radio, the style much too outdated for anything of Voxtech's brand. "These are one of those radios, right? So I'll be able to hear Al now when he's talking on his. Right. Though, I'm not sure you'll actually want to listen to his station. He hasn't done anything as bad as what he used to yet, but what if he plays the screams of the eternally suffering and dying again someday? It'd just come on and we wouldn't be able to turn it off. It's terrifying just imagining it. I don't think he'll do that unless he gets really angry or something. That doesn't help." From up in his tower, Alastor couldn't help the way his smile grew into something particularly pleased with a brief chuckle, leaning over his control panel with his elbows set on the surface and his chin propped up by his hands. The captain hadn't needed to buy a radio, he would have gladly conjured one of his usual style for the other upon his request, but the fact that Luffy had independently wished to get one in the first place simply to listen to the Radio Demon station was, well, it was downright endearing. Perhaps some chocolate-filled beignet for dessert tonight would make for a good reward? The dearling would also enjoy them. Just as he'd initially predicted, though, the relatively peaceful shopping trip soon came to an abrupt end. This occurred in the form of a mass of gangsters pulling up out of the alleyways and nook and crannies of the streets in a clear-hit attempt. An extravagant one at that, seeing as they numbered up to a good 100 or so total, multiple gangs likely having been hired. They bore guns not of Carmilla Carmine's make, but the sleeker designs of Vox's covert under-the-table non-brand associated weaponry, which while they failed to provide the angelic ammunitions Carmilla had an essential monopoly on, still had perfectly functioning normal bullets along with some more taser-like options. Among their many numbers, there was likely only a handful bearing non-mass-produced holy arms. The trembling trio promptly freaked out at the sight of the many guns pointed their way, diving behind the nearest dumpster. Zoro and Sanji, in contrast, both stepped forward in clear anticipation, smirks growing onto their faces. Brandishing his swords including the blade of heavenly steel and white handle he equipped to his main mouth as usual, the Azura demon was the one to pose. "Wanna let us take a stab at them instead of you thinning them out, Luffy? It's been too long since I had anyone to go against other than the idiot cook here." "Right back at ya, Moss Head. My legs could use the exercise." "Okay," the captain joyfully agreed. The mob opened fire at that point. Clangs of steel-blocked bullets headed the swordsman's way while the cook leaped high into the air. Luffy's elastic body caught any bullets attempting to pierce his person as usual, though he did noticeable shift his head and frame to avoid the shining flash of a couple heavenly bullets that were hidden amongst the mix, seemingly being able to distinguish them with ease. TCH. With only this many, it'll take less than 10 minutes to kick the sheet out of these BSTRDS. Are you getting slow, swirly brow? If we don't have this done in less than 5 minutes, you must really be losing your touch. I'll show you who's slow. Whoever finishes off the least pays up. I'll take that bet." And with that, the two were off. Alastor truly hoped the V's had not anticipated any actual success with this hit and this was merely a method to gather more information on the captain via the Vox tech drones hovering about, because if they had expected anything else, Vox was even dumber than Alastor had given him credit for. He hadn't been so stupid as to only arm the gangs with guns considering his main target's immunity, but it was clear that the variety of knives, swords, and other forms of blade-based weaponry would be of no use. Even just the captain's self-proclaimed wingmen tore through the lot of them like paper. And with the captain himself excitedly tossing himself into the fray to partake in the fun, Alastor believed the swordsman's estimate of the fight taking less than 5 minutes to be fully accurate. Upon seeing their opponents doomed fate for themselves, the other three slowly crawled out of their hiding spot to simply stand at the sidelines and watch. They hosted commentary amongst themselves. "So, do we know who Luffy set off this time? This is probably from that Overlord Valentino and his allies, right? Angel said something about Luffy beating the guy up for him. Ah, that would do it, yeah. I feel kind of bad for these guys, actually. They really didn't know what they were getting into. You could say that again. Even I can take out these chumps. Heh, they should all be thankful the great Usopp has a sore wrist too." Suddenly cutting himself off, the sniper showcased a set of incredible reflexes as he immediately pivoted to face the building off to the side of them with a large slingshot in hand. One shot exploded midair, colliding with the bullet that only just shot out. The follow-up shot landed home in one of the upper windows of the building. Rather than setting off into an explosion, a burst of green shone from the window that left the presumed sniper inside cursing. Alastor was rather taken aback by the happening. His shadow had been so focused on watching the show, he hadn't thought to check the surrounding area for backup. Admittedly a rather foolish mistake. Green star, devil. Oh DMN, that was kind of a close one. Someone shot at us? Chopper cried while falling back behind the sniper. The navigator sent the window a similarly wary look. So, who's gonna be the one to go get the guy? 'Cause it's definitely not me. You can literally shoot people with lightning. That doesn't mean I wanna be the one doing the dirty work. What if some of the stuff I bought gets messed up? That's wasted money right there. Oh, for goodness sake, rather than endure the squabble any further, Alastor's shadow slunk its way into the room with the sniper. What greeted him was the rather interesting sight of a giant Venus flytrap taking up the majority of the space. There was a muffled cry of a person attempting and failing to fight their way out, until the attempt was no longer a failure. A handy knife cut a hole from the inside out of the plant to release a now wet-looking imp onto the floor. The imp's tail shook with a rattle-like sound in time with the curse as he began to clean himself off, before he caught sight of Alastor's shadow, and then Alastor himself as he materialized from the darkness to stand over him. Spiraling eyes trailed up his form to stare at the serrated teeth of the radio demon's grin. F, indeed, was all he said. A tendril bodily tossed the western-looking imp out the window. Alastor ignored the shrieking cries of the trio as he materialized once again in front of the imp hitman that was now slightly splattered onto the ground, but seemed well enough for his arms to push himself back up. Alastor's shadows were quick to wrap around the other in a bind. In an act of consideration, he placed himself between the three shocked pirates and the imp despite the enemy likely no longer being a threat. He then blinked down at the sight of Chopper stepping up to hide behind the back of his legs while taking a look at their attacker, though by hiding his face rather than the rest of his body. Other way around, dearling. With a yelp, the reindeer corrected his form. Alastor gave him a short head pat. There you go. Now, as for our little miscreant here, who do you work for? Not only do you bear angelic bullets, you were much too smart about your strategy in comparison with the efforts of the other gangsters to be actively working with them, and you clearly weren't targeting the Straw Hat demon like they are. He used angelic bullets? That could have killed us. Usopp belatedly cried in fear, moving to hide behind Nami, who hissed in a cat-like manner at the puppet for attempting to use her as shield. Now kneeling over the ground, the imp threw his head back to push his cowboy hat out of his eyes, glaring up at the radio demon in a show of defiance. He spoke with a wrathing western drawl. You really expect me to be giving up my clients like that? Not necessarily. But fair warning that if you do not, I shall instead be forced to consume your flesh live on air with the hope that your client happens to be listening to my segment, such that I may properly send a message to them. I don't particularly care which path you take in that regard. There were 3 resounding high-pitched squeaks from behind him. The reindeer released the hold he'd had of Alastor's legs to fall back head over hooves and land into the crouching huddle of Nami and Usopp, the 3 once again trembling together, this time in fear of the radio demon rather than the demon who just attempted to assassinate one of them. Smart of them, really. He was the one much more deserving of fear between the two. Yeah, I don't care nearly enough about that beach to be making a stand for her. The imp quickly gave up his veil of professionalism to spill the tea. Stella of the Ars Goetia hired me to kill a Prince Stolas's temp security crew, is what they called themselves. To send a message, as you can guess. Stolas's ex, the puppet cried out in time with Chopper's wordless yelp, the two crouching together further. In contrast, the cat abruptly stood up to shout, that Harpy Beach? That wasn't totally unexpected, but the answer was somewhat disappointing. He'd been hoping it was another overlord or other potential sinner enemy the Straw Hats had gained in life, such that he could confront them more directly if he so desired. But dealing with the hellborn Goetia always came with it a bothersome amount of politicking that usually wasn't worth the hunt. He'll just have to make sure he leaves a strong impression, then. Is that so? Well then, how about in exchange for allowing you to leave here with your life, you send a message to your client for me? Using the mic head of his cane, Alastor forcibly tipped the imp's head up by the chin such that the hitman could do nothing but sneer at him. The radio demon greeted the look with a sharp sort of smile. This temp security crew is actually part of the following of a divine being who is now amongst our kind. Should an attempt be made against them again, if you are lucky, the god will be the one to deal with you. Alastor gestured his head back towards the laughing monkey behind them, who was very clearly at the end of beating up the helpless gangsters. And if you are not lucky, I will be the one to deal with you. This goes for both you and your employer. Do we have an understanding? The imp's eyes blew out wide at the mention of the divine, before wincing at the threat. Though not yet cowed enough to keep from quipping, why the F, were ye even out here with M? They left the hotel hours ago. Huh. Are you truly so daft? Very well, allow me to spell it out for you. I am not here on the behalf of the Hazbin Hotel or even Princess Charlie Morningstar herself." Leaning down such that the imp was unable to look away from the radio demon's ever-sharpening grin, he quieted his tone to emphasize his words and their distortion. "I am here on behalf of the god. An attack upon his following I consider to be the same as an attack upon my person, and I am truly doing you a great kindness by allowing you the chance to act as my messenger imp rather than simply killing you amidst your pathetic groveling. Now, do we have an understanding?" "I hear you loud and clear, sir." "Now that's what I like to hear." When he released the blanching hitman, the imp quickly rushed onto his feet. He scurried off into the alley like a frightened rat, and the radio demon let out a short burst of laughter at the amusing sight. At the feeling of something clutching at his legs once more, Alastor's laughter trailed off as he looked down to see the reindeer was holding on to him again, though this time looking up at him with a warm smile. Chopper, the now proven sniper, called out in confusion. Winning an unseen surprise quickdraw against a gun using a slingshot was a fairly significant demonstration of skill, despite the man's tendency for cowering. "Stop being a scaredy cat, Usopp. Al helped us." "Thanks, Alastor." He plainly responded, "There's no need for such pleasantries. I was annoyed that the imp had made past my notice." Usopp interjected with concern once again, "Hang on, since when did you get here? Was that you I felt watching us that whole time?" "It was indeed." "You were literally stalking us?" "That's too creepy." "He was watching out for us though. To protect us." "Oh, you really didn't need ta, Alastor, we can handle ourselves, you know." Caught up in the assumptions of his own importance, the reindeer began that bashful wiggling of his. Alastor withheld an unimpressed sigh at the sight of it. "I truly wasn't. I was watching because I'd rightfully believed that you lot would provide some entertainment." The navigator gave a withering sigh. "That really is creepy, Chopper. You've got the wrong idea? But Alastor's not too bad, Usopp. You should give him more credit than that." "Huh? Since when was that your take? Actually, since when did Chopper start liking him? He pays well." That was the beginning and end of the woman's reasoning. "That's the logic you're going with? I don't know why I expected anything else." On the other hand, the doctor somehow managed to give a reasoning even more inane. "We talked a couple days ago and found out we actually have a lot in common. More than the deer thing, 'cause I'm a reindeer, dammit. We bonded over how Luffy accepted us both as lonely monsters." Alastor's grin pulled taut in displeasure. "I have literally never said anything even remotely resembling that statement. You implied it. And I could feel it, 'cause we're both deer." "Wait, no. That's not right. Damn it. I mean, you're both a type of deer." "No, wait, why am I adding to this? And even if he's part deer, he's still a human. He's not an actual deer like Chopper." The sniper rushed to pull himself out of Chopper's line of thought. And, solely because he saw an opportunity to F with the man, Alastor leaned forward just slightly towards the other to pose with a smile. "Are you certain about that? Oh God, don't mess with me like this, please. Also, was it really a good idea to talk about Luffy being a god like that to some random hitman? I know it'll scare the guy and Stella off more, but that seems like it could cause more trouble in other ways." With a non-committal hum, Alastor just turned away from the fretful-looking puppet to watch as Luffy excitedly approached them, the battle now decidedly over. Within a grand total of 3 minutes. It's of no concern. It won't be long until all of the ring knows of the captain's being, regardless. Huh? What do you mean by that? Usopp was promptly cut off as the captain's arms wound themselves around Alastor's upper torso above where the reindeer was still clinging to him, calling out joyfully, "Alastor. You're here. Shishishi. Can you get Zoro for us? Hey, good timing, Red Ears. That shitty Swords for Brains got himself lost in the middle of the goddamn battle, that piece of shit. It hadn't even been 5 shitty minutes with him being out of sight. But of course he did," he interrupted the cook before the man could get further into his complaints. Dissolving into shadow to retract out of the bothersome hugging, Alastor rematerialized but a couple feet over before tapping the end of his cane to the ground 3 times. From the spot the cane had made contact, a pool of darkness swirled about to spit out the missing swordsman. Zoro at first looked surprised by the sudden change in location before gaining an annoyed scowl. "Huh? Oh, there you guys are. Can't believe you just wandered off like that in the middle of a fight. That was you, damn it." Rather than echo the resounding anger, Usopp instead exclaimed in odd shock, "Wait, Alastor can summon Zoro back from being lost? For real?" In a very matter-of-fact tone, Sanji momentarily calmed down enough to affirm, "That's right, yeah. We finally put a tracker on that shitty moss head. AL's even been keeping Luffy out of the kitchen by hiding it from him with magic or something, duh. Seriously? That's incredible." Nami gasped while raising a hand to her mouth, evidently impressed, only for her tone to lower down into a forlorn sigh. if only he wasn't a serial killer cannibal, he would have been the perfect recruit otherwise. What happened to he's not too bad, he pays well. Ignoring the back and forth, Luffy just threw an arm around Alastor's shoulders to lean into him with a laugh. Yay. With Al here we can have even more fun now. Haha. Take us somewhere, Alastor. While he permitted the less restrictive hold this time, Alastor declined the suggestion. There's no need for that. I merely dropped by to handle the matter those other three had gotten themselves involved in whilst you were preoccupied. I'll just be on my way now, and you all can go back to your... No. I want you to join us too, Alastor. Chopper exclaimed with insistence, stepping forward to give a pathetically pleading fawn-eyed look. You're supposed to be part of the crew now too, but you haven't been able to spend any time with all of us together. That's not right. Narrowing his gaze on the little deerling, he kept his tone politely level. Well, you see, it's not a matter of capability so much as it is willingness. None of that, Al, Chopper's right you know. To his surprise, this time Sanji spoke up, speaking plainly as he lit a cigarette for himself. Luffy's not just gonna let you be off by yourself all the time, so you better get used to dealing with being around all of us together. It's not even actually all of us yet since we're still missing the beautiful Miss Robin and those other guys. Everything's more fun when we're all together, right? The captain chimed in as though to prove the man's point. Before Alastor could press his rejection, Zoro scoffed at the others' efforts. Come on guys, just let Red Ears do what he wants. If he's too scared to be around us, that's his own deal. The sound of a loud record scratch cut through the air, causing the trembling trio to cover their ears and step back and away from the radio demon with a fearful wince. Alastor's grin was now pulled fully taut and sharp as his eyes quickly darted at the swordsman with a twitch. That is an absurd notion. My withdrawal from participating in your inane activities is not a show of fear. The annoying swordsman just sent a rather irritating smirk at him, shrugging. Really, huh? Then prove it. I will not fall for this poorly concealed farce. Who said anything about this being a farce? I'm being serious when I say I think you're a DMN coward for being too nervous to hang out with any of us other than Luffy. Do you even know how much special treatment he's given you cause of how DMN sensitive you are? He definitely wouldn't let any of us skip out on all going out together just cause we wanted to be moody about it. After a series of too many witches as the idiot progressed further and further with his bullshit, Alastor finally had to growl, "Oh you infuriating imbecile, fine. Very well, then, if you're so insistent on retaining the grace of my presence, I have the perfect place for us to enjoy the rest of this wonderful day." It was with the thought of that place in mind that Alastor transitioned out of his fuming rage and into a mean grin of anticipation, knowing very well that a certain portion of the group would come to regret that the swordsman had put up so much of a fuss. Upon hearing that they would be headed to Cannibal Town, the fearful puppet cried out that he'd contracted the "I'll die if I go to Cannibal Town" disease. Alastor merely chimed with false cheer about how fortunate it was for the man that his crew's doctor was one capable of curing any disease, with the doctor in question too busy crying in fear to contribute to the point one way or another. He then forcibly dragged Usopp into the darkness with even more fear-inducing shadowy tentacles. The navigator, who'd been in the middle of attempting to flee in panic, was pulled in next. The captain simply jumped into the shadowy pit with a bark of inane laughter, not even having to be asked to make his way yet. When a stronger set of tendrils dragged in both the cook and the swordsman together, they were too preoccupied with pushing the other's face out of the way in disgust to redirect their anger towards Alastor where it rightly belonged. And with only the still crying reindeer left, Alastor was free to lean down slightly and plainly explain to the creature that in the case of the cannibals of Cannibal Town, they truly did only consume human flesh, or rather, human-derived flesh considering the wide variety of hybrid forms demons tended to showcase. Ironically, the puppet's mostly wooden form was one of the few that the cannibals would find not worth the effort of the hunt, not that he planned on informing the amusing coward. This consoled Chopper considerably, though the boy was still clearly disturbed to some degree. Alastor? I'm sorry, but I'm still kinda scared to go into your, shadow portal thing. Can you hold my hand and go together with me? He held up a hoof towards Alastor at the request. The radio demon just stared at it for a brief second. I would think you old enough to handle being in the dark, at least. It's not that, it's just scary in general. Please. I will release it immediately upon our arrival, you understand. With a sigh, Alastor accepted the small hoof, still finding the situation to be somewhat ridiculous even as he went with the path of least resistance. Yay! Thanks Alastor. I knew you liked me, ya bstrd. Are you trying to provoke me into rescinding my offer? Sorry. Once in Cannibal Town, the three cowards huddled together while the three muscleheads strolled about the place. Alastor was glad to see that Lucifer had kept to his word and the town was already fully repaired from the Red Dog's magma, left in better shape than it had been before the siege. He dropped by the Emporium to collect Rosie for a surprise late lunch, then they all made their way to a charming cafe that was at the edge of town, one of the only places that survived other food items besides human remains in consideration to visitors. He introduced the Overlord to the 3 new additions, and while they were all initially wary of the cannibal, tensions relaxed throughout the evening. The only real sticking point had been how the majority of the Straw Hats relocated to a separate table upon both Rosie's and Alastor's order of a multitude of human body parts being served, unable to stomach the sight. He was pleased to see that, along with the captain, the reindeer actually decided to stay at the table despite his distinctly uncomfortable expression and non-human meal. Chopper usually couldn't handle being around Alastor when he was partaking in venison. Upon the creature's explanation that technically, to him the consumption of human beings was just somewhat more unsettling than eating any other animal besides his own kind, Alastor conceded that the logic made sense even as the puppet cried out in despair. When Luffy had quickly finished his own order of beef ribs, Rosie offered him some of their human ribs, which the boy declined though with a somewhat surprising response. "Oh yeah, no thanks. When Al talked about eating people when we first met, after he left I tried some of the meat he left behind, and it was kinda weird. Wasn't really sure if I liked it or not." Upon hearing the clatter of a chair screeching back to fall to the ground from behind him, Alastor preemptively turned to the now standing stone-faced cook to defend himself. "Just to be clear, the emphasis of my cannibalistic tastes was intended as a form of intimidation, not as a suggestion." However, even as he explained the circumstances, he still turned back to the boy once again to tempt him. "But dear Captain, the selection I brought out that day was quite a poor one. If you are truly interested in trying human flesh, you should try some of the selections here. You are not turning our captain into a shitty cannibal, shitty red ears. Oh my, I know it's not for everyone, but there's no need to be rude about our preferences, young man." The simpleton outright flinched at the woman's reprimand. I sincerely apologize, Madam Rosie. I just really don't want to have to cook that kind of food." Leaning just a bit closer to his friend to gesture a hand towards her, Alastor chimed with a mean sort of joy. "Is that so? That's most unfortunate, then. You are quite the chef, after all. I'm sure darling Rosie here would have loved the chance to partake in some of your cooking, and while she can technically eat other types of food, human flesh is the only type which truly nourishes the cannibals. Would you not consider the possibility of trying your hand at such dishes for the honorable purpose of hosting such a delightful lady?" Rosie's miffed expression turned into one of curious anticipation at Alastor's suggestion. He relished at the sight of the crisis flashing through the cook's eyes, the man's mind being torn back and forth between his distaste for cannibalism and his refusal to disappoint a woman and even worse, let her go hungry. Perhaps it was a mercy that the decision was taken from him in the form of Nami knocking Sanji unconscious with a powerful staff strike to the back of the head. Though Alastor himself was a bit disappointed in the outcome. Given long enough, he's certain that the chef would have caved. Overall, Alastor was somewhat shocked that the outing had gone as well as it had, and that after a considerable adjustment even the timider of the pirates were able to settle in enough to enjoy the other selections the cafe had to offer and even the pleasantry of Rosie's company and conversation. And while he himself didn't care for Chopper's cuter form, he could take appreciation in his friend's enthusiasm for the adorable creature. When Rosie cheerfully invited them all to return for another luncheon sometime, none of the others looked discomforted by Luffy's eager agreement. After whisking away the others with a swirl of darkness, however, Alastor took one extra moment to make a certain request. "My dear, this has been a more splendid evening than I had anticipated, so I do so regret spoiling the mood by asking something of you." "Oh, none of that now, Alastor. You know you can ask Lil Rosie for anything. So what is it you need?" "Well, you see, I will be making a certain announcement on tomorrow's broadcast that may not be taken as seriously as it should be. I was hoping that you might assist in influencing the public's opinion to sway in my favor. You and your cannibals are quite adept at getting the word out on these sorts of matters." While she sent him an intrigued glance, Rosie readily agreed. "While I can't make any promises till I hear exactly what you're announcing, I'll do my best with whatever it is. You got me curious now though, Alastor. It's been a while since you made any big broadcasts." "Thank you, dear. I'd hate to ruin the surprise. Though I do admit, it will not be one of the more exciting segments I used to favor. Aha. But I believe it will lead to some entertaining happenings, regardless," and with a vague, curling grin to match the uncertainty of his intentions, Alastor bid his fellow overlord a proper farewell. If the events that had occurred earlier that day had proven anything, it was that he'd been right in his belief that the captain's presence had yet to make as many waves as it should have. If those hitmen had known better, they never would have even made an attempt against the divine being and his following, no matter how much money was being promised to them. While the sinners at large knew the boy to be a figure to watch for due to his public defeat of Valentino and infraction upon the V's, knowledge as to the god's defeat of Eve was unfavorable to the Morningstars and thus kept purposefully under wraps. Alastor himself would hesitate to make that matter publicly known as well, considering it intrinsically involved the context of his own enslavement. But not even the detail of the captain being capable of breaking soul contracts was known, since obviously the V's would never advertise such a thing even with the conspicuous absence of their famed Pawn Star. Alastor is aware, though, that the respect his captain was due would come to him eventually. He's certain that given enough time, Luffy would end up either using his divine form in the city proper or breaking another contract in a more public setting. But as far as he was concerned, there was nothing wrong with speeding up the timeline of things, so to speak. Salutations, my dear listeners, your favorite radio demon is on the air once more with a bit more significant news to share than usual. He began as he usually would, keeping his tone purposefully light despite knowing where the segment was headed. Though he was fairly certain he failed to keep the smirk of his grin out of his words. Now, I know what many of you may be thinking, something even more momentous than what I usually deign to speak of? What a frightening thought. And I can assure the more cowardly sinners now that this will not be a return to the screams of prior broadcasts. At least not for today. Haha. Turning in his seat to lean fully into the backrest, Alastor's claws curled against his mic in a similar manner to the sharp curl of his smile, his tone twisting with them. No. Because today, dear listeners, I have the pleasure, nay, the honor of speaking as the herald of the coming age. Though many have failed to realize it yet, a new era is upon us. And it is one worthy of celebration. His other hand stretched out wide in a grand gesture, the words moving through him even when there was no one to see. For a savior of the heavens has come to join us down in this pit of hell. Not a being of such hopeless concepts of redemption or mercy, but one of a truer force. That of free will. The very thing that brought upon the temptations which led humanity to suffer in damnation, and yet in turn is often somehow paradoxically out of reach to most people. In death, falling under the restrictive control of those more powerful is even more common than in life. Therefore, those of you who happen to be amongst the contracted should be filled with joy. There now exists the chance that your pathetic soul may yet be saved. For the sun god of freedom has come to bring upon the missing dawn to the darkness of this ring and the sinners who inhabit it. Through the radio waves, the radio demon felt out the reactions to his declarations. The radio of the god in question was easy to locate, with the captain himself merely still in blank confusion while a mixture of his crew and the Hazbin residents gathered around the device in a frenzied spectrum of shock. The radio Vox had assumedly procured to replace the one he'd broken was also easily tracked, the overlord having spit out that disgusting instant brew he attempted to pass off as coffee when he choked on his drink. All around the city, sinners stopped in the midst of their day to listen to his words, ranging from not yet comprehending surprise, to shock, to disbelief, to that ever so fragile feeling of hope. The radio demon had the full attention of any who was within hearing range of his broadcast, and he relished in that spotlight. Now, there are likely some of you who merely assume I've finally fully lost my mind. And to that I say, I have indeed been insane for quite some time. But that doesn't change the truth of my words. This sun god does in fact exist. Those of his world may even know the originating legend of sun god Nika as well as the title he earned in life as king of the pirates. He won the freedom of that world, and his power has only grown in death even when he's taken to using a mortal form. Here in hell, he has already in fact proven himself capable of forcibly breaking the soul contracts of overlords. If any of you are in need of a testimony, the recently retired spider of the Night Angel Dust can attest to this, along with his previous contractor Overlord Valentino of the V's. Aha! Yes, you heard that right. For Straw Hat Luffy not only delivered a sound defeat to that Mothman, he did so for the sake of the spider, freeing him and his soul from the PMP's control. It was quite the showing, I assure you, no matter how far-fetched it sounds. Though, if you would prefer to wait and watch what happens next, that should also be sufficient. There should be at least one soul willing to stake their chances on this endeavor, and I'm certain that will make for quite the show as well. Spinning to the side to lean further towards the mic, the radio demon's antlers curled out as stretched as his serrated smile, the bitter sweetness of temptation flowing freely in his words. Regardless, sooner or later, you will all come to know this god's power. And when you do, when you are ready to take that small step towards freedom, all one need simply do is come to the Hazbin Hotel. What a conveniently accessible location. Ha! Plead your case to the sun god, Monkey D. Luffy. And should his whims sway towards your favor, with just the acknowledgement of your future lord and savior and perhaps some minor bribery, he will handedly take care of any messy soul business entrapping your person. A stupendous deal if I've ever heard one. Ahaha. He again rose one hand into the air, and then the other in time with his words. So to the pitiful and suffering, rejoice. And to the powerful and thriving, beware. The winds of change will blow like a hurricane through this underworld. Centuries' worth of foundations and order will break and fall under the pressure. The new era is already dawning upon the eternal night of this hell. No matter whether you desire it or not, with a short cackling trill, Alastor shifted out of his more ominous tone to end back on his showman's joviality, and with that said, that's all I have for you today, dear listeners. So farewell until next time. I'm sure that, whenever that time comes, there will already be matters of interest to discuss. Ha 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 ha. With rather impeccable timing, as soon as Alastor disconnected himself from the air and pulled his visage back into order, the trapdoor leading up to his tower slammed open. Rather than the usual suspect, however, the orange hair and ears of the clearly fuming navigator popped up out of the opening. He wasn't surprised by the change-up though, turning in his seat with a smile to face the woman who stomped up to him. So overcome by her ire, she lost all sense of fear regarding his person or power. What the hell was that? Are you crazy? It sounded like you're trying to make a cult out of Luffy or something. Alastor kept his tone deceptively casual as he explained, that's because I did indeed speak with the purpose of kickstarting his church down here. Yes. What? How did you phrase it previously? That's right, you heard me right the first time. You're serious. You actually are starting a cult? Anger cutting away to bewilderment, Cat Eyes rapidly blinked at him for almost a solid half-minute before Nami cut away to exasperation once more. Why? What god is without a proper following? And I'm not starting it. It's not like I intend to lead the sheep or even have the captain himself do as such or anything of the sort. I foresee this organization being entirely tangential and separate to us, much like how fans flock about their celebrity of interest. Once enough people are taken by his power, I'm sure they'll sort themselves out. Before Nami could start on a tirade at the non-answer, Alastor waved the issue away with what he knew was an irritating amount of carelessness. The captain would have come to bring more widespread liberation at some point. I'm merely expediting the process. The soul contract system of hell is much too contrary to his philosophy to have lasted with his extended presence. The fact that the captain is not up here himself to object is a testament to this. Do you disagree with that notion? Nami visually had to sort out her buzzing thoughts. Well, yeah, but not like that. He doesn't want people to see him as some kind of god. Even if that's the case, they will in fact see him as one regardless. You all may not stake much importance in his divinity, but down here amongst the sinners of the other world, that will be regarded as his most prominent characteristic. Just as it is impossible for the Dmed to look upon Lucifer without seeing the fallen angel and king of hell, they will not be able to look upon his light without seeing a figure of divinity. We might as well accept the inevitable and take control of the narrative from the start. At the woman's further shock, Alastor merely gave a neutral shrug to go along with his assertions. There's no need to fret too much about this, dearie. The way I see it, this is a win-win-win. He counted off his points with his fingers as he spoke them. The dear captain will get a proper start on his unintentional revolution to rid the place of something he detests and perhaps face one or two promising battles to entertain himself within the process. Dear Charlie will benefit from newly freed sinners possibly considering the impossibility of redemption as they forge a new path forward, and many may not have anywhere to go after their deal is cut and will accept the hotel's offering anyway. And as for me, well, if I can't own anyone's soul, then certainly no one else should be able to either. I am not above petty sabotage in regards to my so-called fellow overlords. Haha. Shifting his gaze down to his claws in an obvious show of dismissal, Alastor concluded with a drawl, but in any case, there's nothing you can do about the matter now. Knowledge move into the public sphere cannot be retracted. Ask for forgiveness rather than permission, as they say. I do hope you understand. I'm simply playing the game to my favor. Ironically, he had thought the woman would be the most likely to take offense to his independent action. She was used to taking charge when both the captain and the first mate didn't care enough to do so. He couldn't care less about the swordsman's opinion or even the navigator's outside of her potential meddling, and as for the captain himself, he wouldn't have attempted the venture if he'd thought Luffy would disagree with the principle. There was a tense moment of silence. Alastor didn't break his careful show of certainty no matter how long it went on for. Until the navigator spoke in a low, severe voice, even for something like this, you have to give a selfish reason to do it? Honestly, maybe that is the case? Maybe Luffy will end up helping these people, and maybe they will see him as a god for it, and maybe things down here will make a turn for the better for it. And maybe you really don't care about that as long as you're getting something out of it too. Whatever. Even if all of that is true, there's just one thing that I absolutely won't stand for. He had to contain a jolt as a hand suddenly slammed down on the surface of the panel beside him. Alastor's attention was forcibly drawn up its arm to look back at Nami, who fully stuck her face into his space without hesitation, expression cast in a scowl of unmoving determination. I won't accept us taking money from these people. We cannot charge them for their freedom. He stared almost blankly at the woman, fully convinced he'd misheard her. Until he slowly realized that his sensitive hearing hadn't failed him. Alastor's response was somewhat hesitant, not quite certain what to say, that is, not the opinion I believed you would have, as it pertains to that matter. Because I'm greedy? Yeah, I am. So what? People's lives are worth more than any currency of any world. It doesn't matter if other people can and will put a price on it. I'll pay their price when I need to, but I won't acknowledge it. And neither will any of the others. It's not right. Slamming her hand down onto the panel once again, the cat's claws dug into the metal, a sign of her internal fist-clenching tension. Though Alastor couldn't be bothered to glance back at the damage when he was still caught under the woman's scornful glare. It's awful. There's nothing worse than working down to the bone, for years upon years, just to pay off some bullshit debt someone stronger decided to charge just because they can. Nothing worse than not having enough money to have the right to live. I've been there, and I won't do that to anyone else. The only reason why Luffy isn't up here to say the same thing is because he knows I won't allow it. Do you understand me? There was another moment of stunned silence, this time from his end rather than the other way around as it had been previously. Nami didn't break her display of complete certainty. After the staring dragged on just a bit too long, Alastor conceded, breaking eye contact first to glance in a vague direction out the window to the side. I believe you are misunderstanding the intention behind my suggestion for sinners to bribe their way into the captain's good graces. While collecting a fee would have some amount of practicality, the money itself is not the goal. It need not even be money, truly. The captain would certainly prefer people pay him through the offering of food, should someone think to do so. What did you mean by it, then? She questioned with a clear twinge of doubt. Well, consider this. If someone were to offer you full-fledged freedom, to give your very soul back to you with no conditions and no strings attached, would you believe them? Without knowing Luffy, having met him for the very first time, would you believe him? He purposefully did not ask, did you believe him, knowing it would be crass. It was safer to keep the question purely hypothetical. Then, in additional concession, he looked back at her to confess, because I know I didn't. Certainly not. He's such an outstandingly impossible person, I couldn't believe in him until it was impossible for me not to. And with that, a gleam of pensive understanding slowly came upon Nami. Her claws unclenched themselves from the tracks they've left on the control panel. No. It's too unbelievable, not without getting to know him. Precisely. As unfair as it may be, nothing in life is free, and that statement only becomes truer in death when it comes to hell. Our target audience are all people who've already found themselves caught on the end of one unfavorable deal, one that very likely happened upon them in a deceitful or underhanded way. If I were to have said they could claim their freedom for absolutely nothing in return, I doubt even the desperate would show up. By asking for something up front, even a pittance, they will feel more secure that we won't ask for anything worse later on when their guard is down. I guess that's true. With a deep, somewhat exhausted sigh, Nami fully pulled away. Fine. Luffy won't mind if they bring him food, and it doesn't have to be a lot. I guess in the sense of that DMN god story you're spinning, it wouldn't look too weird to ask for food either. That's a thing they do sometimes, right? Alastor finally allowed some of his own internal tension to bleed out now that the conflict had seemingly been resolved. His smile relaxing with it, he casually chimed, quite right. Though, I do have to admit, while I'm not one to tend towards collecting wealth for the sake of it, it will be somewhat of a missed opportunity. While from my understanding our funds are plentiful at the moment, the captain's request to have a ship that can somehow traverse across the landbound rings. Hopefully the Frankie he mentioned will have some inventive way of accomplishing the feat without too extravagant of a cost. I suppose it doesn't matter too much either way. That's his plan? He found himself staring curiously at Nami, who by the tone of her exclamation, likely would have turned pale if not for the fur coat. Yes? Has he not informed you all of that yet? He quite clearly outlined that he wished to, in this exact order, find his crew, find a ship, adventure, across the Pride Ring, and then, adventure, across all the other rings. And that having a ship specifically was an obligatory expectation regardless of the lack of ocean. Her hand coming up to cover her mouth in heavy consideration, Nami had another moment of silence. Her mind likely turned more from mental math and price estimations than thoughts. She then hesitantly posed, surely most people could afford to pay like, what, $20? We can even lower it if we need to. It can be a donation, That's right. And if they bring food, only $10. Even if it's only a little, when enough people start coming through it will add up. Alastor gave it his best effort, he truly did. But as it was, after another pause of bewilderment, he couldn't keep himself from falling into the most obnoxious laughter he had to offer. Ah ha 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 ha. Hey. Stop laughing. I know it's a bad look for me, alright? But if we're gonna need the money and don't charge too much, it should still be okay. Leaning back with his hand covering his eyes from exertion, he did his best to cackle a response. Ha ha ha, I don't understand how you expect me to not find that entire farce of a conversation utterly hilarious now. Ah ha ha ha. You're just as inane as the rest of them. You think I don't know that? I said stop laughing already. At least I'm not the one trying to start a goddamn cult. Asking for $20 per person is much more reasonable in comparison. If you're trying to set the standard to the radio demon, the overlord who gained infamy via public murder and eating people, you've already lost considerable moral ground. As though to add icing to the cake, back from the still open trapdoor where he'd had his head stuck out since around the woman's switch up, Luffy cheerfully decided, see, Zoro? I told you Nami had it handled fine. Nearby the captain, Zoro groaned back in full exasperation, you call this handled? She went up here to tell him off and ended up deciding the flat rate. I don't know why I expected any better from the witch though, Ack. Shut up! The fiery redhead cut off the swordsman with the adept throw of her staff, hitting the first mate's many heads to send him falling down the ladder leading to the trapdoor. Luffy just stared wide-eyed, switching back and forth from the still irate woman down to where Zoro had fallen, before slowly retracting himself and closing the trapdoor after him. Alastor just laughed all the harder for the utter absurdity of it all. He then dissolved into shadow before the predictable cat claws to the head could land their blow. While he'd give the navigator the amount of respect due to her, he still wouldn't permit her more forceful attempts at ordering him around. As Alastor expected, his radio broadcast had pushed things into motion. Though it had drawn someone to the hotel sooner than he'd anticipated, coming within an hour of the broadcast. The type of person that had arrived was also entirely unanticipated, not even being a person stuck in a soul contract, but a man that had apparently known the Straw Hats in life. Or at least Alastor assumed that with the way the guy immediately began prostrating himself at the captain's feet as soon as he'd barged his way into the lobby. The hotel residents that happened to be around, including Alastor himself, were rather taken aback by the sight, but all the pirates looked upon the scene with exasperated acceptance. Zoro huffed under his breath, course Bartolomeo would show up for this. Barto? When'd you die? Luffy-senpai thigh I'm so happy I get a see ya again, the man sobbed, tears streaming down his face in total elation. His hands were clasped together as though in prayer as he knelt before Luffy, gazing up at him as one with their god. As was appropriate. Alastor noted that while Bartolomeo did not seem to be of the cannibal race, he did exhibit cannibal features, having round solid black eyes, serrated teeth with protruding incisor fangs, and sharpened claws. Other than that, however, his form was rather eclectic, with green hair styled in a mohawk that resembled a rooster's plume and upon a second glance, seemed to be made of water to match the also green and watery thin tail that wagged behind him, a monkey tail like a parent his idol? Is this supposed to be a pun on sea monkeys? And the last detail cementing the man's loyalty to the captain in both life and death, an outright tattoo of the Straw Hat Jolly Roger set within a simply designed sun that took up the entirety of his bare chest. I kicked the bucket pretty recently. The way I died was actually kinda embarrassing. We were in the middle of acting the sun god Luffy statue for the church when the pirate empress yelled at me for settin it crooked N, pushed me off my barrier platform. We happened to be by the sea, so I fell in and drowned. I knew she was out to get the title of Monkey D. Luffy's #1 fan from me. You were acting the what for the what now? And Boa really killed him just for that? Usopp incredulously whispered amongst the pirates. Sanji scoffed at the notion, of course she would. He's just an ugly man, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. She can do whatever she wants. As she should. I really don't think you should agree with her killing someone just for something like that. But I'm ashamed to say, the statue had definitely been crooked. I'm distraught at having sullied your memory, Luffy-senpai. I deserve death for such an offense. You definitely shouldn't be agreeing with her killing you. Usopp outright snapped at the still sobbing fan. It seemed that with how caught up in the moment he was, Bartolomeo either didn't hear the reprimand or was ignoring it, moving on to explain to a somewhat befuddled-looking Luffy, but it's clear to me now that I'd been meant to die at that time, because that means I can be here now. When I heard the radio demon's broadcast, oh, the chills. It was so beautiful, it brought me to tears. You can tell the guy really understands your greatness and majesty, Luffy-senpai. Luffy spoke up for the first time in a while. I don't know what you mean by that, but Alastor's radio is cool, yeah. He's part of the crew now. He is. The birth of a new Straw Hat. What a momentous occasion. Of course Luffy-senpai would win over the worst and most dangerous of the overlords. It's only natural. Literal sparkles radiated from the man's eyes at the news, before he seemed to force himself back on track, though with no less enthusiasm than previously, suddenly standing up to declare, but after I heard his words, I understood why it was that I died. It's to help you spread your will to all, Luffy-senpai. Just like how I helped you bring your new era in life, of course I'm meant to be by your side as you start a new era in death, too. Just tell me what it is I can do for you, and I'll commit my entire being to it. The more the man spoke, the more that the three other hotel residents, Charlie, Vaggie, and Husk, slowly backed away to the other side of the room from the weirdo. As for Alastor though, while he did find the fanboy to be extreme to the point of creepiness, he did also appreciate the enthusiastic respect he'd shown for both the captain and his broadcast. Can he really be blamed for having good taste? And just the type he'd been looking for. Thus, it was with that in mind that Alastor stepped forward from where he'd been lingering at the side of the room to lean towards the newly gained pawn. I'm glad you enjoyed my broadcast so much, good sir. As it happens, I do believe there is a role you can fulfill which you would be perfect for. Despite only having just learned of Alastor's new status as one of the captain's crew, Bartolomeo turned his starry-eyed gaze onto Alastor to fan over him as well. Alastor-senpai. You've gotta be shitting me, Husk rudely hissed from clear across the room. Of course. I'm the one who should be thanking you for telling me where Luffy-senpai is and spreading word of his power. What can I do for you? He explained with a smile full of pleasantry. Well, you see, as the sinners of hell come to realize the truth of the captain's divinity, a religious institution will inevitably form amongst those wishing to worship his name. Are we seriously gonna just stand back and let him make Bartolomeo worse? If Barto already started doing this cult stuff in life, I think it's too late for that. Unfortunately, Nami answered the cook's exasperation with a sigh of her own. Now of course, while he would never lower himself to organize such efforts directly, it'd be shameful for anything of insufficient standing to be associated with the captain's good name. Therefore, if a person as devoted to the captain's honor such as yourself were to take charge of those efforts, it would be a great convenience to us. What do you say? If anything, the sparkles in Bartolomeo's eyes just got brighter, to the point they were almost blinding, and Alastor suspected this was another proper feature of his demon form. Clasping his hands together once more, the man cried out, I'd be honored to be the leader of Luffy-senpai's church. Actually, I had a person in my crew who was our missionary for Luffy-senpaism that would do sermons for us and everything. Once he dies too, he can also help out a lot. Is it too late to kick this guy out? When Charlie's wincing in Bartolomeo and Alastor's direction shifted into a muted pout of reprimanding at Vaggie, the ex-angel was quick to defend. It's an honest question. Do you want someone as delusional as him around? At the mention of Luffy-senpaism, Alastor finally had to draw a line in the sand. Narrowing his eyes, he deadpanned, that is a horrendously awful name. You're changing it immediately. Oh okay. Oh. In life, Luffy-senpai's fleet was 5,640 strong. This can be the new Straw Hat Grand Fleet. The Straw Hat Grand Hell Fleet. How about that? Acceptable. Using the terminology of a fleet should make it more innocuous of a cult to join rather than something people would be wary of, along with suiting the captain's image better. Are none of you concerned about this? Husk hissed this time in the direction of the other Straw Hats. Nami hissed right back, causing Chopper and Usopp to duck behind the swordsman and cook respectively in fear of her ire. Does it look like we aren't concerned? What are we supposed to do? He basically already advertised this to all of the city, and Barto already had his Luffy-senpaism in life. We were doomed from the start. I guess it's good Al gets along with Barto? And no, it's not. Several people including the set of both cats snapped back at Luffy's simplification of the situation. Once again up in the rafters, Nifty scurried away in miffed disappointment. EW. A bad boy into religion? That's disgusting. Where are my real bad boy pirates? Bartolomeo moved into the hotel that day, absolutely elated to be staying in the same building as the Straw Hats. Though it seemed that he actually had trouble looking at them all at once, apparently finding the sight of more than half the crew together too blindingly brilliant for his weak eyes to handle. Charlie notably set up the man's room on an entirely separate floor from the pirates. A judgment call which Alastor privately agreed with. No need to tempt the potential stalker by placing the objects of his obsession too close in hand. He already has one of those after all, and that was one too many. The irony of his own tendency towards lurking about people notwithstanding. The morning of the next day, the next visitor arrived in the form of Rosie. who, as Alastor had predicted, had come to complain about not having gotten a warning as to what exactly Alastor had been asking for her support in when he'd asked her to bolster his word prior to the broadcast. He knew that among the overlords, she should be the least inclined to dislike the principle of breaking the soul contract system of hell due to her power over the cannibals being purely based in mutual agreement. Which was why they'd been in agreement for her to defer potential contracts of non-cannibal souls to himself. She had no need to leverage control over their souls when the community had already all unanimously agreed to her leadership, a form of power which with the coming change will shift into being the more secure of the two. That did not mean that Rosie would have agreed without hesitation to Alastor's scheme if she'd been notified beforehand, however, and thus he'd been purposefully vague with her. He did apologize for the rudeness, but not his actions, to which she scoffed at him with the full might of her socialite exasperation. Why reel ya like this? It was only later that same morning when they finally reeled in the very first contracted soul looking to test the waters. Though, the context for their contract was still not one he would have anticipated as being the first to arrive. Initially he'd believed another soul caught in the V's web, particularly Valentino's, would both take more stock in the story of Angel's contract breaking given his visual departure from the company as well as be desperate enough to take the chance. Having observed the state of the V's enterprise, however, it seemed that they'd initiated something of a lockdown in terms of the souls under their control. They likely explicitly forbid any of the soul contracted from leaving the building for now, and as their contracts were facsimiles of employment contracts, so long as their people were on the grounds the full force of their restrictions were in place. It was admittedly smart of them to immediately take such countermeasures given they'd already experienced firsthand the captain's power and its legitimacy. That did not diminish the annoyance of knowing that putting the upstarts in their place would be more delayed in terms of the timeline of things, however. Instead, the first soul to take up their venture was a man with a three-colored cat demon form, unknown to any of the pirates or the hotel residents. The two overlords present though did recognize the sinner, though only in passing. "You are one of Zest's souls, are you not?" "That's right, sir. Calico's the name," was the simple but gruff reply. The Calico stood a couple feet back from where Luffy was seated in the center of the sofa. Optics were fairly important to these sorts of dealings, and thus Alastor had carefully arranged the group such that the god was center place with himself seated on the armrest to the right of the captain, his hand resting on the mic head of his cane at the side of him. To which the first mate had taken stand behind the sofa on Luffy's right side while Sanji as his second wing stood behind to the left. As a less affiliated party, Rosie stood off towards the side Alastor was seated, while the rest of the spectating crew and princess gave the makeshift receiving room a good berth even as they stood to watch in curiosity. With a slight hum and raise of the eyebrow, Alastor had to admit, "It's rather brave of you to take the chance on coming into my den to break your contract when your contractor is on good terms with me. Usually I'd see it as a mistake, but in this case it wasn't. I'm assuming Zestl must know of your arrival here? He's not one of the careless sort." Hesitation entering his voice, Calico affirmed, "Also right, sir? He noticed I was thinkin' 'bout comin', and said it was okay. Said he wants ta test the god you decided ta fall in line with. So guess I'm a skin on his behalf along with my own." Alastor had to take a second to withhold his internal shock from reaching his expression. I had not thought Zestl to be so boldly direct with such matters. He typically does not act without a good amount of strategy in mind. Well, if you think about it, Alastor, this ain't exactly a typical situation. He glanced over where Rosie stepped closer to him, expression making it clear she believed the situation to be obvious. "It's only 'cause I've seen you round Luffy before that I'm not freaking out 'bout your broadcast. The radio demon decedent ta throw his cards in with someone of the divine? That's crazy talk. Of course Zestl wants ta see for himself the kinda stuff the kid's made of. He probably can't decide whether ta take this seriously and expect big things out of the guy or if you're just messin' with everyone." Thinking that over, he conceded, "I suppose that's fair. But I did ask for your assistance in assuring everyone that I'm being quite serious for this exact reason." "Well, maybe I would sped things up on that if you actually explained the plan beforehand." "Hey cat guy," Luffy unceremoniously cut in to finally respond to the newly dubbed cat guy. Husk actually took a second to realize he wasn't the one being referred to, and then gained a particularly smug look at the name having been fully passed on. "So why'd you want to leave this vest guy anyway? It's always good to be free, but what do you really want?" Calico looked caught off guard by the question. But soon, an expression of full rumination fell over his face. "You're the new Pirate King, ain't ya? The one after Gold Roger? I actually died before that guy hit his peak, and even then, everyone knew he was crazy strong. In comparison, I was just some washed-up dime-a-dozen bandit. A crook who never even bothered going out to sea and leavin' my little molehill. When I ended up on the SLV market, I was only worth the amount of labor they could put me to work for. Alastor's attention was properly drawn back to the Calico at the story, intrigued that the matter of the captain's piracy had become relevant. The cat continued, gaze drifting off to the side of the room in remembrance. Sir Zest's a frightenin' guy to work for, don't get me wrong. If you don't stay in your place he'll kill you easy. But he makes what he expects of you very clear, and he doesn't expect much more than that. In comparison, the man still adrift gaze hardened into a full glare. Those fucking celestial dragons are the real demons. If you're a man, they'll work you till you're dead if they don't kill you for fun first, and all the guys in the labor camp knew that women had it even worse. So when I ended up making a deal with Zest, I thought it wasn't too bad a deal, you know? Better than the pit I died in at least. But if there's one thing I really regretted about my life, it's that I never tried staking it out on the sea. 'Cause the seas where the real freedom lied. If I was gonna die a miserable death, it might as well have been while I was a pirate instead of as a SLV. And then I just ended up a SLV again in death anyway. Talk about pathetic. Clawing at his chest, the cat sighed with clear underlying frustration as he lifted his gaze back to the captain. And when I was a SLV, they'd tell stories, you know, of that sun god Nika, the warrior who fought for freedom. But I'd just scoff at those whispers, just tall tales of people tryin' to keep the delusion that they'd someday be free. And then I heard the radio demon talkin' about ya, the new pirate king who's also the sun god who won the freedom of the world? That's the tallest tale I've ever heard. So I guess what I really wanted was to just see ya for myself, too. Is any of that even true? With all his usual casual belligerence, Luffy plainly answered, I'm the pirate king, yeah. And me, and everyone else took down the celestial dragons. I don't really know anything about being some god, just that people keep callin' me that. Guess if Al says it's true it must be then. As Alastor snuck in a side glance at the change-up to Luffy's predicted rejection of his godhood, the captain stood up to stand before Calico, who took an unsteady step back at the approach. The boy held out his hand to him with a smile as bright as the sun. You don't gotta keep the regret you had in life though. It's never too late to start being a pirate. If you still want to be one, then just be one. Wide cat eyes glancing down at the hand, Calico forced his gaze back up to inquire, how much will I owe you for this, exactly? You don't want my soul, do you? Nah. Course not. It's a $20 general fee, with a 50% discount if you offer food. The navigator took the chance to call out from her place to the side. At the multiple looks of bewildered exasperation she received from that, she snapped back, what? He asked. That's it? Yes. While it's not a requirement, you may also consider joining the Straw Hat Grand Hell Fleet that one of the original fleet's founding members is starting up, Alastor replied this time. He gestured with the hand not holding his mic towards the fanboy who quickly flocked over at the obvious K. Bartolomeo burst into excitement, his energy causing Calico to take a sidestep away from the man. If you want to be a pirate, the Straw Hat Fleet is the place you want to be. I can tell you all about how Luffy Senpai won the war against the world government. After you hear that story and see him in action for yourself, you won't be able to help yourself from wanting to follow him. The cat shifted into an obvious look of interest at Bartolomeo's mention of the war. The residents of the hotel only just seemed to comprehend the talking point that had come up multiple times, with Husk and Angel Dust muttering amongst themselves different variations of wait what, rather than immediately take up the offer though. Calico showed practical restraint in looking back to Luffy to take his hand in a shake. Let's see how you do with Sir Zest first. While you clearly got people backing you up, you don't exactly look like any god either. I did say he preferred to keep to his mortal form. Alastor felt the need to remind their first taker, before turning to look at Luffy's curious glance. Zest will be a worthy opponent for you to showcase your strength against. He is regarded as the oldest and potentially most powerful of the current overlords of the day. Once you best him, it will send a proper message to all the other overlords along with all the sinners of hell. Don't really care about that, but I'll fight him cause Cat Guy asked me. So he's strong? On the scale of things, he is much stronger than the V's, but it should not as difficult as your battle with Eve. I would like to request that you use your, how did you refer to it? Yes, make sure to use your gear 5th against him. He is initiating this conflict solely to judge the prospects of your ability and my confidence in you. It would be rather rude to hold back even if he will not be able to match your full power. Okay. I'll take Chopper and he can fix Veskai up after. That did not bode well for Zest's post-combat state. But if the Overlord felt the need to test the worth of Alastor's word regarding the captain's power, he got whatever would be coming to him as far as the radio demon was concerned. While he had a fair acquaintanceship with Zest, he also regarded him with an equal amount of caution due to the other's power. It will be interesting to see how the showing will change the state of things. And interesting it was. A group consisting of the captain, the doctor, the first mate, Bartolomeo, Alastor himself, Rosie, and somewhat unexpectedly Charlie, Vaggie, Husk, and Angel Dust all followed Calico to the edge of the city. It seemed both his overlord friend and the Hazbin residents who'd been around for the meeting were curious to see the god in action. Alastor looked forward to witnessing their reactions. The spider even called up Cherry Bomb from wherever she'd been to join up midway, bringing with her popcorn for the both of them and an air of excitement at the prospect of watching some entertaining violence. Alastor ignored the tailing Vox Tech drone that followed them from afar. Zest had wisely chosen a mostly empty portion of the city to wage their battle, being directly beside the circular edge where nothing but wasteland resided on the other side outside the city proper. Alastor was also pleased to see the Overlord hadn't set the battle outside the city limits either, as it would be counter to his own intentions of allowing word to spread from the sinners who happened to be around to witness the battle. Upon arriving at the newly designated battlefield, they were met with not only the sight of Zestial himself, but also a stone-faced Carmilla Carmine flanked by her two daughters as well as a much more casual-looking king of hell. There were already sinners hanging around amongst the surrounding buildings. Alastor recognized that they were not random bystanders, who would usually flee at the sight of both Zestial and himself together, but they were all in fact sinners under Zestial's command. He must have allowed them to come witness for themselves what the conclusion of the battle would be. Alastor deigned to speak first as their own group approached, keeping a blasé tone. "Well, what a surprise! You've already collected a referee and audience for us. This is why I appreciate working with you, Zestial. You very much know how to keep things efficient and honorable." "Aha! Fair day to thou as well, Alastor. 'Twas only due diligence appraising the king as to potential destruction brought upon his kingdom in consideration of the scale such combat is well due to escalate, now that we enjoy the pleasure of his presence once more." As Zestial stepped forward to meet Alastor in the middle of the divide, his voice echoing in that intriguing way of his, Luffy stepped up to stand beside the radio demon in time with Carmilla moving to stand beside Zestial. Her steely eyes examined both Alastor and the captain with obvious suspicion. Off to the side, Lucifer scoffed at the lot of them even as he moved back to stand next to a still mildly surprised Charlie, making his supposed role as a bystander clear. "Yeah, no thanks to you, bellhop. You can really learn something from Zestial's manners, you know. Especially when it comes to respecting my royal authority." Alastor gave the statement the respect it deserved, ignoring the man outright to continue speaking to the two other overlords present. "I believe some introductions are in order. No need to get right into things without a proper greeting between our combatants, haha." His radio echoed his laughter for just a short bit, before he gestured a hand towards Luffy. "This is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Also known as the sun god who fights for his divine concept of freedom. As it happens, I decided to try my hand at a life of piracy and am now in allegiance with him." At that, Carmilla was the first to speak, voice brimming with indignation. "That's the story you're going with? You don't expect any of us to actually believe you've decided to work for the benefit of a god, do you? Let alone this fanciful story of becoming a pirate. You know as well as the rest of us such a status has no meaning in this underworld, there's no point to it. What are you really up to, Alastor? What's the true purpose you wish to use this boy for?" Making sure to keep his displeased radio feedback muted, Alastor merely tightened his hold on his mic and narrowed his gaze on the woman before fortifying his position. "While it may have been true in the past that it mattered not which living world the sinners fell from, I believe you will find that the times are about to change, Carmilla. And I say this as one with a preference for keeping things old-fashioned. I'm sure you have been keeping appraised of the talk on the streets enough to know that others of his world have begun carving themselves out a place in the ring. But of them all, the captain here is the one most worth regarding. What can I say but that I like to bet on the winning team and keep things entertaining for myself? It's only natural to try mixing things up once new opportunities present themselves." Holding out a hand in front of Carmilla before she could give a likely irate response, Zestial gave a curious tilt of the head as he intoned, "Certainly, there is weight in turning the barrel anew when times are ripe. But on the contrary, thy dlvry of souls in thy possession, 'tis most unusual. Indeed, if thou art truly without deception regarding said god and instead doth speak words of truth, one mayst draw conclusions of thy own soul having fallen in jeopardy, for thou hast greatly depart from thy previous inclinations." Before Alastor had to muster up a response, the captain thankfully chose that point to interject his own truth of the matter. "Ael's just doin' whatever he wants to do. So what if it's different than what he was doin' before? Or at least I think that's what you were talkin' about. You speak weird, Veskai." Zestial's multiple eyes narrowed on Luffy at the address in a rare show of irritation, while Carmilla outright sneered at the boy. Alastor, on the other hand, allowed himself a brief moment of hearty laughter. Ahaha. Well said, Captain. Though your memory when it comes to people's names can still use some improvement. The boy just gave him that blank look of his. I'll learn M if I need to. Which, wow, what a set of unintentional fighting words. That is. Alastor laughed a second time as Carmilla's expression just twisted further. Before he cut himself off abruptly, raising a brow at Zestial to conclude with a sharpened grin, if all you wished from this encounter was the chance to question me, I suggest you call off the bout now. But if you are truly interested in testing this god, then by all means, start your match. 'Twould not hath called upon both king and mine own to take witness if ill-prepared for the commitment of mine word. If thou assert thyself to hath become this boy's herald true of heart, then 'tis of even more importance to evaluate prospects of bespoken divinity. Well, good luck to you, then. He first bid his adieu to Zestial, before glancing back at Luffy's grin, already brimming with the excitement brought on by his divinity, as he walked away. Do make sure to enjoy yourself, Captain. I dare say after this fight, every other overlord will become most disinclined to putting up a fight against your will. Ah, that's no fun. Indeed, was his last word before lining up in between the present pirates and Charlie, with Lucifer sending him a shifty-eyed glance from her other side where the other hotel residents were flanking. At the sight of Carmilla and her daughters marching over, however, the Morning Stars took a good couple of sidesteps to make room for the still brewing conflict. Noticeably standing directly beside himself while her wary children flocked behind her, Carmilla's sharp gaze accompanied her whispered hiss of a warning. While Zestial is giving your claim of this boy being a legitimate divine being some credence, Alastor, I am not so inclined. You do realize that if he fails to win in this moment, you may actually fully lose your position as an overlord, do you not? The only reason people still regard you as one even after losing possession of so many souls is due to the reputation you've earned and fear of your power. The boy failing would prove you to have fallen into a lower position from what you once had. Alastor couldn't help but chuckle at the attitude. After tapping his mic against the ground to encase the haphazard group of spectators within a strong shield, he sent the woman a knowing smile. You know, I never truly cared for such a position. It was only happenstance the assertion of my power came with the title. But even so, I have no need to worry about losing it. You will come to find that betting against the captain is not a winning hand. The overlord narrowed her eyes once more, but someone beat her to a response. Alastor had to keep himself from startling at the unexpected feeling of tiny hooves clutching at his leg. He glanced down in vague bewilderment to see Chopper looking up at Carmilla with a rather cute glare, notably holding onto Alastor from the side rather than attempting to hide behind him. Alastor's right. Luffy won't lose to anyone. So stop talking down to him like that. Carmilla blinked down at the creature with an almost absent-minded shock at having been spoken to in such a way by what looked like a completely non-threatening possible child. Her daughters even looked like they were withholding themselves from cooing over the reindeer as they peeked over their mother's shoulders. Still a couple feet to their side and being visibly held back by a much more frightened-looking Calico, Bartolomeo proved himself to be ever the fanboy as he hackled, "That's right, Beach. Luffy Senpai's gonna beat this guy's butt. Don't you talk down the Straw Hat crew like that. Each one of M's worth more than 100 men. Listen lady, if you're gonna speak like that to one of us, there's one thing you gotta understand." In contrast to the fanboy's mostly expected response, Alastor then had to keep himself from tensing at the surprising feeling of one strong hand grasping his shoulder while another placed itself on his upper arm. He adjusted his stare to see Zoro leaning forward from his side to send Carmilla 3 proper smirks, the woman once again returning to her more irate expression at the unwanted commentary. "We're the crew of the King of the Pirates. Your hierarchy and your king mean nothing to us, because the only so-called king we believe in is our captain. Why do you think we're the only ones that bothered to come out here? It's 'cause we all know Luffy's gonna win anyway, so only the crew that needed to be here came. Compared to just being some self-important overlord, being on our crew's the highest position anyone could have. It's definitely not lower. As far as we're concerned, Al here has already surpassed that fancy title you and that vest guy are so proud of." "Excuse me? Why, you outrageous." Alastor couldn't keep his stare from going wide at the first mate's unquestioningly firm stance of support. After flinching back in full outrage, Carmilla outright snarled as she prepared to snap back. Only for the tremoring of the ground and blinding light that the god was now putting off to startle her attention away. Her eyes darted back to the battlefield unconsciously. In an attempt to keep the situation fully diffused, Charlie notably slid herself between Alastor and Carmine with an awkward smile as the weapons dealer stepped forward to stare unabashed at Zestial clashing with the ever-grinning sun god. Zoro pat his shoulder and arm once with a huff before letting go to grant him his space again, while Chopper seemed content to stay by his person. After a quick once-over at either side of him, Alastor reached a hand down to pat the reindeer's head, to which he felt Chopper fidget in his delight at the reward of affection. Alastor retracted the hand to rest it atop the one already placed upon the mic head of his cane, deciding not to pay the other's presence any more mind as he watched what was already trending towards a one-sided beatdown, as well as the entertaining reactions that were sure to come along with it. Along with Carmilla Carmine's total shock, the gobsmacked faces of Husk, Angel, and Cherry were an amusing sight. The popcorn had even been abandoned and dropped on the ground once the god began stretching Zest's body and the surrounding buildings and ground just as well as his own did. While Rosie covered the lower half of her face with a fan, it did little to hide how wide her eyes had become. Bartolomeo looked as though he might start a sermon on the spot with how brightly his eyes shined at the divinity of his idol and god, and next to him, Calico was staring at the fight in an odd bewilderment. Alastor would bet good money on the sinner's conversion by the end of the day. On the other side of Charlie, a notably unsurprised Lucifer was wincing quite a bit. Though whether that was at Zest's fairing, the damage to the city he would inevitably have to fix, or due to his mind's own connections as to how his wife ended up in the state she had remained to be seen. More unexpectedly, his daughter, while staring with her own wide eyes and slightly agape mouth as the now gigantified Luffy carelessly threw Zest's full eldritch horror demon form through a nearby building with laughter bordering on madness, did not look as shocked as he would have anticipated. And Vaggie, while somewhat more affected, was seemingly reacting more towards the absolute absurdity that defined the god's abilities rather than the god himself. Without looking away from where Zestial was now opening a portal to the cosmic horrors of the otherworldly, Alastor tilted in a slight lean towards Charlie. He kept his volume muted as he mused, "Am I right in my assumptions that your belligerent father has finally learned a thing or two about keeping you in the loop concerning your unusual visitors?" Charlie jolted in place at being addressed, eyes flashing towards him before they were drawn away just as quick at the wondrous phenomena that was the sun god taking a newly summoned creature of unworldly visage to stretch out and use as a jump rope. That move took even himself by surprise for a moment. It took the princess a good minute to figure out how to use her mouth again. Right. Well, he kinda had to, since I kinda demanded that he let me visit Luffy's world so we could try and learn more about him. He's not able to leave Hell himself, so he had to let me go instead, and I took Vaggie with me. The answer was a fair surprise, but a good one. Is that so? How remarkably bold of you. Very nice. Was the trip truly so elucidating with the captain himself no longer being around to showcase himself? Well, we couldn't talk to anyone directly, of course, but the way people talk about him there. The way people mourn for him. As she spoke, the light of the god reflecting in her large eyes, Charlie's expression shifted into a soft, gentle sort of smile. One Alastor hadn't quite expected her to look away from Luffy to direct instead at himself. It seemed that wherever he went, he left a larger-than-life mark. The way he touched the hearts of the friends he made, whenever someone would talk about him, even when they were sad he was gone, they just couldn't stop smiling. Even if they were crying. It sounded like he saved a good number of kingdoms in life too, since there were some rulers explicitly trying to set up a new system that he would have approved of. Even the new head of their marines was crying about him, and those guys are supposed to be the ones fighting the pirates. He changed their entire world. It made all the stories that were being spread about him somehow believable. Not to mention what Dad mentioned about some of the baddies that he fought. That mention piqued Alastor's interest. He inferred, "You're referring to those elder stars and the hidden figure who governed them all, correct? They sounded rather demonic in nature, so I had been wondering how they hadn't ended up down here. Surely they didn't seem like the type to not make themselves known." "Oh yeah, basically Dad found out about this deal the big baddie made with King Paimon in exchange for their soul, and Dad got really mad about it and forced Paimon to give up his right to them in death. So they just didn't have a soul anymore when they died, meaning they couldn't pass on to the afterlife and just stopped existing. 800 years. 800 years of what was essentially demonic rule over those poor people. All because Paimon thought it would be funny and wanted some more FING servants. Why can't he just hire people like everyone else? Hell, he has enough children to make some of them into his own servants. Not to mention the rest of the Goetia. All I knew was that I was not dealing with those assholes in death. No siree. Souls that garbage go in the universal trash bin where they belong? Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Straight to the ether for you." Both Alastor and Charlie glanced over to her other side to watch as her father came down from his ranting, huffing from his remembered anger. After shifting his eyes over towards them, Lucifer tried to clear his throat and straighten his posture and coat, pulling himself back together. Yeah, I'm still kinda mad about that. No wonder that place had a fruit that could escalate to a god reincarnating just lying around, 'cause by God did they need the divine intervention. Aha ha. I do believe that every time I speak with you, your majesty, I question even more as to how hell isn't in an even worse state than what it currently exists as. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm just saying that I'm downright impressed that the captain saving your wife from her possessed state is somehow the second time he's cleaned up a mess on your behalf. Hey, what happens in the overworld is not my jurisdiction. You tacky piece of. Gee guys, please, can we all just calm down for a bit? It wasn't too much longer after that conversation that the battle came to an end. Rather than make a stupid stance to fight to the death, Zest was smart enough to properly surrender and throw in the towel once he'd expended all his energy and his body was too damaged to move. Frankly speaking, between the two of them, Carmilla was the overlord left more shell-shocked while Zest seemed to be taking his defeat fairly well. He didn't even put up a fuss when the captain, after reverting back to his mortal state, waved at the doctor to come over. Not that he would have been able to physically contest even if he wished to do so. Zoro followed the tiny steps of the bipedal reindeer, only to have to be pulled over by a rubbery stretched-out hand when he immediately started walking perpendicularly to Chopper's path. After giving the idiot swordsman a very judging side-eye, with a great sigh of preemptive exhaustion, Lucifer departed and just got right to fixing up the area. Alastor himself was about to make his way over. But before he made to do so, Charlie gently tugged at the sleeve of his coat, drawing his attention back to her gentle smile. Sorry to keep you. I just wanted to say. Well, there's kinda been a lot of jokes about the scary radio demon joining Luffy and his crew and starting a cult and all, so I just wanted to make sure you knew that, the way I see it. I think being with him really suits you, Alastor. I'm really happy for you. I hope that was an okay thing to say? After blinking the surprise away, Alastor found his own smile relaxing its usual sharpness at the warmth Charlie's words left behind. On the average, he typically found the princess's tendency for touchy-feeliness to be fairly counter to his own tastes, but in this context, he found that he didn't mind her genuine nature too much. There's no need to fret, my dear. I appreciate the gesture. So allow me to give my own thoughts that you may have appreciation for. Luffy is indeed a person larger than life, and now larger than afterlife in addition to that. But as you inevitably compare yourself and your shortcomings to him, his grin curling a tad mischievous, Alastor bopped the girl's head with the mic head of his cane, causing Charlie to drop her grin as she reached up to soothe her head. Remember that you share a plenty of qualities with the captain, even with all the differences between your two persons. Just as he came into his own throughout his life, so too are you amidst the same process. Regardless of if your fanciful whims end up in the state you wish them to be at the end of it all, some way or another, you have your own remarkable potential for leadership. With that said, Alastor promptly turned his back on the girl and continued on his way. It took her a good half-minute to take stock of what he'd said and call back out with a particularly tearful voice, wait. Alastor. That was, like, the nicest thing you've ever said to me. You can't just leave right after. Zestial, my good fellow, what would you say are the results of your evaluation exactly? Alastor began as soon as he was in range to speak without yelling in a boorish manner. He planted his cane into the ground to lean against with both hands, noticeably looking down in what was surely a very smug smile at the fearsome overlord who was now covered in pink flowers by the doctor's efforts. At the other side, Chopper gave a satisfied nod at how his patient was coming along, while Zoro yawned into his hand in boredom and Luffy curiously watched the proceedings with a more absent-minded grin, hands planted on his waist in a confident stance. Specifically, was it before or after the captain used your attack as material to jump rope with that you realized you were completely F-ed? In some corner of his awareness, Alastor could overhear Angel Dust muttering a similar trail of thinking, though in disbelief rather than posturing. Fuckin', what the F, did we even watch just now? The jump rope? The pizza tossin'? The hey bada bada swing? I think we changed genres for a sec there. Cherry resounded in agreement. Hell if I know, but the more you talk about it, the less sense it fucking makes, and it didn't make any DMN sense to begin with. Husk cried out, absolutely baffled. With a hummed sigh of annoyance, Zestial intoned, Alastor, thou art quite comfortable jesting at mine expense, now that thy God hath proven thy truth. Even one of mine nature must confess, much of those holy acts were rather unanticipated. I noticed that you didn't properly answer my question. He fully reveled in his own pestering nature, any facade of politeness dropped in favor of his conceited, mean smirk of a grin. 'Twas prior to the jump rope. That's what I thought. Ha 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 ha. As though to purposefully reinsert himself as an annoyance, the swordsman sked, DMN, calm the F down, will you red ears? You didn't even do anything and you're actin' like you're the one who beat the sheet out of the guy. I believe organizing this whole affair counts as anything. The real question is, what are you even here for? He didn't miss a beat before answering, not even bothering to flash the man a proper glare as he instead turned his smile towards the still obviously shell-shocked Carmilla Carmine as she slowly approached. When he spoke again, however, it was still to Zestial. May I assume then that the Calico's deal is over and done with then? You haven't even gotten to the part of witnessing that holy act yet. 'Twas the implication. Without any fuss, a contract of yellow-green ink set on black parchment manifested. When Luffy took it in hand to tear apart and set aflame in white, Zestial didn't even look surprised. And admittedly, he'd already witnessed much more shocking things throughout the fight by this point. When the chains broke apart from Calico's form, the cat hardly even reacted, still processing the confusion he had regarding everything else even as Bartolomeo started his attempts at converting. Not only for the newly freed sinner, but also the others of Zestial's employ that slowly approached with slackjaw gazes. Before Alastor could further rub in the captain's victory, Zestial began to speak again of something more unexpected. Indeed, the god hath proven true his power. Thus, deals of each mine own either will be decided anew, or released from mine bonds henceforth. There need not be a second act to this play. Zestial? Carmilla stuttered the name, falling to her knees beside her longtime ally as she questioned, "What are you saying? You would really go that far? How can you just accept such an end? 'Tis not an end, but a new beginning." Just as Alastor hath foretold, even while the elder overlord cut the woman off, he reached out to take her hand in comfort, looking unperturbed by his own conclusions. "Take it from one as old as I fear not change. To live throughout ages is but same as accepting the new age time after time. If one doth not accept progress, thou shalt not progress. 'Tis why I wish to test the metal of such words for myself, rather than allow another to thus act in place of mine." With a careful heave, Zestial sat up from his previously position lying down. The flowers fell off his person on their own as he moved to reveal unblemished flesh. As Carmilla stared unabashed at the disappearance of his wounds, the elder examined his arm and hand while giving an intrigued hum. "'Twould seem the god hath value amongst his following as well. Impressive magics by far, and by the hands of such an unassuming creature. I thank thee for thy grace." In his usual manner, the doctor took to the compliment like a reindeer to the snow, smiling rather idiotically as he wiggled in place and rubbed as the back of his head. "Ah shucks ya bstrd, flatterin' me like that. Won't work. Ehehe. Yeah. My crew's the best," the captain readily agreed. Alastor had to catch himself from stumbling when the boy launched into his side, wrapping his arms around his neck and shoulders to hang like an actual monkey from him. Smile going taunt, he pushed at Luffy's head to no avail, his neck simply stretching out half an arm's length. Vest guy wasn't as strong as Horn Lady, but it was more fun. He had a bunch of cool creepy stuff. "So I saw, one would think more of your rambunctious energy might have been expended throughout such a trial." "Huh? Usually I always get real tired after using a gear 5th, but not as much anymore. Wonder why?" Alastor gave the observation some actual consideration. "Death likely has brought you to a state closer to attunement with the divine and its afterlife." "Oh. Is that why I only started being able to do that after I died once? How you've managed to make it this far is the true mystery here." Fortunately, the rather obnoxious interaction did not seem to shift the other overlord's opinions. When Rosie sauntered over with a growing expression of amusement, she was the one to pose. "So Carmilla, what are you plannin' to do after this? Gonna have your own lil' tiff with Alastor's darlin' here?" While Zestial didn't give an opinion, his silent glance was clear enough. With a ruminating look of dissatisfaction, Carmilla's eyes shifted over to where her daughters watched in worry, before looking away entirely. "No. I've seen enough. I must work my way through my own contracts. What a hassle this will be." "Oh. In a bit of a startle, Bartolomeo jogged over from where he'd been preaching to his crowd to explain, "Nami-senpai put me in charge of collections. Tell all your folks that the rate's $20 marked down to $10 if they add a food off-errand on top of that." "What the hell, we're seriously doing that? Luffy didn't even fight for those other guys," the first mate incredulously exclaimed with a multi-hand gesture swung out towards the other guys in question. "Nami-senpai said to say in case this happen, she's so smart, the fee still counts cause their souls only be in released due to Luffy-senpai intimidating their bosses. So we're taking the place of the extortionists instead?" At that, Zestial chimed in unaffected, "Hardly a pittance of a fee, incredibly gracious the will of the divine be in this instance. Luffy didn't decide sheet about this. And this is from the witch's greed, not any graciousness. The captain sounded off with his own opinion on that. If I get food it's a good thing, right?" The swordsman slapped a hand over his eyes, and then another atop that one. Alastor allowed a chuckle to sound deep in his throat, previous irritation transitioning into a grin at the reaction. Now that this matter was settling itself, however, it was about time he got around to sending out his next localized broadcast. Hell SCKS. Like, he knew it SCKS, but it FING sucks SCKS. Whichever motherfucker invented the concept of rent better have died in one of the exterminations because holy shit, that guy FING deserved to die again. Heaven doesn't have any of that DMN bullshit. When Adam first reincarnated in some dirty as shit alleyway after the battle at Little Miss Morningstar's hotel, he'd been shocked. Then in denial. Then prayed up to God and the angels for them to say CK right now please. When nothing happened and he'd had to vacate the alley in disgust when a drunk but sinner started pissing on the dumpster, he just yelled to the heavens, well F, you guys too. Not that any of them heard it, those fake butt beaches. And that was when he realized he didn't have any legs, because he was a FING snake. No, not even just a snake, they made him a FING clown too. With stupid but jester hat-looking horns and a black face that was just another version of his exorcist mask but with white paint marks. Who the F ever heard of a clown snake demon? Like seriously, F, you too? After the initial shock and indignation died down, though, Adam soon realized that he actually had no idea how to do shit around here. He needed to eat and find a place to live, but he needs money to eat and pay rent, and to get money, he needs a job. He got by fine in the beginning just by stealing from some weakling sinners, but even these fuckers were smart enough not to carry a ton of cash around in hell. If it was just about the food he could have probably gotten by just with that, but rent is so expensive. And they have the FING nerve to ask for 3 months rent in advance? And a safety deposit? Who the F has that kind of money immediately upon dying and ending up in the pit? It's bullshit is what it is. So he's been able to feed himself but, shocker, was literally homeless. And of course no one wants to hire a fucking homeless BSTRD with a god-awful attitude. And it's not like he wants to hang around these filthy loser but sinners or fucking Christ, take orders from any of them. So, after however long it had been since he died his second death, he'd just been, getting by, basically. The only FING mercy that had been granted to him was that his cool as F electric guitar weapon thing was remade with him, though without the would have been very useful property of being an angelic weapon still. As a way both to kill time and earn some chump change to go along with his regular muggings, he's taken to playing at the side of the street. Of course, none of these stupid a-hole sinners would bother to appreciate good music if it bit them in the butt, so he never made anything more than change totaling up to a 20 at best. But he played more for himself than anything else. It was something he liked to do, and he could do it, so why not, right? He's the greatest D the world's ever seen, but he wasn't exactly an aspiring musician in life or even heaven. His awesome guitar solos were a hobby at best. One he'd only started after God gifted mankind the blessing known as AC/DC. So as much as he would never admit to it out loud, there was room for improvement in his skill. He apparently had all the time for the rest of his demed afterlife now, so might as well do something he liked with it. And he knows FING knows that FING Hotel is known to be rent-free as long as the sinner coming to simper at their doorstep promised to try for FING redemption, but he doesn't care if he ends up dying in the streets for it. He refused to beg for forgiveness from Lucifer, his beach of a daughter, Vgna, that red fucker, or any of those other fuckers. He doesn't need them or their fake but redemption, so F.M. all in their tiny FING buttes. It was during one of these days, though, that something different happened. While he'd been in the middle of an awesome riff, someone stopped in front of him to watch, and stayed all the way to the end of the song to clap. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh, very good. You're self-taught, aren't you? You've come along stupendously. Yeah, if you really liked it you'd cough up some dough and put your money where your mouth is. Adam ended up trailing off when he glanced up to see a DMN full-blown skeleton, looking at him with empty eye sockets and clapping with bony hands and everything. Well DMN. Guess I really could have turned out worse than a clown snake. At least I still got a D-2DS now even. Who would thunk it? Unless you got some weird as hell skeleton D in your pants or something. The skeleton waved him off with a laugh. Oh, it's not so bad once you get used to it. Though looking in the mirror had been a shocking fright to see at first. Not that I had any eyes to see with. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. K assumin' you're missin' your brain on top of that with how cray-cray ya are. I am indeed. The skeleton once again dismissed what should have been a concerning detail and instead, seemed to conjure his own electric guitar into his hands. Adam couldn't help but take interest when the other came up beside him to start playing. I think I can tell the kind of sound you're going for, something like this, right? Here, watch me and then try for yourself. I was a musician in life, along with being a skeleton. I can teach you anything you're interested in. After a solid 3 minutes of listening to the guy play, he couldn't deny the guy was good. How the F is he even playing with bones instead of regular fingertips? It had taken him fucking forever to figure out how to work the strings with his claws. It was only then that Adam took in the full sentence. Wait. The F, do you mean about being a skeleton in life? Oh ho? I suppose that's still unusual down here. That's too bad. Brook, there you are. I know you've got a better sense of direction than Zoro, but we should try to keep from wandering apart too much. A fishy-looking new guy came over, kinda a big one at that, and despite obviously coming to meet back up with the now-named Brook, he stopped in front of Adam to give a polite smile and introduction. Hello there, sorry to bother you when you two were enjoying playing together. You can continue as you were. My name is Jinbei, known as the first son of the sea in my previous life. Brook and I are both members of the same crew, the Straw Hat Pirates captained by Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. You guys were pirates? At the mention, Adam vague remembered those other kinds of souls that came from not Earth, a place that had a name but he didn't care about enough to remember. They were in the middle of that DMN pirating era or something though, right? Sarah had talked about it when he wasn't paying attention. That's why that guy who showed up in heaven that kept calling himself the Pirate King was a thing. Sick. Guess it's not like I have anything better to do, so I'll let Jack Skellington here show me what he's got for a bit longer. My name's Brook. It's a joke? You never watched? Never mind. Just know there's this other musical skeleton guy in a suit who had a movie and is kinda a thing. Really? Brook sounded a little too excited at the sound of that. Oh, you must show me. Can we watch it after our lesson? Balking in reflex, Adam snapped back, this is a fucking music lesson. I never asked for that. I don't even got any money to pay ya. Starting up the melody once again, Brook just laughed at the suggestion like he'd said a joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho, why would I ever charge money for teaching someone music? Songs are the sound of the soul, good man. Teaching a person how to play out the melody which their soul vies to sing is something every musician should take pride in offering. If you are willing to play, I am willing to play with you. Oh, it was rude of me to go so long without asking, though. What's your name? Adam. Just Adam, now. I guess. Brook hadn't been kidding about his offer of lessons. They played in the street for a while, with Brook playing certain riffs and melodies and Adam doing his best to copy after, and by the end they even played one song together. Before he knew it, there was actually a good amount of change that had been left in the bag he'd set out for tips, and a few sinners had even stopped to clap for Brook. The guy was so good even the god-awful sinners had to take notice. Jinbei clearly noticed that he was a homeless schlup and was the one to offer for Adam to come by their new apartment to continue the sesh. How the F did two newbies figure this sheet out before him? God damn it. He usually wasn't one to accept pity, but there was just this one rhythm he wasn't getting quite right at a certain part, and he knew it'd annoy the F out of him if he never fixed that sheet. Since it was a fucking crime they didn't get his reference, he had them swing by a rental place to get a bootleg version of that Halloween movie he'd mentioned before they headed to the cheap butt apartment. And from there, he kinda never really left. Because actual running water? Whoever invented that sheet is in heaven for sure. It's a good thing Brook Skellington didn't have a nose, cause Jesus Christ, he would not have come up to Adam otherwise. And having an actual teacher, who would have thought, really did help with some of this music sheet, and Brook knew everything. The guy was nuts, but he knew his sheet. The theory sheet, composing sheet, and he even knew how to play a whole bunch of other instruments. The guy was basically a one-man band, but still let Adam have the guitar solos, as he rightfully should. While Jinbei wasn't a music guy, he was a chill dude who seemed to be the only one between the three of them that could actually function like a normal adult who lived in a society. After Adam had gruffly and hesitantly admitted and then immediately brushed off his shitty attempts to get a job, the guy actual sat him down and helped him go over his resume and sheet. You shouldn't use, I'm FING Adam I can do anything, as an example of your qualifications. They had fake interviews and everything. It's not professional language to say, shut up beach I'm talking, to the interviewer. Adam usually got pretty pissy with people, especially when they don't realize that. He's much better than them and more deserving of attention than anything else they could have going on in their pathetic lives, but it's like the guy just had loafy and chill vibes radiating from him. It was hard for Adam to work up the attitude necessary to tell him to F off when there was nothing to get confrontational about. When Adam had come back slightly shocked that he'd managed to get a part-time job at some store, Jinbei and Brook had both been excited for him. And he's used to being important. In heaven, he'd been used to people mind-hiving with whatever he said, and he'd liked it that way. But something about having someone be honestly happy about him achieving something that should be the bare minimum to be considered an actual functioning person, regardless of who he was just kinda nice. But he didn't spend all his time working, he spent most of it on improving his playing. and then on him and Brook playing together. And then, they got to the point where Brook suggested they look for people to play for other than Jinbei. They did some street performances again, but Jinbei also looked around for low-key events they could play at, the kinds that just got dime a dozen indie cover bands to play for a day or night, and it was after they got their first real gig that things kicked up. Brook was good enough that word started getting out as they did more and more sets. Venues would book them again after hearing them once and knowing they were worth the money. And at one point, a scout for a concert venue in Imp City offered them a slot. After he'd come down here, he'd learned that apparently the Hellborn had a thing for clowns. It was creepy to the max but worked in their favor, this time, since that made him a bigger crowd puller than he would be as a non-clown, he guessed. After that they made an official band, Bones of Man, fucking awesome name right, going back and forth between gigs at Pentagram City and Imp City with Jinbei acting as their sorta manager. And in a time that seemed shockingly short for how long Adam would guess this stuff would usually take, they got to the point where they had actual fans. Hell is forever whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better now they boil in the pot. 'Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it. They're burnin' for their lives until we kill 'em again. Yeahhhhh guitar salute. The crowd went wild. This song's so awesome, course everyone loved it. He knew Morningstar was just a tasteless beach. It was their biggest show yet in Imp City, with many of the crowd actually having come specifically for their set. Adam was at the mic with his guitar, Brook with his bass guitar, and the Skeleton's Cool Butt Magic playing the drums for them. When he finished with a grand slide of the last chord, he let the sound hang in the air until it faded into the cheers, before announcing into the mic, "If you like that one, here's another certified banger for you all. Not as good as my song but almost. New World by the fucking awesome Soul King Brook here." Another round of cheers. Adam moved over to let Brook have the mic. And as they geared up for the song, the Skeleton asked Adam's favorite question. "Thank you, yo-ho-ho. But first, to the ladies in the crowd who are having fun. May I see your panties please? Oh yeah, flash 'em girls." The chicks went wild. Adam smirked something sleazy and let himself get an eyeful of all the Hellborn women readily throwing up their miniskirts or pulling down their pants, some of them clearly not even wearing underwear or only lacy strings that barely counted as it, hell SCKS, but some parts of it were fucking sick. Concerts in heaven didn't nearly go this hard. But the moment was ruined by a sudden jet of water blasting through both Brooks and his head and face that left only Adam a coughing mess, fucking Skeleton and his fucking no-lung skull joke. I apologize to the crowd, but it looked like those two just needed a chance to cool off. Jinbei spoke over the sound system from where he stuck his head and torso out from behind backstage, before retreating with his job decidedly done. A certain portion of the crowd started going even more crazy at that. A section that looked like it was filled mostly by loan sharks called out, "We love you too, Daddy Jinbei. Number 1 manager Jinbei. Marry me Jinbei. This cannot be FING normal. How the hell does a band manager get more beaches than the rock stars?" Adam had to whisper at Brook. The Skeleton just shrugged. Jinbei is a very reliable and handsome man, it would make sense for women to find him attractive. In comparison, I'm merely skin and bones, but no skin and only bones. Yo-ho-ho-ho, skull joke. Now, it's time for the new world. There was nothing like the high of playing a hype set. He was practically made for the spotlight, soaking in all the attention and glory he rightfully deserved. But somehow, it was even better than the glory he'd gotten from being known as the first man, cause while he still would fully assert that all of humanity owed themselves to his ball, it was also true that he'd been created to be that. Start the human race, that's what the big guy had made him for and all. But this? Getting to go up on a stage to fans waiting in anticipation for him to show up and shred guitar as much as he wanted, he'd worked for this. It was the result of hours of practice, hours of Brook's time spent teaching him, hours of playing on the street and dead stages, all things that should have SCKED but ended with a payoff greater than all that effort combined. Not just the spotlight, but the feeling of the rhythm and waves of a song and the way it moved through his body and arms and fingers in a way that was just so good. Like even his heartbeat was beating with the drums. Knowing that the afterlife could be like this, Adam thought that he might actually not mind being stuck in hell, if it could always be like this. So of course, a certain demon had to go and ruin a good fucking time only a day after that. This sun god does in fact exist, those of his world may even know the originating legend of sun god Nika as well as the title he earned in life as king of the pirates. He's merely taken to a mortal form when not in need of his power. And he has in fact proven himself capable of forcibly breaking the soul contracts of overlords. If any of you are in need of a testimony, the recently retired Spider of the Night Angel Dust can attest to this, along with his previous contractor overlord. Valentino of the V's. Aha. Yes, you heard that right. For Straw Hat Luffy, Adam spit out the soda he'd been in the middle of drinking, choking on it while clawing at his throat. He didn't have long to pull himself together, though, 'cause Brook and Jinbei began making their way back out from the store they'd gone into to run some errands. Immediately upon the store door opening, Adam had his guitar in hand and stared, strumming as loud as he could, maxing the amp effect of it. To further drown out the radio broadcast playing on the other side of the street, he started yelling as though he was trying to speak over his own playing. "Hey Brook. What you think about this riff here? Oh ho. It's quite energetic. Oh, is there something playing on the speakers over there? Just the beach butt radio demon. The guy's a creep. Don't worry about him, we gotta work on this now before I forget." Somehow that FING worked. Luckily the broadcast didn't last for that much longer. But it was already the beginning of the end. It was only the afternoon of the next day when the doorbell for the apartment rang, and Jinbei opened it to reveal an old as the FING dinosaur's radio had been placed on the doorstep. Adam immediately cursed at the sight of it. FFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF by the Straw Hats. This is a special localized broadcast brought to you by the Radio Demon. I know you've heard of me at least once, due to your lesser company trying so desperately to dismiss me. Regardless of your questionable choice of bandmates, however, I have a message for you both. Your captain is waiting in anticipation for your arrival at the Hazbin Hotel. You would have heard of his location sooner had the reincarnated First Man Adam, former head of Heaven's Extermination Exorcist Army, not kept you from listening to yesterday's broadcast. Quite foolish of him to not have realized I would be aware of that rudeness. And with that, I believe we have about 3, 2, 1. Al. Who'd you find this time? Punctual as always. It's your musician and helmsman. Brook and Jinbei? That's great. Brook, you gotta come soon and play some music for Al. He likes it a lot and sings nice. Perhaps that would be amendable, but make sure when you come, you leave behind the stray you picked up. Will you? As it happens, he killed a former resident of the hotel and the others are still rather upset about that. His presence is certain to ruin the mood of any performance here. You're mad at the guy too? Did you lose in a fight or something? He used to be a notable figure in heaven and I was quite constrained during that battle. The odds were simply not in my favor. I can handle him easily now. For he is but an insignificant, foolish jester. A bona fide has-been, as they say. Ahahaha. Oh. That was a skull joke. Haha. I'm not quite sure what that is, but either way, you missed the mark on the actual pun I was going for. Anyway, farewell for now to the Straw Hat Pirates. And as for the Hazbin Angel, welcome to hell. It's forever, whether you like it or not. Ahahaha. The radio cut off into distorted, buzzing static at that point. Adam kicked away the thing for good measure with another curse, that FING too much red fucker. F-. A large hand grasped at his shoulder. He turned back with a scowl full of serrated teeth to see Jinbei's level expression. There's no need to get so angry, Adam. While I realize you may have bad blood between you and the radio demon, you should try to keep control of yourself. Why the F should I? And why the F should you even care? Adam slapped the hand off himself to turn back around and look away from the guy and the skeleton behind him, crossing his arms and growling out, I'm not dumb, you know. This band is over. You're just gonna go back to your oh-so-precious captain and shack up with the radio demon and leave me in the FING dust. So don't you bullshit me and pretend you actually give a shit about what I do and how I act. This time, Brook was the one place his bony fingers on Adam's shoulder. The timbre of his voice insistent yet soft, just because we'll be going back to our crew doesn't mean things have to end, Adam. Even if we don't get to see each other as often, we can still play our music and play our shows. So don't say such things. Of course we still care for you. There's no need to be sad. Adam couldn't keep himself from tensing at the words. This time, he glanced back over his shoulder to give the skeleton face an incredulous grimace that matched the doubt of his tone. Really? You're just gonna ignore the fact that I used to lead the killing of a fucking ton of sinners for fucking years? Don't bullshit me. I liked it, you know. I loved fucking laughing at their suffering. And by now I know the both of you enough to know that that shit ain't cool with you. And you're saying you wanna keep our band going? Oh ho, well, that is very not good, yes. But you're sorry for what you've done now, right? No. And what does that even FING matter? Of course it matters. Jinbei's deep voice cut in, stepping to the other side of Brook to give Adam another considering look. And are you truly sure you hold no regret for your actions? Say for example, if heaven were to offer you another chance to do one of your exterminations, would you take the offer? Would you truly kill aimlessly and without care, aiming to kill me and Brook along with everyone else? Taken aback, Adam found himself averting his glare down to the ground, brows furrowing together further. I mean, yeah, no? I don't know. It doesn't matter 'cause that's never gonna happen. But I wouldn't kill you guys at least, 'cause you're cool, and I wouldn't want to kill anyone who's a fan of Bones of Man either, 'cause they've got good taste. You may see us as exceptions, but it's a sign of a greater shift in thinking than you realize. The souls who fell to hell likely meant nothing to you, correct? You saw them as being different than those of heaven, their lives not holding the same value. But despite that, you have come to regard us as people you value. You value the people who enjoy your music despite their status. You still value yourself, who met the same fate as the rest of the sinners you believe to be far beneath you. If you place these truths out before you, do you not find that there is meaning to them? So fing what? Huh? Even if you're right and it does mean something, what then? Nothing fing changes. You change, Adam. And, even if you're quick to discard the significance of that, it does mean something. A hiss of a breath caught in Adam's throat, like it was trying to choke him. Jinbei continued without faltering at his lack of response, you can't change what you've done. You can't change who you were in the past. And you can't bring back the lives you've ended. But at the very least, you can change who you are now, and who you are in the future. Do not shackle yourself to the man you once were because you fear admitting your faults, you were wrong, stick out your chest and declare that fact without hesitation. For you can become a better man, and that's a good thing. Some people go their entire lives without changing, content in their ignorance, and they remain all the worse for it. Do not allow your pride to condemn you to the same fate when you have the power to choose your own path. I don't believe in fing redemption. Once you're out of heaven, you're out. Just like how it was with Eden. It doesn't matter if you're fing sorry about it, they won't let you back in. And why does that matter? Is it not enough to simply change for the sake of yourself? It's not like you to take stock of other people's opinions more than your own. I guess not, yeah. I don't know. Still without looking at the two, Adam stepped away from the doorframe and back in, passing them. He kept his back to them as he called out, I'm stealing the DMN apartment. Just get lost already, will ya? I'm not used to thinking this much. My head fing hurts. He ignored Jinbei's hand momentarily patting his shoulder again. Take care, Adam. I hope next we meet, you will have come to a better understanding of things. Fat chance of that, yeah. When Jinbei moved away, a skeleton hand replaced where his larger one had been. Brook's voice was still soft, you will not be alone, friend. I promise you that. We will come back. Perhaps rehearsal next weekend will be a good time. Not like I'm gonna stop you from coming. Don't come crying to me when your captain doesn't like you hanging out with me though. I do not believe Luffy is the type to care for such things. He allows us much freedom in how we spend our time. Until then, Adam. We'll be back, alright? Their footsteps and the door closing after them sounded so loud, making a racket in his brain like the worst kind of mic feedback. He huffed under his breath at the sound and stomped around the place to pace off the frustration that just built right back up. Until he found himself crossing the path of the mirror in his room. His room, because even though this was only a 2-bedroom, Brook just moved his stuff right over to Jinbei's room to let Adam have the one he'd been using without being asked. He hadn't even thought it was a nice thing to do at the time, because he'd thought that of course he should be the one to get his own room, never mind he hadn't paid any rent until he finally landed a job and was just mooching off the two. Because he was Adam, the best and most important guy ever, of course he was the more important between the three of them and deserved the room. Of course it was his right to have everything he could ever want. He crossed in front of the mirror and glanced up at it just by chance. And there he was, the fing clown snake. With a clown face with painted teardrops underneath his eyes. How fing sad and pathetic was that? Nothing at all like his cool and awesome angel form, with his awesome wings and halo and mask. The way he looks now is the real him, isn't it? How long has it been since he deserved those wings? Had ever even deserved them, really? It's a wonder Luke gave enough of a sheet to cry for him. His hand flinched into a fist, about to ignore the way it'd up his hand to punch the thing. But he stopped himself when he, almost absent-mindedly, remembered that he only had this mirror 'cause Jinbei had bought it for him. 'Cause he didn't have enough cash and wanted it. And instead he just ended up turning his back to it as well. Flopping face first onto his bed, Adam groaned out the ever-eternal words of heavenly wisdom. My life, Uug. Somehow the situations of the various scattered straw hats just continued to get more bizarre. A traveling rock band? Truly? The captain had mentioned his musician's dalliance with stardom once before, but it was still rather unexpected to have discovered that not only was the skeleton giving live performances, he was doing so with the reincarnation of the first man. How did they even cross paths in the first place? Let alone somehow get along well enough to start a band? Even Charlie had nothing good to say about Adam's personality, and that was truly saying something. Ironically, if Alastor had been the type with a tendency toward social media sleuthing, he may have come across at least their band name at a prior opportunity, though it seemed they'd only just begun their earnest trending into social awareness. And with the knowledge that he was searching for a skeleton, the name Bones of Man would have at least been worth a follow-up. But he must digress. They'd been located in a fair enough time frame. He doubted Luffy cared whether he'd taken the most efficient path to reach this point. And with them having been found, all members were accounted for even when not all were present. He was a bit curious how that little venture was going for the last two, but it seems they'll conclude their matter sooner rather than later. It was after Luffy's battle with Zest upon their return to the hotel that Alastor sent out his broadcast message, and then later that same day when the new pair arrived. Once again, his notice to the captain had the boy ambushing the two at the door upon their arrival. Luffy had to stretch out his arms wide to get them around the largest member of the group thus far, his hold somewhat crushing the much lighter skeleton against the other. But they both just laughed it off to eagerly return their captain's affection. The rest of the crew were also quick to gather around to give their own joyful greetings. Among the other residents, Angel Dust was the first to comment, "Is that a whole butt skeleton? Didn't know that type a demon form happened." "Oh dear, how rude of us to ignore the rest of the room, our apologies," said Skeleton called back as he slipped out from Luffy's hold. Standing tall at a good head above Angel Dust's height, he brushed down his mixed-matched outfit consisting of a black suit coat, white undershirt, and blue cravat paired with a rather outrageous pair of flower-patterned pink pants and bright orange boa, with a crown set atop his black top hat that somehow managed to keep itself perched on his sizable circular afro. He approached Princess Charlie to give her a proper bow, tucking his cane against his side. The girl returned the gesture with a bashful smile. "You are the Princess of Hell, correct? What a charming young lady. My name is Brook, also known by my stage name and bounty moniker of Soul King Brook. I have the delighted position of being the Straw Hat's musician. Thank you very much for providing for my captain and our comrades during this time." Then, before Charlie could give her likely delighted response, he ruined the whole introduction to ask, "May I please see your panties?" Off with his head by a mighty sweep of Nami's staff. The skull completely detached from the man's neck as the woman rightly and furiously chastised, "You can't ask the princess something like that. Actually, you shouldn't be asking it in the first place. Stop doing that." The head flew in the direction of Vaggie, who unconsciously smacked it like a volleyball with a yelp of shock. When the head fell into Husk's hands, he also reflexively spooked and tossed it back into the air. At that point, Luffy stretched out a hand to take it directly from the air. He clutched against his chest and giggled down at the skull. "You made Nami mad, Shishishi." "It would seem so, yes. I lost my head there for a second. Literally. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke." "Now that's some freaky sheet," Cherry remarked, more impressed than abhorred, leaning forward with a hand perched on her hip as though to get a better look with her eye. "Someone get a doctor." "That's you, Chopper. But I believe I should be able to fix myself up in a jiffy." "Oh. Right." At the decapitated Brook's reminder, the dearling calmed down. From his place still up in his tower, Alastor snickered to himself, having been amused by the beheading antics. The headless body took back its skull, twisting it back on in a motion that should not be congruent to how neck bones function before he released his hold in a victorious stance. "There, good as new. I gotta say though, Brook, I'm kinda surprised," Usopp started as he gave the other a thorough examination. "You haven't changed at all. Like, at all." "Yeah. How come I ended up a bug when nothing changed about you?" the cook demanded while pulling at his own antenna, as though him having ended up an insect was somehow Brook's fault. "Maybe it's 'cause he already fits the aesthetic? Even if there aren't many other skeletons around, he doesn't really stick out too much," Zoro mumbled in thought. Whoa, wait a sec." Husk ended up being the first of the Hazbin residents to crack, gesturing a hand towards the rather cheerful-looking skeleton with an incredulous glare. "Ya aren't actually suggestin' this guy was like this while he was alive, are ya? AFING dead as dead skeleton?" Brook spoke up at that, unbothered. "Oh. Well, you see, that's because my devil fruit was one that allowed my soul to return from death one time. However, my body was on a ship stuck in the Florian Triangle's fog, so I got rather lost attempting to look for it. By the time I made it back, I was already decayed down to the bone. It was a horrifying sight. Not that I had eyes to see it with. Yo-ho-ho, however, my hair was intact, and that was part of real importance. Yo-ho-ho-ho. I don't know why I'm so surprised about all this after the kind of fight the kid just had, but somehow, I am. There's so much going on in that explanation, I don't even know what to complain about first. What the hell are devil fruits and why did that make you able to revive from the dead?" The rest of the pirates seemed to glance over at the cat in vague surprise. Nami started, "Oh? You still don't know that?" But Luffy's been with you this whole time, he should've. Never mind. That answers my question. Chopper raised a hoof in the air to speak. I also ate a devil fruit, the human fruit. It's how I became part human. That one sounds kinda horrifying. And to be fair, Monkey there did say something about his body being like it was cause of some fruit. But we just thought he was Bat's hit. Cherry was the one to remember. Waving her hand high in the air like a child in a classroom, Charlie eagerly offered, Oh, I know what those are now, Husk. I can tell the rest of you about it after we get these guys settled in. It's nice seeing that things will be lively again. Not that they weren't with Brook around, but in comparison, the two of us are just a couple of old men. It's not the same without the rest of you all around, the less eye-catching newcomer cheerfully spoke up. However, he was only less eye-catching in the sense that he'd been introduced at the same time as the skeleton. Size-wise he was the opposite of subtle, standing the tallest of them all over even Brook and having a round girth to go with it. With muted blue skin, curly dark blue-black hair pulled back into blonde curling sideburns that matched his deep-set eyebrows, and a scar crossed over a still-functional eye, his form seemed to resemble something of a whale shark, if Alastor had to name a specific creature. There were large gills streaked over a wide neck, webbed digits, and small white dots beginning around his shoulders and neck that seemed to trail down his back all the way to the large shark tail that dragged behind him. He adorned a muted ochre robe-like attire similar to the swordsman's with a long brown overcoat left draped over his shoulders. He approached Charlie as well as the loosely grouped hotel residents to give them a nod of a bow. Even with large tusk-like lower fangs, his smile was of a good-natured sort as his voice resounded deeply, Your Highness, many thanks for sheltering our crew. I am Jinbei, known by the moniker First Son of the Sea in life and born of the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island, and I am but a humble crew member of a great captain. I am sure you know by now that, despite his unending youth and boisterousness, Monkey D. Luffy is a man I stand beside with much pride. I only hope that whatever workings he's messed with this time have not caused too much of a hassle for you and your following. After the introduction began and concluded without a similar bizarre incident, Charlie slowly returned to her bashful gratefulness, insisting with a wide smile, Oh no, if anything, Luffy has been such a great help to us. Thank you all for coming to stay at my hotel. Accumulated damage to the building and upheaval of Hell Society notwithstanding, Vaggie made sure to get her deadpan in there. And, technically these guys aren't my following or anything like that. Angel, Husk, and Cherry are all friends of ours who stay in the hotel. And Vaggie's my girlfriend. A pleasure to make all of your acquaintances. I would say we won't be too much of a bother, but I'm guessing many of these guys have already proved that sentiment false. Waha, rather than gain any amount of embarrassment or shame at the predicted behavior of his crew, Jinbei just closed his eyes in a deep, hearty chuckle. The fishman was the most normal of the crew by far. And while Alastor would usually associate normalcy as being a negative trait, in this case, it very much wasn't. Having witnessed enough to get the lay of the land, Alastor emerged from his shadow in the corner of the room. Though before he could attempt a grand entrance, Luffy's attention was caught onto something like a child who'd caught sight of something shiny, rushing back to his helmsman to latch onto his rotund stomach and poke at the man's chest. Of his already noticeable figure, in the upper center of his chest peeking out of his robes was another interesting feature of note, the design of a sun. Not a simple tattoo or marking, however, but one that shone with a glowing, inconsistent light. Like light filtered through the undersurface of the water rather than left in plain exposure. Based on the look of Luffy's prodding, it would seem that Jinbei's torso held a reservoir of water within it. Whoa! Cool! It looks like that mystery water tree. Jinbei looked down at the accosting captain with obvious fondness. He rustled the boy's already messed hair once more before righting his straw hat and joyfully agreeing, the light of the Eve tree on Fishman Island? Yes, the replacement for my Sun Pirate's mark there does bear a remarkable resemblance to the lit waters surrounding it. It's convenient too, I can conjure water from it with ease. It's an addition I enjoy having. And I'm assuming we should just take Fishman as is, and assume you guys also got a bunch of fish folk in that wacky Where's Waldo world of yours. You would be right, Angel. Alastor startled the spider into a jolt and he passed the other from behind. Angel clutching at his chest with all four hands as he cursed under his breath. The lightly grouped straw hats parted slightly to allow him a spot in the center before both the musician and the helmsman. With upright, proper posture, Alastor planted his mic front and center of himself to rest both hands on to give a smile full of pleasantries, though he slipped in one judging side eye at the skeleton for his early act of perversion. Luffy quickly reoriented himself, jumping off of the larger man to rush back Alastor's way and throw an arm around him to joyfully explain, Brook, Jinbei. This Alastor. He's part of the crew now. Seeing as these were both the type for a proper introduction, Alastor made sure to return the politeness. A pleasure to be meeting you, quite a pleasure. There's no need to repeat yourselves as I've already heard your prior greetings. As the captain mentioned, I am Alastor, also known throughout this ring as the Radio Demon. I do hope you don't mind my intrusion into your little entourage. Both the cook and the swordsman sent him a disbelieving glare like he was the one with multiple heads now. It was hardly his fault that they precluded themselves from a proper greeting by starting a fight immediately upon their arrival. Both the puppet and the navigator regarded him with a wary glance, while the deerling seemed fully charmed by his words. Again, they were the ones to instantly start shrieking in terror at the sight of him, and the puppet fell into the fire all his own. He had nothing to do with that nonsense. A complete departure from any of the previous reactions his introduction has garnered, the skeleton began to clap in a burst of energy that rushed out his words. Oh ho! How exciting! And the captain mentioned before that you like music, correct? I'd love to play for you sometime, good sir. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates. If my eyes don't deceive me, you seem like a proper gentleman as well. Not that I have eyes to see with. Yo-ho, oh wait. I just used that one, didn't I? Ever the grouch, of course Husk was the one to interject with a tone full of that caddish attitude. Hate to burst your bubble, double dead guy, but this proper gentleman here is actually an insane maniacal overlord. Just in case you didn't know, that's what he meant when he said he was the radio demon. Blank eye sockets glanced away from where they drifted towards Husk and back to Alastor's person. Ah, he's insane, is that so? So am I. We have so much in common. How wonderful. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That gained Brook a clear squinty-eyed look from Angel, Husk, and Vaggie. Cherry gave the skeleton another incredulous once-over while Charlie just awkwardly smiled through the strangeness. She winced sharply at the shrill sound of Nifty scurrying away with a cry of, "How are there still no bad boys? This is madness. I need a kill some bugs." Without paying the reactions any mind, the fishman gladly replied, "Looks like Luffy managed to find another interesting fellow. I welcome you to the crew as well, Alastor. However you found yourself pulled into our captain's path, I'm sure it's been lively journey one way or another." Lively is certainly one way to put it, yes sirree. Aha. The captain here never fails to provide an entertaining turn of events, Alastor chimed back while giving a pat to the boy's arm that was still around him. Luffy's grin beamed at the gesture. Things had been going perfectly fine, so of course the swordsman had to interject his boorishness into things, raising his voice to snark, "You know, I think I like you better when you're acting like a BSTRD, red ears. Whenever you do this playin' nice shtick it gives me the creeps. I grant people the amount of regard they deserve from my person. It's hardly my fault I lack the patience for dealing with an imbecile of your nature." While he kept his tone light and his smile pristine, Alastor made sure to send a glare of a side eye at the man. He also shifted the look towards the cook as well since, even if he refrained from agreeing to Zoro's comment aloud, he'd glanced away with an obvious smirk of agreement. Alastor quickly reoriented himself at the now familiar feeling of small hooves taking hold of his leg. He glanced down to see Chopper was pressed against him once more. "I keep trying to tell you guys that Alastor's actually nice. You should try to get along with him better." Ever the opportunist, he was quick to capitalize, patting Chopper's hat in a reward of approval while rubbing in, "See? Even the little dearling here agrees you're the ones at fault in this matter. The eyes of the innocent are not ones to dismiss. Since when the F did that happen? Holy shitcakes, it actually happened. He made friends with Bambi Rudolph." Cherry cried in excitement in time with Husk's outburst, shaking a similarly shocked Angel vigorously by the arm. "Husk owes me so much money. It's a Christmas miracle. It ain't even winter yet and we're in hell." Angel objected, before gesturing a couple hands towards Alastor while clarifying, "This is obviously some kinda animal imprintin' thing goin' on. You know, like how baby ducks follow the mama duck round." Vaggie cut into deadpan, "Guys. You've been around Alastor and Chopper being friendly before? Literally happened today before the big fight? You really expected us to be payin' any attention to what was goin' down on the sidelines when Luffers was fucking playin' jump rope with the cosmic horrors of the universe? It was before that. So would you two prefer to have your own set of rooms, or would you like to join the others in the suites we're already set up?" Charlie finally stepped forward with that awkward smile of hers in a purposeful attempt to draw attention off the bickering and move the proceedings along. She fully ruined her own efforts, however, when she glanced Alastor's way to give him a bright, wide smile of approval with 2 thumbs up, evidently pleased by his interactions with the dearling. He just returned the gesture with a narrow-eyed squint to turn his own smile into one of displeasure. Jinbei ended up moving into Zoro and Chopper's room while Brook into Sanji and Usopp's. The dinner that night featured new dishes in the form of curry and seaweed along with sides of fruit which, again, Alastor presumed to be favorites of the new arrivals given the way the fishman readily helped himself to the seaweed and fruit while the skeleton somehow devoured a great helping of the curry despite not having a stomach. The Hazbin resident stared quite rudely at the mysterious sight of the food disappearing into the skull's mouth. The chef also prepared some lightly caffeinated teas, both green and black, for the two to enjoy, and upon Alastor's snarking complaints of coffee never having been served as an option, Sanji plainly responded that he'd make some to go with tomorrow's breakfast. An answer which pleased both Alastor along with some of the more caffeine-dependent Hazbin members, as whatever the chef was to make was certain to beat out the usually available brew. The night concluded with Luffy rounding up the now larger crew for a sleepover, which Alastor once again declined. The long stare the boy gave him after the fact, however, lent Alastor the impression that he wouldn't let the matter go next time around, much to his own future ill fortune. The two additions continued to provide a more neutral contribution than the previous Straw Hat arrivals. While many of the hotel residents occasionally found Brook to be off-putting due to the frequent eccentricity of his behavior, they all greatly enjoyed the music he would play in the lobby for any soul who happened to be around. Alastor found himself impressed by the musician's breadth of talent, the dead man not only singing but switching between playing the piano, guitar, violin, and various wind instruments he can conjure at will depending on the piece, even using his newly gained demonic power to have the instruments play on their own in a sight reminiscent of a ghost band. And while everyone waited with bated breath for the fishman to eventually show some trait of his own eccentricity, they eventually came to realize that, at least so far, he was the single crew member to not feature some major personality detriment. Every conversation with the man was perfectly reasonable, instilled with wisdom, even, should it be asked of him. He was never overly loud or violent or easily cowed. The only thing that may be interpreted as a fault was his willful indulgence to the behavior and ill-manned antics of his crew, and even then, there was a certain point where Jinbei would attempt to straighten them back out in a much less forceful manner than the navigator's efforts. It wasn't too long before Angel Dust found some video of their band's concert floating around on some newfangled website, though. There was a predictable outburst upon learning of Adam's reincarnation, Vaggie even having cried out, "That dickhead's alive again?" in obvious outrage. Charlie, meanwhile, gained a rather pensive look as she thought the matter over with the weight it deserved. There had also been some back and forth between the hotel residents and Brook confirming that he indeed still was in the band with Adam, and their criticisms did nothing in terms of getting the skeleton to change his mind on the decision, because I don't have a mind anymore. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. Luffy, of course, did not understand what the big deal was about even with the given context of Adam having struck down the snake captain, returning the point with a genuinely confused question about what that had to do with Brook. Vaggie and Cherry Bomb, the two main complainers, quickly gave up the tirade as a lost cause with an eye roll. Ignoring his own simmering discontent about their association with the first man, on Alastor's part, he also found there to be an interesting contrast between these two and the rest of the Straw Hats. Even without having asked after the ages of the members outside of Chopper and Luffy, there was quite clearly a considerable gap in age between the two professed older men and the youthful majority which the fishman himself had made mention of upon their introduction. Jinbei was obviously the most mature of the lot, but even with Brook's tendency to act out in ways that would be considered almost childish, there were often times the skeleton would also act his age, having a preference for the old-fashioned even when his musical variety included more modern genres along with classics. Alastor hadn't put too much thought into his own difference in life experience compared to the others, either in consideration to the age he'd died at or the additional 90 years he'd subsequently experienced in his afterlife, but from either count his age was more in line with the new arrivals. And if counting his years in hell in addition to his years in life, he'd likely be the oldest PRD. While the Straw Hats tended to behave as though they were in their own personal world, external happenings did in fact come to affect life at the Hazbin Hotel. Zestial and Carmilla, as promised, have been systematically going through their contracts to release the souls in their ownership. As word spread about the gods' battle with the eldest overlord, both facilitated through Rosie's social mechanisms, Alastor's own boasting broadcast covering the matter, or word on the street, the other overlords excluding the still secluded V's slowly but surely began their own transitions into the new age. They all knew that if the boy was a god in truth, Alastor was fully aligned with the pirate while Rosie was keeping to neutrality in deference to their alliance, and Zestial had been unable to best him with Carmilla falling in line, that the rest of them stood no chance even should they attempt to combine forces. And even with the V's, they were likely only getting by with their lockdown due to having a fair amount of non-soul contracted employees, though the contracted likely added up to more than half their base of power excluding their influence over the sheepish masses. Alastor was looking forward to when something would break in that regard, seeing as the captain had already proven his superiority over one of their supposed dastardly trio. It was simply a matter of lying in wait. The missionary pawn that was Bartolomeo proved his worth through his enthusiastic recruitment methods, as well as his collection of donations that quickly found their way to either Nami's possession or Luffy's mouth, depending on the type. He cried actual tears of joy upon seeing that even more of the Straw Hat crew had arrived while he'd been out for the day. Alastor was almost hesitant to see how the man would react to having the crew in its entirety in the same room. Through the missionaries' recruitments, however, the hotel soon found itself with actual patrons. A shocking turn of events indeed. Charlie herself had cried tears of joy upon their first convert Calico asking to stay, which the man regarded with uneasy hesitation. She seemed to be looking over that the reasoning for all her new residents lied in them wishing to find communion in their new supposedly a pirate fleet but actually occult fellows with a strong helping of rose-colored vision. Not every new member of the Straw Hat Grand Hell Fleet came to live at the hotel, many choosing instead to keep their original places of residence, but a good number of them did as the converts trickled in slowly but surely. Compared to the size of the hotel and all its vacant rooms, the amount of sinners was still but a handful, but just the fact they'd managed to gain more sinners outside of Angel Dust, Cherry Bomb, and the legitimate pirates was a significant change of pace in and of itself. Seeing how Adam had purposefully kept his two patrons from hearing Alastor's broadcast, some of the other Straw Hats had to explain the situation to Jinbei and Brook when they began to realize what it was that Bartolomeo was up to. Alastor literally started a cult and social revolution centered on Luffy as a god, can you believe that guy? And he says we're the hassle to deal with. Huh? Of course we're charging for it, we have to build more capital for Luffy's idiotic demands. But it's okay cause we're not asking for that much, and this inevitably led to one of them taking more of an interest in Alastor's plans. It was only a couple of days after their arrival that there was a polite knock on the trapdoor of his tower, instantly excluding a good number of candidates for who was on the other end. The call from beyond the thin barrier just cemented his previous suspicion as to the culprit. Alastor, are you up here? This is Jinbei. If you have some time, I was wondering if we could talk for a moment. Seeing as he was off air, Alastor readily responded, though only after he'd given the trapdoor itself a glance of careful consideration. The good helmsman, of course we can have a chat. However, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but as a man of great strength and a size to match, will you be able to fit through the entrance to my abode? Now that you mention it, I don't think so. No one else here is as large as me, so it likely hasn't been a problem for you before, correct? My apologies. Perhaps we can move elsewhere. Oh, none of that now. Just give me a moment. Deciding that he might as well attempt to start off the discussion pleasantly given Jinbei's fair-natured level-headedness, Alastor swiftly ran through a mental list of what to conjure with a couple flicks of his mic. The couch that he preferred to use as a more comfortable seating area, 2 side tables with 1 steaming cup of jasmine tea and his favored mug filled with some properly brewed coffee, and lastly, he enlarged the trapdoor and its opening a considerable amount. There we are. How about you give it a try? A webbed hand pushed up against the door, soon followed by the rest of the fishman who was looking at the newly changed door with curiosity. Upon getting another look at the man, Alastor took the opportunity of the fishman's lack of attention on his person to double-tap the mic head of his cane on the side of the couch, subtly extending it such that he could actually sit on it without being squished into the larger man. Thank you. That's some impressive magic you have. Even as I've learned of the existence of such power here, I've not seen it used so casually before. Oh, thank you for the tea as well. There was no need seeing as I'm the one imposing. Jinbei was respectful as ever as he received the cup from Alastor, sitting down next to him on the couch while being considerate as to give as much space between the two of them as possible. Sipping at his own mug and crossing his legs, Alastor waved off the matter with a smile. Nonsense. My mother did raise me to have manners. It's simply that such accommodations would be wasted on those simpletons. But enough of that, I'm much too curious to hear what it is drew you up here. Huh. I agree Luffy and many of the others wouldn't care too much for being greeted with tea as much as I do, Jinbei cheerfully affirmed, before he soon leveled off into a more thoughtful tone. I heard that you were the one to put things into motion regarding Luffy. Imposing on the overlords to break their soul contracts. I knew something had to have happened, since Luffy isn't the type to do that sort of thing of his own volition, but I admit I had been surprised to hear that you'd orchestrated the matter so directly. Why yes indeedy, I did play a fair bit of my hand in that. I suppose you wish to ask after my reasoning? Somewhat. Nami said that you mentioned you were thinking of how Luffy would likely wish to do something similar in the future, and that you personally had gain in it by reducing the power of your competitors. I wouldn't call the other overlords competitors, necessarily. Outside of my ally Rosie, I tend to regard them merely as pieces on the board to be in consideration of. Either to be worked around, left be, or countered should they make a move that impedes my path. Alastor allowed himself another sip as an excuse for a pause, smile carefully intact, before asking, "Do you find my motives unsatisfactory, then? You seem to be a gentleman of honor. Perhaps it displeases you that this undertaking was spurred through ill-pure intentions." Jinbei, who'd been taking a sip of tea, lowered his cup to look down at Alastor from his still considerable height difference to give a neutral yet sincere expression. "Perhaps some time ago I might have. But if I cared so much for intentions now, I wouldn't have agreed to join Luffy's crew. While our captain has great capacity for good, as evidenced by this scenario, he doesn't become inclined to act on it until he has a personal reason to. It is undoubtedly better for the sinners of hell that these contracts are being broken, so regardless of what drove your own reasoning, it's leading to a positive outcome. I have no reason to complain." Alastor took another drink as he turned the response over in his head. That had been his greatest assumption as to what the man would inquire about. He tried not to sound too anticipatory as he questioned, "Is that so? Then may I ask as to what you do wish to discuss?" "Well, while talking about the situation with Nami, she had also mentioned that you used to be under the bonds of a contract yourself. Still are, technically, as it's been passed off to Luffy." Alastor couldn't help the way his gaze narrowed and his smile pulled thin. He used the excuse of looking down to examine the brew inside his cup to avert his eyes. "Both of those claims are true, yes. If you're here to ask after the details, I'm afraid there's not much more I'm willing to give that hasn't already been said to one straw hat or another. Other than the confirmation that I have no issue with the captain's place in the matter. You don't have to speak of anything you don't wish to. It's just that hearing about your circumstances made me think, perhaps, you would be a good person to discuss the topic of these soul contracts in general with. To be honest, when I first came to this place after declining heaven to return to Luffy's side and heard that such practices were afoot, it disturbed me greatly." Jinbei's expression darkened at the thought as he reminisced, a slavery even more encompassing than the system that had been built in life. Fisher Tiger would have wept if he'd seen it. "I'm very grateful it seems he passed whatever was required of him to be accepted into heaven, though I am also not surprised as he was a great man." His stare shifted back towards the fishman at the mention of the unfamiliar name, the prickling of his irritation soothing down at the change in subject. "Fisher Tiger? Would it be considered a faux pas to presume that the man is a fishman much like yourself?" "In this case no, seeing as you'd be correct." Jinbei almost chuckled at that, before his face lowered back into its previous somberness. "Come to think of it, you don't know about any of that history. Fisher Tiger used to be my captain, the captain of the Sun Pirates before I took over the title upon his passing. He was most well known in life for his attack on the Holy Land to free the slaves owned by the Celestial Dragons. Many of the Fishmen's slaves joined his crew, and to ensure they wouldn't be identified by the brand the world nobles used on their slaves, the Sun Pirates began the practice of using their sun marking on each of its members to cover the brands, making it such that it was impossible to tell who'd been a SLV and who hadn't. I myself had been fortunate enough to not have ended up in such straits. I'd simply been compelled by the boldness of his actions to join his cause." The fishman brushed his free hand against the dimly shining sun on his chest as he explained its origin. Displeasure turned behind Alastor's smile for a different reason, now. Not upset at the man but the circumstances he spoke of. The first sinner who came to ask after the captain's help happened to be of your world and mentioned his own enslavement. From the little he'd said, those celestial dragons that had been running the place sounded distasteful to say the least. Very much so. Whether they be human or fishmen or of any other race, every SLV of the Holy Land suffered greatly. Due to the lineage they were born into, their word outweighed any other excluding those higher up within their own hierarchy. The Marines as a system were built to protect them above all others. However, they were not the only ones to purchase slaves. Other humans of nobility would purchase people placed on auction. Having been looking away in remembrance for some time, the fishman redirected his gaze back to Alastor as he further explained, "Fishmen and merfolk? Many humans didn't see us as people. Close by above our island on the surface, there is an island grove with an amusement park at the base of the Red Line below the Holy Land, where the celestial dragons would sometimes frequent to attend the human auction house that had been present there. My kind were not welcome lest they find themselves becoming merchandise. It was a point of contention that we were unable to go to the surface world without being endangered. Despite the subjugation of many of our kind and our forced isolation, our queen had rallied for us to attempt to achieve peace with humanity, such that both our races may live on land under the sun. And yet she'd been assassinated by one of our own kind who rejected her ideals, though it hadn't been known at the time. Conversely, Fisher Tiger had died from wounds inflicted in an ambush orchestrated by humans following our crew's aid to a human child who'd been enslaved. I myself had to cast aside my own resentment for humans in an attempt to follow my queen's and captain's teachings. There is much bad blood to be cleared from the water. It was considerable amount of cultural context to take in. Alastor found himself commenting even as his thoughts turned. The captain had mentioned your kind now being able to live on the surface, before. I assume he had a hand in this to some extent? At the mention, Jinbei's expression brightened a bit, the sun mark on his chest lighting up with his mood after it had gone almost fully dark and murky. Though only dimly so, not nearly as bright as it had been upon his reunion with the captain and other straw hats. Yes, that's right. The Ryugu Kingdom is one of the founding countries of New World government that is amidst a reformation process, and our king now has many allies amongst the other governance due to them having come together under Luffy's banner during the war. One of the first things they would address are the policies concerning non-human races along with enforcing the ban on slavery. Someday soon, the children of the sea will have the chance to freely live on land and experience a new way of life. A simple amusement park full of glittering lights will no longer be considered a land of a far-off dream to them. And with this, hopefully, they will no longer learn the hatred that poisoned those who've come before them. Closing his eyes, Jinbei remarked, Monkey D. Luffy really did make that far-off dream a reality, the dream I inherited from my previous captain of achieving a world where fishmen and humans would be considered equals. When he saved our island, having no regard for how different its people were from him or the suspicions they cast onto him, I couldn't help but believe he'd make it possible. I'm grateful that even in death, I can continue to be with him as he continues to bring freedom to others in need of it. But if only the worlds had been such a place where it hadn't been needed to begin with. After a sigh, the fishman looked back at Alastor to ask in earnest, I heard that the world you and most other sinners are from is one of only humans, a place where merfolk are but myths told by sailors. Was it different there? Without having such differences dividing the people. Usually Alastor reveled in the corruption perpetuated by humanity, but in this case, he was not overjoyed to be the bearer of bad news. Even still, he kept his tone purposefully blasé as he leaned further back against the couch and bluntly responded, not at all. Even without the question of gills and fins, they merely came to focus on more minute differences between people based on physical traits associated with the various regional populations of Earth. The color of one's skin especially has been a considerable factor in how humans treat one another. That's a shame to hear. And for something so minor? Jinbei's face fell into a muted, familiar sort of disillusionment. Indeed. Closing his eyes while taking another drink of coffee, Alastor allowed himself just a brief moment of recollection to what he'd seen throughout his life before death. Seeing that the fishman had expanded to such an extent as to his people's plight, he might as well return the favor. Alastor kept his gaze lowered on his cup as he reminisced, my mother and father were of different races, with my mother being of a people who faced an extensive history of enslavement, a practice that had been deemed illegal a couple decades before my time. I'd been born in a time and place where, depending on who you asked, I was considered to be the product of a most unnatural union. They hadn't even been married, seeing as interracial marriage was banned in their region despite the fact that there were a considerable portion of people whose culture had been built upon the intermingling of different ethnicities. Not that that man had been worth marrying to begin with, but the burden of a bstrd child on an unmarried woman was considerable. It got worse rather than better as I'd grown older. The law had been expanded so far that even the two races living together under one roof wasn't permitted. But a number of decades after I died, I heard from the grapevine that our nation did eventually come to legalize such unions. Nowadays they are commonplace even, with a considering hum. Alastor forced his eyes back to Jinbei's face of heavy rumination to grin with the same unaffected attitude he'd started with. I suppose all this is to say that the detangling of segregation practices is a tricky, lengthy affair even once the question of slavery has been dealt with. So don't be too disappointed should you hear from newly fallen sinners of your world that things aren't moving along too quickly in that regard. Though having your people be represented in truth at the table of governance puts them in a considerable leg up at least. You have a point that, while many of the leaders forming the New World government are aligned on this, there will undoubtedly be pushback from other people and nations that are resistant to the change. Things have not been resolved in full. But simply the fact that our once unchangeable circumstances can in fact be changed is something I find much hope in. Thus, I will choose to trust in those who I've left behind to take care of the rest. Thank you for indulging in my curiosity as to how your world had been. It seems a fair enough deal to trade information as such. I myself knew nothing about the circumstances you spoke of either. We've gone rather off track from the subject you came here to actually discuss, haven't we? Alastor ended on a chiming note as he raised his cup. Jinbei waved the remark away with brief shake of the head, gesturing his cup in Alastor's direction as he countered, not at all. Hearing the experiences of you and your people is most invaluable. And in any case, while I had thought to speak of contracts, that isn't necessarily what I sought you out for. It's more just that it was a matter I thought I might learn more about you yourself from, Alastor. I wish to get to know our newest nakama since I knew nothing of you other than your reputation. And I've found that, in many instances, it is much better to form an understanding of a person based on personal interactions rather than a view perpetuated by others. Therefore, the conversation we've had up until this point had been exactly what I'd been hoping for. Better than I hoped, even. It is my hope that, even with the dour topic we've been discussing, you are enjoying speaking with me as much as I am with you. With the careful control of his smile, Alastor reined in any of his own internal surprise at that response from leaking into his expression. Instead, he allowed himself a short pause of a drink such that his thoughts could stir. It has been a rather intriguing conversation, yes. If you are looking for a long-term dialogue, I would not be disinclined to continue. Yes, another thing that might be of interest, why don't I tell you about not only details concerning the background of soul contracts, but also how that applies to how the captain is able to break their magic when such a feat is out of reach for every other soul. I feel as though your crew takes his capabilities for granted, but from my perspective as well as Huskers and Angels, it came as quite a shock. I would imagine so, that's usually people's first impression of Luffy. Huh. I'd love to hear some of the things our captain got up to with you though, as well as your interpretation of his abilities, yes. The two of them ended up speaking for quite a while, moving on from various subjects of mutual interest. Alastor refrained from breaching into any information as personal as when he'd spoken of the social context of his living world, but Jinbei didn't seem disheartened by him keeping his cards close to his chest so to speak, seemingly just happy to chat over anything at all with Alastor just to get to know him, as he'd claimed. Their back and forth was only interrupted once the dearling ventured up saying the cook had given him the task of bringing them to supper. Overall, Alastor would consider it an afternoon well spent, and from then on, Jinbei would seek him out on occasion to share similar conversations, much like how Chopper had gotten into the habit of frequenting his abode. It was the day after that initial conversation, though, that Alastor had found himself thinking on the matters that had been spoken of. A familiar, bitter resentment coiled tight in his chest, constricting his breath and the broiling anger that simmered inside. Long-brewed ire and venom breaching the surface after having remained hidden for quite some time. Out of sight and mind, but never truly dead and gone, as he was now reminded. Usually, such a feeling would result in more violent impulses. But this time, a certain thought turned out of his head from it. One that he wasn't inclined to. And yet, he couldn't quite shake it out of his stream of consciousness. So distracted was he by his conflicting thoughts, he'd been caught embarrassingly absent-minded. One of the gate sections had been brought down by the cook and swordsman arguing over something or other, and while Nami set about punishing the two miscreants, Alastor emerged from his shadow to summon a handful of shade minions to fix the thing up. Rather than go back to his previous tasks, however, his gaze drifted without seeing as it was forcibly directed towards a certain area of the city. And it was in this state that he ended up blinking at the sight of Charlie standing directly in front of him, waving a hand in front of his eyes for good measure. Alastor? Hello? Anyone home? Dear Charlie, I had not thought you as the patronizing type despite many of your actions possibly being interpreted as such. I can see you quite clearly. Don't give me that. I've been trying to talk to you for like a whole minute now, the princess huffed at him shortly, before her face swiftly transitioned to one of concern. That's really not like you. Is something wrong? Grin pulling sharp, Alastor purposefully turned his cheek to the girl as he moved to buff out a speck on his monocle in a clear show of dismissal. Not at all. I had simply been lost in my thoughts, as it were. That just means there is something wrong. You can tell me, you know. Nothing is wrong, so you needn't worry your pretty little head over the matter. He once again shut her down, though he couldn't help but tack on a sardonic self-referential comment at the end. It merely seems I've begun to show signs of the captain having rub off on me in certain, displeasing ways. Honestly. Such a stupidly unnecessary idea belongs in his head, not mine. He was jostled as he placed his monocle back on his face, Charlie pulling at his other sleeve as she pouted at him demanding, "Oh, now you've gotta tell me what's up. Please? Please? Pretty please?" Showing a grin full of serrated teeth and his antlers branching a noticeable amount, Charlie startled back as Alastor's claws curled and his distorted voice chimed, "Are you sure about that, dearie? The matter concerns that little favor you promised me, after all. The one which I have most certainly not forgotten about." The princess stepped back from, properly cowed as intended. But before he could preen in victory, her wary gaze furrowed into something more akin to genuine consideration. She regained her footing once more. If you're saying what I think you are. If you're thinking like Luffy, thinking of using your favor on something you would think of as stupidly unnecessary, then you should just tell me what it is you want anyway. I might consider doing it for you even without using the favor, depending on what it is. Indeed, it was a point of consideration. If he didn't have to lose the favor he'd gained through his deal with the Princess of Hell over the matter, there would be no reason not to inquire about it. And he recognized it would be the sort of idea Charlie would agree to. He looked back out towards the city rather than at the girl herself, even as he proposed. Very well, then. In truth, I'd been wondering if it'd be possible to rent the entirety of your father's dalliance of a theme park for a day without paying for it in true. Since I see very little chance of a certain treasurer-like navigator being pleased by the prospect of such a hefty payment. Huh? You want to rent out Lulu World? The befuddlement was clear in Charlie's tone. Smile curling in miffed discontent and muted humiliation, Alastor did an about-face to start heading back to the hotel proper. Yes, I am quite aware it is a stupidly unnecessary request. Which is why I had previously refrained from speaking of it to begin with. If not for your annoying pestering. Wait. I didn't say no. I just was surprised, is all. Really, just wait a second. Charlie managed to dive in front of him once more, huffing at her own effort to cut off his retreat. Looking up at him from where she leaned over with her hands on her knees, the princess gave him a glance of honest curiosity rather than mocking. If that's all you want, sure. I can pull a few strings. I just want to know, why? I'd almost think you were trying to do something sketchy, but then you wouldn't be so bothered by asking. Alastor forced himself to settle once more, straightening his posture and shifting his visage out of the demonic attributes it had begun transitioning into. He returned Charlie's inquisitive look with a muted, still not quite relaxed smile and half-lidded gaze. He had to parse out how to explain the situation. It seems that the pirates' world took after Earth in certain matters, in that there were islands and bodies of governance who imposed restrictions and subjugation against certain races. The helmsman spoke of an amusement park he and his people could not take part in. And even as things seem to be on the mend for them, now that he's died, he shall not get to partake in the advancements he had worked for. You could say he's been left on the bitter end of the deal, though he himself does not seem to see it that way. So I had the thought that, once the rest of his crew arrives, perhaps he might enjoy a trip to the one hell has to offer. It's simply a trivial consideration, nothing more. It was about more than just a visit to the theme park, though. After all, if that was the case, simply purchasing regular tickets and attending normally would be the easiest way to go about it. No, Alastor specifically wished for the petty satisfaction of inverting the circumstances of life such that they were permitted into the park, and no one else. He conveniently left that detail out however so that Charlie wouldn't become disinclined to the idea. The reaction was immediate. With a hand raised to her mouth, Charlie gained a watery-eyed, emotional expression that already had Alastor internally sighing and bracing himself for the happening. The same hand lowered to press against her chest as she sent him a disgustingly soft and wobbly smile. Oh, Alastor? That's so sweet of you. Of course I'll get you guys into Lulu World. And of course I wouldn't make you use your deal for something like that. What's a favor between friends, right? We can even make a hotel activity out of it with the others and all the new guests, exclusive access for a whole day. Oh my gosh, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. It's such a great idea. A day trip at the amusement park, why didn't I think of that first? Amusement park? Alastor just barely caught himself from falling forward onto the ground when a certain monkey launched himself into his back, folding him over almost entirely with a pained grunt. Slowly pushing back against the weight to straighten back up, his neck cracked as he whipped his head around to glare a sharp grin at Luffy hanging on his back with his arms wrapped around Alastor's shoulders and his legs around his midsection in a most unbecoming piggyback ride. He hissed at the boy's giggling excitement and sparking eyes, "Hush you. We're not going anytime soon. Charlie and I are just considering plans for a future excursion. Now get off me." No, his very simple request was immediately rejected with glee, Luffy's energy not dimming in the slightest. "Goin', when everyone's here, a great idea, yeah. Jinbei wasn't around when we went to Sabaody cause he joined later, and when we went with Cammy, the day ended not fun when some guy took her cause she was a mermaid and we had to go get her back. Thanks Al. Shishishi." Making a mental note of the rather unsettling detail the captain mentioned offhand, Alastor placated with an undertone of exasperation. Yes, very good. Just promise not to mention anything of this to the others yet. Let's make a surprise out of it, shall we? And also not to mention my involvement in these plannings. Luffy happily complied. "I promise, yeah. But why don't you want to let M know about you? You don't need to be embarrassed. It's nice that you're nice." I'm not being nice. I am addressing an injustice that I personally find to be rather infuriating. Intention matters in that regard. The others being aware of my hand in things will give them the wrong impression, as you are exemplifying now, that I'd prefer avoiding. Huh? That kind of thing doesn't matter. If someone thinks what you're doing for them is nice, then it's nice. And as long as you're doing what you want, it's fine. Some days I truly believe speaking to a brick wall would leave more of an impact on the wall than compared to when I attempt to speak to you. Off to the side, Charlie was in the midst of giggling laughter. Laughing at his expense, of course. Finally resorting to summoning a good number of shadowy tendrils to remove the captain from his person, Alastor once again found himself questioning if the newfound entertainment value of the boy and his crew was worth this hassle. Though, in the same vein, he couldn't rid himself of the fondness of seeing Luffy's beaming smile sent his way. Pleased to know he'd made a decision that pleased the boy. And if he stopped putting up a fuss once the Luffy had given up on hanging from his back to instead hug Alastor's arm against his person, well, that was his own preview to indulge the boy as such. So? What do you have for me, Hawkins? There is a 100% chance of you returning to Straw Hat's side within the week. Law scowled at the scarecrow-looking demon version of Basil Hawkins. Hawkins stared bad in a fully unemotive deadpan. You didn't even use your cards for that. With eyes that were somehow both stone-cold but also now gave off the impression he was looking at a particularly stupid man, Hawkins drawled, because I didn't need them to know such an easy prediction. But that wasn't even what I was asking about? Does nothing to change the fact that that is your future, Surgeon of Death. Despite your protests, you are bound to the now Pirate King most willingly. Pinching in between his closed eyes, Law settled himself with a deep sigh before looking back up to glare at the fortune teller. If that's the only thing you have to say to me, I'm not paying. You know that, right? Indeed. That was simply the easiest prediction to get out of the way. As I'd mentioned, Hawkins had a sheet ton of snark for a guy seemingly only capable of one or two facial expressions. Law had to keep himself from snapping back as he watched a hand made of straw finally reach for the guy's DMN tarot cards. As the cards shuffled themselves and Hawkins slid off the card now at the top of the deck, an ominous, dimly illuminated purple mist swirled around them. The Tower, upright. Wheel of Fortune, reversed, Hawkins called as he placed down the cards. His eye flashed in a violet glow. There is an 85% chance that the V-Overlords will be provoked into make a drastic move as their order falls apart around them, though not in the immediate future, and a 70% Blackbeard will see this as an opportunity to give himself the advantage. I can see him making that sort of move, yeah, Law muttered under his breath, arms crossing over his chest at the feeling of it tightening. There's one more, Hawkins pulled from his cards, smoke like magic wafting off the additions as he placed them on a separate section of his desk from the previous fortune. Judgment, reversed. Death, upright, and the Sun, upright. There is a 65% chance that Heaven will mount a considerable force for the next extermination in an attempt to reassert their authority, and should this be the case, there is a 90% chance the Sun God shall act against them. Law nodded in agreement, sighing, can't expect any less from him. I'd say 90% is a bit low, even. Are you really going to start calling him that, though? It is how the cards described him, so in this instance, I shall follow suit. And if the cards told you to jump off a cliff? That could be said to be a metaphor for how I followed the path leading to my death, can it not? One must simply do the best with the cards fate has played for them, Hawkins countered with that esoteric, echoing voice of his, before he fell back into a deadpan that matched his stare at Law. Not all of us are fortunate enough to fall into the favor of a god. He couldn't withhold his growl, at that, you bstrd, he wasn't any god when I made an alliance with him, and I died too. Indeed, you did. After you had parted ways. Perhaps if you had accepted the lucky card that had been dealt to you and stayed on his path, you would not have decreased your own probability of survival and led yourself into such a fate. Hawkins' long and spindly finger made of twisting straw tapped the upright Sun card as he said this, as though he really thought Law was stupid enough not to make the connection for himself. I didn't come here to take sheet from you, Law muttered the irate remark in the back of his throat as he dug into his pockets to slam the owed cash onto the table. Done with the guy. You're lucky I'm even giving you this much when you didn't give me anything on Doflamingo. The other predictions were of more importance, and thus revealed themselves to me more readily. If you are truly persistent as to hearing a fortune concerning that warlord, I can attempt one more read for you. Though once again I cannot guarantee such cards will be played for you, the Scarecrow quietly huffed, as though Law was the one being hard to work with here. Fine. Go on then. Passive-aggressively maintaining eye contact the entire time that he reorganized the money to a corner of his desk and off his cards, Law purposely rolled his eyes at the other supernova even as Hawkins' magic started up once more. The moon, reversed? Interesting. While Law hasn't used Hawkins' services more than a handful of times, he's done this enough to know the man has never referred to his reading as interesting before. He also knows that the guy is more than just a hack, seeing as he'd managed to predict an 80% chance of Luffy ending up in hell, and that ended up being proved right despite the logic that should have been against it. Internally, Law braced himself, even as he kept his words short. What is it? There is a 50% chance you will be at odds with Straw Hat's newest crewmate, the Radio Demon, and a 50% chance you will find yourselves in agreement. I'm not paying you for that. I did warn you that a prediction concerning that part of it doesn't even matter. You're seriously gonna give me a 50-50 prediction about literally the least important thing you could have picked? I could have just flipped a coin for this bullshit. The only useful thing I learned from that is that the idiot managed to recruit the Radio Demon, and I would have figured that out within 5 minutes after meeting up with him again. Understandable. However, it is not my fault the cards are not in your favor. Your luck has certainly taken a turn for the worst, the longer you refrain from following the path meant for you. You too, Hawkins. Stop poking at the DMN Sun card. I'm not a idiot. If that is what you believe, let's best hope the cards do not prove it a folly. Until next time, Trafalgar. When he left, Law made sure the door slammed behind him. As he arranged and rearranged potential plans in his mind, Law had to tell himself that he absolutely was not moving up his timeframe for heading to the delusional redemption hotel of Princess Morningstar's because Hawkins told him to. No, he just thought it was about time to bite the bullet. Nothing wrong with that, right? And so what if he's starting to feel that invisible, imaginary pull that seems to always draw his attention back towards Luffy? He knows why he's feeling it, and he already knew falling back into the guy's pace was as inevitable as the sun rising in the world of the living. No need for that snarky 100% prediction from a DMN scarecrow. As his thoughts begin to spiral over themselves in a mix of stubbornness and resignation, a distant part of Law found himself wondering if Corazon and his crew could watch him from where they were up behind the pearly gates. If so, he also wondered if they were laughing at him. Wouldn't blame them, honestly. He knows that if this were happening to literally anyone else, he'd find it hilarious, that's for DMN sure. Lei? You finally came. What took you so long? I'm already questioning why I bothered showing up at all, the man huffed from within the boa constrictor hold that was Luffy's arms wrapped multiple times around his body. Even with the complaint, he didn't look surprised in the slightest, merely scowling in exasperated irritation at his plight. There was a gleam of fondness in his eyes that he couldn't quite conceal as he looked at Luffy's beaming smile. Oh, are you another one of Luffy's crew? Or a friend? Charlie eagerly chimed in while leaning forward in curiosity with an elated smile. The effort just earned her a sharp-eyed glare of assessment, causing the princess to step back a good number of steps while Vaggie approached to stand beside her with her own glare. No. I'm the captain of a different crew, the Heart Pirates, and was in alliance with this idiot and the Straw Hats. The name's Trafalgar Law, also known as the Surgeon of Death. If you're looking for someone to put some limbs back on or sell your organs to, I'm available during normal business hours. Trafalgar ended his introduction with a smirk of an unsettling grin, causing Charlie to lean back even further as she tried to keep her now awkward and tense smile. Vaggie just narrowed her eyes in even more suspicion than she'd started with. Surgeon of Death was certainly an interesting epitaph for someone trying to make a living as a doctor, but Alastor supposed that was why it was intended for a pirate. His style most definitely matched the edge the name implied, though. While his form was clearly that of a snow leopard with spotted gray fur, furry ears and a tail and all, his eyebags looked like they belonged more on a corpse than a living body, and his shirt left enough of his chest on display to showcase the majority of a tattoo-like design of a large heart with an unusual and unsettling-looking Jolly Roger in the upper center. Not to mention he literally had the letters of death spelled out across the fingers of both hands. Not exactly the hands a patient would wish to see on an operating table. The considerably long sword scabbard stuck in the midst of both Trafalgar's and Luffy's arms just topped the whole image off. Overall, Alastor diagnosed the man with a fairly common affliction, trying much too hard to be creepy. And this was from his perspective as a demon who does pay mind to keeping his own behaviors and image such that they uphold his more frightening reputation. Everyone look. Traffy's here. We see him, Luffy, Nami sighed as she stepped forward along with the Straw Hats who happened to be present. She didn't look extraordinarily happy, but her attitude was pleasant enough as she greeted, "Welcome back, Law." Usopp nodded in a look of understanding, echoing the sentiment, "Yeah, good to see you again after, well, anyway, come to serve your time with Luffy again? It's good to face the inevitable like that." "Hi, Law. Have you done a lot of surgeries on demons since you've been here? Let me see your notes on them, please. I'm still learning the biology, the Straw Hat's own much more patient-friendly-looking doctor chimed from his shorter stature. Still in denial about that alliance as much you had been alive, I see, the cook sighed while lighting a new cigarette. The swordsman scoffed his own addition, crossing his arms as he complained, of course he is. Just look at how long it took him to finally show his face. We told you where Luffy was ages ago. The snow leopard simmered at both the greetings and Luffy's responding laughter. Did I ask for your opinion? No matter what any of you believe along with your idiot captain, an alliance is an alliance. That's all there is to it. Being in hell doesn't change anything. The game has just changed is all. Shishishi. I'm so happy Traffy's our friend. Did you hear a single word of what I just said? Of course he didn't. What nonsense is that? Haha. Alastor chimed his own shorter laugh to match the captain's, rising up from the shadows behind where Trafalgar was glaring at the opposing pirates. At the address, the snow leopard twisted himself in his binds to shift his glare towards the radio demon instead. Alastor's smile curled a bit mean at the look, narrowing his own gaze in a tease. A pleasure to be meeting you, quite a pleasure. Perhaps an introduction is in order, seeing as you are familiar with the rest of these good fellow miscreants. I am the radio demon, Alastor. Perhaps you've heard one of my broadcasts recently. AL's on my crew now. The captain of course took the opportunity to interject. Trafalgar replied in a deep, flat tone, I've heard you before, yeah. When you started up the DMN Sun God cult especially. Since it sounded like things were getting more interesting over here, I thought I'd take the time for a visit. Huh? But Traffy's staying, right? I've been down here long enough to have my own place to live, you know. So no. The man sked as he averted his glare away from Luffy's childish pout. Predictably, the captain continued to insist, but even Barto's staying here. Traffy's gotta stay too. What do I care about what your fanboy-turned-missionary is doing? I have clinic to run now, and staying in the apartment above it is useful for when emergency cases come in off hours. That kinda thing happens a lot in hell, so it'd be bad for business if I stayed anywhere else. Alastor noted the way the navigator and sniper turned towards each other in a knowing glance. That was all the encouragement Usopp needed, apparently, to gain a smug smirk, raising a hand to call out, oh ho ho? I guess Traffy really doesn't care Bartos ended up taking his place as Luffy's #1 ally, huh? That's such a shame. You held the title for so long, too. We would have thought you'd want to keep it still especially now that Luffy's the pirate king and all, but it sounds like you've moved on to better things, huh? Guess those pirating days are really over for you. I would never pegged you to be such a dedicated doctor, though. This is an improvement in character. While his heckling came on quite strong, the coward ended up losing his nerve when the leopard's glare turned piercing in a twitch, diving to hide behind Zoro's relatively wider frame with a small yelp. Trafalgar's words came out more as growl, you wanna try me, knows ya? Don't be stupid. That kind of title never existed in the first place. Picking up the thread, Sanji pulled his nicotine stick away to blow the smoke from his smirk as he jeered, so you're saying that, if we were to rank our captain's allies including the fleet in terms of usefulness and strength, you wouldn't be at the top of the list? Of course I would. But that's beside the point. Alastor had to keep his stare from being too obvious as he eyed the increasingly irritated man's sudden change up. The snow leopard continued to growl out in full intimidation as though he wasn't still within the rubber octopus trap that was the captain in question. What Bartoya is doing with this cult sheet is completely unrelated to me, and it's not something Straw Hatya would want in the first place. It doesn't matter where I'm staying, I'm still the most useful ally he has. Are you quite sure about that? Alastor couldn't help but chime in with his own cackle, stretching out his curled grin with a tilt of the head. As the glare once again settled on him. Gesturing his mic towards the innocently blinking Charlie, he cajoled, from my perspective, it seems to me that our very own Princess Charlotte Morningstar is higher up in the running than you. After all, she has provided the good captain with, let's see, lodging, food, a generous allowance, lodging for the rest of his crew, a grocery allowance for the cook, a point of operations for the growing fleet, all completely without asking for anything in return. Just to name a few things off the top of my head. In comparison, what have you done, exactly? Black electricity sparking through his fur, the man practically barked back, we took on 2 of the 4 emperors in our alliance. And the only reason he even got that far was because I showed up at the DMN war in Marineford and saved his life by operating on him. The princess only gave Luffy stuff that was convenient for her to provide, it didn't actually cost her anything. I'm the one who stuck my neck out for him. Charlie flinched at the accusation, expression falling in such a way that Vaggie immediately wrapped her arm around her lover in comfort. None of the Straw Hats looked pleased as well, all going tense at the mention of Marineford. Chopper even flinched inward in a tearful look. While Alastor kept his smile intact, this time his eyes narrowed in displeasure as he folded his hands and mic behind his back. Like the demon he was, he continued to weave words of provocation and ill intention. That was in life. I'm talking about in death, good doctor. The bonds one makes in life do not necessitate their continuation down in the pits. If you wish to continue your association with the captain, I would suggest you make the effort to do so, lest you find yourself without the benefits of his power. Or at least, that is my assumption of why you wished for an alliance with him to begin with. You think that's why I'm putting up with this? That's not. Trafalgar cut himself off with a twitch, presumably catching himself before admitting to something he didn't want to. If you all won't shut up about this, fine. I'll stay for some days out of the week. Happy now? This isn't worth the trouble. Less than 5 minutes in and I'm already caught in your pace. Luffy cried out in joyful victory. Yay away. I knew Traffy would want to stay with me. Ha ha ha. Did you ignore literally everything that just happened? Almost hesitantly, the dearling spoke up, apparently having recovered somewhat now that the pirates had properly bullied the other doctor into agreement. Wait. That point you had about your patients was a good one, though. What will you do if any show up at your clinic on the nights you're here? Trafalgar just gave an indifferent shrug, or as much of one as he could manage currently. If they die on my way over, that just means I'll be right on time to harvest their organs fresh. That's horrible. He's here? The pirate bad boy. He even does medical malpractice. What a bonus. Seeing Nifty's quickly approaching crawl, Trafalgar immediately decided he wasn't dealing with that. A thin distortion in the air spread out in a circle surrounding him that spread across the entire lobby and partly into the walls. With his hands still pinned to his sides, his fingers shifted in an intriguing movement. Room. Shambles. In Nifty's place was now a bottle of top-shelf bourbon. Alastor blinked as his stare redirected back towards the bar to see that the little maid was now trapped behind the locked cabinet shelf Husk stored the good stuff in, the man himself staring at the switch-up with great concern. She tapped on the glass with a wide-eyed, disoriented gaze. Alastor then let his focus drift over towards Nami, who raised her eyebrows severely at him to non-verbally confirm yes, Trafalgar can remove Luffy using the same method, and is choosing not to. The Death Doctor was so hilariously inconsistent, Alastor had to refrain from laughing in his face about it. Perhaps he'll indulge the impulse another time, though. When Trafalgar was eventually freed and got to catching up, asking after the rest of Straw Hats, to which Luffy explained Jinbei and Brook had also rejoined and were out for the day. They'd gone to have band practice, much to Alastor's displeasure. The helmsman wasn't even needed for such a dalliance considering he wasn't a band member, but he'd taken the chance to go with the musician anyway to visit Adam. And now with the new arrival, the captain along with a good number of the others were properly distracted. Seeing a chance for relative independence for the time being, Alastor thought to add something to spruce up the hotel that he'd been meaning to get to. It had taken some time to locate one of a sufficient enough quality, but as he'd recently procured it, Alastor was able to raise a beautiful grand piano out of the shadows into a sizable corner of the lobby parlor area. Now that they had a proficient musician to play it, he considered the addition a necessity. Though of course he would play from it as well as the opportunity arose. It'd be a shame not to seeing as he was the one who picked it out. With that same consideration, he also thought it only fair that he be the one to test it out first, especially seeing as with the musician gone it was the prime time for him to monopolize its use. The piano keys felt smooth against his fingertips, minding his claws to leave them pristine and intact. And the sound was as exquisite as he'd hoped for. Debussy echoed in a grand resonance throughout the hall and rafters. And after the piece, Alastor cycled through a mental list of favorites, testing his muscle memory for the majority as it had been a while since he last played. By the end, he was in the midst of an upbeat ragtime rhythm when the hotel entrance creaked open. He didn't bother looking over or stopping, already knowing who it was, and thus finished the song with a flourish of his fingers. As the last chord rang out, he was met with applause, a mixture of polite and vigorous. Turning in his seat, Alastor crossed a hand over his chest in a slight incline of a bow towards Nifty, who'd been listening to him for some time now, the helmsman, and the musician. While Jinbei's clapping was appropriately contained, both the little gremlin and tall skeleton clapped with insistent energy, fully elated. Thank you, you're too kind. I was breaking it in is all. Your music's so pretty, sir. Nifty happily chimed with sweetness that matched the tiny pitter-patter of her claps. Jinbei joined in with a smile. We only caught some of it, but you're quite skilled. Do you know any other instruments? I've also dallied with the violin, trumpet, and saxophone. Not quite as much of a repertoire as your cruise musician, but I'd say it's a fair enough amount. Alastor glanced down at his claws before looking back up through his lashes in a show of casualness, intent on making his boasting come off with a sense of false humbleness. If Jinbei noticed his efforts, it went unmentioned, certainly. It's almost like we have another musician on the crew, right Brook? Before this point, Alastor hadn't been quite sure how the musician himself would react to the radio demon's musical inclination. From his own perspective, he would have felt threatened if he'd had that sort of official position within the group only to see someone encroaching on the skill set he was meant to be providing. But even in his pessimism, he recognized that Brook was likely too happy of a soul for such petty bitterness. And indeed, his assumption seemed to be proven correct when the clatter of skeleton hands continued even after the rest of the applause had ceased, not losing any of its excitement. Brook boasted joyfully to match, "Yo-ho-ho-ho. That was most wonderful, Alastor. Bravo. Oh, why didn't you tell me you could play? Come to think of it, the captain did say that you like to sing too, right? Oh, how splendid. I have the greatest idea." Alastor found himself a bit on the back foot when those same skeleton hands suddenly stopped to snatch out, taking both of Alastor's hands into his own. Frame minutely tensing, he leaned back slightly when the skull face leaned down severely to encroach into his space. Brook didn't seem to notice the discomfort in his excitement. "We must perform a song together for the party. Once we're all together, I'm sure Luffy will wish to celebrate not only our reuniting but also your joining. And what a better welcome than to take center stage for a song. We can even compose one for ourselves. Oh, yo-ho-ho. Playing with Adam has been a great time, but I haven't played with another of my crew in so long. More than 50 years now, even. Oh-ho, now, that's a depressing thought. While I delight in playing for the others, I can't deny I've missed the feeling but I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? It's much too rude of me to impose when you've yet to agree. What do you say, Alastor? Does the idea please you as well?" While the musician had been considerate enough to backtrack for Alastor's agreement, he'd rather played his hand in terms of how important he viewed the gesture to be. Just that wasn't enough to pressure the radio demon into agreeing, of course, but it wasn't as though he disliked the idea. He did indeed know the party would be inevitable, and it would be nice to take control over how the attention was being focused on him. Being one of the performers would also lend a hand in ensuring the party had an acceptable level style to it. Thus, even as he carefully slid his hands out of the fleshless grip, there was no reason for him not to respond. "Why, that does indeed sound like an intriguing proposal. I can't promise I won't be a hindrance to you seeing as I'm but a practiced amateur myself, but if you'll have me, I'm sure we can throw something together." The clapping started anew, the skeleton hopping in place in a rather bubbly sort of happiness for a form lacking the softness of flesh. The featureless skull face somehow managed to beam at him. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I'm so happy, it feels as though my heart will beat out of my chest. Only I don't have a heart. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke." As they'd returned for dinner, they waited for supper with everyone else rather than get right into it as the musician clearly wished to. Brook sat himself beside Alastor at the table that night, forcing him to endure the skeleton's poor manners as he banged silverware on the table in time with Luffy to demand the cook to bring out the food, much to Sanji's displeasure. While Alastor usually wouldn't agree with such a practice, in these cases due to the ire it caused the annoying pervert, it brought him much amusement. Brook was filled with so much anticipation that even after they'd begun to feast, all his conversation was centered around their plans to practice a song together. Some of the Hazbin residents, Husk and Vaggie especially, sent Alastor a peculiar glance as though they were doubtful he'd agree to play nice to that degree, but Charlie along with Luffy and a good portion of the Straw Hats gained their own excitement at news of the collaboration. In fact, all the Straw Hats seemed at least somewhat pleased to hear Brook's rambling on the matter, which Alastor hadn't been expecting. And it was very clearly a crew-specific reaction and not some pirate-born attitude, seeing as the newly joined Trafalgar in his seat next to Luffy couldn't care less. From his seat across the table, Jinbei made eye contact as he nodded in an unspoken sign of appreciation. Alastor just reacted with a quaint smile back, though he still wasn't quite sure what about the situation garnered this amount of approval. Immediately after mealtime, the skeleton fidgeted about in poorly contained enthusiasm as he followed Alastor up to his abode, seeing that the studio was the ideal place for musical business. Alastor conjured his usual piano against a wall, Brook manifested a variety of his own instruments, and they got into things without much prompting. The musician just asking him, "What particular type of music do you enjoy, Alastor? Perhaps we can start with the genre and build off of that?" Well, in that case, allow me to give you some examples of the dancing tunes of the Roaring Twenties. It's considered an oldie style nowadays, but I can't deny my preference for the old-fashioned, seeing as it was a somewhat important detail. Alastor also requested, "I do hope that, with your perspective on the captain's tastes, you will have an idea as to how to make a song based off the music that he would enjoy hearing at a party." Oh, Luffy's no trouble at all for that sort of thing. As long as it's got a good beat, he'll cheer along with anything. I do very much love his love for music. But still, we'll try to keep our audience in mind, such are the considerations of a true performer. Yo-ho-ho. The skeleton was as adept of an artist as Alastor had believed him to be. After a few sample songs and some of his own testing, he quickly picked up the basics that made up the music of Alastor's era. And even as he was in the middle of trying out his hand, Brook's playing still sounded quite good, becoming cleaner and more certain the more he practiced. Until it became clear to Alastor that, even concerning his own personal style, the musician would come to outperform him by a large margin. Usually he might have put up a fuss about such a thought, but as Brook asked Alastor if he had an idea of the lyrics he'd like to sing, because of course I'd love for you to be the singer, Alastor. I haven't heard you yet, but I already know you'll be brilliant. It was hard to feel too put out or threatened. Providing Brook with the first sampling of his voice for an old-timey tune just spurred his appreciation for Alastor's voice even further, and the radio demon couldn't deny that he took pride in the accolades. On his own part, Alastor found the process to be more entertaining than he'd thought it would be, becoming fully engrossed in the back and forth as Brook composed the bones of the rhythm and melody while he merely provided critiques and suggestions as necessary. Before he knew it, after absent-mindedly checking a conjured pocket watch, he was vaguely surprised to see their process had run into the late hour. Great Gatsby, would you look at the time? I apologize for keeping you this late, good sir. As one who only indulges in sleep on the occasion, I hadn't noticed I've been keeping you up. Brook's fingers didn't falter in the slightest as he easily replied, not at all. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for keeping you. I actually don't need to sleep, seeing as I don't have a brain to rest or anything. Yo-ho-ho. I just choose to do so and enjoy the feeling of it. And good thing too. Why, if I had no choice but to be awake all hours of the day every day, back on that ship I would have. He slipped into a discordant note, held in place for just a bit too long. The sound as well as the trailing words drew Alastor's eye to him. But a face with no skin or features was quite hard to read. Brook quickly reoriented himself, pulling his hands back as though a thought had occurred to him. Oh, yes, that's right. You are unaware of my history, aren't you? Outside of me having died once before, of course. It's such a shame I can't show you. Oh ho? Wait a moment, I can magic up all these instruments now, so perhaps even that. In a rather intriguing sight, the skeleton popped the top section of his head open. The empty head provided a compartment for him to stick his hand into to feel around, until he cried out in victory, yes. It is here. How miraculous. But it's not the real one, right? That'd be bad. No, of course not. That'd be crazy. Yo-ho. A shell? Alastor asked with a slight head tilt, curiosity piqued at the unexpected item. A tone dial. They're devices from the Sky Islands that can record and replay sounds, much like your record tapes and such. Placing the item which still looked exactly like a seashell on top of the piano, a bony finger pressed into an indent on the side, and indeed, music sounded out from the inside of the shell. It was another old-fashioned sort of tune, though more of a cheerful sea shanty that'd be sung drunk in a tavern than a ragtime beat. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sea wind blows, to where? Who knows? The waves LLBR guide. O'er across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing, of cheerful things, in circles passin' by. Bid farewell to Weaver's town, say so long to port renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long, before we're castin' off. Cross the gold and silver seas, a salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night, to our delight, the voyage never ends. Brook's empty eye sockets didn't stray from the shell as he explained, you see, I had left the real copy of this tone dial with a dear friend of my former crew, Laboon, so that he could listen to it as much as he wanted. He was a young whale who followed our ship into the Grand Line that we had to leave behind at Reverse Mountain, knowing it'd be too dangerous of a trip for him. We all promised him we'd return, but it had been left up to just me. Knowing that I would revive, we recorded this song so that I could bring it back to him. The last song of the Rumbar Pirates, a crew of musicians. The last song I played with all of them, before we all died. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Pirates, we eternally re-challengin' the sea. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds, hoisted high upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds re-blowing by waves are dancin', evenin' comes, it's time to sound the drums. But steady men, and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. Despite the topic and context, the The tone dial's music continued with its joyful, playful melody. Leaning a hip against the side of the piano, Alastor couldn't help but comment, though making sure to keep his tone light, rather light-hearted for a funeral dirge. But I suppose it wasn't meant to be one. Not at all. After all, music is meant to bring joy. We wished for our last farewell to do the same for Laboon. Though, it ended up being quite a while before I could deliver it to him. I'd been stuck in that sea of fog, the Florian Triangle, since our ship was too damaged to steer. My soul returned to find my own skeleton, but they were all with me as well. I had to put them to rest. And I stayed on that same ship for 50 years, until Luffy and his crew happened upon me. To think, if such a twist of fate had never occurred, I could still be there to this day. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain our days but a passing dream, everlasting, though they seem beneath the moon we'll meet again, the wind's our lullaby. It was a morbid tale, to say the least. Even he couldn't deny the type of toll such a trial would have on a person. Decades of isolation in the equivalent of a graveyard full of one's most treasured people. It could even be considered more of a hell than the actual place. Still Alastor made sure to keep a sense of levity in his response. You can count your lucky stars, then. The dear captain was the perfect sort of soul to deliver you from your predicament. I assume he hadn't been put out in the slightest as to your lack of skin and organs? Oh yes. Yo-ho-ho. It was most delightful. Brook's tone took a noticeable upturn at the mention. Every other who stumbled upon me fled at the sight of a haunted ship, but the captain was very amused. He immediately asked me to join his crew, actually. I can see that happening quite vividly. He thought back to his own meeting with the boy, smile relaxing in its previous tension. He also asked after me joining fairly quickly, but I turned him down. I suppose you agreed right away though? I did. I was just so happy to be talking to someone. But I actually had to decline as well, in consideration to a separate predicament I'd gotten into with one of the 7 warlords who lurked around that region. I left to confront the situation, they followed me and Luffy defeated the warlord, and then after hearing they'd met Laboon and planned to reunite with him as well, I knew it was meant to be. I could never thank him enough for saving me from that dark, dreary existence. Ahaha, sounds like the captain, alright. All's well that ends well, as they say. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sing a song and play along, for all the oceans wide. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton. So spread your tail from dawn till dusk upon these foamy seas. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Yes, all is well now, isn't it? That's right. I am so very thankful. There was a clattering sound followed by a thud. And then another. Alastor then realized it had come from the tone dial, mixed into the sound of the music and laughter. Instruments dropped off at random one after another, until it was but a quartet. Then a trio, then a duet. Until finally the sole piano remained. Until that ended in a dissonant mess of notes. The joyful song had eventually ended on the morbid, unsettling feeling of the funeral dirge that it was. I do hope the actual copy doesn't end like that. Not very conducive to the sentiment you wish to gift to your whale, I'm assuming. He was only half joking about that. However, the skeleton didn't respond, merely staring down at where his fingers were resting against the piano keys. The silence that filled the void left behind by the music was deafening, so much so that even Alastor began to feel its internal constriction. Unconsciously, his radio began letting off a soft feedback just to cover up the quiet. The sound seemed to spur Brook out of whatever trace he'd been in, his fingers twitching into the positionings for the first chord of the previously played song. He didn't continue past that, though. Instead, he just let the sound ring out for another few seconds. Still not looking away from the piano. Can I confess to you something shameful, Alastor? He did not like where this was going, and frankly, he'd been left with that feeling since the song began. Still, he tried to keep his efforts to turn the musician away from idea as delicate as possible, realizing that a sensitive hand would be needed. Are you sure you wouldn't rather give such a confession to another of your crew, dear sir? After all, you hardly know me. Surely you'd be more comforted speaking to someone like Jinbei, for example. No. It's because you weren't with us in life that you'd be the only one I could speak to about this. I would never wish to burden the others with the knowledge. But, keeping it all to myself has weighed on me so. I'm sorry to bother you with something you'd never asked for, and he really did sound regretful, truly apologetic to drag Alastor into the matter despite the way it was clearly tormenting him. If that's how you truly feel, then I'm all ears. What is it? It sounds like, from what the others have said, they were all grouped together based on order of death. Alastor was somewhat surprised by the sudden segue, but he assumed it was related to the crux of the situation as Brook spoke in a quiet voice. Heard just above the buzz of the radio's feedback, Luffy was first. Then as the most injured after him, Zoro. Then Sanji was a while after that. Then Chopper, Usopp, and Nami in rather close succession. Then Robin and Frankie, who I presume are currently together. And then lastly, as one with a particularly hardy body, Jinbei. I don't think any of them are aware of this. Approaching their deaths, they usually fell into unconsciousness first. The only one who'd been aware long enough to realize the direction things were headed was Jinbei. He tried to ask me what had happened, after I met up with him down here, but I couldn't give him a sufficient answer. He immediately noticed who was missing from the list. Though he refrained from speaking on it, leaving the skeleton to weave his tale, in comparison to the others, while I'd been quite battered, I wasn't in a state I would have died from. My body had become one that was rather hard to kill. After I recovered enough I did what I could, but I'm no doctor. You'd think after all my previous cruise foray with disease and death, I would have thought to learn a thing or two. And yet I'd been content to keep to where I was most comfortable with my music. How bitterly I resented myself for such indulgence, in those few days where they went one after the other. Alastor found himself repeating what he'd told the dearling doctor, for what else was there to say? You can curse your weakness all you'd like, but such despair won't change events that have already occurred. I know. I already know, death is no excuse. The musician's hands shifted without thought, repeating that first starting chord. The Blackbeard pirates had all died in battle, so their bodies were on the island with us. While they'd inflicted the wounds which ultimately led to my own crew's death, there's no point in resenting the dead. For the ones who hadn't already met their fate in the waves, I made a pyre for them and laid their ashes to rest in the sea, then released their ship from the moor. I also made a tombstone for them, along with our own. Then, I gathered everyone onto the Sunny, and set us out to sea. While she was damaged, she was workable enough for the last voyage of the Straw Hat pirates. I thought they might have liked that. I took all the lighter fluid, gas, and oil we had available, spread it across the deck where the wood was already broken, and lit it aflame. So that she need not be left alone in such a state, and so that we may all sink into the sea and fire together. Then, I detached my soul from my body, and I followed the path of Jinbei's soul to the underworld. Though it was a bit of a roundabout trip, seeing that he'd ascended to the gates first before heading down here. Jarring dissonance sounded once more when the skeleton's elbow laid to rest upon a coupling of keys, raising his fingers to claw into his hair and against the front of his skull. Brook ignored it, not even seeming to register the sound, caught up in his mind as he was. I went crazy, didn't I? No, I've been crazy, but it was even more than that. I didn't even think as I did any of that or even as I relinquished my life. It was like my body just moved on its own. I didn't cry for any of them, didn't hesitate, I just thought. This is the end, and that was that. Time for the funeral. Into the pyre everyone goes, myself included. I endured for so long. For 50 years, forced myself to live for the hope of that promise and that I would once again see the sun, even when days became weeks which became months and years and decades. Decades of seeing their ghosts in the corner of my vision and hearing the sound of their music when no one was there. If I'm playing by myself, I can't even use the gift I've been given down here of letting the instruments play themselves without getting confused and thinking that I'm hearing them again. They all sound just like them. But I did it. I lived. And when Luffy found me, I was so happy I was alive. And I didn't even make it a week, this time. I didn't even think to try. I just couldn't, I couldn't. His second elbow pressed against the piano to add to the discordant notes. Brook fully collapsed his face into his hands, his head hanging over in a bent crouch as his shoulders trembled almost violently. Despite having no eyes or throat and being made only of bones, his voice cracked with tears and a sob. I couldn't do it a second time. I couldn't. Not again. Not again. No. Brook. His voice was all-encompassing, reverberating throughout and against the walls of the studio. Deafening through the distortion of his radio even when it wasn't a yell. The sound of it jolted the man out of his spiraling, the skeleton harshly jerking back in his seat to lift his tear-ridden face into the air as though gasping for breath. Alastor carefully closed his claws around Brook's still half-raised hands, pulling them towards himself and away from the piano to draw the musician's attention to focus on him and the present day. To the blank voids for eyes and the tears that somehow streaked down from them, Alastor granted a smile, though tense against its sutures as it was. There we go. Do you remember where you are now? That was quite a frightening tale, wasn't it? But you're no longer in that place. No longer in that world. Dearly departed from up above you might be, but down here, you are here, are you not? Just as the rest of your crew are here. It took an extended moment to get the skeleton's non-existent brain back on track. They are here. Yes. I am here, in your tower. In hell. Yes. Precisely, Alastor conjured a handkerchief, letting it clean up the skeleton face as he continued with his consoling levity, nothing you confess to is worthy of shame. So you committed some arson and made your final journey back to the land of the dead. It happens to the best of us. Anyone who'd been in your position would have ended in similar straits. The fact you'd made it that far to begin with is impressive enough on its own. I'm not usually one to support suicidal ideation unless I'm the one causing it, but in this case, I'd say you made the right call. For now, you are right where you're meant to be with Luffy and everyone else. Whisking the soiled handkerchief away, Alastor let go of one of the skeleton hands to summon his mic. He flicked it once to conjure his old-time radio on the top of the piano and set it to play his tunes, filling out the previous emptiness of the studio. He also conjured his couch. With the hand still holding Brook's hand, he pulled at the man to guide him. Up you go. Yes, let's get a bit more comfortable, shall we? I think you need a break from the piano for the time being. After leading the still distant-looking skeleton to sit down on the cushions, Alastor sat himself right next to the other, closer than he preferred. But it was his hope that the feeling of his side pressed against the lean frame, his arm wound around his back, and his hand coming to rest on the opposite arm would provide a grounding sensation for Brook to anchor himself with. It seemed to have the intended effect, as Brook continued to keep his focus on Alastor, tilting his head to look down at him. All the while, Alastor kept his smile perfectly in place. It was the end for all of you, yes. But as it turns out, you're in luck. For death is not the end. It was not the end for your previous crew, whichever afterlife they may have landed themselves in, and it was not the end for you and your current crew. It wasn't the end for me. I've lived longer dead than I have alive at this point. Aha! What an oxymoron that is. I suppose it was one you related to even in your living dead life. Regardless, both in this world and the one before it, death is an inevitable possibility. So what can we do but live as we can, and dance with death? He tapped the skeleton's sternum at the line, flashing his brows to make his face a bit livelier. Brook came a bit more back into his body. Dance with death? The metaphor paints a frightening picture for weary eyes. Though I have none, since I'm a skeleton. Ha 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 ha, always the comedian, you are. Alastor managed to force out a laugh as he bumped his shoulder against the other's arm. It wasn't that he found the skeleton humor to be totally without amusement, but ending half the jokes with skull joke tended to ruin the pun. Either way, it was worth the effort when the skeleton face began to lighten. But yes, we're all dead as cadavers down here, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if you're willing to share a bit more room on your stage, I have an interesting idea. Why stop at making one song when we can make another as well? Indeed, a song about the joy of death would be an inspired collaboration between you and I. We can make it a real party tune even. A party song about death? Can we really play such a thing without killing the mood? Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. Alastor called back, ahaha, skull joke indeed. And of course we can. It's all about how you present your tone. Your skeleton puns are proof of that. Oh ho. I suppose. You have a point about that? Then of course I'd love to make another song with you, Alastor. How exciting. Brook finally gained some energy back in his voice and frame, his torso fidgeting in place beside Alastor's as he clasped his hands together with a bony clack. Does this mean you'd like to continue playing music with me, from time to time? To be honest, I'm rather shocked. This was probably the most awful impression I could have given you as to spending extended time alone with me. I mean, even I don't like to spend time alone with me. Though I guess that's for a different reason. Ha ha ha. For a different reason indeed, he laughed again even knowing that wasn't meant to be a joke. Alastor lifted the hand that was resting on the skeleton's arm to pat the other's bony shoulder, leaning in slightly to make a show of his grin. The torments and joys of madness are nothing new to me. I simply endeavor to maintain a certain level of control over such impulses when needed. And regardless, I'd much prefer you to be a crazy person than a boring one. I found our time together leading up to your catastrophic emotional breakdown to be quite pleasant. Thus, I have no inclination as to begin avoiding your charming personality. Truly? I'd been thinking actually, despite the stories I've heard of you, you don't seem too unreasonable or crazy. Our individual brands of crazy are not one in the same. You weren't around to see what I did to the Red Dog or what I got up to in my heyday. Let me tell you, my place here in hell was most definitely deserved. He left the issue at that, not wanting to derail his efforts by going on a tangent about his own killer personality. The night is still young. How about we take a brief respite from our musical business, and then once we resume, you can show me how to play the song from that contraption of yours. I believe I remember the lyrics well enough, but I'd like to take a stab at the piano instrumentation as well. As he conjured a cup of steaming black tea for the musician, Brook stared at him blankly when Alastor handed it over along with its saucer, before he took it with still slightly shaky hands. Rather than move to take a drink though, Brook quietly asked, "You want to learn Binks Brew?" "Of course, so that we may play it together. It is a song of great meaning to you, is it not? We can make a record of us performing it to go along with your other one, so that you have a version that is not so intertwined with bittersweet sentiment, shall we say, 5 decades alone with only his own playing, and that recording likely had not done the dead man any favors. Something new was a must." Blank eye socket stared at him for another moment. Then, they began to inexplicably brim with tears once more. Alastor had a split second of internal frustration before Brook's thin arms wrapped around him in a tight hug, pushing his face uncomfortably against the skeleton's hard ribcage and sternum. He supposed he should just be thankful the man had at least thought to set aside his cup before acting out. Brook cried out in a tearful cheer, "Oh Alastor, that'd be so incredible. Thank you so much. You're such a thoughtful friend. We are friends, right? Everyone on the crew are friends since we're all nakama, but Zoro and Sanji have said you're, a bit moody about these sorts of things? Don't bring those two up, let alone any gossip they've spoken behind my back," he forced out through grit teeth. Alastor allowed the skeleton his indulgence for a good 15 seconds, before he pulled himself out of the hold, making a noticeable pause to smooth down his suit and shirt afterwards. To give himself some extra time to question of friendship hadn't been explicitly brought up prior to the current moment with any of the other Straw Hats. Though in the same vein, Luffy likely didn't see a point to asking of Alastor's opinion as to their relationship when the captain could assert his own confidence in their friendship without a shadow of doubt. The radio demon typically wasn't one to transition into an official designation of friendship until he'd spent enough time with the acquaintance in question to be comfortably certain in their standing and character. However, he also recognized that denying the label would be a particularly cruel act against Brook, especially given the current context. The equivalent of stabbing him in his non-existent heart, even. And usually, acting with cruelty and stabbing hearts, both literal and not, wasn't behavior Alastor was incapable of, or even shied away from. But in this case, he felt rather disinclined to the notion, faced with a fellow old soul whose music and story had managed to move something within him. To be pulled out of the dark and brought into the sun, only for it to slip through one's fingers and be left in the cold void once more. He couldn't imagine anything more terrifying than that. Death and whatever hell to come after would truly be a kinder fate. Still, Alastor has standards, and so he had to make the point, "If I am to be in closer association with you, I insist that you cease your horrid requests for women's undergarments." Not only is it an embarrassment to witness such behavior, but it's also a shameful annoyance for everyone involved. Really now, have you no sense of propriety? The pervert shied away, properly chastised. Oh, well that's. In truth, I often find that my actions have not shifted back into those considered the social norm. As it bothers you so, I can try, but I'm afraid the habit has yet to be broken even with Nami's strong arm reprimanding. Alastor gave the query some brief consideration. Until he offered with false cheer, "Well, in that case, I would be glad to assist you in relearning your behavior. How about at every instance you make such a mistake, I have a radio play a horrid, painful screech as punishment. Then eventually, you will come to associate the action with a negative outcome, like disciplining an animal. I can even curse you such that this would occur when I'm not around, so it is a more encompassing punishment than when the navigator happens to be around your person." Well, that doesn't seem like a humane method, exactly. And that matters why, he dismissed the valid concern without hesitation. "Now, start drinking that tea of yours before it goes cold. Warmth helps with rejuvenating the body, as I understand it. Though you do not have much of a body left in which to rejuvenate." "Yo-ho-ho, skull joke," was the predictable reply. They ended up whittling away at the hours of the night that way, until the morn dawned anew. And soon, it was around the hour that breakfast would typically be served. Rather than managing a casual entrance back down to the lobby, however, the two of them had been caught off guard when they walked in on a good portion of the Straw Hat pirates shouting at each other in a panicked frenzy. "What do you mean Brook never came back last night? How could both of you fall asleep before checking where he was? It just turned out like that. I'm sorry, Miss Nami. Maybe he just caught a disease from Mosshead and got lost? I can try and feel around for him with my observation. Hey, I really thought that Al wouldn't eat him and he'd be fine. Since, you know, he's only bones. But I'll look for him too. Alastor wouldn't eat him, Usopp, but he could have let him make his own way back to the room. You know Brook doesn't do well when he's alone. I hope he's okay. I believe the man in question is doing just fine, considering he's right here." Alastor spoke up at the deerling's worried fretting, pointing at the apparently missing skeleton with his mic. Brook echoed the gesture, pointing a finger up at himself with a confused tilt of the head as they walked forward. The four pirates all turned towards them with wide eyes. "Huh? Brook? There you are. Nami started, before questioning with her own vague confusion, were you with Alastor the whole night? Despite the unusual beginning, Brook was quick to regain his cheer, responding, oh yes. As we can both go without sleep, we ended up playing throughout the night. It was great. With a muted sigh of relief, the cook couldn't contain himself from getting in at least one verbal jab. Al does need sleep, though. He just doesn't act like it. I can do without it most nights, thank you very much, he was quick to cut in. Now don't you have a kitchen to attend to? Or perhaps you've decided on an early retirement. I'll retire you. Don't tell me what to do, red ears. It's too early to be dealing with you all screamin' like this, Husk outright grouched as he walked past them all to his bar. Apparently, the musician had promised a follow-up rehearsal with the first man. It wasn't too long before he finally forced himself out of his new incessant clinging and away from Alastor's side. And while Alastor doesn't enjoy the reminder of the other's association with the ex-angel, he'd been rather thankful for the break. He'd been of the mind to go the majority of the day without socialization, properly tired of the endeavor. But later that day, he somehow found himself pulled into a group with Chopper and Jean Bay, who deigned to stay behind from visiting Adam this time. Seeing as it was only these two, Alastor didn't put up too much of a fight when the dearling dragged him out of his previous path to pester eager requests to hear the radio demon play the new piano, wanting to see for himself. Any of the random newly added guests who happened to be loitering around immediately fled at the sight of his sharpened grin. From what he understood, Bartolomeo was in the midst of issuing a church and external campus to be built down the street from the hotel, and he looked forward to when the growing crowd would be thinned out by the addition. Alastor played through a couple of his favored pieces, before starting on his newly practiced Binks Brew, drawing out delight from the mismatched duo. It also spurred a new topic of conversation. Chopper chimed up, I'm really glad you're getting along with Brook, Alastor. He gets lonely very easy, and none of the rest of us know how to play any instruments. We sing along with the songs, but he's still the one doing all the music by himself. His fingers didn't falter as he quipped back, and I've heard the quality of the captain's vocal capabilities, yes. Huh. What a dreadful choir you all must make. Despite his careless response, Jean Bay enforced their insinuations, truly, Alastor, you are doing a great kindness in engaging with Brook. I have been concerned for him for some time now, after the sort of end we all faced. But it is difficult to address with him as he insistently uses humor to deflect away the pain he must be feeling inside. By playing music with him, you are able to provide a needed connection for him no one else is capable of fulfilling. Please know that your consideration is immensely appreciated by us all. While I usually consider you to be a wealth of wisdom, good man, I do believe you are blowing things out of proportion. He was cut off by the slam of the hotel door, song coming to a halt along with his words as his fingers fumbled. As all three of them glanced over in a slight startle, Alastor felt his smile curling into something tight and unpleasant, glaring at the intruder. Hey Adam. There's no need to. You. Adam, once the first man and now some hilariously awful combination of a snake and clown demon, first shouted back at the fretting Brook before he rushed to slither over and point an accusing finger in the radio demon's face. You. What the F dash? Ever the voice of reason, Jean Bay approached the irate ex-angel to place a steadying hand on his shoulder, speaking first, whatever contention you may have, let us speak of it plainly. Calm yourself down. Adam pensively glanced the fishman's way before forcibly redirecting his attention and glare at Alastor. Don't give me that. I don't know what the F you just said, but it doesn't matter. This red fucker is the reason why my ears are bleeding. I'm shouting because I can't hear shit. Both his hands pointed at his ears for emphasis, proving that they were, in fact, bleeding quite profusely. The eardrum likely ruptured and in the middle of regenerative repair. The sight of it brought Alastor much schadenfreude joy. Why the hell would you set up a dumb but cursed radio to play a sound worse than nails on a chalkboard for 3 DMN minutes at max volume whenever Brook does his panties shtick? He does that all the FING time. You read FING, red nutso? Oh no. Someone get a doctor. That's you, darling dearling, Alastor reminded the doctor, directing his narrowed gaze away from the fuming clown snake before giving a slight huff. Usually I'd say to let him suffer a tad longer, but I suspect this conversation will get even more unbearable than it already is should he continue as he is. Oh. Right. Shifting to his larger form to reach Adam's ears, Jean Bay kept the man from retreating in suspicion to allow Chopper to heal his ears. With his flower blossoms. Adam seemed rather befuddled by the demonstration, staring blankly at the once again tiny reindeer. He shook the petals out of his ears after they'd presumably completed their task. Brook stepped up to ask, Can you hear now, Adam? Huh? Yeah. Cool party trick, suddenly remembering he was supposed to be mad, a face reminiscent to an exorcist mask jolted back into a scowl, looking back at Alastor's still tight grin. So what the F dash? Purposefully glancing down at his claws in a dismissive expression, Alastor plainly replied, it's merely a corrective measure put in place to put an end to such unsavory habits via corporal punishment. The F. He doesn't have EARS, beach? You're FING with the people around him, aka me, more than you are him. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. But hey now, the sound jostling my skull and bones so much hurts as well, the skeleton objected, before consoling, I do apologize for causing you such discomfort though. In comparison, Alastor was entirely unsympathetic, well I'd say in this case the collateral damage was perfectly acceptable. Ahaha. Before Adam could start on another rant, there was a sudden burst of movement. Jinbei's hand shot out in front of the man to catch an angelic spear around the staff right above its blade, the point of it so close that just Adam startling to look its way left a thin trail of red blood in its wake. The final proof that the first man had been brought down to a common sinner's make. Jinbei called out firmly, there's no need to start a fight, Vaggie. He has yet to put up an offense. Restrain yourself. F. that. If he's got enough nerve to show his face here, he's got enough nerve to be at the wrong end of a bomb or two. Cherry Bomb yelled back rather than the other ex-angel. The two women approached to stand before Adam's grimace with righteous indignation. And while they let them take center stage, Angel and Husk weren't too far, giving their own mean looks. Vaggie echoed the sentiment with narrowed eyes, you aren't welcome here, Adam. I don't care if Alastor F'd with you, leave. Adam's glare turned into more of a simmering, consistent heat than its previous erratic broil. So now you think you can order me around, huh? I do what I want, Beach. Again, Cherry shouted her own piece first, and what about we do what we want, Beach? We owe you an explosion to the face. Or do you not even remember that you killed one of our own? Eyes followed the trail of Cherry's thumb pointed back at the portrait of Penchus. Adam blinked at it 3 times, before he exclaimed incredulously, the BSTRD in that airship was a snake? Is that why I look like this now? I thought it was just some cheeky reference to the devil being a snake, all. What the hell? Oh for the love of, just leave already. Wait, Vaggie, the lot of them turned at the sound of Charlie's voice. The princess entered the room with a heavy seriousness to her expression, which almost came off as humorous when directly beside the lackadaisy blank curiosity of Luffy, who walked in with her. Trafalgar's suspicious examinations were a bit more in line with the girl's mood as he walked in a step behind. And, nosy as ever, the 4 straw hats not already present hung back in the hallway to watch the show and listen in. While Luffy and Trafalgar stopped short, Charlie walked all the way forward to stand in front of Adam, in between him and the 2 other girls. She crossed her arms over her chest, smile nowhere to be seen as she inquired, are you here to try to be redeemed, Adam? That earned her more than one shocked stare. The clown snake had to visibly buffer before he snapped back, FING no? Why would you even think that? Because it's possible, isn't it? Redemption, keeping her tone unsettlingly level, Charlie pointed a finger at Adam, before pointing it upwards, heaven-bound. If an angel can die and land themselves down in hell by being an awful person, it only makes sense that a sinner could do the same and end up in heaven, if they do good in their afterlife. Maybe Sir Penchus is even there. He died protecting all of us from you, after all. That means if you want any chance of getting your old life back, you're going to have to do better. CH Charlie. Without looking back at Vaggie's and Cherry's gobsmacked faces, Charlie consoled, I have to give him the option, guys. That's what my hotel is all about. No matter what they've done, if someone wants to be better, I'll give them the chance to do better. However, even with the staunch moral stance, the Princess of Hell's eyes narrowed into a glare on the shocked man. But only if they want it. If that's not what you're here to do, then you need to leave. There's no reason to let you bother everyone else if you're not here for the purpose that the hotel is meant for. The moment of shock extended, almost to the point of Alastor breaking the silence to ask if anyone was home up in that surely lacking brain of his, before Adam shook himself out of his stupor. His sneer averted itself down to the lower side. Still delusional as ever I see, Morningstar. Didn't your dear OL dad explain how any of this works to you? People falling out of favor with the upstairs is nothing new. But getting back in after they decide you're not good enough? There's no going back from that. Redemption is as much of a pipe dream as it's always been, me being here doesn't mean sheet. Actually, I think you don't know how this works, either. Why else would you have ruined your good graces by being bad enough to get kicked out of heaven unless you didn't know that that could happen? The barb struck home. Adam suddenly whipped his face back to Charlie with a snarl on his lips, shut the F up. Don't you act so high and mighty with me, you knockoff brand Disney princess. I ain't here to beg for a place in your good graces, since it'd just be a waste of time anyway. I'm here because my bandmate was cursed by a demonic psycho who thinks it's hilarious to blow out people's ears. Why don't you try redeeming that guy if you're so caught up on the idea, huh? Done with the girl, the clown snake shifted back to Alastor to continue, and don't think I'm done with you, you, Mr. Radio Man. What a cleverly inept insult you've granted me. Shut up, the man snapped back like it was the only phrase his tiny brain could think to say, before he set his hands on his waist and jeered with an outrageously smug titer. You know what I think? I think that, first of all, you're a FING. Sore but loser is what ya are. Like seriously, you FING lost. Get the F over yourself and your big butt ego. His self-awareness is literally in the negatives. Vaggie fortunately snarked aloud what Alastor was already thinking. And secondly, I think that you're just jealous that I'm in Brook's band and you aren't. He told me about your fun little play date last night, and I gotta say, letting the static screech that you use as a voice be a main vocal is a total downgrade from the kinda music Bones of Man puts out. You're lucky a rock star as rockin' as him is giving you the time of day, you know that? Ha! That static screech feedback became deafening for a split flash, tearing through the lobby to echo off the walls as Adam crouched in on himself holding his still tender ears, along with a good number of the others. At its conclusion, Alastor finally deigned to stand from his seat at the piano bench, stepping over the obstacle to stare slightly up at Adam's larger figure with a grin sharp and thin enough to cut flesh. His tone began with deceptive cheer. Why yes, actually, I do consider myself to be quite fortunate to have someone as skilled as my dear friend acting as the musician of our crew. We all do love to listen to him play, and I am no exception to that. However, do I perhaps sense a bit of projection coming off your person? Is it not you who is jealous of me, for stealing your bandmate away from you? After all, it seems clear to me that it is his talents which carried the majority of the burden to your call to fame, rather than your own merits. Because I have to say, you're right to be worried. He almost certainly prefers to play with me over you. Serrated teeth almost snapped at Alastor in a literal sense, a snake-like hiss finally screeching out of Adam. You take that back, Beach. Brook 1000% likes rocking out with me more than he likes playing your out-of-date snorefest of a genre. The vigor of your music isn't enough to account for your PSS poor company. Why are they fighting so much? The skeleton of the hour hissed in a panicked stage whisper. Chopper whispered back, equally as loud, I think they're fighting over you, Brook. Really? The whisper graduated into a legitimate shout, before Brook dissolved into an overly pleased excitement. Oh my. This has never happened to me before. I'm so flattered. It feels as though my cheeks are on fire. Only I don't have any, because I don't have a face, yo-ho-ho-ho. You guys aren't even a real band. You don't have a band name. That's because we're a duet, and we do in fact have a group name. How does radio isn't dead sound to you, dear pal? That should be sufficiently puny, Alastor called back to the skeleton in question. After an elongated pause, Brook suddenly startled. Oh, wait, are you talking to me or Chopper? It's a wonder he's putting up so much of a fuss about someone so socially incompetent. The context of the situation would suggest I am not using the word dear in regards to the animal. Yes. Oh, then yes. It's quite catchy. We get a name now too? How lovely. Adam cut him off. You literally made that up just now. And you FING got it from our fight. Lying through his teeth in the most amusing fashion, Alastor mocked. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a common enough phrase, and we came up with it ages ago. You've only been playing with him for less than 24 hours. All right, that's enough out of you both. Having finally had enough, Jinbei stepped between the both of them, pushing them apart with a palm to their chests. With another hiss, Adam leaned to the side to maintain his glare. No. We're settling this now. Brook. Who are you playing with, me or him? Alastor's mocking smirk tightened into something closer to a sneer. Brook startled once more, fidgeting with his hands as hesitantly responded. What? I'll play with both of you, of course. No. You gotta choose who you really want to band up with. No half but you're both winners PP sheet. But I do really want to play with both of you. Is that a bad thing? At that particularly kick-puppy tone, Adam rolled his eyes as much as he could with eyes lacking pupils. He at least partially relented. Jesus FING Christ, fine. Then you gotta choose your favorite between us. Even if you wanna play with both of us, you gotta still have a favorite pick. But that'd be so mean to whoever I didn't choose. I would hate to hurt either of you in such a way. Does it look like I give a shit? This is stupid. Completely out of nowhere, the captain stepped in to join the fray with a face that could only be described as confused annoyance. Brook doesn't gotta choose between you guys. But if he did, course Al would be his favorite. The radio demon smirk instantly brightened once more. The snake turned on the boy immediately, slithering up to Luffy's face to shout in it, "No one asked you. You fucking poser. You're just siding with your guy." Staring at the ex-angel with no particular expression, Luffy was as blunt as ever, "But it's true. Even if you're Brook's friend, AL's his crew. I got a lot of friends too, but all of my crew are my favorites. It's the same thing." A wave of bashful pride washed through the pirates inclined to such a reaction, and the rest were left with a satisfied sort of look. Alastor allowed himself to preen a bit, pulling his bowtie straight with what was surely an extremely smug grin. When he caught Husk squinting a look of exasperation at him, he met the attitude with a serrated grin. "You. Fing. God. Monkey. Monkey God. You." Adam was clearly struggling quite significantly with this one, tongue-tied in his fuming rage. "Your hat's fucking dumb." He'd somehow managed to land an instant game over with that utterly horrendous attempt at an insult. A sudden double palm move sent the once first man flying through the upper portion of the wall, and then flying through the air for a considerable amount of time. Gum gum bazooka. Then, with impeccable timing, Nifty fell from someplace in the ceiling to land in the spot Adam had previously been standing. The kitchen knife in her petite hands wedged into the floor. It seemed that the captain's attack may have saved the man from a different sort of grievous injury. With her expression falling into disappointment, she whined, "AWW. I wanted to stab again." Alastor's shadow dashed to the new hole in the wall to watch the clown spiral, and spiral, and spiral, until his path arched to land somewhere closer to the center of the city. Surely that had to beat some kind of record Hell had concerning longest distance cleared by a sinner via a single attack. "Fucking nice shot, monkey boy. High five. Bring it here." "And there he goes," Usopp commented from his place still partially hidden in the hallway. Not questioning the request in the slightest, Luffy shifted on a dime out of his bursting anger to excited pleasantness, slapping Cherry's double high five with a laugh. Charlie winced at both the disappearance of Adam as well as the hole he'd left in his wake, while her girlfriend reacted in her usual put-out face palm. In contrast, Angel just grumbled under his breath as he passed a satisfied Husk a single bill of cash. In his own sort of tiredness, Jinbei just sighed, "I apologize for his poor behavior." Adam can be a handful in his lack of consideration towards those around him. Though in this case, the provocation certainly didn't help. Does this mean Bones of Man is over? Surely not. "It will be all right, Brook. I'll talk to him," the helmsman reassured his uncertain crewmate with confidence. Chopper spoke up at that point, raising a hoof in the air, "Someone should go with you to treat his wounds, too." And in another contrast, Alastor stepped beside Luffy to throw an arm around the boy's shoulders in what could only be interpreted as a reward, complete with a thumbs up. Smiling happily at the grin he's received, he chimed, "For as much as I find it a hassle, I must confess there are also times when your total lack of impulse control makes for best sort of entertainment, dear Captain. Good job. Your contributions to our disagreement made for a refreshing turn in what was previously a tedious conversation. It's like AL's trying to make him worse. You haven't figured that out already?" At the dirty look that earned Zoro from the navigator, the man called out, "What? You're the one making yourself sound stupid." A foot to the side of 2 out of 3 heads cut that statement short, slamming the swordsman's head and torso into the wall of the hallway. The second instance of collateral damage barely a minute after the first. "Shut up, stupid moss head. Don't you dare call Miss Nami stupid, you shitty BSTRD. Stop breaking the hotel." Vaggie finally snapped as she turned back towards the lurkers, her wings flaring out in her rage. The cook fell into disarray at having upset the woman, falling to his knees to plead. "I'll go instead, Tonia. Even if he's fallen from his previous position, it may be useful to have him in my debt." They were suddenly reminded of the surgeon's presence, the man having been watching silently for the entirety of the farce. As Alastor's eyes tracked the snow leopard walking towards the fishman, Trafalgar's expression was set into a firm scowl of indifference. "Oh, if you want to, that's fine," was the dearling's uncertain agreement. However, apparently Trafalgar was not as unmoved as he appeared, since Luffy quickly gained a pout. "Why re ya mad, Traffy? You're not on the crew since you've got your own, but you're still Nakama. You're my favorite too." The snow leopard tensed at that, eyes briefly flashing wide. If Alastor had blinked, he would have missed the sudden electric ruffling of the man's fur as well as the way his mouth set into a thin line. Trafalgar clasped the brim of his hat to further hid his face as he began a brisk walk to the exit. Seeing the other's haste, Jinbei watched in contemplative silence before he moved to follow. Alastor eyed the Jolly Roger on the back of the rival pirate's coat as the man fled. The captain's assertion had at least partially answered his own curiosity, specifically the one he'd gained when his shadow had seen the way Luffy had deigned to spend the night in Trafalgar's quarters similar to the way he would with one of his crew. But he was left with the feeling that he still lacked understanding as to the extent of their relationship, and how it was he'd managed to become an exception to the delineation between crew and nakama, terms which before now the Straw Hats would use fairly interchangeably. Though, there was at least one thing he was sure of. Just an alliance, as the man claimed? Definitely not. Not only from Luffy's end, but from Trafalgar's as well. It's been less than a day since she's been here, and she already deemed this hell unfit for her person. All the worst of man, concentrated within a single city. What a horrid place. Disgust was too kind of a word for how she regarded it. When thinking of how to address this issue, Hancock came to a swift conclusion. She was an empress in life, and she will remain an empress in death. Not in the sense of taking over this pathetic city, why ever would she want a place filled with putrid men? But the presence of other royalty did not exclude the possibility of her establishing a new Amazon Lily. If anything, the presence of a king only spurred her to spite any sense of authority the surely detestable man would attempt to force onto her. Surely there would be women who'd prefer to live in her colony over being forced to tolerate coexistence with the evil that plagued the streets. She can establish a similar system as what the royal line of Amazon Lily had, offering protection to any woman who chose to live under her rule. The most difficult part of implementing this plan would be building everything from scratch. She had no desire to take over an area of the actual city and thus still be in close proximity to its men, so setting up a location in the wastes outside its borders would suit her fine once it had been made habitable. Still, that was a project to be initiated only once she recruited the numbers to do so. The first order of business would be in deciding her recruitment methods. With her everlasting beauty, she knows that she could bewitch any sinner with ease. Death has only expanded her power. But even amongst women, she has standards. Amazon Lily was not just a refuge, but a place of warriors and obedience towards her royal authority. She must take care to locate women who could quickly become dedicated to her on a level surpassing simple admiration for her beauty. Accepting a bad egg now would do much harm at this stage that would be irritating to deal with. Therefore, a surveying of more detailed information about this cesspool would be required. It was no issue demanding answers from someone at random, most instantly caved at the sight of her face to inform her of any current happenings. Oh, of course her beloved has already begun putting these wretched sinners and overlords in their place. While she was oh so tempted to immediately regain a place at his side, she was also self-aware enough to realize she'd cease to get anything done, at that point. Not only that, but it'd be much more impressive if she came before him having already recruited her following. Perhaps he would even praise her? Oh, love. In the middle of her questioning, however, the wave of a slender hand caught her attention. It directed her gaze towards a nearby alley. The woman who greeted her was a familiar one, even with the changes to her form. Seeing someone more worth her attention, Hancock dismissed the other woman she'd been talking. When her directive was ignored in favor of asking for her number, she swiftly moved to dismiss the annoyance with a kick, sending the sinner flying into a building on the opposite side of the street. Redirecting her attention back to the new arrival, she approached the other's somewhat hidden position, a clear attempt to stay out of plain sight of the main street. Nico Robin? Could it be you're here on Luffy's behalf? If he's looking for me, I will go to him right away. While she occasionally regarded this woman as a potential rival for her love, in this instance, she was more focused on the possibility of Luffy seeking her out. And either way, she was nowhere near as much of a threat as that wretched Trafalgar the insolent whelp. Nico Robin replied with a blasé smile, "It's a surprise to see you so soon, Pirate Empress. But regardless, I'm sure my captain would appreciate your continued cooperation and alliance. Perhaps we'll find our interests to be aligned in certain matters." Luffy? Appreciate? Me, love? Her hands raising to cup her flushed cheeks, Hancock couldn't contain her squeal. "Oh, whatever will be of help to my darling I will provide without fail. Just don't get in my way." "Fufu, I wouldn't dream of it." An all-encompassing wall of screens dyed in red, that was all Vox had within his sight for the past few days. It hadn't started that way. Usually he used his multitude of monitors to keep up feeds of various cameras throughout the ring. But somewhat recently, he'd look through to find that ugly face glitching up one of his feeds, and then would pause on a frame that he had a hard time believing even when it was in front of his eyes. He couldn't pry his stare off of it. And one by one, he'd gone through his feeds to see similar frames, distorted to hell and back sometimes but still clearly him, until he'd ended up with a completely unusable workstation due to almost all of his screens being stuck on the particular images he couldn't get out of his head. If the radio demon knew just how many pictures Vox had collected of him to display, low quality though they might be with how much that fucker F'd with his tech, he'd put up the biggest hissy fit. But Vox didn't even have enough in him to get worked up over that idea. It wasn't just that he was watching Alastor, he'd long since devoted a drone to staking out that Hazbin hotel solely to keep watch on the old-timey BSTRD when he left the premises. That was a reasonable level of stalking in his opinion. This was something on entirely new level even for his own tastes. Because previously, every time Alastor had gone somewhere, he'd either be alone, only loosely part of Morningstar's gang, or occasionally visiting his favored ally overlord, Rosie. But now, it seemed like he was always with someone. Someone that, based on all the images covering Vox's wall, he was undeniably close with. Red wasn't the only color featured. There was one screen in the corner with some green, showing a still frame with a three-headed demon who leaned around Alastor with one of his many hands on the shoulder of that red pinstripe suit and another on his arm, the hand so large compared to the BSTRD's twig frame that it somehow made the arm look even thinner than Vox remembered it to be. And there were a couple of screens scattered about that held a soft pink. Most of the pictures were of a too cute tiny deer holding onto one of those long red legs and coat tails. Two screens caught the quick still image of usually dangerous black-red claws reaching down to pet the kid's ridiculous hat, and one even showed one of those same claws carefully holding a small, hoofed hand. But the majority of his wall was red. Red not just from the radio demon, though, but also from the red shirt Monkey D. Luffy always wore. He was on almost every screen. A chest with an X-shaped scar held together with the familiar glow of Alastor's magic. Arms around Alastor's slender chest and arms set above the pink deer hugging Alastor's lower half. An arm wrapped around Alastor's sharp shoulders, leaning into his space in a way Vox knew anyone else would be clawed at for. Hanging from Alastor's thin neck and shoulders off the side in the image of a clingy monkey. Hanging from Alastor's back, with even his legs holding onto the irate demon and his chest pressed against that slight back. The old-timey BSTRD hasn't changed that much at all these years, that was kinda his thing, so Vox knows how careful he had to be whenever he tried to touch Alastor. The guy was fine to assert himself into other people's space, but hated when the same happened to him like the DMN hypocrite he was. It had always been a balancing game of trying to get close to Alastor without getting so close he'd be berated. And this monkey, he hugs and holds and climbs all over the radio demon like it was the most normal thing. And even worse, the usually bitchy demon let him. But even worse than that were the couple of screens dedicated to Alastor himself. One he'd caught through a newly broken hole in the hotel wall of Alastor with his own arm around the monkey's shoulders, grinning at him with a thumbs up of approval. A still Vox had found tracing back through previous feed the night of Monkey's attack on Val, where Alastor stared up with wide eyes at the boy falling from the sky. His hard-won interest undeniably caught without Monkey even trying for it. And lastly, in center focus on the largest, main screen, was Alastor smiling. It was a close-up from the feed he'd gotten after the demon's battle with that magma sinner who ravaged Cannibal Town, from when he was speaking up on the roof with Rosie and the monkey, though the drone hadn't been close enough for the audio to go through. But it wasn't his usual look of mischief, smug smirk, tightly held anger, or anything else, it was just a simple, content smile. The glitching feed looped on the brief blink where his eyes had closed themselves in the raising of his cheeks, before hypnotic scarlet eyes and dark lashes opened once more in a joyful squint. Looking not at the lurking camera, but at where Vox knew Monkey D. Luffy stood off-screen. He's never seen that look on Alastor's face before. Alastor never looked at him with that sort of smile, before. Not even when they'd been friends. Voxy? Are you still staring at all your VYR pics? They won't change just cause you look away from them, you know. Maybe it's time you took your mind off things. Val's flirtatious tone at the end made it clear how he thought Vox should take his mind off things. His absent-minded additional comment didn't help, though I gotta say, that one in the middle actually makes that old hack radio demon look kinda cute. I can understand a bit more how it is you're so hung up on him. Shut up, Val, I'm not in the mood. He didn't even look back at the other as he growled out his rejection, static breaching into his voice at certain pitches in a way he couldn't help, too much bitter vitriol clawing at his chest and lungs. Instead, his eyes drifted back and forth between the smiling Alastor on the center monitor and the various others where the other red took up part of the frame. It can't be the way the monkey dresses. He already knows Alastor's preference for style and fits that image way better than the guy. Is it the stupid grin? Alastor is pretty hung up on that, you're never fully dressed without one, bullshit. Maybe he could improve his facial graphics for that kind of thing. Is it the chest? The monkey's always showing it off and for such a small guy he's pretty built. Surely he could rebuild his torso into a similar make, but even better since he was already taller. Or maybe Alastor likes that the monkey's shorter? Admittedly that would be harder to modify into a natural look. He'd probably have to take out proportionate parts of his torso, legs, and arms, but it wasn't impossible. Is it the animal features? Is there something in that part deer brain of Alastor's that likes that kind of thing? He could make some additions like a cat tail and ears or something. Sharks were more of his thing, but maybe Alastor liked the mammalian look over fish. But if he guesses wrong on what it is Alastor prefers, he's just gonna look like an idiot. Who's he kidding? No matter how he changes himself, Alastor's gonna think he's an idiot for doing so. What is it this guy has that I don't? Other than the fact he's a literal FING god? Get a grip, Vox. I know you lost the IDGAF war ages ago, but this is gettin' ridiculous. Velvet was the one to say this time, coming up right beside where his chair was in the middle of his station in an attempt to gain more of his attention. We hardly had even a day to put out your bots tryin' to trash on the Radio Demon's advertisement before the guy beat up Zestial like he's part of the fucking Looney Tunes gang. You should be focused on that, not on the 15 million times he hugged your not boyfriend. Not to mention how the god already landed me in medical and stole my angel dust from me. Val pitched in with an irate, low growl. For all he'd been poking fun at Vox's misery, the PMP still cycles back to fuming outrage whenever he was reminded of Monkey D. Luffy's actions against himself. At first Vox had been annoyed by how much Valentino beached about angel dust being out of his contract, but after the first feed he'd seen of Monkey hanging all over Alastor, he just stopped caring about it, too invested in his other hang-up to have room for it. It's not about the DMN hugging, it's that Alastor is with him. Mr. I don't want to team up has decided that this monkey is apparently worth his time when I wasn't. It's bullshit. Both his fists slammed down on his desk in an electric burst at the growl, causing his monitors and face to flicker for a split second. The deep, hissing breath he sked in through his grit teeth did nothing to calm the torrid, violent fury that stung like static in his lungs. And he's not my boyfriend? I mean, he's not my not boyfriend. Wait, no, FING, never mind. What is it? Giving up on that attempt to salvage his dignity, Vox finally turned his glare onto Velvet's matching judgmental stare, not even bothering with his usual facade of pleasantries. Velvet just raised an eyebrow at him. Well, since you stopped caring about your network schedule sometime around when you got that pic of the Radio Demon involuntarily given the god a piggyback ride, I took the opportunity to usurp some airtime for a show. I've got it all set up, I just need you to sign the papers for the okay. You got enough time to schedule that in between your Bruden sessions? Vox was the one to raise an eyebrow at that. I'm declining into insanity, not stupidity. I'm not signing anything without a proper read-through first, so you better have sent me a digital copy. You think I'm the idiot here? Robin already sent that email. Didn't ya? Right as we walked in, Miss Velvet. Satisfied with the quick response, Velvet turned away from her aide to continue ranting at Vox. You see? Check your inbox first before you go bitchin' at me. Upon checking his email, he did find the PDF attachment Velvet was talking about. He scanned it through his usual virus checker, then had his processor do a swift but thorough scan of the document. Seeing nothing out of place, Vox sighed his agreement while holding out a waiting hand. Fine. You got the real thing for me to sign now? Let's just get this over with. Right here, Mr. Vox. The places to sign have been highlighted. Robin handed him a pen as she spoke, also holding out the stapled document. After looking over it to confirm it was the same as the digital copy, Vox quickly flipped through, signed, and dated. When he handed the stack of papers back, two more of Robin's hands held out his drink of choice as she accepted the document. I also prepared a glass for you to wind down, should you desire it. Two hands raising with wiggling fingers, Valentino piped up at that. Oh, you got a drink for me too, sweetheart? Of course, sir, was the pleasantly blasé reply, another hand holding out Val's cocktail to go along with it. The man accepted it with more cheer than how Vox accepted his, even as Vox went straight into drinking his glass, trying to take himself off the visceral edge he's been hanging on for much too long. Having apparently already been given her drink, Velvet took a sip before chiming, you lot are lucky Robin's as attentive as she is. If it was up to me, I would just left you both to fend for yourselves. But don't ye even think of tryin' to steal my secretary from me. You flatter me, Miss Velvet, Robin chimed back with an appropriate amount of polite gratitude, hand resting above her chest. Nonsense. You know I don't hold back from tellin' off my girls that need tellin' off. Good help is too hard to find these days. You're a dyin' breed, love, and I ain't about to lose you to one of these pissheads. Yeah, wouldn't dream of it, Velvet, Vox sighed, even as he mentally shooed away the thought of offering the woman double her current salary in exchange for becoming his secretary instead. Because she really was that good. Robin was one of Velvet's non-contracted employees who started about 2 months ago as just another pretty face in her lineup, but the overlord quickly shifted her into administrative work after realizing the woman's mind was worth much more than her looks. Upon confirming her competence, Velvet promoted Robin to act as her primary aide, seeing that her previous one had been a spineless wimp, and since then her schedule has been flawless. Business, fun, and time to appraise the social media landscape properly put in place, and all unneeded tasks, calls, and emails taken care of by many capable hands. Vox would envy it, if it wasn't for the fact that the entirety of his jealousy was very focused somewhere else for the time being. The only real downside with the woman was that she wasn't under a sole contract, meaning there was always the chance of a liability occurring with her that wouldn't happen if Velvet had more complete control over her. Though currently her lack of contract was also a good thing in that they didn't have to worry about her running off, unlike any of the contracted. However, while Velvet had considered attempting to lead her aide into a contract, she ultimately decided that Robin would be too smart to be tricked into one, and the failed attempt might lead to her quitting. From what Vox has seen of the woman, he agreed with Velvet's logic, but made sure the security within and surrounding the building was keeping a lookout for any points of suspicion or weakness that they could use. He had yet to find any sign of either, though. Still, even though Robin was mainly Velvet's aide, she kept appraise of Valentino's and Vox's affairs to a certain extent, allowing her to casually inform him, "If you're looking to take a break from your current business, sir, the engineering department has an update for you. If you wish to delay visiting them, however, I can send them a notice as such." To that, Velvet was quick to scold, "You'll do no such thing. It's about time this guy crawled out of his lair and did some actual work. This update's about the security, right? That's much more important than his pathetic everlasting pining." "All right, Velvet, you've made your opinion very clear, thanks." Vox sighed one last time before downing the entire rest of his drink in one go, since if he was going to Beachtet for this he might as well just get it over with. "Robin, did either you or my aide schedule that call with the new broker?" "Yes. It's been set for tomorrow an hour prior to lunch, sir." "Good. It'll be an important one if what we heard about the guy is true. Now all of you better be gone by the time I come back, or else," and with that lingering glare, Vox zapped himself into one of the many wires around that lead down into the extended basement. From the electric current, he remanifested himself at the entrance of the workshop. Predictably, the majority of his workers shied away at the sight of his presence. All of them were perfectly aware of his constant less-than-pleased attitude he'd gained from all the monkey business. Also predictably, a certain individual among the group couldn't care less and strolled right up to him. Which was good, in that it meant they could still get work done, but also awful, because it was Frankie. "Box boss. You get rid of that stick up your butt yet?" Leveling a deadpan look at the brute, Vox had to withhold a deep sigh. "Don't call me that. And solely due to the fact that you're too competent an engineer to get rid of, I'm choosing to graciously ignore the second part of what you said. I'm assuming you guys finished with the security update?" Frankie lowered his sunglasses to wink at him, because he was both the type of guy to wink like a deech at people and wear sunglasses indoors. "You got it, bossy Voxy. When this building goes into lockdown for realsies, not even Heaven's Army's gonna be able to bust down these walls." Pushing his sunglasses back into place, Frankie gained a disgruntled expression as he moved on to complain, "Gotta say though, the extra lockdown sheet you had us install on our floors is a super safety hazard. You should at least give the head engineer the permissions to disengage them. What if you get knocked out from an actual emergency and everyone's stuck down here? They'd all just be waiting for the building to fall down on top of M. How did you manage to come up with an even worse, never mind. You think I care about something like that?" The department head was also under contract, so giving him the key out would defeat the purpose of locking them all in here. He scoffed at the guy before moving past him to use the main access panel, intent on double-checking their work to make sure no convenient back doors had been installed. He doesn't think any of the others would have the guts to defy him so boldly, but Frankie would, and a part of him would actually be happy to be given a real excuse to take his frustration out on the freak. Really, the only reasons why Frankie wasn't the head engineer himself were because he'd only been around for a bit more than a month and a half, and Vox refused to give such a critical position to an employee not under sole contract. And despite the guy's skill, he wouldn't touch that weirdo's soul with a 10-foot pole. Vox truly would have just cut his losses and gotten rid of the BSTRD by this point if not for how absurdly good the guy was at building sheet. The only aspect he'd needed additional training in when he'd first been hired was his lack of experience in software engineering, and by now he'd improved tremendously on that front. If Vox had to guess, he'd assume Frankie had been a gangster mechanic of some kind in life given the bias of his experience and demeanor, though his ability with robotics was also considerable given his lack of previous computer work. When Vox had first been introduced to him, he'd been interested to see another sinner with a tech-based form similar to his own, so of course the guy had ended up being a complete FING weirdo. Like yeah, he could do some cool shit with his tech and his car was objectively the best car Vox has ever seen, but if there's one thing he's learned from his life and afterlife it was that having a cool car did not make up for having an obnoxious as shit personality. Because would it kill him to put on some pants? They're in a DMN engineering workshop, not Val's warehouse. After finishing his scan through the programming and disconnecting himself, Vox sighed, well, nothing looks wrong. Course. I'm Frarenke. My work is always superstar level, boxy voxy. He did his weird pose in the middle of his extended rolling R. When Vox heard a couple good-hearted chuckles at the act, his narrowed eyes swiftly shifted over the group. The offenders cut themselves off and ducked their heads at his judgment. Right. You're lucky you're good at your job, you know that? Would you like Foxy Boxy more? No, decidedly done with this bullshit, Vox zapped himself back into the electrical system to turn his back on the conversation. Though once he returned back to his workstation, walls still dyed in red and Alastor's smile still looping on his screen, now void of any pesky visitors. He belatedly realized that at the very least, the guy's weirdness made for a good distraction. He did have something to look forward to the next day, however. The broker he set up a call with was a relatively new player in the ring's underground who'd managed to squeeze himself in as a middleman bridging the gap between various small-time crime and overlord-level organizations for just about any illicit desire ranging from weapons, drags, and most significantly in this case, information. Word on the street was that this joker as he called himself was someone from the pirate world who'd recently died, and therefore knew more than the average sinner about the so-called sun god. Any additional information would be a benefit considering they were in the dark about Monkey D. Luffy outside of knowing the absurd extent of his apparent divine power, so all the V's were chomping at the bit talk to the broker. To the point that all three of them were present in Vox's aquarium meeting room as he put the call through. The V overlords I presume? Fufufu, I was pleased to hear of you inquiring for my services. Though it was only a matter of time considering your prior conflict with Straw Hat. Ignoring Val's reflexive scowl at the mention of the boy, Vox got the meeting rolling. If you know why we're calling, let's just cut to the chase. Time's money after all. What do you know that's worth paying you for? Compared to what you three probably know? What don't I know would be a better question. I fought with Straw Hat once before that god shtick of his started, and even then, he was a hard fight. If you still have any delusions of besting him on a battlefield, my first piece of advice would be to give up on them. Fufufu. Immediately ticked off, Val slammed all four of his hands down on the table as he hissed, if you're such a smart butt, how about you tell us something useful, beach? While she was much calmer about it, Velvet was also clearly annoyed when she drawled her agreement, any info you got is only worth paying for if we can act on it, you know. Alright, still a sore spot huh? I get that. Huh. How's this for you then? If there's one thing Straw Hat's known for, it's that his crew is everything to him. Now, while you lot might not put much weight in the title, being the crew of the Pirate King is nothing to deal with lightly. They had to beat out every other pirate captain and crew who were out for that title, and that included some proper heavy hitters. But even still, some will be easier for you to handle than others, and that proves even more so if you branch out to Straw Hat's allies. Would that information be worth your time? We're listening, Vox was the one to say, a smirk finally stretching across his face as his claws steepled together. Equally appeased, Val leaned in with uncharacteristic focus while Velvet took a sip of her cocktail through grinning lips. Excellent, there might yet be hope for you overlords, heh. Now, the best place to start would be to give an overview of who, exactly, is on Straw Hat's crew. Gotta know your enemy and all that. From what I can tell you've got yourself hardwired to this city's surveillance system, so I'm assuming you've seen at least most of them around at some point. The one with the swords is pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro, he had the highest bounty under his captain. Then there's the first son of the sea, Jean Bay, previously a captain of the Fishmen Sun Pirates and one of 7 warlords. I can get more into that later if you're interested. Blackleg Sanji, who's considered Straw Hat's second wing along with Roranoa. Most would consider those 3 to be among the strongest of Straw Hat's crew. Then there's Devil Child Nico Robin, Cyborg Frankie. Velvet spit out her drink into Vox's face at the same time his screen glitched into colored bars, electricity sparking through the antennae sticking out of his head. Valentino just blinked stupidly at them, before asking, can you repeat those last 2? You mean Devil Child Nico Robin and Cyborg Frankie? What about M? I think we're gonna have to call you back. Oh? Fufufu. Something interesting happening over on your end, huh? Nico Robin's known to be a tricky one hee. Vox cut off the call at the same time he initiated total building lockdown. Pulling his face back together, he forced his systems to reorient themselves to hook up with the internal security system and scour the tower, though if they were smart, the two would have hightailed it already considering Robin knew exactly what time this meeting would be. Damn it, ignoring the way Velvet shrieked like a banshee into what was presumably her primary aide's voicemail, did she expect the woman to answer? What he found, however, was another entirely unknown person. Glaring up at the front desk security cam like she was offended it had taken so long to notice her and fully ignoring the fretting woman currently manning the desk. Suddenly hanging up her phone, Velvet turned to shout at him instead, "Vox? Where are they?" "I don't know, but it looks like they let someone in." "Who the hell is this lady even?" "Both of you meet me at the entrance ready for a fight." And with that, Vox flashed away into the nearest piece of equipment connected to the system. Oh, he FING knew that weirdo was a BSTRD. And of course Robin was too good of a deal to be true. The next time Val tries to call him paranoid he's gonna zap the sheet out of that moth, the good SEC med. Vox appeared in the entry room, the usual light from its floor-to-ceiling windows blocked off by the steel plates that had lowered with the initiation of the lockdown. Along with the employee at the front desk, there were also a couple of other employees who'd likely happened to be around when the emergency lights and barriers went into place, collecting in the front to try to figure out what was happening. When the media overlord stepped forward, every employee in the area stepped back, while the intruding woman took a graceful step forward. "To keep an empress such as myself waiting? You lot must be as foolish as I'd been told. Is it not natural to come running at the appearance of your betters? That is the only worth any man has, whether in life or in death." The melodic, feminine voice sounded in full confidence, words that should be absurd and horrendously offensive instead coming off as honeyed truths with their DLVRY. Even the frightened bystander employees leaned just a bit forward, attention unconsciously captured by the figure. As Vox himself got a better look at the woman, his initial mental comparison to the mythic figure of Medusa seemed right on the money. Her fair face was framed with hair made up of long, thin, dark viridian snakes, all with hissing fangs and only one eye each. They matched her dangling large gold snake earrings. Rather than making for a hideous monster, though, they just seemed to add to her mesmerizing appearance. The light scales that ran along her body, a good amount of which was left in plain view due to the intense cleavage of her cropped shirt and the extended slit of her long skirt, also added a shimmering effect to her person. And with her high heels, she towered over him, likely coming up to Val's height. Objectively speaking, this Medusa was drop-dead gorgeous. When Vox glanced back at the front desk woman, he realized that she'd been agitated not due to the bombshells barging in, but because she'd apparently been working up the nerve to ask for her number, if the way the sinner had her phone clutched in hand was any indication. Why is he cursed to be surrounded by such useless people? Vox narrowed his right eye as his left went wide, rings spiraling from the pupil with his mind control. Even if you were an empress in life, that doesn't mean much down here. Are you with the Straw Hats? I got a bone to pick with quite a few of them now. He cut off with a pain choke when, in seemingly the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the middle and launched into one of the steel plate walls, banging into it also painfully. Vox had to claw at the wall he'd left a good dent in to at least right himself onto his knees, his other hand holding whatever the hell she just broke in his midsection. What the F dash? Outrageous. A man, trying to control me. I've killed men for lesser reasons, so-called overlord of sinners. Sticking out a finger towards him, the Medusa turned her face so far upward he could only see her chin and neck, declaring grandiosely. Listen here and remember well, wretched man, this honorable one is Boa Hancock. Pirate Empress. Snake Princess. Empress of the Amazons. The most beautiful woman in the world. All of these are titles this one goes by. But no matter which is used, there is a single truth to be acknowledged no matter what world I reside in, there is but one man worthy enough for me to follow the will of, and that man is Monkey D. Luffy. All others who attempt to order me are fated to be forever cast in stone. Do you understand these words, or are you too idiotic for even that? His eye twitched in a glitch of static at the name of the monkey. Baring his fangs in a sneer, he snapped, what the hell is so great about that DMN monkey that everyone just can't wait to fall all over themselves for him? Huh? Is being a god really that big of a deal? At his jeering, Boa had the nerve to huff, a smug sort of smile lifting her lips. If that's what you're asking, you truly have no idea about his wonder, do you? I could spend all day telling you of how great he is, all without even touching upon his divinity. Yes, indeed, even in this moment now as I think of him. I really just want to marry him right away. Huh? He couldn't help but blink in shock at that answer, internal bleeding almost entirely forgotten. In a total 180, the graceful, powerful woman cupped her now blushing cheeks with both hands. Twisting back and forth in a movement matched by the snakes in her hair as she rambled in a squeal, he's told me no so many times, but I just can't help dreaming of it. Isn't it a true maiden dream to marry the love of one's life after all? Oh, I want to go to him right away. By the way, you noticed immediately I was with him, didn't you? That's what you said? Are you with Straw Hat? How lovely of you to notice. Is it that obvious? Oh, how embarrassing, but it really can't be helped, right? We're just so obviously suited for each other, even our enemies can tell. It's meant to be. This is a whole other level of delusional. Even still, though, as the apparently besotted woman went on, there was definitely something about what she was saying that sounded unsettlingly familiar. All at once, however, Boa halted both her words and her shift in attitude as her hand reached out to deftly catch the scissors that had been thrown at her face. With that, the switch flipped right back the other way with stunning eyes glaring like daggers. To even attempt to leave a mark on this face is a grievous sin. That it is by the hand of another woman matters not. Approaching from the hallway leading to the elevators, Valentino and Velvet entered the hall. Their relative delay was explained by the sight of Velvet wearing a fitted gas mask, evidently prepared for Val to do his thing and smoke out the intruder. Vox was about to make a snarking comment about them finally getting to business, before the two beat him to it to say something decidedly less smart. After squinting his eyes a bit due to his poor eyesight before they blew out wide again, Val chimed, "Oh my. What a beautiful face indeed. You're right that it'd be a crime to leave a scar on it. Ever thought of going into show business, dollface?" Velvet outright pushed Val to the side from where he'd taken a step forward to insert herself, even pulling the mask off her face to get a better look. "You'll keep your ratty hands off this one, Val. A body with curves and height like that is clearly meant for the runway. I've got a collection that'll be perfect to match your standard of beauty, darling. Why don't you have a go at becoming Sinstagram famous? Love mellow." With her hands held out in the shape of a heart, a pink-tinted beam shot out at the two other Vs. When the light dissipated, they were left as gray stone figures, stuck in the poses they'd been in just a second prior. "What the F dash?" he cursed out loud that time, because what the F dash? In an obviously judging sneer, Boa turned her cheek to the now stone overlords, turning her still heart-shaped hands towards Vox with the same motion in a way that had him tense in place. "I was told this place is an enemy to women, and it seems that was no deceit. Those who sinfully covet beauty as such are but victims in waiting to my power. You, too, are but my victim in waiting, for I have come to take any women shackled to this tower to become one of my people. And no matter how any of you curse this, I shall be forgiven all the same. Because I am beautiful. Love mellow." Shutting his eyes with a flinch, Vox braced himself. Only for nothing to happen. Blinking back into his vision, he stared blankly up at the woman. She sent him a curious stare and head tilt back. There was an awkward, extended pause. A smirk began to distort his face. "Oh, I see. Doesn't work on everyone, huh? Huh. Well, isn't that a shame?" She interrupted his renewed smugness before he could really get going, just calmly mentioning, "I see. You do not seem the type of be pure of heart, so there are two assumptions to be had: either you are much weaker than I had anticipated and my prior attack injured you too greatly, or there is another whose visage already mesmerizes you. One who even when not present, draws all of your focus and emotions away from my person." The screen that made up his face instantly began glitching out. It took a good number of seconds of color bars and static to get his features back into place enough to scowl at the woman, fully flustered. There ain't no way that's true. That guy's gotta be the ugliest prick I know. Really. There's no one I hate more than that BSTRD. And yet you immediately thought of this one person and no one else. Truly, only a man could be this stupid when it comes to the desire of the heart. Taking the opportunity for retreat, Vox dissolved himself into electricity to once again zap back into the power system, releasing a powerful offensive shockwave to cover his tracks. Only for a hand clad with a black sheen to continue holding him in place. The totally unexpected counter shook him back into physicality with his eyes going wide. Boa continued to look down on him, this time all the eyes of her many snakes looked down on him with her. "How curious, that you could look upon this face and still see them as more beautiful than I. It matters not, though. For my power has developed even further than it had in life. The truth of your heart will be laid bare within the hold of love vision." His vision was blinded by rose-colored light. Blinking it out of his eyes, Vox prepared to snap back at the woman. Only to look up and see the radio demon's grin looking down on him. "Alastor. I knew you'd have something to do with this, you old you." Vox's snarl involuntarily died out as his eyes blew out so wide, they pushed his mouth down to the very bottom of the screen. He couldn't help the way his gaze trailed up and down the demon's figure. He heard the fan in his head whirl to life as his processor struggled to buffer. Your clothes are? Oh. Holy sheet. Because oh holy sheet indeed, the prim and proper radio demon, you'd think this prick died in the Victorian era, usually dressed from head to toe with the only parts of his body being visible being his hands and face, maybe occasionally his wrists, neck, and the flash of an ankle if Vox was lucky, was wearing so much less than his normal suit. A delicate neck leading to a slight chest left on display. His waist, so cinched with nothing to cover it, right in the line of Vox's vision just tempting him to place his hands around it. And that long, slender bare leg ending in high heels shone through the slit of his skirt, hanging just beneath his hips to the point that the cute, furry deer tail Vox has only imagined the man having but never seen for himself was peeking out. He'd never even dreamt of the man being in an outfit anywhere this showy, but somehow here he was. And that handsome face with half-lidded eyes, the one he'd been staring at so long it felt like the light of his own monitors would burn his digital eyes. Alastor smiled down at him, as though he was genuinely happy to see Vox, and wasn't that all he ever wanted? It seems you're quite taken by this one's beauty now, isn't that right? Even with the light radio filter, Alastor's voice seemed to ring through his mind the same way it always does. Vox couldn't help the way he swallowed at the sound of it. That can't really be helped when you look like that? Like whoa, he couldn't even think straight enough to figure out how his mouth worked, let alone think about how stupid he sounded. Still, when a familiar sort of irritated condescension bled back into Alastor's grin, he knew he must sound stupid. Men are such disgusting, lecherous beings. All it takes is an outfit not meant for your pleasure that happens to show some skin, and you think nothing but to take what isn't yours. And for a purpose as debased as carnal desire. It's the epitome of shameful. Vox flinched back at the accusation, suddenly very aware of how he was injured and on his knees before the radio demon. It was a situation that he'd typically snap back in anger at the demon for, letting his own rage and bitterness defend the soft center that was too easily pained. He'd even imagined things being the other way around, with the radio demon being the one defeated and helpless to whatever way Vox chose to hurt him. For him to die with the knowledge that the worst mistake he ever made was turning away from Vox's side. But like a mirage, Alastor's condescending look shifted seamlessly back into that smile that Vox has only seen from the screen, so very close to the way he used to smile with him, but at the same time so far from it that it hurt, and suddenly the poisonous revilement was drawn out of him with the breath of air that was pulled from his lungs. With it, words that he'd been playing and remixing in his mind, unrealized possibilities of what he could have said but never did, were drawn out with it. No, it's not. I mean, of course you look good, no sheet. But, even more than that, the thing I can't believe is how you're smiling at me like that. That's all I ever wanted, before. For you to be as happy with me as I was with you. His hand reached up towards Alastor. But like always, the man wouldn't take it. He shied away even, as he took a step back with his eyes flashing wide in shock, a hand held against his chest in uncertainty. When those scarlet eyes narrowed on Vox's surely pathetic form once again, there was a long moment of heavy consideration. There is a saying that I have come to know as a truth, love is always a hurricane. I suppose even as a wretched man, this must be true for you as well. At the very least, you made for a convenient test subject. It is not often I come across another who has such little regard for my fairness. You can consider the image of this person being the last thing you see to be your reward for that. And with that, Alastor's hands came together to form the shape of a heart. Love mellow. One of Alastor's shades first came upon the sight of the Straw Hat's shipwright strolling through the employee entrance of the V's corporate headquarters not too long after having located the trembling trio but before his announcement of the captain's divine nature. Deciding the situation needed more investigating, his shadow was around on a later occasion to see the archaeologist enter the building as well. It was sometime later that night after stalking the woman through the streets, seemingly headed back to her apartment, that a disembodied mouth and ear manifested on the wall beside his shadow while the woman's back was still turned to his shadow. The radio demon Alastor, you are with my captain, are you not? I know Luffy must be waiting for us, but I must request that he wait just a bit longer. This project I initiated had originally merely been for the purpose of collecting information concerning this ring of hell and its overlords as well as an opportunity for Frankie to acclimate himself with the technology here, but as these sinners have decided to make an enemy of our crew, it would do no good to depart without leaving behind a proper message. Not wanting to come out personally for such a brief message, Alastor channeled his voice through his shadow to respond, I do find that sort of scheming to be quite appropriate, along for lending into an entertaining time. As you're clearly among the more competent members of your crew, I'll leave you to your plotting. Aha! Thank you. I do hope you have a pleasant evening. Until we next meet, and with that, both the wayward body parts scattered apart in a small flurry of petals. A very useful ability this one has, it seemed. From that time on, Alastor made sure to keep the eye of a shade or two on how that situation was unfolding, though from a careful distance as to make sure the surveillances of 1V Overlord didn't catch on as to any suspicions. Nico Robin had bid her time well, making no major moves to avoid causing a stir until it was time to bring the pot to a broil. The patience had paid off in a grand manner when, unknowing as to what fuss they left behind on the inside, both undercover Straw Hats slipped out of the V's tower and allowed an unfamiliar woman to slip in just a few minutes before the place went into total shutdown, steel plates slamming down over all the windows and doors. Seeing the happening, Alastor's shadow manifested and crept its head out of the corner of a nearby alley. The scheming woman walked over to it casually, leaning towards the shadow with an indifferent smile that didn't match the soft hand that appeared to briefly pet the shadow's head, having manifested on the wall above it. "You're a rather cute creature. Could you tell your master to bring our captain here? Though I suppose I can talk to you directly this way as well, Alastor? I hope this timing isn't too inconvenient for you." In a total contrast, the man who'd followed Robin to glance curiously over her shoulder just pushed his sunglasses atop his head to give Alastor's now annoyingly pleased shadow a cur sort of glance. "Whoa! Freaky little thing, ain't it?" Eager to see how the show played out, Alastor made quick work of unceremoniously drawing Luffy down into the shadows in the middle of an absolutely horrendous game of poker he'd been attempting against Angel, Husk, and Usopp, leaving the latter two opponents to shriek at the sight in frustration and fright respectively. Alastor manifested himself from the darkness alongside the captain at the entrance of the alley. Luffy spent but a brief few seconds looking around at his sudden new location before his sight landed on the two before them. At which point his face lit up with a beaming grin and the strangeness ceased to matter. "Robin! Frankie! Al found ya." The large man returned the large hug with an equal amount of energy, tears streaming down his face as though in heartfelt reunion while crying out, "Luffy! I really missed ya. Sorry we couldn't be back sooner, but you know Robin, she's a crazy cat when she's made up her mind on fucking with people. Ow! Even thinking 'bout it makes my ball hurt. I just had to hang on for the ride." "That's fine. Shishishi. I'm glad you guys were having fun." There had been no exaggeration in Luffy's description of the man being a cyborg, the title had only gotten more appropriate in depth. Standing at around Angel Dust's height but with much more bulk and tall light blue pompadour-styled hair to add to it, most of his body had a grey-blue metallic sheen about it. And Alastor did mean most of his body, in that the vast majority of it was plain to see, seeing as the man's only form of immodesty consisted of a button-up tropical print shirt that had been fully left open and a Speedo undergarment. Would it kill this man to put some actual clothes on? He's vaguely surprised Vox didn't just fire the man the first day he showed up to work looking like this. While his limbs and large boxy shoulders were clearly made of metal, Frankie's torso and face seemed to be a strange mix of a fleshy tone and metal panel lines, with his nose being a bolted-on rectangular piece of steel. His forearms were a strange, spiked-shaped. And his oversized hands were also very boxy with its robot features, though seemed to be painted yellow and red for some color, and despite their seeming unwieldiness had no issue in delicately holding onto Luffy's slight frame. After the cyborg had the chance to cry it out, Luffy shifted himself in the embrace so that he could pull in his other newly reunited crewmate in for her own hug. She accepted the hold with a pleasant, chiming chuckle, growing out another hand from Frankie's chest to soothe through Luffy's messed hair before righting his straw hat once more. "I'm glad you were having fun as well, Luffy. You'll have to tell us about how things have been with the others and Alastor here. You recruited him to the crew, didn't you?" Out of all the Straw Hats, Nico Robin was the most demonic-looking of the bunch, and certainly the most traditionally so. Just a tad taller than Alastor's height, she had the classical devilish features of black horns sprouting from her long hair, finely kept claws, and a thin tail ending in a spade-shaped tip to match. With her long floral skirt and her short-sleeved partly zipped vest leaving a good amount of cleavage to be seen and showcasing the faint violet tint of her skin, one might even mistake the sinner to be a legitimate succubus if not for how off-form her wings and eyes were compared to theirs. Along with having black sclera and violet pupils, a third eye sat right in the center of her forehead. As for her wings, they were rather large and the same violet tint as her skin, and upon closer inspection, seemed to be made up of countless miniature hands grasping one another to form a web to make up the shape of the wing. Alastor wondered if it would be possible to use such a peculiar design for actual flight, or if the feature was merely cosmetic. "Yeah. It's been awesome. Super." The reasoning for the strange shape of Frankie's forearms was made clear when the man posed with his arms above his head, bringing them together to form a five-pointed star. But DMN. No wonder Bossy Voxy's been losing his sheet this whole time. That guy's level of obsession rivals even the Snake Princess, except in an evil, jilted tech bro stalker kinda way. You know how many glitched up pics I found of the radio demon on his network. I'd rather not know. Alastor put a quick end to that topic, smile going particularly sharp and thin in his displeasure. Now, how should we move forward at this time? I assume the woman you sent into the V's abode is meant to be an offensive force. Robin was the one to answer him in a plain explanation. Yes, that was the snake princess Frankie referred to, Boa Hancock. Along with her superb strength, her ability allows her to petrify people who are attracted to her. Miss Velvet and Valentino will be no match for it. I'd be more concerned with how well it'd work on Vox, but it seems she has a way to deal with that now. Once petrified, in life the only known way to reverse its affect had been through the Empress's will. I do wonder if the pirate Empress's victims lose awareness or not once they've become stone. What a horrid fate that would be, to be forever cast in stone and stuck within the prison of one's mind for all eternity. Or at least until the stone of one's body becomes slowly eroded and weathered down over the course of time. Even as she spoke of the horrid fate, the woman didn't sound disturbed by the legitimate possibility in the slightest. The eeriness of her casual speech caused Frankie to slightly lean away from Robin with a brief shiver. Ow! You and the Snake Princess are a pair of real scary ladies, Robin babe. Pity the fool who tries messin' with ya. Oh, he likes this one. Alastor just let out a hearty laugh, overjoyed by the prospect. Ahahaha, why yes. That would be an awful existence, wouldn't it? For all their jabs concerning the other overlords and myself being products of the past, those upstarts may very well be stuck in the Stone Age for quite some time. Haha. Frankie sent him a suspicious glance of his own for that reaction. On the other end of the spectrum, Luffy ignored all of this to squint at Robin in a questioning head tilt. Hancock's here? Last we heard from Barto she was still alive though. It seems she passed rather recently. Considering her personality, she wouldn't have gone long without making herself known if I'd not coordinated with her so quickly upon her arrival in Hell. From what she told me, she held out for a good amount of time after your death while settling Amazon Lily's affairs and establishing your church, but evidently succumbed to the pains of her heart. The archaeologist somehow managed to give that explanation in a way that didn't come off as absolutely ludicrous. And of course, the implications went right over the boy's head as he replied, something was wrong with her heart? She should have gone to the doctor. Too bad Traffy and Chopper were already dead. Hey, this is the first I'm hearin' of this. Is that for real? Frankie leaned in close to Robin with a whisper and a hand covering his mouth, as though that would be enough for Luffy not to overhear the conversation. Which if the captain's vacant stare in the direction of the V skyscraper was any indication was actually working despite basic logic. She seriously died of a broken heart? That's super crazy. And super sad, like really. Luffy didn't even like her back. Ow. Indeed, it's a tragedy more than a romance. But she seemed happy to hear that Luffy is here and that she can see him once more, so I suppose all's well that ends well. I really don't think it's cool to just leave it at that. But we gotta get down to business now, huh? Leaning back with a huff, Frankie caught Luffy's attention again to point out the blocked entrance to him. Luffy, can you bust us in? Some of the other guys made these babies strong enough to withstand a heavenly siege, but I know nothin' I make would ever be strong enough to hold out against my captain. Just make sure you put your back into it. Okay, was the cheerful agreement. Apparently the captain took considerable stock in his shipwright's work, since he went straight into gear 5th to bust through the defenses rather than work his way up to it. Rather than bulldozing his way through, however, his punches ended up stretching out the wall to the point where he was able to stretch it apart like a curtain in a rather cartoony fashion. It wasn't too long upon them walking into the place that attention was drawn their way. You! Spread the word and tell all the women of this place that they are free to join my order and be trained as Amazon warriors. As for the men, I shall graciously ignore them leaving after us should they choose to use this opportunity to free themselves. You may refer to me as the Snake Princess or your Empress from now on, if you intend on swearing your allegiance to me. Why yes, Empress. I'll do so right away. But, what should we do about Mr. Vox's workers? They're stuck in an additional lockdown in the basement. How many women are among these workers? I don't know if they have any, actually. Most girls end up with either Miss Velvet or Mr. Valentino because of their businesses. Then it matters not. I have no need for them. Hey, there are some cool bros down there. Even if you don't want M, we gotta let M out. Frankie finally butt into the conversation, calling out with insistence as they approached. Rather than react with the attitude one would expect from such a demanding royal, Boa Hancock's gaze immediately locked onto where Luffy stood next to Alastor. Within the blink of an eye, she dashed over, only to stay a good 10 feet back and shyly clutch her hands to her sizable chest. What in the pirates' world are they feeding these women for them to all be so top-heavy? Luffy. You're here. Oh, I wasn't expecting you so soon. I haven't even finished rallying my followers yet. Did you miss me, love? It made for a rather ridiculous sight, given how the woman looked like a beauty out of Greek mythos and towered over the god in his current form. Given the captain's apparent lack of interest, Alastor found it to be a rather irritating sight as well. Luffy, still slightly bouncing around in his divine visage, seemed to completely ignore the crushing innocent maiden overtones. Hey Hancock. I guess I missed ya, yeah. You're freeing these guys? That's good of ya. I'll help. Oh. She felt onto her knees, legs going weak with the back of her hand raised to her forehead in a dramatically faint look. Marry me, please, love. No, I still don't wanna. The rejection was almost brutally direct given the boy's apparent ignorance up to this point. The god walked right past the fallen woman to stand in front of where Valentino and Velvet's statue stood next to one another, poses and expressions caught in the midst of excitement. Previously, Luffy has only broken soul contracts when their manifestation was already brought out for him. Thus Alastor stared in vague surprise as the god began to root around the apparently accessible pockets of Valentino's solid stone statue, sticking his hand so far into them it made for a bizarre sight. With a mischievous grin of victory, Luffy pulled it back out to reveal a book's worth of glowing, magical soul contracts. Found M. Ha ha ha. Oh my. Our captain is so talented, Robin commented like it was a pleasantry. He's our super crazy sun star, for real. I'm gonna go get started on hacking into the lockdown system, then Luffy can bust his way down for anything I can't get past Voxbox's firewall for, Frankie added on as Luffy's hands grew just large enough to tear the stack of papers into tiny, smoldering pieces. The god then moved on to repeat this process with Velvet. While the captain was busy, one of the bystander employees came forward to try and give a hand of assistance to the Snake Princess, seeing that the woman she'd been ordering had already left to do her allotted task. But tried was the key word, given that all he managed to do was stick out his hand while saying, "Princess, do you need help? Foolish man. Do not touch me with your filthy hands." Within the next blink, the male sinner was sent flying into the front desk with what looked like a gut-crushing kick. The impact was so hard, the desk shattered into pieces around the now limp figure. The pirate empress stood tall in her scowling rage, her legs still held up in an angle from her strike and the snakes that made her hair hissing in an echo. Listen well, sinner of hell, no mere man is allowed to lay even a single finger upon this honorable form. Even standing too close to the likes of your filth threatens to taint my beauty. Do not make the mistake of assuming you have such a right. Why yes, Empress, not just the fallen sinner, but the other male employees lurking about simpered in their wariness. Somehow the occurrence just made the scene that happened not too long before it retroactively even more absurd. Luffy, of course, was paying no mind to any of the farce. Instead finishing up with Velvet's contracts before he crossed back through Boa's side to reach the last petrified overlord. That was when the now recovered woman stopped him, holding out her hand. Wait, Luffy. There's one thing I wanted to show you right away as soon as I saw you again. If that's okay. That caught the god's attention, spiraling stare focused back on the Empress in a way that had her flustering. Huh? What is it? Posture going tall and proud, Boa turned her back towards the boy, her snake hair moving themselves to the side and out of the way as she did so. While he didn't have a good view from his current position, Alastor's shadow crept along the opposite wall to see that the back cut of her shirt was similar to how it was in the front. It left the simple sun design that took up the center of her back in full view with her hair no longer obscuring it. Glancing over her shoulder, the Snake Princess gave a bright smile as she excitedly exclaimed, "Look! I have the symbol of your divinity, now. This back is no longer an ugliness to hide in shame, but a point of pride. And I know it's thanks to you. That my sister's shame shall also likely be cleansed of their forms in their next lives, to know this fills me with joy." Much like the sun itself, Luffy's face beamed in a bright, stretched-out grin at the news. He hopped over towards her to call out, "Whoa! You're right, it's different now. That's great. I'm happy for ya, Hancock. You like this a ton better, right? I'm happy for your sisters too. Why yes. Thank you, Luffy." Thinking back on his conversation with Jinbei concerning the Mark of the Sun pirates, Alastor was left with an impression as to what shame had marred the woman's back in life. The pirate empress's rather extreme misandry made much more sense, with that context. Taking a step closer to his side, the more devilish-looking woman present explained without his asking, "We weren't around when Luffy first met the pirate empress, but we believe he managed to charm her by being the first man to properly show her kindness. Hancock was born on and became the leader of an island consisting of only women, so she likely had little to no interaction with men other than their interactions with the outside world." Alastor hummed back in consideration, "I see. I suppose I could see that sort of ridiculous circumstance occurring with the good captain, yes. With Boa returning to her bashfulness, Luffy continued on his way towards where Alastor stood by Nico Robin. Alastor took the moment to look back over at the petrified Vox that wasn't too far behind him, his last moment having apparently been on his knees and reaching a hand out towards something. It was a rather curious discrepancy compared to how his fellow V's had ended up. How is it you were left in such a pathetic-looking state, old pal? It's almost a shame I can't mock you for it directly, huh? Luffy had to bend down to rummage his way through Vox's stone pockets. As though drawn by the tug of a rope, Boa inched a bit closer to where he now stood even while maintaining her modest distance. It seemed that Alastor's comment had earned him what little attention the woman had to spare outside of her borderline disturbing VYRSM towards the captain, since for the first time she looked his way to glance over his form with a critical gaze. Alastor returned the stare with his usual unwavering composure. So you are the one he referred to as Alastor? I don't understand the appeal, as the only man of any sort of true beauty is my Luffy. But you do seem to carry some strength. That Luffy has deigned you acceptable for his company lends the impression credence, and strength is beauty. I suppose your form was adequate enough to appear in his love vision. I can see now how the change in attire would be such a shock, though. I beg your pardon, but his what? Found M. Alastor's increasing derangement at attempting to puzzle out the context as to whatever the hell the woman was talking about was cut off by Luffy's exclamation. The boy held out Vox's stack of soul contracts and thus drew the Empress's attention back in. He wasn't too upset as to being left without an answer, getting the sense he'd be better off not knowing. As the god tore apart Overlord Vox's hopes and aspirations for power into tiny smoldering pieces, Robin introduced another point of consideration: should we destroy their statues? In life, that would eliminate any chance of the Empress's victims returning and kill them, but with how reincarnation works in death I think they'd likely just regenerate their forms instead. Leaving them petrified might be a truer form of death in that case. Though I suppose if Luffy were to destroy them with his divine might that should finish them off for good as well. If left be, there remains the possibility of their recovery considering the vast possibilities of magics and demonic powers in hell. Other outside forces may intervene on their behalf. We can also bring the statues with us. Don't care. Let Al decide. Once again, the dear captain fails to care much for the finer details of decision-making. At the K, the archaeologist looked his way with an expression not lending towards preference one way or another. After a brief moment of thought, Alastor met the look with a mean, curling grin while he gestured with his cane in a wide, grand movement. Let us leave their fate in the hands of Lady Luck. I do so enjoy the sight of the pitiful attempting to crawl out of their misfortune with what minuscule hope they have remaining, only to fail once more and further fall into despair. If the Wheel of Fortune should show them favor in this moment, it will only make for a more entertaining show by the end of it all. Ha 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 ha. My, what a devilish demon Luffy's found for our crew. If our captain's left the decision in your hands though, there's no helping it. Foo-foo Nico Robin didn't seem bothered in the slightest as she ended on her own light chuckle of amusement, a hand partly covering her slight, petite smile. While Luffy predictably didn't care, already moving on towards where Frankie was by the elevator, the cyborg glanced up from his work to send the both of them a wary side-eye. After the two freed the shipwright's fellow bros from the basement Vox had apparently kept them locked up in, they left the Empress to organizing the mass exodus, as she would be sticking around to gather women to her cause while Luffy predictably didn't care for doing any of the follow-up that came with the large-scale dismantling of a corporate empire. He returned to his mortal form shortly after. The obsessive woman gave a particularly dramatic farewell for someone who'd be seeing Luffy again in less than an hour or two. The V's wouldn't be left with nothing should they manage to recover from their petrification, even given this great humiliation and the release of their soul contracts. They still had their businesses, property, capital, and non-contracted workforce, but given the circumstances a good portion of even those not under soul contract were likely to take the opportunity to leave if only to not be around to deal with the inevitable fallout. Any sinners who tried to usurp the V's seats of power were left with the chancy game of them coming back, given they knew even less as to the conditions of the Snake Princess's abilities, so they still had somewhat of a buffer window before that was likely to occur. Overall, Alastor hadn't been lying when he'd claimed interest over seeing how things would play out. With rolling RS that sounded like the revving of an engine, the cyborg brought his arms together in his star pose to announce, "All right. What's a good con without a super flashy getaway? It's time for the Ferengi Rarikat Raraskar to shine." W-O. Luffy pumped his fists in the air with literal stars in his eyes as what was objectively the most ludicrous and most hideous souped-up red convertible Alastor has ever seen drove itself to the street side directly in front of the building. The rocket part of the title was apparently literal, in that there was a giant rocket engine slapped haphazardly to the back of the car that let out a fiery exhaust as it sped in front of their group only for the brakes to screech it to a halt. After Frankie righted himself, he slapped the truck of the engine-stalled car, making it stutter and honk in a rather concerning fashion. Then sent a thumbs up and smirking wink at the lot of them. This baby can go from 0 to 500 miles per hour in 10 seconds flat. Runs on pure burning cola. Fronts fitted with a FRRRRRANKY radical beam that's sure to burn through the steel of any other car if the horn's not gettin' the message across. And the 360 surround sound system is based on Voxtec's top-of-the-line not yet released stereo system. Robin babe, you want shotgun? No thank you. I do. Ha 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 ha. The man's hair sagged a bit as his grin faltered at the rejection, the captain instead being the one to fling himself into the passenger seat without opening the door. As Nico Robin instead made her way to open the door to the back seat, Alastor's face scrunched in a squinting look of distaste at the horrid contraption. He kept his tone purposefully light with just a touch of patronizing judgment. Well, you lot enjoy your trip. I'll just make my own way back. He'd already begun to dissolve into the shadows when Luffy's hands stretched out, somehow grasping his not fully physical form, to reel him into the empty side of the back seat in a most graceless manner. Alastor only just managed to get himself upright from the sudden upheaval, claws digging into the metal of the door beside him, when a feminine arm appeared on the same side to fasten his seatbelt into place. He looked over to see the devilish woman give him a blasé smile as she plainly stated, safety first. Let's rock and roll baby, OWWW. The maniac shipwright turned car junkie gunned the gas to make for the most awful, gut-wrenching lurch. He'd evidently not been exaggerating about his 0 to 500 statistic, much to Alastor's displeasure. Luffy laughed with his hands in the air as though it was a roller coaster ride, which it might as well be at the speed they were taking the narrow city streets. Alastor had to claw into both the door beside and the back of his own seat just to keep himself stabilized through the BSTRD's sudden 90-degree turns running through red lights. And, as though to personally victimize him to the highest degree, Frankie then turned on his deafening, overly upgraded speaks and shouted back over the roar of the engine, "Hey Robin, you hear anything from that new band of Brooks? All his usual stuff's great of course, but there's this awesome song his bandmate's the main of. Check it out. Hell is forever whether you like it or not." Had their chance to behave better now they boil in the pot. To think he'd be naive enough to assume there'd be no other straw hat he'd dislike more than the cook and first mate, how wrong he'd been. Of course the very best and very worst the pirates had to offer would make up the last of the set. If this maniac doesn't kill them all on the course of this joyride, Alastor will have to hold back from killing the man himself. If there'd been any question as to why Vox had been stupid enough to hire an ex-HBTNST freak, it was gone with the wind now. That guy always did have sheet taste. All the pirate would have had to do was show off this monstrosity and he'd be hired on the spot. Frankie, slow down a tad please. This is a good spot. Even without raising her voice, Robin's words somehow managed to retain full clarity in a contest with the loud as hell rocket engine and Adam's shrieking vocals and guitar. A hand grew into Alastor's view to point back in the direction they'd come from. After a short internal debate on whether checking the situation out was worth breaking his neck, he decided he might as well just break it himself at this point and turned his head around 180 degrees with a crack. Wind rushing through his hair and ears, Alastor was rewarded with the sight of some of Vox's own drones, clearly having been hacked by the man currently attempting vehicular homicide, finishing up painting an enormous rendition of the Straw Hat's Jolly Roger on the upper center of the V's tower. The street they were speeding down provided the perfect distance and framing to have the entirety of the tower in the clear background with the Jolly Roger prominently featured. This should make for a good enough message for all of the sinners. I did learn at least one thing from Velvet, and that was the importance of a calculated perspective and setting when designing a good photo. Alastor snapped his head back around to see the woman hand herself a briefcase that had been under the seat in front of her. At his curious glance, she opened it to reveal it was full of stacks of cash. Starting from when they were distracted by their meeting today, I had Frankie hardwire this out of one of the V's bank accounts and withdrew it. It was only one of the auxiliary accounts, but the amount should still be enough to please Nami. Alastor stared at her for just a second longer. Then reared up in the most insane, delighted sort of cackling laughter. Ha 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 ha, you really are the best this crew has to offer, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Alastor. You flatter me. Her reply was somewhat flat, but still charmed, a hand resting above her chest with a modest smile. When her arm closest to Alastor clasped lightly around his waist to pull him forward and to the middle of the seat to reorient for the picture, he permitted it even as he continued to laugh. Robin's phone was passed forward to a hand that had grown out of the top of the car windshield. Preparing for the picture, Frankie ducked down and towards the center with a grin to take one of his hands off the wheel for a peace sign. Luffy laughed before reaching back to pull Alastor's face even farther towards the front, bumping their cheeks together with that idiotic smile of his. Robin's face hovered close above and to the side of him with a much more pleasant smile that contrasted in an inane fashion with the suitcase of cash. Two more of her hands held out at the bottom of the shot. Another violet hand was added to make a peace sign for good measure. Alastor just barely reined himself in enough to flash a grin of serrated teeth, chiming cheerfully, "Ha! Any digital picture with me in it doesn't come out quite right, you know. That's fine. All that matters is that you're in it," Luffy called back with joyful ease. The response, both nostalgic and new, had Alastor's grin stretching wider at the warmth it left behind, his cheeks raising his eyes into a smile to match. The phone's camera went off with a shutter sound. Retrieving it from the external hand, Robin pulled back to show off a perfectly crafted selfie. With the four of them, the stolen cash below and the Jolly Roger and defaced property above and behind them in the background. As Alastor had warned, the graphics around his own figure were pixelated and marred with static, but as he wasn't purposely distorting the image, enough of it came out to be able to discern it was clearly him. "Oh good, we can still see your cute smile," Robin commented amiably. That earned her a squint of an irritated side-eye from him. His amusement renewed itself, however, as he watched her fiddle with the newfangled technology to insert the picture in a Instagram post, if he remembered the term correctly. She typed out the caption of "Happy to be back with my captain. The V's are not so happy, smiley face. Looking forward to seeing everyone else soon. Zoxo, Devil Child Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates," before presumably releasing it to the internet hounds. Another round of cackling ensued. The good time didn't last for long, however. Frankie swerved in a jolting reminder that they were still stuck on the death trap with him. In almost no time at all, they were racing down the road towards the hotel. And rather than do anything sensible such as slowly coming to a stop in the street out front, the man instead drove through the front gate onto the lawn and swerved the car yet again such that the side Alastor and Luffy were on was in most danger. They just barely screeched to a halt right before they were about to crash into the hotel proper, but a few feet away from the doors. Up on the overseeing balcony where a Charlie gobsmack seemed to be having lunch with her father and girlfriend, Vaggie spit out her drink while Lucifer choked on his food. Sanji, who likely had been in the middle of leaving after serving the three, rushed back to lean over the railing and shout furiously, "Frankie! Are you crazy? What if you hurt Miss Robin with that stunt of yours? If she has so much as a scratch on her beautiful skin, I'll beat the sheet out of you." "Chill Sanji bro. I had it handled." Frankie shouted back holding a thumbs up, "That's why I positioned the car with us two on the outside, just in case I messed it up." "You call that having it handled? Miss Nami's inside the lobby right now, you piece of shit." Before the man could respond either way, tendrils of darkness sprouted all around and began to wrap around, their hold crushing against strong metal and moving into a choke hold. "Hey! Whoa whoa whoa. I'm a pervert but I'm not into tentacles. I'm going to kill you now. Robin!" Nami burst through the hotel doors with absolute joy. She ran to Robin as the other woman exited the car, first giving her a great hug, before Robin held out the suitcase that she'd really come for. At which point she switched to embracing the object with the same tenderness one would a lost lover. The berry signs in her eyes so blinding, she likely didn't even see the radio demon's demonic visage and his attempted murder of another crewmate. Peeking out of the doors from behind the gathering straw hats that had come to greet them, Angel Dust provided the reasoning for how the navigator had known to expect Robin's haul by holding up his phone to point at it excitedly. "Are you Nico Robin? Your post's already gone viral. Can I get a selfie with you later when you're done saying hi?" "Of course. You're Angel, correct? It's nice to meet you." In contrast to the woman's casual reply, Chopper began fretting about in a panic beside the sorry excuse for a vehicle. Wait. Alastor, don't. If you bend Frankie that way, he's gonna break. You'll kill him." "That was the intention, yes." Usopp cried out in a similar manner, hands holding the sides of his head, his face is going blue. "He can't breathe. We haven't even had a proper reunion yet and you're about to kill him." Again, all of this is entirely intentional. There was the deep sound of Jinbei's tired exhale. "Luffy, while I know you like leaving us to be, it's about time you stepped in." Alastor almost choked himself when, without a care in the world, the captain jumped up in front of him to wrap his arms around an extended neck and shoulders, sticking his frowning face into Alastor's distorted one and latching on like a monkey-leech hybrid. "Come on Al, it's all right. Frankie was just giving us a fun time." "I did not consider that a fun time," was the hissing reply. "Okay. He knows that now, so it's fine. You can't kill any of our nakama for realsies. You need a let everyone say hi to him. Glowing red radio dials set into the void stared at him, but predictably, Luffy wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Releasing a miffed huff, Alastor shrunk his form back down and released his prey along with it. The partially broken cyborg landed on the ground in a heap. Alastor finally stepped out of the accursed car, still dragging Luffy's weight with him. Seeing that Chopper leaped back in a fright along with Usopp away from his clearly still displeased expression, he ended up around the area Brook and Jinbei were standing before Luffy finally hopped off his person. From his place closer to the door, Zoro slid the swords that had been partly out of their sheaths back in with a disappointed TSK. When Luffy beamed at him with a pleased grin, Alastor shifted his narrowed eyes away to watch Franky pick himself back up with shaky arms, planting the end of his cane into the ground in front of him with both hands placed atop the mic head. You can owe your life to the mercy of your captain, Franklin. Take care with the consideration that he will not always be around to protect you. Ow. As in an actual OW. You're one crazy BSTRD, Al. That was super not cool. And who the hell is Franklin? Oh dear, that was a close one. My heart almost stopped. Only I don't have one. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That was a close one indeed. If Alastor had succeeded, Franky wouldn't have been alive to fix the fence he broke. What a poor first impression that would have made. With her flat DLVRY, it was impossible to tell whether the disregard was meant in jest or if she truly cared for the other's life to that little extent. Once again, Nico Robin continues to prove herself to be the best Straw Hat, discounting perhaps the captain, but only when he wasn't being a nuisance to Alastor and telling him not to kill people. Ow! Your shitty reactions hurt me even more. Franky called out while fixing the placement of his shoulder. For all his complaining, though, he recovered quick enough to strike a dramatic pose, pointing back at the car. But the show's not over. You guys haven't even seen it yet, the Franky Rocket Racecar's final form? Behold! The Franky Rocket Racecar RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr transform itself into a bipedal robot, complete with the rocket engine being repurposed for its jetpack and what could only be assumed to be laser beam cannons. There was an immediate rousing reaction from the crowd. "Whoa! It really turns into a robot?" Luffy exclaimed along with Chopper, Usopp, Brook, Angel Dust, and Bartolomeo, who'd been in the midst of taking rapid group shots from an upper window in a manner resembling the TV-headed overlord they'd just left behind to an annoying degree, all of them going starry-eyed. While not showcasing such an extreme response, Jinbei, Sanji, Zoro, and even Husk peeking out from the door in Trafalgar where he was lurking in the same window, Bartolomeo was sticking his head out of looked on with appreciative hums. Having taken a good number of steps back so as to keep his distance from the wretched thing, Alastor deadpanned, fully unimpressed, and here I thought that hunk of junk couldn't get worse. I should have finished the job when I had the chance. Why not just make the car and robot separately? Nami questioned under her breath, the ridiculous sight bringing her out of her greed. The only potential positive I could see is if one were to trick an enemy into staying inside the car as it transformed, crushing them in the process. Otherwise it's rather pointless, Robin responded without inflection. "Whoa! It really turns into a robot?" Lucifer and Charlie both echoed from their places leaning over the balcony rail, eyes sparkling. The apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Still at the table of the ruined lunch, Vaggie held her face with both hands in a loud groan. "Yes. He's here. The ultimate pirate bad boy." Alastor had to keep himself from startling, forcing himself to slowly turn to look at where Nifty had appeared, her single eye disturbingly wide and dilated. The stupid cyborg had chosen this moment of all times to turn the robot back into a car and lean against the side of it, crossing his arms while pushing his sunglasses into place. He looked the spitting image of a deadbeat 50s gangster sans clothing. He felt a carefully contained but surely growing sense of panic as he snatched a hand out to hold her back by the collar of her dress. "Oh no, you've got it all wrong, Nifty dear. That man is also a good bad boy." Only for the little gremlin to pry her way out of his reach. "No. I can tell. He's not a good bad boy, he's a weird bad boy." Narrowing her eye in a very predatory manner, Nifty growled devilishly, "I like weirdy hee. His resistance was futile. The not-so-kept creature scurried forth to climb the much taller man like a metallic jungle gym. Frankie pushed his sunglasses back to give Nifty a questioning look and raised eyebrow. She giggled at him, more the picture of a disturbed mind than a flirting gal. "I'm Nifty. Heh. I clean hi, wanna go on a joyride?" "That's a no-go, little lady." Large fingers pinched a hold on the now pouting Nifty's dress to remove the girl and set her back to the ground. And if it had just been left at that, it would have been a perfectly acceptable rejection. So it was no surprise that the man then immediately made it weird by posing once more, running a hand through his hair dramatically. This pervert's a bachelor for life. The only women I'm faithful to are the CC ships I build. Ow. Oh Sunny Go, my precious girl, I miss you so. My one-of-a-kind ship of dreams. And with that being said, he promptly fell to his knees and burst into tears, holding his hand out to the sky in longing. Wide-eyed blinking at the scene, Nifty regarded the now sobbing bad boy for merely 3 seconds before regaining her smirk. Your angst and playing hard to get just makes the passion of the romance even hotter hey. Briskly walking up to Robin's side to lean towards her, Alastor quietly hissed through his teeth, is it too late to go back and unpetrify Vox so we can return the cyborg to him? She didn't miss a beat before plainly responding, even if we did so it wouldn't be successful. Not only would Luffy never allow for it, but I don't believe Vox would take Frankie back anyway. While he appreciated Frankie's work, he didn't care for his personality. And just like that, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates were gathered once more. All highs and lows that came with said gathering implicitly included. Vox fell over onto his face at the sudden shift in balance. Cursing while getting his hands under him to push himself back up, he suddenly remembered what he'd been in the middle of and swerved his gaze around in a wild search. The woman he'd been fighting was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Alastor. Alastor, it wasn't him. He pounded the floor with a fist of rage. Then unclenched it just to dig his claws into the tile. His soul twisted in a storming, lightning-laced gale, caught between wanting to curse, scream, and cry. So intense, it felt like his chest could just explode and tear apart his useless insides. He almost wished it would, if only so that it'd finally stop hurting so much. He didn't bother looking over at the sound of the other V's groaning as they woke up. However, a foot stepping into his line of sight interrupted his fit before Vox could work himself into an overload. Glaring up in a sneer baring his sharp teeth, a large man with a black beard grinned down at him. Zihahaha. So even the Pirate Empress is too much for you lot to handle, huh? Well, that's just fine. There are other ways to win against a pirate? Why don't we help each other out, Mr. Overlord? As Alastor had predicted, it only took a couple hours for Boa Hancock to finish up at the V's tower and make her way to the hotel with whichever sheep decided to follow her. Her arrival was the complete opposite of subtle. Who would be so insolent as to leave a cat and piglet in my path? Kiki. Fat nuggets. What the F, lady? Honestly, Alastor was somewhat impressed by the sight of the Pirate Empress straight up kicking Charlie's cat and Angel Dust's pig out of her way as she strutted into the hotel as though she was entitled to a red carpet affair. It took a certain level of gall, boldness, and self-conceitedness to so openly disregard the unstated social rule to cater to cute small animals and only care for removing whatever blocks her path. This sense of vanity was only enhanced when all she did to address the complaints levied at her was to look over both Charlie and Angel with graceful indifference, saying, "It matters not. Even if I tread over such innocent creatures, I will be forgiven. Indeed, this is because I am beautiful." Alastor fully anticipated the kind of backlash that kind of inane reasoning deserved. However, instead of being spurred further, the clearly fuming Angel Dust holding his also irate pig hesitated, his eyes going wide as Boa's face shifted to the side just a tad. The light scales on her face shimmered with the movement. He ended up staring with his mouth agape for a good 3 seconds before rapidly shaking his head, then fully turning away to avert his eyes. His expression was the height of bewildered as multiple hands came up to hold his head. Angel furiously muttered to himself under his breath, "The F dash? I'm gay as the goddamn rainbow, and I was checking her out? How the F did she do that?" Adding to the absurdity, Charlie had yet to succeed in forming any words after she'd picked up the now squirming Kiki and glanced up at the much taller woman. She stood wide-eyed and speechless as blush colored her already rosy cheeks. You shouldn't, you can't just, I'm sorry my cat was in your way ma'am," and with that absolutely ludicrous and backwards apology, Charlie did her own about-face. Retreating to where her girlfriend stood not too far from the scene, she instantly spiraled into a panic, "Vaggie I'm so sorry I was looking at her. I know it technically isn't cheating but it really felt like it, but I just couldn't look away from her face and her, not face. She's so tall they're just right there. But I shouldn't have I'm so sorry." The ex-angel gave a muted, dry sigh, "Charlie, calm down. It's okay. I don't think you were cheating. And I think we're having the same problem anyway." She notably glanced back towards the Empress, before forcibly averting her gaze back to Charlie in a both angry and not angry flush. "Sanji, pull yourself together. Hancock hasn't even used her power on you, how did you turn to stone?" Nami uselessly chastised the fully petrified cook, his face stuck in those idiotic hard eyes of his. The rest of the Straw Hats, presumably having become accustomed to the woman in life, were faring better. Though Brook, while not turning to stone, was also noticeably trying to keep his perverted voyeuristic request to himself as though his life depended on it. Which, given the Gorgon in question, it likely did. Those of the hotel not familiar with the Snake Princess, however, didn't do much better than Charlie, Vaggie, and Angel. Husk stared for a good 15 seconds before outright slapping himself across the face to snap himself out of the spell. The recently arrived Cherry Bomb didn't even bother with that, her single eye trailing up and down Boa's figure from the safety of her relatively out-of-the-way position with an appreciative nod. Nifty dared to approach the Empress in a starry-eyed daze to hold up an offering of a single dead bug. Roach for the pretty lady? Predictably, the gift was not appreciated. The Medusa hissed with a shooing gesture, disgusting. Remove it from my sight at once. Yes ma'am, pretty lady ma'am, and with that Nifty scurried off to hide behind Alastor's legs. Though she still peeked out from behind them to stare at the woman. He reached down to give her a consoling head pat. Alastor, somewhat befuddled, tracked all the ridiculous reactions with increasing confusion. Standing at the edge of the Straw Hat grouping and thus conveniently close to the most reasonable two members, he leaned closer towards both Robin and Jinbei to inquire hesitantly and quietly, is her beauty truly worthy of such an extreme reaction? She is objectively attractive, yes, but I really don't see a need for all this. With a thoughtful hum, Jinbei responded first, if you feel that way, you may be one of the few that would be unaffected by Hancock's ability. She was made into one of the 7 warlords contracted by the government for a reason. It was known that she could turn entire ships full of both male and female marines into stone, for none of them could withstand her allure. I don't think there was a single warlord meeting she attended since they could hardly force her to do anything, outside of calling upon her for the war at Marineford, which she only agreed to for Luffy's sake. Yes, she is quite feared because of this. I've heard more seasoned Marines would counter her love fruit activation by causing themselves pain to force their focus off of her, Robin affirmed matter of fact. Actually, the complete lack of reaction you had to first meeting her led me to the same line of thinking as Jinbei's. One of the only other people we know of with that sort of immunity is Luffy. While he chewed on what he still believed to be an absurd notion, how could it be that hard for people to restrain themselves from being attracted to this woman? The aforementioned captain stepped forward, and Boa's surliness instantly switched out for that annoying infatuation of hers, Luffy. Everything went perfectly after your departure, I made sure of it. I even allowed the men who wished to leave to follow behind us since many of them wished to take refuge in your graciousness. Are you pleased? Oh, that's good, yeah. Thanks. Despite the lackluster reply, the Snake Princess swooned, the snakes of her hair swooning with her, love. Angel seemed to come back into awareness enough to question in bewilderment, Luffers? And that drop-dead baddie? For real? Even though Luffy clearly had the woman handled, Alastor found himself debating on if he should subtly find a way to place himself between the two of them. Though accomplishing such a thing subtly, with this level of obsession, was unlikely. Every instance of Boa interacting with the captain just deepened his distaste for her behavior further. This particular instance at least was thankfully interrupted without his personal intervention. Ever the useful pawn, Bartolomeo chose this moment to enter the room and make his presence known. The reasoning for this being clear right from the start. Hancock? It's you. If you're gonna kill me for my #1 fan title, at least live a little longer with it. Irritated that her time with Luffy was being interrupted, Boa swerved into a glare with all the eyes of her snakes at the fanboy. Oh, it's you. Actually, this is a good opportunity. I have just the thing for you now, your defense against my love mellow is no more. At that, Bartolomeo jolted in shock, before he relaxed into a belligerent smirk. Huh? What are you talking about? I already proved in life that oh-so-powerful devil fruit of yours is no good against me. Huh? Nothing about the reasoning for that has changed. More importantly, have you heard yet that I'm the official leader of Luffy-senpai's church? That makes me #1 again, beach. Love vision. Rose-colored light beamed out of the eyes of Boa's snakes in the shape of hearts, encircling the previously jeering man. When Bartolomeo blinked his sight back into use, he opened his mouth in an obvious scowl of complaint. Only for his eyes to go wide at the sight of the Snake Princess and his mouth to go slack-jawed in a high-pitched squeak. Lulu Luffy-senpai? That's you wearing Hancock's outfit so risque. Incredible. But also, I can't let myself look at you for too long now or my heart will give out. Love mellow. And with the final blossom pink beam of light from heart-shaped hands, the fanboy was petrified. Drunk on victory, Boa tilted her head severely upward while pointing down at the statue, declaring with full grandiose, and with that, I prove myself once more as the superior admirer. In both life and death, I am my beloved's number one. There it is, Hancock's looking so far down on you she's looking up pose. Knew it had to come up at some point, Usopp quietly quipped, similar to a sports commentator, but seriously, how obsessed does Barto have to be not only be immune to the Snake Princess's beauty, but also turn to stone over Luffy in her outfit? That's such a weird thought I can't even imagine it. Alastor watched this. Made the inference as to what Bartolomeo saw in that accused love vision. Then retroactively faced the point he'd previously been halfway in denial about and made the inference as to the context for how the Pirate Empress had used her power on Vox based on her previous comments. Just to drive the fact home, from next to him Robin sounded a confirmatory, "I see." His grin pulled fully taut against his unseen sutures with the twitching of a blackened eye. He hissed out from grinding serrated teeth, "I must either kill Vox or the Empress. But I can't figure out which is most deserving. Why not both? Why not both indeed? Brilliant suggestion, Robin. Even if you're joking, I'm not sure you should be encouraging him like this," Jinbei commented with a trailing tone. Before Alastor could act on his new homicidal intention or Boa could bask in her glory for much longer, Luffy finally protested with a disgruntled pout, hands on his waist, "Hancock, you can't keep Barto like that. He picks up a lot of food for me now." The quiet echoed responses of, "That's the reasoning?" were predictably ignored by both parties. Slightly startled, the woman quickly offered in a stutter, I can perform any duties that man had perfectly fine, Luffy. But you'll be busy with your people like before, right? So you won't have time. Just let him do it." "I guess that's true, yes. Fine. I shall release him. But my title shall remain." Before Boa could act on her word, though, she was interrupted by another entrance into the lobby. "Huh? What happened to Barry here? We got Medusa running around in hell now," or Lucifer trailed off as his sight finally crossed paths with Boa, his much shorter stature forcing him to trail his widening eyes up and up to reach her face, or not face, as Charlie had previously described it. Oh. Hello?" The woman's expression returned to a stone-cold visage. She stepped forward with a hand resting on her hip. "Are the so-called king of this hell?" Yeah? That's me all right, Lucifer. The most hated being in all of creation. Or so I'm told at least. Ha. The response was painfully awkward, but she seemed to pay no mind to it. Instead, the Pirate Empress just jumped right to a defiant declaration, sharply pointing at Lucifer in accusation, "Then let me tell you now, I bow to no king, wretched man of creation. This honorable one is Boa Hancock, Empress of the Amazons. I have come to parley my terms for the establishment of my new colony of Amazon Lily Eterna. I demand complete and unrestricted independence. And once I have chosen a plot of land to develop, the establishment and respect of our borders. Any man who dares trespass upon my domain shall be executed, and you are no exception to this. Should you disagree with any of these terms, speak now, and I shall cast you into stone. What is your response?" She cannot possibly be getting away with this, but just as Alastor had that thought, Lucifer, the all-powerful and ever-feared king of hell, a once heavenly being born of the age of the creation of man itself, in all his angelic might, instantly folded like the wet paper towel he was. With furrowed brows and an awkward, tense smile full of polite placation, Lucifer cupped his hands together as he offered, all right. I hear what you're saying, so? How about this? Why don't you give me a couple of minutes, and I can ask Queen Lilith to come over so you two can, talk it out. I'm guessing you'd prefer working with her over me?" The Snake Princess gave this some actual consideration, shifting in her stance slightly before affirming, speaking to a queen would certainly be an improvement over speaking to any king, yes. "Very well, I shall await her arrival." "Great. Right. Just, give me a sec," and with that, the King of Hell rushed back into the hallway he'd just walked out of, presumably off to call upon his wife for reinforcements. Seeing him flee made it hard for Alastor not to agree with the Pirate Empress's opinion of all men being completely useless. Frankly, he was already partway to that conclusion, as he did indeed believe the majority of men to be useless. By the time Boa finished unpetrifying Bartolomeo to leave him in a sobbing heap on his knees at having lost their so-called battle, Lucifer returned once more. Alastor had thankfully had enough time to internally steel himself so as to not react to the sight of the Queen of Hell entering the lobby, just a step in front of her husband. Her composure was as flawless as always as she came to stand before Boa, free of the inane reactions or antics any of the others had befallen outside of a brief but thorough examination of the woman. Seriously? Just as this guy got himself out of the stone, swirly brow. Went right back to being a statue after seeing the Queen. Idiot cook. Ignoring the sideline silliness, Lilith gave a proper introduction. "Pleasure to meet you, Boa Hancock. I am Lilith, ruling Queen of Hell alongside the King. My husband here has told me you seem to be a woman of a similar nature to myself, so I hope to reach an amical relation with you. Shall we retire to a proper receiving room? Speaking of such delicate matters in an ill-fitting setting is likely undesirable for the both of us. Yes, that would be acceptable. While not as extreme of a change compared to when she spoke to Luffy, Boa became noticeably more reasonable, apparently deeming Lilith worthy of a certain level of respect. After the two departed to have their meeting elsewhere, Lilith leading the way, the king immediately dropped his tense smile and deflated into a sigh of relief, wiping at his forehead with the back of his hand. From his place a good number of feet away, Alastor sounded a wordless, unimpressed hum in his throat. Lucifer turned on him in a swerve, scowling up from his drooping posture. What? You got something to say, bellhop? Not exactly. It's simply that your preferred type of woman is very apparent to me now, and I would have preferred to go the rest of my afterlife without that knowledge. Though someday it may be useful to know that the king of hell is weak against tall, bewitching, strong-willed women. You, the king gave a middle finger to accompany the insult. You're telling me you'd seriously just tell a woman that beautiful no? Alastor had to give an incredulous stare at that. His smile pulled taut in exasperation. Yes? What does it matter what she looks like? This isn't exactly rocket science. All of you people are acting insane. Every single one of you. Except for the captain. How the tables have turned, he had to amend with a sigh at the questioning look from Luffy his tirade had earned him. By the time the two matriarchs left their talks, an agreement had been struck allowing Boa to form her official colony, but still under the jurisdiction of Hell's royalty. However, Amazon Lily Eterna would apparently be left mostly self-governing, with any ruling being done in the form of the Queen calling upon Boa to reach a political agreement. The system sounded similar to the terms the Pirate Empress had managed to strike out for her island with the world government in life as a pirate warlord, leaving the question as to whether Queen Lilith had actually succeeded in talking her down or if it had been her intention to start with absurdly high demands to be bargained down to her actual goal. Considering Alastor believed the threat to turn the king to stone had not been an empty one and that the woman truly was that conceited, however, he still leaned towards the former circumstance as being the truth. Unfortunately, while in the process of staking a claim of land and developing what would essentially be a new town out in the Barrens, the Snake Princess and her new mass of adoring women would be staying in the hotel, along with many of the male contracted souls who fled along with them. He was very much not looking forward to seeing the woman's infatuation on a regular basis. And it seemed that Trafalgar agreed with him, seeing as the man not only entirely avoided Boa's arrival at the hotel, but continued to do essentially everything in his power to never cross paths with her. Alastor could hazard the guess that neither of the two liked the other, as well as why that was. The first night of Boa's arrival was spent not focused on the woman herself, thankfully, but on the last two reunited Straw Hats. With the recent vast increase in patronage and knowing the chef would remain stubborn about cooking for everyone, Alastor surveyed the newcomers to find that they'd managed to gain 2 of the 3 private chefs the V's had employed, and thus put them to work under Sanji along with a number of more baseline kitchen staff. Alastor himself had deigned to assist for the meal that night to ensure that there were no mishaps regarding the new hires. His presence properly intimidated them into behaving and following the cook's lead, so he didn't foresee any issues occurring in the future on that end. Burgers and sandwiches were a big hit for dinner, being the favorites of Frankie and Robin respectively. At the dinner table, he ended up sandwiched between Robin on one side and Chopper on the other, and found he wasn't dissatisfied by the placement. After the meal, Robin set about moving into Nami's suite while Frankie into the suite containing Sanji, Brook, and Usopp. However, as always, the captain was set on a gathered sleepover that night. One that, as Alastor had unfortunately predicted, he was unable to decline. Directly in front of him, Luffy asserted, "You're join the sleepover, right?" Before he could even speak, Brook appeared out of nowhere to lean down from above and cheerfully insert, "Right? Right?" Chopper chimed from below, head popping up to be seen. "It seems that my rejection is about to be rejected." "'Cause it is." With that, the gathering took place in the middle suite consisting of Zoro's, Jinbei's, and Chopper's rooms. While Charlie had granted them sizable 4-bedroom suites, the living room was still crowded from so many people. Alastor ended up lounging in a adjoining kitchenette, seated at the island bar next to Jinbei while Sanji prepared drinks. He couldn't complain too much once a glass of rye had been slid in front of him. The main activity of the room bustled around the 3 couches the pirates had somehow managed to cram into the living room, with the archaeologist and shipwright being the center of attention and the captain of course right in the thick of things. The Straw Hats predisposed to drinking drank, while others snacked, and they talked and played useless games well into the night. until they all ended up falling asleep on top each other in a mess that did not belay a comfortable sleep position. All of them except for himself, that is. As he figured. But also apparently Brook, who lifted out of a recline that had made him look like an actual dead skeleton at the sound of Alastor standing up from his seat. He spoke in hush, mindful of the others. You're staying up tonight, Alastor? I'll go with you. Alastor waved the offer off with a polite smile. There's no need. You undoubtedly wish to spend more time with your crew now that they're all present, so you should rest with them. I have no desire for company. Currently. But they won't all be present, once you leave. The simple response caught Alastor off guard. Brook continued with the same level tone as he tiptoed over a snoring Usopp and Luffy on the floor to reach where Alastor was closer to the door. I know you're a person that enjoys having time to himself, but I dislike the thought of one of us being alone on this joyous occasion. Please allow me to accompany you. If you wish to do something without disturbing the others, why don't we finish up practicing some songs? We'll be having that party fairly soon now, it seems. Very well. That seems like a good enough way to work out the whiskey in my system. He didn't make to leave right away, however. Instead taking a brief moment to conjure a good number of blankets and have some tendrils set about laying them atop the pile of bodies as well as they could. One even managed to stuff a pillow underneath Luffy's head so it wasn't just on the ground. When he then left the room with Brook following behind, the skeleton was still cooing softly at the gesture, causing him to send a sharp look at the other once the door closed behind them. As they made their way up to Alastor's tower, Brook raised his voice back to his normal speaking volume. Did you have a good time, Alastor? I know I myself along with the others insisted on you coming, so it's my hope that you enjoyed being in all our presence as much as we all enjoy having you around. Reaching the entrance to his abode, he stepped aside to allow Brook to climb up first before answering. I wouldn't say all of you enjoy having me around, however, it did provide for a more amusing evening than I had assumed, so yes. Yo-ho-ho, how splendid! Now let us play some music to our heart's desire. Not that I have a heart, yo-ho-ho-ho. While they practiced through the rest of the night, Alastor took the opportunity to multitask and sent his shadow out to survey the V's tower. He immediately noticed that, somehow, all three of the overlords had already escaped their stony imprisonment and were working through the night to rearrange their disastrous affairs. Considering the rather miraculous recovery time, this led to the assumption that a third party had been lying in wait to assist them. Though despite scouring the premises as well as his shadow could within the limitation of remaining undiscovered, it was unable to locate the mystery guest, suggesting they'd already left. He wasn't too put off by their revival, however, since it meant that the three were around for the social media storm that was still ongoing to feel the full force of their utterly humiliating defeat. It may also make for an interesting turn of events to see how Vox would choose to move forward with this unknown player in the game. The very next day, Luffy demanded a party. One where every soul in the hotel would be invited along with a few extra invites for the individuals various Straw Hats had spent their time with before reuniting. Or at least that was how Alastor interpreted the boys' shout that everyone's invited. This unofficially included the first man, with Alastor choosing to ignore Brook's poorly whispered plan to Jinbei about disguising the ex-angel so that he could partake without disturbing Vaggie and the others. And if such a big shindig was to occur partly in honor of himself, Alastor considered it a duty to ensure the event met a high standard of quality. Thus, in exchange for putting together the venue and decor, he made his own demand that this party have a dress code. This was to be no drunken slop or anything of the sort, but a genuine, bona fide, the skeleton is truly rubbing off on him, celebratory dance. While the captain himself wasn't too impressed by the suggestion, Nami, Robin, Sanji, and Brook took well to the idea, seeing that they typically didn't have many occasions to dress up. And with the demanding navigator on his side, that was all the support needed to enforce that this was a dress-to-impress event. She took charge of procuring suitable outfits for the rest of the Straw Hats, seeing that she was also the only one with the money to buy said outfits. The chef set about making a feast with his new kitchen workforce. Checking in on them, Alastor had been pleased to note that a good number of his recipes were being included on the menu, along with various other complimentary Straw Hat favorites and appropriate finger foods. He would have liked to assist with the food prep, but he was busy enough with setting up the place. Deciding the lawn in front of the hotel should be spacious enough, Alastor summoned a fair number of shade minions to set up tables, various black and gold decorations including balloons, streamers, ribbons, one table with a sizable sparkling champagne tower close by where the bar was being set up, ghostly wisps of green fire and glowing crystal to float about as lights, and some Mardi Gras-themed decor. He had been planning to have them construct a stage as well, but the shipwright along with Usopp, Chopper, Jinbei, and Robin volunteered their assistance for setup, and so Frankie was the one to build a sizable red curtain stage and dance floor at what was admittedly an impressive speed. Brook meanwhile took charge of the setup for the music and performance. Luffy had also volunteered his assistance, and so the first mate had been tasked with distracting the boy away from the area to ensure there was no accidental sabotage. This of course meant that the both of them became horribly lost in some unknown location, but that just meant they were both out of the way until Alastor was ready to summon them back. Overall, the many hands made light work, with his goodfellow helpers fine to follow his directives in this matter. The only one to question him to some degree had been Usopp, and quite hesitantly at that. Hey Al? What's with all the skulls and bones for decorations? They aren't real, are they? Ahaha. Of course not, good sir. It'd be a waste to use such valuable material as mere party decorations. Huh. And they're meant to complement the theme of the party. With a curious look, the puppet further questioned, huh? What theme is there? Isn't this just to celebrate all of us being together and you joining? Why yes, but from my interpretation, this occasion implies another point to consider, the celebration of all your deaths. This is a proper welcome to hell party. As he declared this, Alastor pointed the head of his mic at the banner that was in the midst of being spread across the front gate, reading Welcome to Death in splattered, blood-red paint. I don't think that was the kind of party Luffy had in mind. And do you think he cares about what kind of party this is? No. Exactly. Good talk. In seemingly no time at all, evening was beginning to set in and the hour of the party was close in hand. The front lawn now looked akin to if one were to hold a Mardi Gras party in a graveyard. Almost everything was prepared, excluding one last feature. It was one that Alastor wished to see the captain's reaction to, however. So a tad before guests were set to start coming out, he summoned Luffy and Zoro back so that he could finish up and to ensure the unruly duo had enough time to dress themselves. Was it really okay to leave this guy in charge of things? Whoa! Cool! As Alastor had predicted, Luffy simply looked over the ghastlier portion of the decorations, ignoring the deadpan Zoro had given at the sight of the Welcome to Death sign. Alastor took hold of the boy's waist with one hand and arm to guide him forward to a prime spot, directly in front of hotel itself. Seeing this, the rest of the pirates gathered around in curiosity, including Sanji who had left the kitchen to begin setting out the food and Nami who had come out to drive the crew back inside to get ready. Alastor met Luffy's grin with a smile of his own as he expounded, "Why thank you, dear Captain. But there's just one last thing to add. This would hardly be a proper celebration of your crew without your flag in prominence. Hoist the colors high." With the snap of his fingers, the shade minions on top of the roof released the piece de resistance. An enormous black sheet fell over the front of the hotel, unraveling to reveal a large-scale Straw Hat Jolly Roger, so big that it covered almost the entirety of the building. There was a round of appreciative OOUs and hums from the other crew members, the sound of the deerling's hooves, bony hands, and metal palms clapping in excitement clearly heard. Having already braced himself, Alastor was prepared for the tight wrapping of rubbery arms around his person. Luffy brought him in close, face right up against his own with a beaming grin as he shouted, "WOAH? It's so big. It's great. Thanks Al. You're the best." I do try. He didn't bother to keep his smile from curling smug along with the trill of his words, even as he began a mental countdown for how long he'd allow the embrace to last. What the hell is that tacky thing doing on Morningstar property? And it's huge. Dad, it's alright. It's their party. They should get to put their flag up. And I think it looks cute anyway. Charlie could be heard talking down Lucifer not too far away. Looking over in a side-eye to see the king giving the Jolly Roger a dubious expression with his hands on his hips, Charlie looked back at Alastor with a smiling wink. He returned the gesture with a nod. While the pirates went off to put themselves together, people began arriving, mostly coming out from the hotel. Husk came out to man the outdoor bar in a proper suit and slicked back hair, a style similar to his overlord days. Angel Dust, who strut out in a dazzling floor-length backless gown with a slit running all the way up to the thigh, shimmering shawl, and pair of heels to match, looked quite taken by the bartender's clean-up. And conversely, the cat almost spilled an entire bottle of good whiskey in his distraction when his eyes caught the spider's form. Alastor sent the man a clear eye roll for the foolishness. Charlie, Vaggie, and Cherry Bomb all exited the hotel together with their personalized gowns and their hair pinned up, Nifty twirling about behind them, the puffed-out skirt of her dress making an entertaining sight for her amusement. The roach tiara she had clearly fastened for herself made for a unique but appropriate accessory for her look. However, select persons arrived in front of the gate. Alastor returned Rosie's hug with a smile and compliment to her dress, which he also received in kind for his suit. Zestial along with Carmilla Carmine and her daughters received a more cordial welcome. Then Prince Stolas's limousine rolled up on the street. When the tall prince was led out by his presumed date, both of them contained a more nervous sort of excitement as the imp offered his arm like a proper gentleman, emphasis on excited for the prince and emphasis on nervous for the imp. It caught the eye of every sinner currently present at the venue. Nami had clearly been successful with her not-so-delicate hand in navigating their relationship. Alastor gave a proper slight inclination of a bow and formal greeting, which Prince Stolas politely returned even while Blitzo gave a squinted-eye look of suspicion. His two imp employees followed behind arm in arm, along with the hellhound and the prince's daughter who were already chatting amongst themselves. It was a rather impressive turnout for a literal less than 24-hour notice. Clearly, a party with the pirates was one no one wanted to miss. It wasn't long before the Straw Hats re-emerged to greet their acquaintances. The navigator had also succeeded in that endeavor, with the men being dressed in suits of a variety of colors. The two ladies were in classy gowns with their hair done up. They had even managed to force the XHBTNST cyborg into his suit pants, much to Alastor's satisfaction. And with the people of the hour now in company, he lured Brook backstage to begin the opening act. "Welcome to the roaring 2020s. Alastor's voice sounded through his microphone, sounding over the rolling drums being manned by the skeleton while a pair of 20s flashed in lit signs on either side of the stage. The curtains pulled open as he stepped forward to reveal the radio demon, dolled up in a more show-worthy dark red suit coat with stitched shoulder pads, a shorter jacket front, and long coat tails. The crisp white shirt tucked into a red waist sash, black bow tie, fine black slacks, and matching stitched-up top hat in between his ears completed the look. Brook looked quite dashing as well with his full black suit and usual top hat, this time wearing a deep red shirt underneath to match Alastor's coloring. The two of them made for a snazzy pair if he did say so. "Roll up all you big shots and babes. You palookas and pinkos," leaning forward against his mic, one eye flashed wide with black scara and a glowing red pupil as Alastor emphasized, "Welcome to the party. Hey, what you doin'? Feelin' lonely? Feel that beat? You speakin' easy, don't be sleazy. On my street. Hey, what you doin'? Come on over, come in style. You in the corner. We'll keep swingin' for a while." The big band consisted of a mix of the musicians' ghostly self-playing instruments along with a couple of Alastor's shades, the brass playing loud and clear in time with the swinging beat of the bass that he tapped his foot along to. After Brook's confession about how playing on his own with his magic was too heavy a reminder of the times he would hallucinate his old cruise music, Alastor had planned the songs so that either himself or his shades would be playing with Brook, such that he wouldn't feel as though he was playing alone. "Tonight we're gonna party. Tonight we're gonna party. Tonight, we're gonna party. Tonight we're gonna party. Tonight we're gonna party. Tonight we're gonna party like it's 1929. He slammed the end of his cane down to change the 20s still on either side of the stage to 19 and 29 in a shower of green sparks. Swinging his hips with the beat, Alastor showed off a twirl of his microphone before writing it once more. While Brook got to his rolling drums again, this time Alastor spoke into the mic in an announcement. "Salutations to the sinners of Hazbin Hotel and friends. As I'm sure you can tell by this point, we have a swingin' party planned for the night in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates. I, the radio demon Alastor, will be your host. As is only appropriate considering I am now their radio broadcaster and host, if you couldn't already tell from how biased the content of my broadcasts have been recently. Ha! What the hell does a pirate crew need a radio host for?" Adam, poorly concealed with a masquerade mask at an otherwise empty table near the side, snarked not quietly enough as he stuffed his face with the delectable food provided. A small tendril of darkness sprouted from underneath his chair to tip it over, causing the heavy man to fall back with a curse. The man's rudeness and subsequent embarrassment, however, were covered up by the sound of Luffy and various other Straw Hats cheering at a table close to the front by the stage. Though he could tell from their faces a couple of them were asking themselves the same question Adam had posed. Honestly, these simpletons have no sense for the usefulness of propaganda? Alastor continued as though he hadn't noticed the incident. "I have the pleasure of performing alongside the musician of the Straw Hats, Soul King Brook, for a number of the songs tonight. He's quite the talent, so I have no doubt that the dance floor will be bustling as the night goes on. Should you sinners find yourselves entranced by his artistry and in desperate need to listen to more, there's no need to despair. For henceforth, my broadcasts will regularly feature segments playing recordings of his songs as well as the songs we produce together. One need only tune on in to listen the best hits." "Really?" Brook exclaimed from behind him in time with another round of cheering from the crew. Alastor had informed the other beforehand of his formal announcement concerning his position on the crew, which was met with uproaring approval and excitement, but had left out this detail as a fun surprise. He conveniently left out the stipulation that, of the music Brook has produced with Adam, he would only be playing the songs Brook sang for. Of the concessions he was willing to give, listening to the first man screeching was not one of them. But enough with the formalities, it's time for the party. Because tonight, we're partying like it's 1929, ah ha 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 ha. And with that roundabout and another spin of his cane, Alastor pointed the head of his mic into the air, releasing a single shot of fireworks that burst apart in a sparkling boom of red and gold. To the cheers of the crowd, the show went on. When the opening song concluded, Brook transitioned to his next song while Alastor excused himself from the stage to mingle. Approaching the two squished-together tables that had been reserved for the crew, he was met with the sight of not only the Straw Hats, but also Trafalgar and Boa Hancock, one flanking each side of the captain. Luffy stuffed his face with meat, completely oblivious to the glaring scowls the two other pirates were shooting at each other over his head. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo circled about the table snapping candid group photos of the crew. He quietly cursed to himself when Alastor passed in front to cause a sparking, static-filled distortion in his phone. This was a party table from hell, indeed. Glancing up at him, Luffy instantly brightened as he exclaimed, "You're wearing it." "Oh, I'm wearing it too. Haha." The captain looked down at ring of his own Jolly Roger that he'd only just noticed Alastor had manifested for him. The symbol of his and the captain's contract noticeably stood out as he used the hand with his own ring on it to take hold of his mic, pointing it at the other. It seemed like an appropriate accessory, considering the occasion. Matching rings? The insolence. "Luffy, do you think we could?" The dearling fortunately chose that moment to shoot out of his seat to rush over and greet Alastor, unintentionally interrupting Boa when he chimed in full delight, "That was great, Alastor. You're such a good singer, you sound so good with Brook. Indeed, a most impressive performance you planned out for us. There was truly no need to go so far, but your efforts come with them a great amount of appreciation." Jinbei held out a cup of whiskey ready and waiting for him in a show of said appreciation. Alastor gladly accepted it with a smile of thanks, clinking his cup against the fishman's sake cup in a cheers. "Right? I'm kinda surprised." No offense of course." Usopp was quick to add on to his exclamation. Rather than make a fuss, Alastor folded the hand not holding his drink behind his back and kept his response pleasant, "Thank you all, you're too kind." As though to challenge his patience, the swordsman threw out in between gulps of his beer, "Who knew you actually know how to throw a party, Red Ears? Guess I can't complain too much. Of course I know how to put together a proper party. The city I come from happens to be known as quite the party town, I'll have you know." He couldn't withhold his scoff at the suggestion, before his words twisted into a more sinister tone to match the mean curl of his smile. "As it is, I am actually a rather fun-loving person, it's simply that my version of fun often involves the misery of others. Haha. You think about being the cruise party coordinator?" At the unimpressed look that earned him, Frankie was quick to defend, "What? I meant that in a good way. This is super party you got going on, and you've got a groovin' beat. Voxy Boxy's probably dyin' of blue screen envy in his office right now." The last statement was in reference to the Vox Tech drone currently watching over the party from a distance in the air, a clear enough indicator to anyone with eyes that the media overlord was back on his bullshit. Glancing over at the thing now that it had been pointed out, the sniper offered, "Should I shoot that down? Also, please don't be mad. But even though I knew you ran a radio station, I didn't think you'd join as a radio broadcaster." Before Alastor could give what was certain to be a huffy reply, Luffy spoke up from in between bites of his food, "Huh? What else would Al do? He's happy doing his radio stuff, so course he's gonna keep doing it." The boy truly did have a knack for simplifying things down to their most important aspect. The only part of the response that left Alastor with any sort of discontent was the way the Snake Princess quietly squealed at the apparent coolness of it, but thankfully Trafalgar was already giving the woman enough evil eye for the both of them. Even with the captain's easy acceptance, however, Nami leaned forward onto the table with her elbows while hesitantly admitting, "I get that part, but I think what Usopp's saying that I'm curious about too is how that role fits in the context of the crew. What does it mean, exactly?" "Think about it like this." Alastor glanced over at Robin when she began to answer before he could, tone more akin to a proper teacher than the scathing undertone Alastor would have used. "As we move through the new world, the coverage big news Morgans of the World Economy newspaper wrote about our captain pushed Luffy's fame as a pirate further, even helping to transition him into being seen as one of the emperors and then later helping to cement his claim as the Pirate King. However, he also would spin his coverage in a way that was sometimes unfavorable to us depending on his needs. In contrast, Alastor is only working based on our needs. He has already been acting as Luffy's personal broadcaster, in that he's been disseminating news in a selective way to the wider population of sinners with the goal of quickly pushing our captain's notoriety closer to how it was in life at a faster rate than how it would have naturally occurred. He's been doing this in the context of Luffy's divinity, which has led to more obvious results such as the formation of the new fleet, but also in the context of him being a pirate. Before this, piracy was not considered a legitimate practice among most sinners as it's associated with an out-of-date form of criminal activity, and we all know Luffy would wish for everyone to respect the title he rightfully earned. King of the pirates, the boy shouted through a mouthful of food as if to prove her point. But with Alastor's spread of news about the captain, he's been using Luffy's accomplishments and divinity to establish that being a pirate is a credible title that comes with it an implication of strength, along with directly establishing Luffy's position as Pirate King. Therefore, even while he's been operating independently, he's continually acting in Luffy's interest for the most part. Alastor stared at the devilish woman along with the rest of the Straw Hats, though Jinbei was nodding in firm agreement as he did so. He was caught between being impressed and being thoroughly unnerved, considering she'd managed to accomplish a full analysis of his actions and behavior despite only meeting him and joining back up with her crew literally yesterday. Thinking on it, though, most of her deduction only required having listened to Alastor's broadcasts paired together with the knowledge that he was working with the captain. The only chancy part about it was that it also required the assumption of his genuine, complete loyalty towards Luffy rather than having a more personal scheme at play, but she likely accepted that assumption as truth upon confirming his status as one of the crew. In the end, he decided not to split hairs over the matter, cajoling, "Thank you." Finally, someone with a proper level of understanding. "Whoa, that's kinda intense." Usopp muttered in shock about the revelation. Speaking up for the first time while massaging his temple, Trafalgar sighed in a muted sort of exasperation. "You guys have no idea that most other pirate captains would kill to have the kind of PR the radio demons giving Straw Hat ya, do you? You usually have to bribe the news people to get them to work for you like this. It's not a usual position for a pirate crew because in our world it was impossible to be part of the official news network while also being a pirate. With the radio demon on your crew, Straw Hat ya basically owns a news network, and it's completely wasted on him because he's an idiot." Truer words have never been spoken. Perhaps he judged the Surgeon of Death too harshly? In what was likely a fully unintentional but still wondrous recovery, however, Luffy countered the rightful accusation with, "I don't need to tell Alastor what to do. I trust him to do what he wants." Shishishi. A burst of invigorating pride surged through Alastor at the declaration. Looking at Luffy's charming, boyish grin, he decided on a move that he realized may start a localized pirating war, but he really couldn't give a shit about anything other than indulging in his whims at the moment. "Thank you very much, my dear. May I sit next to you? Seeing that we are celebrating my joining you." "Oh yeah. I want to sit by you too." Room. Shambles. Trafalgar was quick to the draw, as Alastor had been hoping. Boa shrieked from her new table a far distance away. At least the doctor had been kind enough to place her amongst a grouping of her new followers. In the place she used to reside beside Luffy was an empty chair, which Alastor swiftly took for himself. The infatuated nuisance removed from Luffy's vicinity in the same move to secure Alastor's position. He did so appreciate efficiency. Giving credit where credit was due, especially since his actions would be sure to draw any heat from the Empress away from Alastor and onto himself, Alastor held out his glass towards Trafalgar in a show of communion. The doctor stared at it with a stony expression for a good 3 seconds before he clanked his glass against it. Luffy immediately followed with his own cheers using his cup of juice, much to Alastor's amusement. Sighing to herself, the navigator despaired, "Hancock's going to be unbearable later because of that." "She will indeed." Jinbei, likely having more experience with the fellow warlord, gave a deep sigh of agreement that was just barely not a groan. When Alastor shifted his gaze back to the catty woman to reply, he only then realized a particular detail: Nami was wearing the blood diamond necklace he'd compensated her with prior. "Oh? You still have that? I thought for sure you'd sell it." Nami blinked at him in surprise, before her eyes darted down to the gold necklace lying against her chest and then back up to give him a grinning wink. "A girl has to keep the best jewels for herself. It'd be a loss to trade it in." "I suppose that makes sense, yes. My apologies, if I'd known you planned on wearing it for the occasion, I would have given you these prior to the start of the evening." He conjured up the matching set of blood diamond hanging gold earrings. Cat eyes went wide even as Nami accepted the pair, allowing them to land in her open palms. "I was planning for this to be your next payment whenever it'd be required, so let's just consider it a payment in advance. Please do remember it the next time I ask something of you. I'll be most displeased if you try to double dip and ask for more compensation." As the woman stared at her newly gained goods, Alastor expected her to investigate their quality the same way she had the necklace. But instead, Nami just shifted the earrings to one hand as she looked back up at him with a beaming smile reminiscent of the captain himself. She used her now free hand to reach around the side of the table and repeatedly slap him in the back in a friendly manner that actually still hurt a bit. She was definitely stronger than she looked, with how much she was able to slap around the monsters of her crew. Nami chimed with a teasing joy, "Alastor, you shouldn't have. Really? Chopper's actually been right this whole time, 'bout you being a nice guy, huh? Yeah. See? We're both deer, so I know. Wait, that's not right. I'm a reindeer, damn it." She continued without acknowledging the deerling's interjection, "None of these blockheads know how to treat a lady right like you do. I'll dance with you later as a thanks, free of charge." Alastor was still left internally reorienting himself while Nami went straight to adorning herself with the new earrings. To the point that he was slightly blindsided when the cook was suddenly beside him, slamming his hands down on the table as he screeched, "You shitty bstrd. Since when did you give Miss Nami jewelry? Don't think you can stuck her so easily on my watch. Are you being for real, swirly brow?" Zoro quipped within an instant. Narrowing his eyes at the pervert in sneering smile of displeasure, Alastor firmly stated, "I did so as a legitimate form of compensation. I have neither the intention nor desire to attempt any sort of seducing. Do I sense a bit of projection? The real question here is why have you not deigned to gift the fair lady any jewelry from yourself if you're so insistent on the issue? Or are you suggesting she deprive herself of the luxury simply to soothe your fragile masculine ego? Is it just me, or did it feel like Hancock was back for a second? It wasn't just you. Ow! Frankie responded to Usopp's stage whisper with a volume that had the coward rush to shush at him in a panicked fright. "I know. That's..." Sanji's fiery fury fell apart into a stutter that had Zoro smirking in a jeer at the man from across the table while Nami gave a most unimpressed side-eye of a deadpan stare. Alastor knew very well that the truthful response would likely be that Sanji was genuinely incapable of buying Nami jewelry for the simple reason that the woman herself hoarded all the crew's money, leaving the man nowhere near enough to purchase anything of sufficient quality as he had to use all his budget on copious amounts of ingredients. However, the chef would never admit to such a thing even on the pain of death, and thus he was utterly unable to defend his position. Alastor just smiled in false pleasantry at the man, enjoying the sight of him squirming in the proverbial grave he'd dug. There was an awkward silence, before Sanji gained a contemplatively expression, and managed to shift his line of logic. "Well, I guess I can believe you don't have those kind of intentions. So I guess it's okay if Nami wears them, since it's you." It was Alastor's turn to be left internally reeling from incredulity. He ended up staring as the cook set about taking plates off the tray he'd brought over with him, placing a number of plates directly in front of Alastor, including one with a large helping of jambalaya along with a second helping for Luffy to trade out for the captain's now empty plate. "I saw you didn't get yourself any food yet. You need to get to eating before you have to go back on. With how much you need, I won't have you skimping just because you're putting on a show. By the way, you better have scheduled a break for Brook so he can eat too. Just because he can go without it doesn't mean I'll allow it." Almost absent-mindedly, Alastor took a spoonful of the jambalaya just to have an excuse to look away from the other and give himself a pause, then swallowed the deliciousness to answer, "Of course he has breaks. It'd hardly be a party for him as well if he was working the whole time. We need simply play some instrumentals remotely with our magic to keep the life of the party going." He surveyed the premises during his time off stage. Charlie was at a nearby fancied-up table consisting of her girlfriend, Nifty, and now both her parents. The King and Queen of Hell had somehow managed to sneak in unnoticed so as to not cause a stir, but were unable to continue without drawing eyes towards them. Prince Stolas was in the middle of a conversation with Lucifer that had likely started as a social obligation, but it seemed to be going pleasantly based on how the king was proudly showing off a backflipping fire-breathing rubber duck to Goetia hooting applause of approval. Angel and Cherry were helping Husk keep up with the demands of the bar, switching out in shifts of two so that they could all have turns enjoying the night for themselves. Though the amount of tipping noticeably increased whenever Angel was present to lean severely forward over the bar as he passed out drinks with a flirtatious wink. They'd likely be making some good money tonight. When some of the Straw Hats disseminated to speak with the partygoers they were familiar with, Alastor took the opportunity to do the same. He caught sight of Mimsy, dressed to the nines in her full dance attire, stand up from where she'd been seated by Rosie to approach him with open arms. Not at all reflective of the way they'd last left off in a riff of contention. "Alastor, thank you for invitin' me ta your shindig. I knew as soon as I heard you were throwin' this dance that it'd be the place ta be." "Mimsy. Of course. I would never dare to call this a real party if there wasn't at least one flapper girl livening up the dance floor. Haha. You're providing us a much-needed service, he chimed back while returning the hug, though when he leaned back from the embrace, he sent the woman a considering glance, so long as you didn't draw any unexpected guests along with you. Twisting her hair in an attempt to make her sheepishness look charming, Mimsy gave him a nervous, placating smile. Evidently she'd been impressed by the accommodations enough to try her best not to be thrown out. Who? Me? Never, Alastor darlin', honest. At least for tonight. For realsies. Alastor gave an affirming hum as he tapped his whiskey against Mimsy's glass of champagne for a cheers. After regaining her ground with a sip of her refreshment, she shifted into a look of incredulous doubt as she started on what he'd predicted would be their next point of contention. But seriously, what's with all that talk about joinin' up with these pirates? This gotta be another sneaky scheme of yours, right? I mean, you? Content ta be under some god and talking orders? That's gotta be the joke of the night. Huh. That's not you, Alastor. No, I suppose it's not like me. But it is now. Whether people believe it or not, I know where I stand, Mimsy. And I'll ask you to not make a joke of it. At the sight of the simmering heat that lied in the tension of his sharpened grin and stare, Mimsy swiftly moved to recover, holding a hand out towards him in a panicked stop gesture. Whoa there, no need to make things ugly, handsome, I get what you're sayin'. It's my bad. Hey, that glass of yours is way too empty. Let's go have Husky fill that bad boy back up for ya, huh? Alastor allowed the diffusion. After some more mingling and Brook having come off stage for his own meal, it was time to do the big number of the night. While some guests had been dancing off and on, this song was timed with the intention of officially starting up the dance floor. It had taken some back and forth for them to create this piece. Alastor had initially been put off at the idea of using such a modern beat, but a sample from Brook changed his mind with type of tone it granted the song. Alastor had written the lyrics in collaboration with Brook, with much of the skeleton's humor coming through. Though he did instill what he himself believed to be an appropriate amount of pessimism into its content that was balanced by a contrasting hint of a more optimistic message. And to top it off, it made for quite the dance number. Truly, if this song wasn't a hit by the end of its run, the Sinners of Hell would have to be the most tasteless hacks in all of existence. So it was with that in mind that, as the curtains parted once more with the opening chord, the stage and dance floor in their entirety darkened. Before lighting up in a colorful neon glow of greens, purples, and pinks. The dramatic change-up instantly caught everyone's attention, drawing gazes up to the upright, glowing coffin in center stage. A giant neon sign showing the word dead popped up above. Dead, dead, another day dead. Head, arms, and legs gonna fall off any minute now. Whole body hollowed out, dry to the bone, ha 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 ha, hiya. The radio demon burst out of the coffin on his last lingering groan of a laugh. Arms spread out wide in a grand manner. Summoning his microphone back into hand as Brook played an echoing electronic piano, Alastor spun around it for a beat or two as he sang. Spending every day like you're in a casket, trapped. Ready for another night like the dead, collapsed. Yeah, living like a carcass with just your life intact, who wouldn't want a way to con themselves out of that? Breaking away from ideas of should do to live for yourself, that's lots of fun too. Otherwise you're just being a mark, and who wants that? You and I, we're just corpses, pawns of some faceless necromancer. From one marionette to another, I say, how about we cut our strings together? Rising over the extended drop, Brook shouted over his own mic, "Da dance. Dead, dead, another day dead. Head, arms, and legs gonna fall off any minute now. Whole body hollowed out, dry to the bone, ha 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 ha." Alastor moved back and forth with the rhythm, claws spread with his hands raised from the bend of his elbows while leaving his wrists limp in a dance move resembling the living dead. A group of shades on either side of stage mimicked the dance. Dead, dead, we're already dead. Gonna shake off this mortal coil any minute now. You just gotta laugh a life like this off. Ha 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 ha, hiya. I tell you, this world makes life so hard. What can you do but dance the whole night through? Even if I collapse and my body decays, that doesn't mean I'm rotten all the way down to my soul, oh. The sinners already on the dance floor were having a blast with the tune, and more were in the midst of getting out of their seats to join. When the beat trailed off, Alastor sunk down into a disappearing darkness as the music and his voice became quieter. His shadow replaced his presence on stage, miming the movements he would have done to go along with the lyrics. Spending each day inside a casket, trapped. You scrape up little bits of joy to add to your stash. You whisper, just being alive, that's enough happiness, smothering your voice as you smother yourself. Quietly lured into going through life, as unseen and unheard as you can be. And next thing you know, you've faded away, like the invisible man. When the volume rose back up, he popped up in a shadow directly behind the captain's seat. Luffy's grin stretched from ear to ear when he pulled the boy along with him by a rubbery arm. You know you aren't just a pawn, it's up to you to be yourself instead. Don't worry, I'm here with you, wanna ride that revolutionary rhythm together. Brook shouted in time, make some noise. Screwed, screwed, another day screwed. No chance at dreams, no chance at hope. Pounding out a body-rending beat, zoom ta ta ta. On the dance floor in a spot that had been vacated for his use, Alastor guided Luffy in a swinging, back-and-forth sway to the rhythm, intent on showing him a proper but easy dance. The boy laughed as he joyfully played along. Screwed, screwed, we're already screwed. Whole way of life gonna crumble any minute now. But let's set that all aside for now, zoom ta 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 ta, taya. You hearin' these lyrics? They really didn't check this song before they let M do this thing, huh? This comin' from the guy who seduced me with a song callin' me a loser? And who cares? You hearin' that thriller beat? Dance with me, kitty cat. You said you'd be my date tonight, but you've been tenned in that bar way more than you have me. Angel pulled a blindsided husk out through the tables to make their way to the floor during the instrumental interlude. From back at the bar, Cherry sent them a smirk, wiggling her fingers in a farewell wave. The strobing lights pulsed with the intermitted beats. When Alastor spun Luffy around in a haphazard motion, the lights then cut to black. Even the ambient light of hell was smothered under the cover of his darkness. The music trailed off with a deep, sinister chuckle. Until a faint, ghostly green fog rolled in. Spending tonight aimless? Every night wandering, directionless? We're all ready to depart this world? To come together at the witching hour? Stuffed into caskets, bound up forever, being something else's pawn. Neon flashing back once more in a blinding second, Alastor shrugged one shoulder and arm while grinning wide with serrated teeth to emphasize, if life's like that, who needs it? Ah ha ha ha. Dead, dead, another day dead. Head, arms, and legs gonna fall off any minute now. Whole body hollowed out, dry to the bone, ha 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 ha. In an impulsive move, Luffy threw out his hand, stretching it all the way up to where Brook was on the stage to drag the skeleton over by the shoulder in a sudden JRK. The musician thankfully had the presence of mind to have the keyboard keep playing on its own so that the music didn't cut out. Brook laughed as he regained his footing, pulling Luffy forward then apart before he spun the boy free and used the move to reach for Alastor's hand instead. He had to repress a laugh as he allowed the tall skeleton to lead him into what would at least visually look like a dance with death, keeping his lyrics steady. Dead, dead, we're already dead. Gonna shake off this mortal coil any minute now. You just gotta laugh a life like this off. Ha 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 ha, hiya. I tell you, this world makes life so hard. What can you do but dance the whole night through? Even if I collapse and my body decays, that doesn't mean I'm rotten all the way down. Let's party, till we dance ourselves down to the bone, oh oh, oh oh. Yo ho ho, skull joke. The exclamation sounded at the same instant that roaring applause greeted the end of the song. Brook let out his laugh just before Luffy's arms wound around the both of them. Bringing them both in close to the shorter boy so he could beam his grin at them, Luffy laughed as though he was in his divine form, he ha ha ha. Play it again. Still speaking through his microphone's amplification, Alastor chimed, so the captain wishes it, so it shall be. Let's play that back one more time. He rose his mic into the air once more to set off another round of fireworks. The spectacle and declaration were met with resounding cheers of approval. It seemed that the vast majority of the crowd had come out for the second play. Throughout the song, Alastor finished off his dance with the musician. Then when Brook returned to the stage to play his next set, Nami tapped him on the shoulder to offer her hand for that dance she had promised early. Alastor led her like a proper gentleman, and then allowed the cat to lead him with a wink into taking Robin's hand for the next song. He danced with her as well, before then being passed off in a row of waving hands to Jean Bay, to his slight surprise. He allowed the much larger man to lead without complaint though. And then allowed a final pass-off to Chopper, who was in his taller form to better reach a suitable dance positioning, but was clearly inexperienced enough that Alastor still had to lead, which was of no concern to him. Still, it was on this dance that Alastor finally posed. I must say, I'm impressed. I didn't believe so many of the crew would be dancers. I suppose it's common to dance to Brook's music as such, though. Smiling back at him with a bit of sheepishness, Chopper admitted, actually, even though we'll dance, we won't dance like this. Like in a real dance I mean. It's just that when we saw how much you like it, we wanted to dance with you too. Apparently what he had assumed would be the final pass-off was not actually so, as Chopper took hold to guide him into a spin back to a grinning Luffy. Alastor cackled in a laugh as this time, the boy swung him around in an unpracticed, hazardous motion. Glancing around, Alastor saw some more of the crew in a different part of the dance floor. Frankie was pointing his hand up and down across his chest with his other hand on his hip in a cheesy disco point dance. Usopp and Nifty of all people were copying the move on either side of him, all somehow having procured sparkly star-shaped sunglasses. Back at the table, Sanji and Zoro were bickering once again, this time with their imp acquaintance Blitzo thrown into the angry mix. Jinbei and Robin had gone to have what seemed to be a pleasant conversation with Rosie and Zestial. And as for other pirates of note, Boa and Trafalgar had finally devolved into a verbal snapping session as the woman insisted on dancing with Luffy while the man insisted that, "I'm not dancing with the idiot, but I'm not letting you dance with him either." Which, while considerably stupid, also carried the type of spiteful pettiness Alastor himself could appreciate. The conflict dissolved into Boa attempting to use her atrocious love vision to no success, as Trafalgar had cleverly figured out the technique required eye contact and thus made himself scarce once it seemed to be coming. All the while Luffy had returned to the buffet with Chopper in tow for the chocolate fountain, none the wiser to being the center of conflict. Alastor had to excuse himself back to the stage. Binks Brew was a must for Brook as well as the others after all. And thus they gave their charming duet version with Alastor instead being the one on the piano. While Brook played his violin, the two of them switching from alternating solo verses and harmonized combo lines. When he made his way off the stage afterwards, this time, he noted that the straw hat table was empty. Nami had already come by to break up the bickering trio and drag them off somewhere else to sort them out. While it had been a fun time, Alastor was glad for the moment of stillness, needing the break as he sat down to finish off some more whiskey even when he was already feeling warm from the alcohol. Or maybe it was more than just the alcohol. Either way, he let out a quiet sigh under his breath as he looked out over the floor to see a number of the straw hats had moved on to more ridiculous dances that he'd rather die than participate in, nursing the drink in his hand. What's Mr. Popular doin' all by himself over here? Not up for sticking chopsticks in your nose like your pals over there? Alastor withheld a groan as his half-lidded eyes shifted over to watch the King of Hell invite himself to the table. Lucifer took the seat next to his, before swirling his glass of red wine in his direction in a smirk. What's with that look? I was kind enough to let you plaster that wacky flag of your cruise all over my hotel, at least let me sit where I want. It was my hotel before yours, and still in part is. With that said, Alastor leaned back in his chair as he took a sip. Yeah, well, that's kinda what I came over to ask you about. Lucifer transitioned to a more somber tone, his gaze tracking away before returning to Alastor in a contemplative examination. So, I know technically it should be impossible for you sinners to move between the rings, but frankly speaking I'm not labeling anything as impossible when it comes to that god of yours. Not sure how or when, but him and his crew will start traveling around the place at some point. Are you going with them? Returning the curious look, Alastor didn't hesitate to clarify. I would hardly be on the crew if I didn't go where they went, now would I? My announcement tonight should have been enough of an implication as to that. Did you tell Charlie yet? Not explicitly, but I'm fairly certain she's figured it out on her own. Alastor thought back to what she said to him after Luffy's fight with Zestial, specifically as he said this, when she told him with a smile that being with Luffy suits him. While she'd been genuine in her happiness for him, he did notice that smile had been just a tad saddened. Welp, can't say I won't be happy to see you go. Aha! Lucifer laughed while throwing back a large gulp of wine. Before Alastor could return the insult with his own quip, the king lowered his glass, lowering his gaze along with it to watch it swirl in his palm in a much more slight, melancholy smile. Man, I really was wrong about you, wasn't I? Raising an eyebrow, Alastor took his own sip while pressing, you are wrong about quite a lot of things concerning my person from my perspective, so you'll have to be more specific. From when we fought after Luffy's fight with Eve, that was all that needed to be said for Alastor to remember that particular argument. But still, Lucifer reiterated, voice soft and barely heard over the music. That you're miserable. That there's nothing for you to find joy in. That there's no one you love? Not a single one of those things is true. The music played out between them, covering up the silence of the conversation. Lucifer glanced up from where he'd been staring down at his wine, before looking back behind Alastor in obvious rumination. Alastor followed his gaze to see he was looking at where Luffy was messing around with Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, and Nifty. Truly, there's no better group to have a doctor on hand for. A literal disaster in the making, it is. That god of yours has got me thinking a lot, you know. For so long, I've just been thinking that I'm some F up, I guess. I'm literally known as the fallen angel that brought evil upon all of creation and everything. The number one example of the phrase, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the rest of the angels in heaven, when they cast me down, all they talked about was how naive I was. How foolish, how short-sighted, how defiant. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. How could you ever even dream to think giving humans free will would be a good thing, Lucifer? They're simple, easily tempted creatures. All you've done is open the door for them to DMN themselves. And really, after I ended up here, I believed them. I mean, look at all these sinners and how awful they are. And not just down here, but up there in life, too. The world is filled with awful, awful people, all because I gave them the ability to make that choice. Somehow, someway, the extremely hazardous group ended up catching Usopp's hand on fire. The puppet frantically waved the thing in the air before his screams caught Nami's attention, and the weather which dosed Usopp in a similar way to how she had when they first arrived at the hotel. While Chopper was appropriately concerned, Luffy, Frankie, and Nifty all laughed at the sopping wet man's expense. If he didn't know any better, he'd say the lot of them were actively trying to prove Lucifer's point, right now? So how is it that this god, this boy, he lives by freedom, brings it everywhere he goes in both life and death, without an ounce of consideration or thought, and it's undoubtedly good. Why is it that his version of free will is a good thing, and mine wasn't? That's what I thought. But then I realized, no, that's stupid, it's the same thing, right? But if that's the case, then doesn't that mean that I wasn't being stupid? That I wasn't crazy? Having the freedom to choose the path of one's life does give people happiness. It isn't all smooth sailing, but just as some people will choose to do evil, others will choose to do good. And that good will be greater than what would have been if they hadn't had the choice. And that boy is proof of that. Alastor's gaze drifted back to the king to see a couple solitary, shining tears roll down those rosy cheeks. But even as he was crying, Lucifer was smiling brightly, too. The definition of bittersweet. He's everything I dreamed free will would be like. What I had given up on thinking would ever be reality. And it's just unbelievable. That after all these years, after heaven's contempt and condemnation, after all this time cursing myself for my own seemingly idiotic dreams, I can still look at him and think, maybe I did do good. Maybe my dreams were worth something, after all? God. You must think I'm even more pathetic, huh? Babbling about shit you don't care about and showing this kind of weakness in front of you like this. As Lucifer started scrubbing at his tears with his sleeve, Alastor looked away from the sight. Instead, he looked back to the boy in question. As his half-lidded gaze remained firmly on Luffy, there was a feeling of deep-seated satisfaction at seeing the elated curve of that boyish grin, and knowing he'd helped to put it there. Before my captain, everyone is weak. That's true even for myself. Perhaps it had been true, what you had said about me. Before I met him. As it stands currently, I can't remember having ever been happier than I am right now. He felt Lucifer glance back at him, but Alastor kept his own gaze firmly averted. Until a wine glass stuck itself into the corner of his vision. It drew his attention back towards the king to see his hand outstretched with his glass in a familiar gesture. Lucifer was smiling softly, brows furrowed together. I know this party isn't for me, but I actually had a really nice time tonight, Alastor. I hadn't been sure about showing up at first, it's been so long since I've been to one of these things. Or talked to so many people. But Charlie convinced me and Lilith wanted to come, and I thought I'd just grin and bear it, and I didn't have to, 'cause I'm having fun for real. Who would have thought? Great food, great drinks, great music, a little dancing, some good company, that's all you need, right? Huh. So, thanks for putting this whole thing together. Alastor eyed the glass. However, he didn't keep the man waiting too long before he returned the gesture, clinking his cup against the king's. He was not about to accept the gratitude humbly, though. You're most welcome, your majesty. You are correct that this party is most certainly not for you, but I suppose some amount of collateral damage is to be expected when holding a party this large. You really gotta ruin the moment like that. Before Lucifer could go too far into his complaints, however, there was a pitch of feedback from the microphone on stage. The previous song had ended, and the musician apparently was taking the opportunity to speak. Testing, 1, 2, is this thing on? Oh wait, I've been singing with it, haven't I? It's certainly on. Yo-ho-ho. Both of their attention was drawn up to the skeleton, along with all the other partygoers. My, so many eyes on me. It's a bit intimidating. It also makes me wish I had eyes of my own, yo-ho-ho-ho. But I mustn't distract myself. I didn't stop the music to tell skull jokes, although I do love them so, but to ensure I accomplish the self-appointed duty of mine before the night comes to an end. From the edge of the stage, a wave of Robin's hands passed a small cup of sake up. Brook leaned down to take it with a quiet thanks before standing tall again to raise the cup in the air. Based on all the smiling faces, it seems that this party has been a complete success. And I share in that feeling. We must give thanks where it is due. But not only that, we must celebrate this momentous occasion properly. It is not just the Straw Hat Pirates that we honor tonight, but also specifically our newest member, Alastor. So please join me in a cheers for a most treasured nakama of ours. For the event that he has orchestrated for our enjoyment. And for the many future celebrations we are sure to have with him by our side. Alastor, you are truly a wonderful, dear friend to me. Because he's a dear, get it? Yo-ho-ho-ho. T.O. Alastor, he swerved his head about to see that all the straw hats had cried out in an answering call, hold up their own drinks from wherever they were scattered about. After their exclamations, drunken guests cried back in their own cheers, Charlie's excited high-pitched squeal and Bartolomeo's fanatic cry rising above the lot of them. And still next to him, Lucifer raised his own glass once more with an amused half-smirk, even when he didn't say anything. And right on K, a body slammed into Alastor's back along with the back of his chair. Luffy's noodle-like arms wrapped around his shoulders from behind. He cricked his head to the side to see a large, toothy grin take up most of his vision. Shishishi. I'm really glad I found you, Alastor. Thanks for everything. Even knowing the king was still in hand and that pestering Vox Tech junk was still hovering about somewhere, he couldn't find it in himself to put on any airs. The place that he usually associated with the void inside was filled to the brim, bursting with light and warmth. And perhaps he was too blinded by the sun in front of him to see anything else. With his ears relaxing to partly fall to the sides of his head, eyes closing softly, Alastor brought his head in to lean it against the side of Luffy's. At the move, the arms around him tightened their embrace, and one of his hands rose to where they rested against his chest to hold them in turn. I'm really glad you did, too. Thank you for finding me, Luffy. It was a few days after the party that the King of Hell graced the hotel with his presence once again, this time with 3 official invitations in hand. One for Luffy, Alastor himself, and the Pirate Empress, though that one was presumably passed off to Lilith to increase the chances of a successful handoff. While Alastor examined his own invitation, Trafalgar just snatched away Luffy's to look at it himself, which the boy allowed in his total indifference to the thing. The radio demon glanced away from the card to look down at Lucifer's careless stare and comment, "It's not typical for the king himself to host a meeting of the overlords. Such an occurrence has yet to happen since before I've been an overlord myself, even. I suppose this is an attempt to establish a wider spread organized effort against Heaven's retaliation." "Yep," was the equally careless reply, Lucifer shrugging his slight shoulders as he explained, "It's more that I'm helping Charlie put this together. She wants to take the lead for this issue. Pretty sure that after how the last extermination went for them with the first man dying and everything that their FING said. Hope for the best and plan for the worst, right? Makes sense to loop in sinners of a notable power base with people under them. I'd say only people that need to go should to keep things from getting crazy, but that being said, considering your boss is the way he is, Luffy's allowed to bring a plus. 1 or 2 that would actually be useful for the conversation. Other than you since you have your own invite, that is. I'm going." Trafalgar immediately seized the chance, even stuffing Luffy's invite into his own pocket. Which wasn't exactly an inconvenience since they still had Alastor's copy, but it was the principle of the thing that mattered. Looking to Luffy, he then also advised, "You should bring either Jinbeya or Nicoya. Either would do well, but the first son of the sea would probably be the best choice due to his experience as a warlord." Instead of Luffy responding, the king instead chimed up once more, his indifference shifting into curiosity. I've been meaning to ask one of you guys, actually. What does it mean when you refer to one of you pirates as a warlord? Or emperor for that matter? Along with hearing it around down here, Charlie overheard people in your living world refer to that kind of thing a lot, but she was more focused on figuring out what was up with Luffy so she didn't really follow up on it. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Jinbei approached from where he'd walked into the room to explain, both are different titles of renown a pirate can gain. The 7 warlords of the sea refers to 7 pirates of whom the world government struck a deal with where in exchange for their occasional cooperation, their bounties are frozen and they are free to do as they please for the most part. This is officially not meant to include the allowance of illegal behavior, but unofficially it is essential a free pass for such activity. I was once one of these warlords as an attempt to establish better relations between the human government and fishmen. Law had also been one, though after I had already left my position, as well as Hancock. And being an emperor refers to being one of the 4 pirate emperors of the New World, the lawless second half of the Grand Line. They're the top of the pirating world who had been in contest to become king of the pirates, usually having immense individual power along with wide-spanning empires of pirate subordinations and island territory, to the point that their might equaled that of the Marines and 7 warlords combined. The snow leopard demon took over from there, evidently informed not just of the circumstances of his own world but also Hell's underlying workings, so between the 2 factions, emperors are the ones that wouldn't bother restraining themselves from making trouble. You had to put down 2 of them, Big Mom and Kaido, after they died and fell into Hell. Straw Hat is also an example of this, since he'd been labeled an emperor before he claimed the title of Pirate King. It's the same title that Shanks has. Luffy cheerfully added, as usual without any sense of background context to go along with the statement. Huh? The more you know, with the same good-natured casualness of having learned an interesting but unimportant factoid, Lucifer gave one last parting wave before he turned his back and disappeared in a swirl of liquid fire magic. Well, that's it for now. See ya in a week. Later that same day after receiving the invitation, a point of contention came up amid the two newer Straw Hats catching up with the rest of the crew. To no surprise to Alastor, the issue in question originated from Frankie. However, even he had been somewhat short-sighted as to not have previously realized this would be a likely topic to occur. So that Owl Prince guy's got a way back to the living world? That's super. Can he make a portal big enough to bring the sunny down, you think? I'd give anything to get my girl back. Well, he might be able to, but actually, when we went back to Laugh Tale, the sunny wasn't there anymore. Usopp hesitantly trailed off at the mention. Frankie was surprised enough by the answer that he pushed his sunglasses up to get a better look at the puppet's face. Why he was wearing them still while indoors was a whole separate issue. Huh? Where'd she go? I remember that she got pretty banged up, but if it was bad enough that she'd been totaled, you still should have seen the wreck around. Nami was drawn into the conversation by the question, answering with careful logic, we think someone probably moved her. There were gravestones placed for us and the Blackbeard pirates on the island, so someone had definitely been by. That's so, DMN, I wonder if there's a way to figure out where she went. Even just check-in, the fleet members might take a while to get through. We can't just go around like that. We're dead. We'll freak everyone out if we all start sailing around without being careful not to run into anyone. The navigator vetoed with insistence. But Zoro and Sanji already busted that, didn't they? So we might as well if it means we can get our ship back. Meanwhile, over in a separate corner of the lobby, Brook had started choking on the sip of milk he'd been in the middle of at Frankie's first mention bringing the ship back. As he bent over the bar top to hack it out, Chopper examined the skeleton in concern. Are you okay, Brook? What happened? Why, yes, it simply went down the wrong pee-pipe is all. But you don't have lungs. Oh, wait, that's right. Yo-ho-ho? Having seen enough from sleuthing with his shadow, Alastor moved it into the hallway to emerge from. He walked out in a facsimile of a natural entrance, heading straight to where Brook was still leaned over to say, just the fellow I was looking for. Do you think you could help me out with something, dear pal? I just have a musical quandary I wish to inquire about. Oh, yes. Certainly, smart enough to take the opportunity for salvation, Brook jostled as he suddenly stood up from his seat, the very picture of suspicious behavior that had Husk giving him a cur look. Luckily for him, Chopper was a much more gullible creature, and thus easily accepted with a smile. Have fun, Brook, Alastor. Why yes. Fun. Certainly. Good day to you as well, darling dearling, and with that, Alastor took Brook by the arm to subtly guide him out of room to prevent the musicians' further self-sabotage. He only drew them into the hallway from whence he'd emerged before sinking the both of them down into the shadows, popping them back up in his radio tower. The skeleton immediately began pacing from his nerves, one hand raising up to clutch the hair at the side of his head. Oh no, Alastor, Frankie was saying. I know, I heard. Oh no. I wouldn't have done that to the Sunny if I'd known there might be a way to get her back in death. Truly. Certainly not, I know. I have to tell them. Brook came to a sudden halt at the words. Even though he was still only staring down at the floorboards, Luffy would never leave the Sunny behind if he thinks there's a way to get her. They'll scour all of the Grand Line and all 4 blues just to not find her, and I'll have to tell them I sent her to Davy Jones's locker because I went crazy. Now, let's take a moment to calm down, shall we? Alastor took the skeleton hand available to gain Brook's attention in full. In a gentle pull, he brought the man over to the couch he'd begun leaving out for convenience, seeing that he now had a number of regular visitors. After seating Brook down and then taking a seat next to him, Alastor took the other bony hand as it slowly lowered from its previous position at the other's skull, holding both hands in his own for a grounding effect. There we go. Let's not make any rash decisions. If you still do not wish to tell any other, there's no need to. Brook objected with underlining panic still pitching his tone, but I cannot in good conscience let them go on thinking they may be able to retrieve the Sunny when it's impossible. What else am I to do? With a more level response, Alastor offered, this is the vessel your shipwright built, correct? If the matter of having the same ship is so important, can he not simply build it once more using materials perhaps more compatible with Hell? I was not around when he built the Sunny Go, but I know she'd been made from the special wood of the Atom Tree. Frankly speaking, I'm unsure if the quality of wood here in the afterlife would be up to the same standard. Adam's wood is famed for being incredibly resilient. The previous pirate king, Gold Roger, also had a ship made of it. Before he could attempt to contest the point, Brook brought up a more complicated issue at hand, but even more importantly, we were fortunate enough for our ship to have formed a Cloboterman, a living spirit of its own that I'd only thought of as being stuff of legends before hearing that their previous ship the Going Merry had gained one. Even if Frankie were to build the same ship design, it cannot be the Sunny because it will not have her spirit, and therefore he would never rebuild her in such a way. None of the others would accept such a thing either. A ship with a soul? That does make things interesting. Alastor had to take a moment to think over the situation more thoroughly. While keeping one hand holding Brook's, he allowed his other to come up and tap at his cheek, mentally raising possibilities only to strike them dead one by one. Until he was left with one potential strategy, that is. Uncertain though it may be. There are known to be magics that can summon souls of hell to the living. Perhaps there may be a method to summon a soul to hell? The fact that said spirit is of an object and presumably not meant for humanity's afterlife may make such a trial unfeasible, but the object itself should be capable of being conjured, and thus we may be able to summon its soul along with it. How about we leave the problem on hold while I do some research? I'll have a better understanding of its likelihood of success then. Brook stared at him for a couple of seconds. If the skeleton had a face, it'd likely be looking at him in full shock. You believe you may be able to accomplish such a feat? Not wanting to give the impression of false promises, Alastor explicitly clarified, like I said, I'd have to look into it, but until I can rule out the possibility, there is a non-zero chance. If it can be done, it'd be likely I should be capable of such magic at least. I have an extraordinary proficiency in the mystical arts if you'll forgive the boasting. The main concern would be if it can be done to begin with, and if so, how difficult the setup and execution. Thinking it over himself, it wasn't too long before Brook responded, if you could do such a thing, I'd be incredibly grateful, Alastor. Everyone would be, in fact. Please, do not feel too bad if you find that this is indeed an impossible task. Just the fact that you would put such an effort into helping me with my blunder means very much to me. With that, the skeleton brought Alastor into a bony hug he had to internally brace for, though he returned it for a good number of seconds before taking hold of Brook's arms to lean out of the hold with a smile. You've done no blunder, my dear. There was no way you could have divined the possibility of dragging a ship of all things back with you to the afterlife. It's a simple comedy of errors, a classic bit of humor indeed. Haha. Just leave the matter in my capable claws for now, and I'll follow up with you when appropriate. While he'd put on a confident front, truthfully, Alastor himself wasn't sure how well his studies would turn out. Even just finding tomes of suitable subject matter and old magics would come with its own difficulty. However, after sending Brook back down to have some time to ponder the matter, his shadow caught a glimpse of Charlie passing through the lobby talking with a group of new guests. A very apparent answer showed itself. Lying in wait until the girl had finished up her business, Alastor promptly appeared from the darkness of an otherwise abandoned corridor to corner her. The shriek of shock she sounded at his sudden arrival was quite amusing. Al? Gosh, don't scare me like that. Grinning at the way Charlie wound down from her jolt, hand resting on her chest as though to hold down her fast-beating heart, Alastor posed with a carefully crafted casualness. I do apologize for the fright, my dear. There was simply something I wished to ask of you. Oh okay. What do you need then? It'd be a great help to me if I could peruse the royal family's library. I assume such a thing exists. He gestured a hand towards the Princess of Hell at the inquiry, waiting on the confirmation of his assumption. Charlie's eyes went wide, before squinting in an apologetic wince. Oh. Well, yeah, we do have one of those, but Mom and Dad have both always said no one other than us is allowed in there, so even though I'd love to help you, Alastor, really, I don't think. You misunderstand me, he corrected while bringing his cane forward to rest both hands on it. His grin curling sharply at the ends in a bit of devilishness, his eyes flashed black and green in a small surge of power. I know perfectly well that no mere sinner would be permitted access to such a wealth of knowledge, a good portion of it likely forbidden to the likes of humanity and demons. I'm calling in my favor, Miss Charlie Morningstar. One favor at a time of my choosing that harms no one, those were our terms. This easily falls under them. Perhaps just the task of reviving a ship from the proverbial dead of all the inane things wouldn't be worthy of using up a favor from the Princess of Hell, but the knowledge that would be gained from the endeavor certainly would. To not only potentially learn such a powerful sort of magic, but to browse through the rest of the surely ancient and advanced tomes would lead to additional benefits, either in learning of the workings of hell itself or in learning deeper mystical arts. Therefore, he had no issue with killing 2 demons with 1 bite, as the saying only somewhat went, and committing to the decision. Charlie's eyes blew out wide once more, her mouth even parting in shock. But before Alastor could relish his victory, a now familiar swirl of fiery red power manifested beside the girl. The radio demon was suddenly confronted by the face of a very irate king of hell leaning forward into his space. Alastor had to force himself to not step back and give up ground, merely allowing his grin to shift into something closer to a sneer. "You tacky piece of, see Charlie. I was right to charm you so that I'd be notified if this guy tried to use his deal. He might be under new management and with a better attitude nowadays, but he's still a shady red bstrd he is. Can never be too careful with a sinner like him. Dad, wait. I mean, what he was asking for wasn't that bad. I know it seems harmless, but you don't know what kind of books are in that library, Charlie. There's some real evil shit we're keeping in there just to make sure it doesn't end up in the claws of someone who'd use them. Like this guy right here." After glancing back at his daughter to give an insisting look, Lucifer shifted his glare back towards Alastor to tap at his chest with that stupid apple-top cane of his, which he batted away with the mic head of his own. "Even with your deal, you aren't getting in because I have the authority to veto Charlie's decision. So why don't you do us all a favor and let this go, huh? Oh, that's such a shame. I was very much looking forward to learning more about this realm, Your Majesty. As well as to picking up some more of its languages." All 3 of them were blindsided as they jolted in sync. They pivoted to look at the new addition of Nico Robin, who had very much not been standing beside the group but 3 seconds prior. Now with his own wide-eyed look, Lucifer opened his mouth, only to stupidly close it without a word. Then open it once more to finally say, sorry, but what? Alastor was requesting access to the library on my behalf. The woman lied as easily as she breathed, stepping closer to Alastor to place a supporting hand on his shoulder in a graceful movement. "I'm unsure if you're aware, but I am our crew's archaeologist. I make it a point to study the history of ancient peoples and civilizations. In life, I even discovered the secrets that had been hidden by the world government regarding the history of its formation. However, while I wished to continue my research, I assumed that there were likely some details concerning the creation of hell that would be left out of public awareness, and thus thought looking through the knowledge accrued by the royal family would be an excellent opportunity." With 3 sets of stares still firmly on her person, Robin continued unfettered. Alastor was kind enough to offer his favor, seeing that he also saw value in the chance to learn more about this world. "I apologize if our favor came off as pestering to you. I suppose it's only natural that if human governance had such unsettling skeletons hidden underneath, so too would the governance of heaven. I do hope we haven't endangered you and your family by posing the question. Wait a second, there's no need for you to apologize. And I never said anything about it being dangerous to me and Charlie." Lucifer had fully transitioned from stubborn righteousness to awkwardly tense placation. "You mean to say you think I'm hiding some ugly secret, for heaven? I wouldn't do a single thing for those pompous bstrds even if they paid me." In what Alastor recognized to be a calculated slight tilt of the head, Robin belayed with seeming curiosity, "Is that so? I simply assumed that to be the case, given how harshly humans will hunt down and eliminate what they deem to be dangerous information, including those searching for it. Why else would you need to bar someone as trustworthy as Alastor if such knowledge didn't exist? As trustworthy as, are you being serious? Most certainly. All of my Nakama are the most trustworthy people I know. Alastor is no exception to this." Even Alastor himself was surprised by her unwavering stance. Lucifer began to fidget slightly under the heaviness of her unmoving 3-eyed stare. "I am no stranger to forbidden knowledge, Angel of the Morning Star. I was the only survivor of my island at the age of 8 years old when the Marines came for our scholars and decided to execute everyone else along with them, just to ensure their learnings wouldn't be passed on. If I should expect a similar situation in the afterlife as well, we'd be better off if you said as such." An unavoidable heaviness fell over the conversation. Charlie looked to her father in obvious fear, herself unknowing of the answer and horrified by the possibility. As the king glanced back and forth between the girl and Robin, his face fell into conflicting pensiveness. Alastor, while waiting for the other man's response, mentally filed away the apparent tidbit of information about the mysterious woman for future consideration. Maybe heaven itself has that kind of secret hidden in it, but you wouldn't find that kind of thing down here. We just need to be careful, you know. I wouldn't come after any of you guys like that." With a sigh, Lucifer visibly deflated in his concession. "I guess. Considering the kind of good Luffy's brought down here, it should be fine to make an exception. But you need to tell me whatever it is that you learn, alright? And definitely don't take any books with you. And Al still needs to use up his favor for this. I won't have that kind of deal hanging over my daughter's head any longer. I was planning to use it regardless." Thank you for your cooperation, sire, reinserting himself back into the conversation now that the king had been talked down. Alastor kept his response polite so as to not ruin the devil child's beautiful handiwork. Yeah, don't spread it around too much, will ya? I'm still serious about this restricted access thing. I don't want any other sinners hearing of it. When you two are ready to come over, just knock. You'll be allowed to approach the estate, and with one final parting glance, tired as it was, Lucifer unsummoned himself. Well, all's well that ends well? Hee hee. Charlie concluded the matter with a fully sheepish smile. I can take you guys over if you want? While I appreciate the offer, I believe it'd be better to decline. It'd be dreadfully boring for you to just stand around waiting for us to finish reading through the place. We can handle ourselves just fine, dear. And with a tap to her head using his mic that left Charlie wincing, Alastor made himself scarce as well. Robin followed him as he made his departure. Once they'd gone an appropriate distance, she finally asked, "May I ask what information you're searching for, Alastor? Perhaps I may be of assistance." He allowed himself a side-eye of a glance at the woman in step beside him, before he purposefully set his gaze back on the path ahead. "As you were of great assistance to me just now, usually I would tell you, but as it is I'm dealing with some confidential matters." Does it have to do with Brook? The question drew his eyes right back to Robin, who just looked back at him with that even stare of hers as she posed. Jinbei informed me that Brook was likely the last of us to die, and that based on what he remembered of the state of his body, it didn't seem that he was on the verge of dying naturally. With what Usopp, Nami, and Chopper have said about Laugh Tale, the two of us assumed that he was the one to send us off, but rather than confront him about it, we wished to respect his decision not to tell us. Luffy along with all the others would be quite upset to hear how we'd failed him. Well, if you've already figured it out for yourselves, that's enough due diligence on my part. He's lucky the crew is filled with as many simple-minded people as it is, or it would have been obvious to anyone who'd thought on it. Alastor shrugged it off with a purposely dramatized sigh before answering plainly, "Our dear friend feels rather guilty now that he had sent your ship off to the briny depths with his send-off, so I'm searching for magic that may revive your ship's soul, along with taking the opportunity to look for greater magical arts in general." That managed to stall the previously unmovable woman in her steps, something which he interpreted as a considerable win. Robin blinked at him for a second, eyes just a tad wider than usual. "Does such magic really exist? I have no idea. We'll find out for ourselves soon enough, however." "Indeed, we shall." It was Alastor's turn to blink at the other as Robin smiled at him. Her expression was incredibly softer than her typical visage, matching the gentle cadence of her voice. He'd not focused on it so much before, but even though Robin smiled regularly, it was a plain, slight curve of the lips that didn't belay much in terms of actual emoting. It made for quite a contrast to see the way her face could brighten up. You should smile like that more often, dearie. It suits the fairness of your face, and you're never fully dressed without one, you know." "Huh. I hope you don't take offense to me saying as such. You did such a splendid job maneuvering the king, not to mention the state you left the V's in. I'd hate to make an enemy out of a fearsome lady like yourself. There's no need for you to worry about such a thing. We're crew after all." She dismissed the matter, though her smile dimmed to a more common expression as the apparent moment passed, "and when it comes to King Lucifer, I only thought to intervene in such a way based on your own advising. While I don't match the pirate empress's beauty, I don't think it's too far off to say that many would consider me to be a tall, bewitching, strong-willed individual." After a split second to regard the statement, Alastor couldn't help but hold a hand to his gut and let out a bark of a laugh. "Ah ha ha ha. Indeed you are. Good show. I did say knowing such a weakness would be useful, now didn't I?" They ended up heading to the royal estate the morn of the day afterwards, not wanting to go right away as to give Lucifer the opportunity to collect himself and reduce the risk of being kicked out. The manor was as luxurious and sprawling as one would expect, but not to the point of being gaudy, much to his surprise. However, after knocking on the large wooden double-door entrance as indicated, they were met with the queen granting them entrance rather than the king. Alastor instantly tensed at the sight of that fair face staring down at him, grin freezing in place and his hold on his cane tightening from where his hands were folded behind his back. Lilith thankfully deigned to speak first, which allowed him a brief moment to internally collect himself. "Lucifer already told me to be expecting you both. Good to see you again after meeting you at the party, Miss Robin. And good to see you as well, Alastor. You were a wonderful host that night. And you as well, Your Majesty." "You flatter me, Your Majesty." Alastor followed Robin's reply in an appropriate manner as they followed the queen inside. After leading them down a number of winding halls, they soon came upon a large, wide room containing high shelves stocked full of numerous mystical grimoires, as well as a couple desks for working. Before he and the archaeologist could head in, though, the Queen paused just after opening the doors to address Alastor once again. I was hoping we might take the opportunity to catch up shortly after so long, Alastor. Your friend may get started as she pleases. While she'd been given permission, Robin looked to him first, face still unreadable even when it was clear she was anticipating a cue from him. But knowing that he needed to bite the bullet, Alastor waved her away with a smile he forcibly untensed. There's no trouble, Robin dear. I'll just be a moment. After their third party entered the library, Lilith shut the door once more for privacy. When she looked back at Alastor with what he knew to be a consoling expression, graceful though it was, he didn't hesitate to avert his gaze away and bare his serrated teeth a tad. Alastor? I know it must be displeasing to see me, but I truly must express my regrets to you. Oh yes, certainly. But no worries, I'm smart enough to figure it out on my own. Dear Alastor, I'm quite sorry that my deal with Eve royally effed you over. But all's well that ends well for the both of us, so it's fine, right? Why yes, Mistress of Hell, the issue's been concluded, so that's that. Good day to you. Now that I've expedited the conversation, perhaps you'll grant me leave. Even as Lilith's face fell further, he remained belligerent, keeping his arms and cane held tight to his back. Technically his summarization of the circumstance wasn't inaccurate. He'd known upon first falling into hell and accepting Lilith's deal that there was a risk of a gamble at play. When she covertly came to him for more subtle assistance in curbing the might of rampant overlords, in exchange for access to a depth of power usually inaccessible to a newly fallen sinner, essentially accelerating his accumulation of demonic strength, he had agreed to pledge his soul in service to the Queen. In his wariness at being potentially preyed upon by any number of powerful overlords, he'd thought to roll the dice and accept her hand for his own grab at power. But the key to the deal which had sealed his agreement was the stipulation that there was an end date to his service. A century to the day. After which, the power he had attained would still remain despite no longer being under contract. There had also been the additional, favorable clause that should the deal come to an end early for whatever reason, he would still receive his due. It had been a matter of biding his time, trading 100 years or potentially less under the Queen's rule in exchange for the strength to keep his freedom for the rest of his afterlife from that point on. And for a long while, it had not been an unbearable deal. He would not have described himself as being content with the arrangement, but he'd been capable of tolerating it until its natural conclusion. Queen Lilith retained a cordial, professional relation with him as clandestine as it was, treating him with fair regard. To the point that he'd even unconsciously deluded himself into thinking that she genuinely regarded him. That she might have held actual value for him as a person and saw him as more than just a filthy, rabid pet of a sinner that she may beckon to attack and yield as she pleased. The fact that part of her aim in having him cull rampant overlords was that, in their deaths, the sinners who had been bound by soul contract to the deceased overlord would be freed contributed to this. Despite her having offered a deal to Alastor, she had appeared to be a queen who valued the freedom of her people, and her fair treatment of him corroborated that. But then however, 7 years ago, Lilith had made her deal with the mother of humanity, and that delusion was rightfully dispelled into harsh clarity. He hadn't realized what was going on until it had happened. He'd been a hair's breadth away from ending the battle that had been spurred from his falling out with Vox, Valentino having only just arrived to provide the other backup, when he was summoned away. He doesn't know why Lilith had made that deal or what their terms had been outside of Eve's use of her body. He doesn't know what the Queen had gained from that trade. He doesn't even know what the true purpose of Eve's order for him to assist Charlie with her hotel for the time being to keep an eye on her was or how it tied into it all. But at that time 7 years ago, what soon became apparent was that the mother of humanity had inherited the right to his soul with her possession of Lilith. Thus, he'd been transferred from one owner to another. All without a word of warning or chance to save himself. Next thing he knew, he was kneeling before a new yet familiar master, his mouth bound together upon his objections. It had been Eve who looked down at him with the Queen's eyes, but such a circumstance would never have befallen him if not for Lilith's allowance of it. He will not be made a fool of. And perhaps his view of her hadn't been a wrong. Perhaps Lilith did indeed truly dislike the practice of binding people's souls and had indeed directed him with the goal of alleviating some of her people's suffering. But if that was the case, that just meant she deemed that it was only Alastor's freedom and soul that made for an acceptable sacrifice, and that thought brought with it even more biting venom. Please listen to me for just a moment, Alastor. You are right to be upset with me, but I must tell you it was not my intention for you to be hurt by my deal. It was a tricky situation, you could say. Giving up my own body was no easy decision, you must realize. But even still, I failed to protect you as I should have, and for that I am sorry. Does it ease your weary soul to apologize for what I am sure was but a minor consideration to you? For surely you must realize I gain no benefit from mere words. Actions speak much louder, was all he had to say to that, his gaze still averted from the woman. There is no need for you to pretend that I was anything more than collateral damage to your circumstances. And you owed me no consideration, for that was what my place beneath you was meant to be. I've already accepted this truth, so there's no point in trying to appease me otherwise. I am not pretending. Truly, Alastor, had we not developed a friendship, before it all went so wrong? Do you truly believe it had not pained me to witness your suffering? And yet your decision was the reason for my suffering. Funny thing, is it not? And despite our friendship, you still deign it appropriate to keep our shameful little dealings a secret from your husband. Lucifer should consider himself lucky you're not the type of woman be tempted by infidelity with how easily you can meet up with another man behind his back. Somewhat unexpectedly, Lilith corrected, I had kept him in the dark during the time, true, but not anymore Alastor. After I woke from the injuries I retained from the gods' battle with Eve, I came clean to Lucifer, such that there would no longer be anything hidden between us. I wanted him to understand what had happened with me, as well as how your situation was created from my own consequences. He would have preferred her maintaining her deceit. Knowing that the occasionally pestering king of hell was aware of the extent of his weakness was undesirable to say the least. Alastor's tense smile pulled further into a sneer as he drawled, how nice for you to put in the work to repair your marriage. But that doesn't have anything at all to do with me, now does it? I don't care what reasoning you had. I'm going back to what it is I came here to do, Queen Lilith. In the end, our deal still resulted in a conclusion that was favorable for me. I have the power I sought, no more strings attached. That is good enough. However, as it is over and done, I have no need to associate with you outside of matters involving your daughter and her hotel, and I intend to keep it that way. Now good day to you. When he turned his back to her to face the library door, however, Lilith persisted, and what of your deal with your god, Alastor? Even when you may wish to wash your hands of me, I am still curious as to the path you've taken. Your soul is still in his possession, but you have had the ability to take it back whenever you wish to, have you not? Why is that? Teeth gritting tight, he didn't turn around in his answer, are you perhaps dense? He is obviously more worthy of entrusting than you. That's not what I'm referring to. There's no need for him to take hold of your soul. You can work for him regardless of such a status. Even in our own deal, you only agreed to it for the sake of the coming day where you would regain your soul with your power in hand. So why is it you wish for him to have it? Why does he allow his soul to remain in that god's possession? Why does he wish for him to have it? At the beginning of his association to the captain, Alastor's truthful, never-to-be-spoken answer to those questions would be that it was a convenient excuse for him to accept Luffy's offer to join him. But the longer he allowed things to go as they have, the more complex his feelings on the matter had become. At some point, perhaps he had felt somewhat reassured knowing that Luffy could not leave him behind, so long as they held such an intrinsic bond? But even if the sentiment lingers, that reasoning has already been turned over on itself. He knows very well that even without the boy holding on to his soul, Luffy would not allow him out of his hold. So now, in the present day, what is it that Alastor gained from the seemingly illogical decision? Glancing back at Lilith's inquiring face, he realized that the reason was currently standing right before his eyes. He spoke his answer not for the Queen's benefit, but so that it may be understood that Alastor was fully out of her, Eve's, or anyone else's reach alike. It's safer with him. Alastor turned his back once more, his hand reaching out to grasp the door handle. He left the rest unsaid. My soul is safer with him than it was with you. And it's also safer than when it had been with me, too. He values it too much to ever trade it away, as I had. And with that, he allowed himself entrance into the library, and firmly shut the door behind him. He was certain that by the time he was done, the Queen would no longer be on the other side of it. Walking into the grand library among its tall shelves, Alastor came stand next to where the archaeologist was leafing through a book. While a pair of arms had formed themselves before her to hold the tome and turn the pages, her main arms were crossed across her chest in a peculiar stance. Thinking of the stray ear that he'd caught sight of at the tail end of his and Lilith's talk, he grinned a baring of teeth as his gaze narrowed on her, picking out a tome for himself as he chastised, it's not polite to listen into other people's private conversations. I hope you realize that should you attempt to speak of this to any other, including your fellow crewmates, that I will not hesitate to demonstrate my displeasure to you. That's a hypocritical point coming from you, seeing that you often listen in on the others. I was simply keeping an ear on the situation in case there was an issue. There's no need to speak of it to anyone else, she replied simply. Rather than dismissing her pose, however, freeing her attention from snooping allowed her to focus the use of her abilities on their search. A scattering of dark eyes blossomed about, along with hands to pull books from shelves and hold them in place in front of them. It was an impressive show of multitasking. After giving a sigh of a dismissal, Alastor deigned the matter unworthy of follow-up and got to his own research. The library proved to be as fruitful as he'd hoped. Many unfamiliar, sometimes disturbing mystical arts were written under the tips of his claws. There had even been a tome detailing what was surely a very useful sigil that could suppress demonic abilities. But unfortunately, he couldn't delve too deep into any specific subject, mindful of the limited amount of time they had. In the worst-case scenario, they would have to go through every book available if only to be assured that the magic he was in search for wasn't present. Time passed quickly that way, the two of them working in a comfortable silence. All there was to break the hours of droning monotony being the turning of old, crisp pages and the faint sound of his radio's background music. Until, just about halfway through the considerable amount of books housed in the library, Robin called out to him, "Is something like this what you would be looking for, Alastor?" He immediately abandoned his own tome to walk over to where the archaeologist was seated. Alastor took the grimoire that was handed to him to see a detailed summoning circle inked in the first page Robin had left open for him. Eyes trailing over the scrawling description and list of requirements for the ritual, he confirmed, "This is likely the closest spell we'd find suited to what we need, yes. Very intriguing. It's less like a concrete summoning and more like a call into the void. Hopefully we don't draw in something more frightening than what we're looking for. Aha. I best copy everything down carefully so as to not make any unfortunate mistakes. It would be quite unfortunate indeed to accidentally summon a soul-eating monster of the void." Yes, Robin agreed with that casual morbidness of hers, before inquiring, "If you are able to use this ritual to summon the Sunny Go, you could also use it to summon a second ship, correct?" The question drew his stare away from the grimoire and back onto the woman. Robin's expression didn't look too different from its usual blankness despite the peculiar request. "Assuming I am able to collect the same needed summoning materials for that ship as well, theoretically, yes. Am I to assume you are referring to the previous ship of your cruise that Brook had mentioned?" The Going Merry, yes, the name did ring a bell of recollection in his mind. She was smaller than the Sunny. She made it much farther into the Grand Line than most would assume a ship of her make to be capable of, given how dangerous its waters are and how we lacked a proper shipwright until Frankie came along. We even took her up to the Sky Islands and back. It got to the point where she was deemed unfit for sailing. However, despite this, she spent her last voyage sailing herself out to save us, when Luffy and everyone fought to retrieve me from agents of the world government. If she had not been there, we would not have survived, and they would have perished attempting to free me. While of course everyone would be overjoyed, it would mean very much to me if you could bring the Mary back to us as well. A ship that can sail itself out to collect its wayward crew? These spirits really are such a curious phenomenon. The story that came along with the explanation was also a curious one. A fight against the nebulous world government for the sake of a single crewmate, just the sort of thing he'd come to expect from the captain. With both this detail as well as what she'd mentioned prior about surviving a genocide orchestrated by the military in her childhood, it was clear the woman had lived a colored life. With a careless half-shrug, Alastor turned back to examining the book in his hands as he agreed, "If it can be done, I will attempt to summon that ship as well, yes. Might as well go all in if I'm doing this. The captain will likely just ask me to do the same regardless." Tone lifting into something lighter at his acceptance, Robin's brighter smile returned as she teased, "He most definitely would, yes. Fufu, but you enjoy it when Luffy asks you to do things for him, don't you?" Enjoy is a unique way to put it. It is. It is also an accurate way to put it, however. It's just that it's hard for you to be honest about it. You're similar to Law in that way. He didn't relish the comparison, but as the topic of the snow leopard had been brought up, he might as well ask about a lingering thought he'd had, seeing that Robin was likely one of the handful of the crew who could give a comprehensive explanation about it. "Speaking of Trafalgar, I have a curiosity you may be able to indulge. What sort of relationship does the captain have with that man, exactly?" "Oh? Are you worried for Luffy? That's rather cute of you." The edge of his grin pulled taut, unimpressed by the comment. "If you could grant me an answer without patronizing me, that would be very much appreciated, thank you. And like I already said, I'm simply curious. It pays off to be well informed of these sorts of matters. I know very well Luffy is able to handle himself and Trafalgar just fine." Hand raising to cup her chin, Robin chimed back, "Of course. Why don't I start my response by asking you this? If you're asking that sort of question, you must be thinking there's a possibility that their relationship is a non-platonic one, isn't that right? What makes you think that?" "Trafalgar is almost certainly foolishly infatuated with the captain. Though not as horrendously so as the pirate empress is," was the easy reply. The aspect of the situation that was confusing him the most was next to follow, and not so straightforward to put into words. "The thing I'm uncertain about is the captain's end of things. He very much regards Trafalgar with fondness. But at the same time, however, it doesn't seem that different from how he treats the rest of us, is what you're getting. She finished the thought for him. That's because he doesn't see law differently than us, whether that be in a romantic or SXL sense. Truly? But he makes rounds in Trafalgar's quarters. And while he does the same with us, the implication is significantly different in the context of Trafalgar's feelings. That doesn't matter to Luffy. Nothing different occurs when he's sleeping with Law than how he is sleeping with any other of the crew. Wow. Trafalgar is even more of a pitiful BSTRD than he'd thought. It's almost sad. Almost. Alastor still had to ask, halfway intrigued and halfway doubtful, and Trafalgar is content to just hang around and cater to the captain's whims despite his feelings being unrequited? He did not seem to me to be that charitable of a person. Well, it did take him a while to come back around, did it not? He most likely had to make some decisions about how he wanted to move forward concerning Luffy. What kind of masochistic lunatic makes the decision to come back under this circumstance? And additionally, it's somewhat up to interpretation if their relationship could be considered unrequited or not. Shifting his weight to one leg and placing down the tome he'd officially put on hold, Alastor huffed with the incredulous raise of an eyebrow. What interpretation is required in this case? Either the captain fancies the man or he doesn't, and if there's nothing non-platonic on his end, he doesn't. In terms of matching the exact emotions Law has for him, perhaps. But there's more to their interpersonal connection than that. After all, Luffy still respects how Law feels and still loves him, it's just that he loves him in his own way. Luffy still sees Law as a favorite person. Whether that's enough for Law to feel that his feelings are being reciprocated is his own call to make. The suggestion blindsided him. It hadn't even occurred to Alastor that something like that was an option. Romantic intentions, while metaphorically colorful in feeling, were supposed to be rather black and white in that sense. Or at least that was how he'd thought it to be. While he hadn't reacted more than a vacant stare and blink, it seemed that the woman was able to read something from his face. Her eyes softened a tad as they fell half-lidded, looking over him in consideration. Are you not the same type of person as our captain, in that regard? Someone who is less inclined to experiencing romantic or SXL feelings towards another. That is the impression I got from you, but if I'm wrong, please feel free to inform me. He himself has often thought along those lines, that he was simply less inclined to those sorts of frivolous intentions. But when stated as a stark delineation rather than a vague notion, he found himself giving the excuse he always has in both life and death. Surely it's just a matter of finding the right person. Why, it's no wonder someone with my sort of unusual nature would be unable to find the ideal lady for myself. Even as he said this, though, the words trailed off as he stared at Robin's face. The woman just regarded him coolly, waiting for his thoughts to process on their own. And thankfully so, considering their current ponderings. Since, when he really thought about it, shouldn't the woman who's currently before him be his exact type of ideal lady? From his perspective, there was essentially nothing wrong with Nico Robin and everything right. She held grace and beauty. An independent will and witty, intelligent mind that paired well with her level-headedness. Even her sense of humor was perfectly aligned with his own, and her still somewhat unknown sense of morality had yet to contest with his own so far. Additionally, there was none of the awkwardness that there would have been if he'd evaluated Rosie the same way, in the way that his long ally and pal had already firmly settled into the just friends category. Every theoretical box he could think of was checked off one by one, and yet, somehow, even that was still not enough to feel even an inkling of attraction? And if it was a question of gender, well, a candidate who'd at least been previously endearing enough to potentially consider also failed to move his heart in such a way. So if it was not a matter of gender, or physical appeal, or the individual's personality, then the last remaining factor was indeed himself, was it not? Though, I suppose I'm giving myself too much credit. Alastor finally had to glance away, looking over the otherwise empty library with a short, humorless laugh as his arms folded over his chest in a rigid posture. It'd also be no surprise if a soul as wretched as mine was simply incapable of feeling love to such a degree. It's more convenient, even. None of that messy business or weakness to deal with. I'd say I'm much better off without it. Alastor. Do not misunderstand things, and do not speak of yourself in such a cruel way. A hand grown onto his shoulder firmly grasped the side of his face to redirect his gaze back to Robin's still level stare, before it dissipated into petals along with the weight of it. This topic of conversation emerged from talking about Luffy, remember. Of how the two of you are similar in this regard. Do you think his love is such a shallow thing? Alastor had to restrain himself from balking, even as his smile involuntarily pulled into a defensive, stretched-out mimic of itself, pulling at his unseen sutures. Certainly not. But that is Luffy, I am a completely different matter. There's a reason I don't get along well with others. It's difficult for me to empathize with people, surely this fact it's somewhat connected to the matter at hand. That's just an assumption. And even when it may be difficult, that doesn't mean you're incapable of empathizing with others. You seem to be an empathetic person when it comes to someone you do care for. You do love people, and deeply so. After all, do you not love Luffy as well? His breath caught in his throat. Even knowing it was sign of retreat, he couldn't keep himself from taking a step back. His still-etched grin was more painful than the way the fingers of his free hand clawed into the opposite upper arm, the other hand clutching hold of his mic tightening into a sharp sensation. Love is a very strong word even in this context. A strong word to match a strong emotion. Yes, Robin's agreement was a plain statement, even as her words were anything but. For all of us, our love for Luffy is very strong. Enough so that we all followed him into hell. And it's the same for you, is it not? And even more than that, there are others you love besides just Luffy. A violet hand gestured towards the very large pile of books they'd steadily gone through in their efforts. With how many books had been on the shelves to start with, they'd become countless in number. Or at least supposedly so. Have you been keeping track of how many books we've gone through, looking for that ritual? I have. The royal family's library is a treasure trove indeed for any researcher. We've hardly reached the halfway point, and already their number had surpassed 1,000. With the work split between us, we went at about the same pace even with my additional eyes, likely due to you being more familiar with the subject matter. That's more than 500 books you searched through, Alastor, just on the uncertain chance that you'd find something that would let you help a friend in need. What is that, if not a demonstration of the strength of your feelings? I was also looking for knowledge for my own self-interest. And every time you found something worth knowing, you put that book aside all the same. Because you knew you wouldn't have the time to read more about it without giving up looking for what you needed to learn for Brook. He was right to say that you are a friend to be treasured. Perhaps it may be difficult for a person to become close to you, but when they are, you are a very loving friend, Alastor. You don't know me, he finally snapped back in a crackle of radio static, lips curling his smile to further bare his teeth as he stumbled back another defensive step. His hand had moved to claw into his sternum now, if only to have something to focus on. His antlers branched out, his ears twitched, and his own eyes darkened at the uncomfortable sensation of being seen. You don't know me. You can't when we've hardly been acquainted for such a minor amount of time, so don't act like you do. I let it go when you were explaining my position to the crew, but you stepped too far now. I'm no altruist. I refuse to allow myself to be sacrificed for the convenience of others. I will not be made a fool of. I will not be used. Then you found yourself the perfect captain and crew. Neither Luffy nor any of the others would ever permit you to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of the whole. If you insist on staying behind, our captain will firmly order you to return alive. If there is a battle to be faced where death is an inevitability, then we all fight and die together. If you face the enemy on your own, believing that you can avert danger set on your person away from the others and only onto yourself, they will follow you and declare war on the world itself to bring you back. She remained unmoved by his rage. The weight of 3 dark eyes settled heavy atop Alastor's lungs. When the devilish woman took a step towards him, he forced himself to keep his ground. The gentle, slight curve of her smile did nothing to curb the anxious pounding in the void of his chest. It's true, I do not fully know you. But I do know myself, and you remind me very much of myself, Alastor. Before Luffy and the others, I too was afraid. Afraid to accept the hand of another. Burned by hope and promises. I had given up on anything more than just getting by in life. Until they took hold of me and refused to let go. Do you know why it is I was so insistent on leaving behind a message for the V's? On tearing apart their power and standing? It wasn't just that they initiated conflict with our captain, though that was certainly part of it. It was also because it was clear to me that one of them was taking the fight with Luffy personally, and that he would, in the future, try to take you from us. I was inflicting a proactive punishment for a grievous sin that had yet to be committed. The sin of trying to take one of our crew. The fact that I had yet to meet you mattered not. Just the fact that I could tell Luffy had chosen you was sufficient enough reason. That's the sort of crew you agreed to be a part of. Wings made of many hands spread wide, partially blocking out the light from the window behind her. Seeing the way they twitched with the movement made their unnatural makeup all the more apparent. With so many hands at her beck and call, it was as though nothing was beyond her reach. Even the forbidden knowledge of the world could be grasped within her palms. Within the shifting mass of limbs, however, were not only hands, but also countless, dark eyes. Splitting open from previously unmarred expanses of skin. All of them were looking at him. It was only upon seeing the many eyes scattered across the fleshy set of wings that he realized this woman's form was not only crafted in the image of that of devils, but also in that of angels. They were quite known for not only their wings, but for their all-seeing eyes as well. Her tone remained quiet, but steady. A dear friend once told me, no one is born into this world to be alone. Those same words count for you as well, Alastor. You were not born to be alone, and you shall not be. Luffy won't allow it. So just as you no longer fear the love he holds for you, do not fear the love you hold for him. For he shall protect those feelings of yours. However, despite her words, despite the way they echoed in his mind, Alastor was already sinking down into the darkness. Caught between the instinctual responses to fight, freeze, or flee, he followed the path he would never admit that he found the easiest to take. In the next moment, he found himself raising up within the confines of his bedroom, claws tearing into the wall as he staggered to keep himself upright. He forced his breathing to start once more. It took a couple of gasping breaths for his thoughts to start once more as well. Ideal lady? Well, that had been a rather hasty assumption. That woman was much too intense for even himself to handle. Sheet. He left the grimoire behind. Not that he'd been allowed to take it with him. But now he'll have to go back, and just the thought of it was painfully awkward. So on edge was he that Alastor outright jolted in place when the door of his room slammed open. His ears twitching straight, it was only then that he realized they'd pinned themselves back at some point prior, the infuriating things. Swerving around in a violent, neck-cracking motion, the tension melted into a sigh of exasperation at the familiar sight of Luffy strutting in as though he owned the place. You'd think at some point you would learn how to knock. Even an actual monkey could learn such a gesture given the right training, you know. What happened? Excuse me? Why would you assume? The still blank-faced captain just stepped forward to grasp one of Alastor's wrists in his hand, causing it to freeze up in his hold. I felt there was something wrong with you when you came in. What happened? Alastor had to look away from the boy's prying gaze. But even still, he tried to wave things away as simply as possible, not wanting the situation to blow out of proportion. I merely had an undesired conversation with your archaeologist, is all. It was nothing serious. Huh? With Robin, the usually follow-up to that would be to question what the conversation had been about. But Luffy, like always, was the furthest thing from usual. Instead, the tension immediately bled out of the boy while a smile stretched across his face, unneeding of any additional words or clarification to feel reassured about the situation. Oh, that's fine then. Robin can scare people sometimes, yeah. I was not scared. The snarl that drew out of Alastor pulled at the edge of his mouth, before even that tension deflated out of him with a huff. Luffy had yet to let go of his wrist, and now that he'd extracted himself from the previous conversation, he was quickly calming down. But regardless, I need to get back to what I was doing with her. I shouldn't have left so abruptly when our business is unfinished. You don't gotta go back. Robin'll know you need a break. She'll take care of it. She has no instructions of what I need of her. To be certain things are recorded properly, I should do it myself. Still, Luffy cut him off to insist, she'll know what you need her to do without asking. She's like you, like that. The comparison unconsciously brought to mind Robin's own comparison of their persons. The thought distracted Alastor enough that he found himself being led by Luffy over to the bedside. It wasn't until he was pushed down by the shoulders to sit him down on the floor while the boy sat upright on the edge of the bed, his back pressing against Luffy's legs as his head was guided back, that Alastor had to question, "What are you doing, exactly?" He startled at the feeling of hands in his hair and on his ears. Despite their usual careless nature, Luffy was deliberate and gentle in his movements as his thumbs rubbed against the base of Alastor's ears. He immediately tried to pull away with a somewhat befuddled objection, "I am not some pet or child that needs consoling." Only to be pulled right back into place, objection predictably ignored. If anything, Luffy was the petulant child between the two of them as he replied with a whining pout, going right back to petting Alastor's ears, "I know that. But it feels nice when they're scratched, right? And I want to pet 'em 'cause they're so soft and fluffy, so let me. Stop thinking too much. It's Captain's orders." Alastor just barely kept his jaw from dropping open at the words. Eyes flashing wide before narrowing once more. "Captain's orders? I don't think you've once explicitly ordered me to do anything, and now that you do, it's for this? You, my dear Captain, are the very height of absurdity." "Shishishi, thanks. That wasn't intended as a compliment." Still, despite his protests, the careful massaging of his ears did feel quite soothing. Seeing as his orders provided a sufficient enough excuse not to struggle further, Alastor just accepted the inevitable, and fell back further into Luffy's hold. The more he relaxed, the more his ears fell to the sides to provide further access for the fingers messing his hair. He withheld a contented hum as his eyes drifted shut. The only thing holding him back from fully relaxing, however, lingered as quiet thoughts in the back of his mind. Whispering in hardly present echoes despite his intentions to ignore them. "That you're miserable. That there's nothing for you to find joy in? That there's no one you love? Not a single one of those things is true. Perhaps it had been true, what you had said about me. Before I met him. As it stands currently, I can't remember having ever been happier than I am right now. It had been such a simple thing, to let the truth slip by. Unstated but implied. Why does it feel so much more daunting to have the words spoken straight to his face? To have it asked of him to speak them in turn? As though he would leave himself wide open to be stabbed through the heart. A man of words he was known to be, and yet, for the most important things, he cannot summon the courage to speak. What a coward he is. Luffy. Do you know? Is it okay, that I? Never mind, he ended with a sigh of self-induced frustration. His frame was shifted to the side such that the side of his cheek lied against the other's knees. The angle made it so that he was able to look up at Luffy without the boy stopping his motions. A soft, sunny smile shined down upon him. If you want to say something, just say it. But if you don't want to, then don't. Hearing stuff I don't need to is boring. The statement drew out a snort of a chuckle from the back of Alastor's throat. With a flicker of an eye roll, he was drawn out of his melancholy at the same time. Of course that's how you'd feel. It's no wonder you never listen to anything people have to say. What if what I have to say is important? To that, Luffy just shined a cheeky grin down at him. If it's important, then I'll know whether you tell me or not. Or at least the feeling of it. Stop worrying so much. I already told you to stop thinking too hard, didn't I? Alastor stared up at the captain for an extended moment. Then, he allowed his eyes to fall closed once more under the sensations of a calloused palm running over the length of an ear. The strain of his stitches holding his smile in place alleviated as his tightly coiled internal state finally unwound itself. Once again, so very easily, he was drawn into the gravity and warmth of the sun. Is that so? That suits me perfectly fine, then. No one is born into this world to be alone. He would have scoffed at the notion, before he'd met this boy. But that is a nice thought, isn't it?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.